the powerful members of the human race burned their lives to bring back 3 dragon eggs, only to form a contract with an 18-year-old youth, even accompanied by numerous divine powerhouses to protect him. Their only goal is to prevent the dragon eggs from causing harm to the world, as the dragon eggs possess cursed magical powers from the abyss of the hidden dragon. For years, the divine powerhouses have been unable to find a solution, and if left unresolved, the entire country will be plunged into the abyss. Therefore, a national announcement is being made to seek a solution, and coincidentally today, I changed jobs and became the only hidden profession dragon master in the world, but was mocked by classmates as a useless waste, because there are no dragon pets in the world for me to contract. When I called up the panel, I was surprised to see a message: without a dragon pet, the professional panel cannot be fully activated. Dragon Taming Art Level 1, there is a chance to transform the target dragon into your battle companion after release. I have the skill, I have the profession, but where do I find a dragon? For a moment, I felt a bit troubled. Ding! Detected the environment where the host is located. The strongest dragon master system is activated. Ding! Since the host is binding the system for the first time, you will receive a beginner reward once. Ding! Your Dragon Taming Art active skill has been upgraded to the maximum level. Dragon Taming Art, max level after release. The target dragon will definitely be transformed into your battle companion. Never betraying, absolutely loyal, very powerful. But I still feel troubled because my problem now is not the success rate, but the fact that there are simply no dragons to tame. Can a dragon from a club work? Zhongqi, please accept my condolences. The teacher in charge of career changes said sympathetically, looking at the students around with mocking or sympathetic eyes, especially those who didn't do well in their career changes, implying that it was fortunate to have Zhongqi around. Zhongqi, come with me for a moment. The class teacher Du Ming called out to me. I followed him without knowing why. Hearing whispers along the way, the class teacher called him. Could it be that our school actually has some hidden big shot who wants to solve this for him? What nonsense! That's a dragon! A dragon! He was called over because the school had invested too many resources in him before, and now they want him back. How pitiful! But it's his own fault for choosing such a useless career. Hearing these words made me feel uncertain. The original owner had excellent grades in talent, rated as an A-level talent in school, and enjoyed many resource subsidies. But now, awakening to such a career, it's possible that the school is planning to make a comeback. With this uneasy feeling, I arrived at the principal's office. When I pushed open the door and saw a row of teachers standing inside, I was stunned. Is it really necessary? It's just a bit of resources. I could just steal a battery and give it back to you all. Why are so many people looking so scared? You must be student Zhongqi, right? Soon, a bald middle-aged man appeared in front of me, with a smile on his face, looking friendly and amiable. From the details and angles of his face, I could vaguely recognize that this should be the principal with thick and enviable hair on the photo wall, the top powerhouse of the school. You've changed to a Dragon Tamer. Can I take a look at your job panel? The principal's smile remained kind. My heart skipped a beat, thinking to myself that trouble had indeed come. Yes, you can look, but my panel is not fully activated. I then shared the panel. After the principal of the school finished looking at it, his smile became even stronger, as if he had finally chosen the desired no. 8 technician. After spending half a day at the hair salon, I have an extraordinary opportunity to give you. This opportunity is enough to solve all the problems of your current job. This eerie smile made me feel a bit uneasy. Principal, what do you mean by this? The principal saw my reaction, but his smile grew even more. Then he turned to the tall, thin man behind him and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is Director Lin, who came from the provincial capital. Hello, student Zhongqi, your changed job is very good. I came here specifically for talents like you." Director Lin came forward and extended his hand. I shook hands somewhat confused, still not quite understanding because my job panel was not fully activated. Director Lin smiled and said, "The job you just awakened is Dragon Tamer, right?" I nodded dumbfoundedly. "That's right. I came this time specifically to find jobs related to dragons. Later, pack up and leave with me. The country needs you." The weight of these words made me solemn. Since the country needs me, I naturally cannot refuse. However, my job has not fully awakened yet, and the difficulty of awakening is quite high. I'm afraid I won't be of much help. The principal of the school burst into laughter at this moment. "Zhongqi, do you know why I said this is an extraordinary opportunity? Your Dragon Tamer job requires a dragon pet to fully awaken, but you also know the status of the dragon race, how difficult it is to obtain a dragon pet, And now, the country happens to have them, and is willing to let talented individuals try to tame them. Then the principal turned to Director Lin and said, "Director Lin, I just looked at the kids panel. He needs a dragon pet to fully awaken his job, and he happens to have a skill called dragon taming. This is like a gift from the god of war to our dragon country, specifically to solve the current difficulties." Director Lin's eyes also lit up upon hearing this. However, he said, "Student Zhongqi, can I take a look at your dragon taming skill?" Of course. I nodded and then shared my max-level dragon taming skill. At a time like this, since there was a chance to get a dragon pet, there was no need to hide anything. Showing one's talent was the most appropriate thing to do. As expected, right after Director Lin saw Zhongqi's full-ranked dragon harnessing technique, his eyes widened for a moment, and then, his breath caught. Hastily grabbing Zhongqi's hand, he said, "Mr. Zhongqi, I've already established that you're the one I'm looking for. We'll do it tomorrow. No, today. No, now." He changed the time several times in a row, enough to see the urgency. "You will come with me now, and if you have any difficulties, just ask and I will fulfill them." Looking at Director Lin's urgent eyes, Zhongqi was also stunned for a moment before he said, "Well, I'm not in any trouble. I just have to talk to my family." The principal of the first school said, "I'll take care of this, classmate Zhongqi. Just go." "Good." Zhongqi nodded. The principal patted Zhongqi's shoulder and said, "I won't say much else. In the end, whether things are successful or not, the first high school will not forget you. The resources you should enjoy will still be there. The school is reserved for you." Director Lin glanced at him rather meaningfully at that moment, and suddenly also said, "Classmate Zhongqi, after so many years, I have some savings, so I can privately sponsor you with 3 million Dragon Kingdom coins. But, don't be in a hurry to refuse. You are just starting out on your career path nowadays. It's the time when you need money. This $3 million is my investment, betting on your future." Zhongqi understood. Still, it was a curious question. Why is Director Lin certain that I will be able to succeed? Director Lin's appearance just now had already caused Zhongqi to deduce that there must be some sort of scourge regarding the Dragon Clan that was difficult to resolve away. And his profession, as it happens, fits extremely well. If not, this Director Lin, who came from the provincial capital, would never have this attitude. Director Lin said, "I have a hunch that if you don't succeed, then no one in the Dragon Kingdom will. You are the best person to settle this matter." Half an hour later, a military airplane was airborne in Yangchang No. 1 middle school. This kind of battle startled Zhongqi. Director Lin, would this be a little too solemn? Director Lin, however, said seriously, "Mr. Zhongqi, I'm going to correct you on one thing. You are now serving the country, and the country never treats every meritorious person poorly." The principal of the first school took over at this point. "Yes, Zhongqi, if not for that, how do you think that our Dragon Kingdom's martial arts started so late? How could we be able to take our place amongst so many great martial arts nations? It is precisely because, for every outstanding genius, the country is extremely valued." "I know." Zhongqi nodded heavily. The next thing he knew, he was on an airplane with Director Lin, and this matter, naturally, caused a lot of turmoil in the first high school. The students of the first school were speculating about what was going on. What kind of talent does it take to get a military helicopter to come? Must be the rarest of professions. Rare profession. I think it must be at least legendary level. I can't say. It's that mythical profession among the legends. Do we have such a genius in the first grade? Could it be the school flower? Lin Qingyi, or Gu Qingge, who awakened a rare profession in class 2? Who knows? Anyway, it's never going to be that Zhongqi who awakened a wasted profession. Ha ha ha. Zhongqi, in his whole life, he's afraid that he won't be able to sit in a military helicopter. And it's an honor to even look at it. What happened after that? Zhongqi no longer knew. The helicopter went all the way to the area around the breeding dragons. Zhongqi and Director Lin got off the plane. Director Lin said, "This is a special area of land where helicopters are not accessible. We'll have to get a different mode of transportation. Are you hungry, Zhongqi? Do you want to eat something first?" "No need, Director Lin. I'm not hungry yet." Zhongqi shook his head. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Lin Baidian. I'm the director of the martial arts department of our Hushi province, and I'm considered an old comrade in arms with your principal, Wu Yongqing. There's no need to be so raw with me." Zhongqi was instantly enlightened. So he said, "Uncle Lin." Lin Baidian's eyebrows had a hint more of a smile. This time, I'm actually looking for you for the 3 dragon eggs. 3 dragon eggs? Aha! Lin Baitian revealed a look of gravity. This place is called the Dragon Breeding Ground, and it came into existence because of those 3 dragon eggs. These 3 dragon eggs, which were brought out by Dongfang Shua from the subterranean dragon abyss, have a mysterious origin, and are rumored to be the descended bloodline of 3 dragon kings. Dongfang Shua? The number 1 powerhouse of our human race? Zhongqi was shocked. Yes. Lin Baitian laughed bitterly. Shortly after obtaining these 3 dragon eggs, he handed them over to the country, with the intention of helping countries with a much later start in martial arts, to shorten their development time. But he didn't expect that the 3 dragon eggs were stained with the aura of the subterranean dragon abyss too deeply, and wherever they were located, they were assimilated and gradually transformed into an abyss. Now that the 3 dragon eggs are rooted here, if we don't address them, in time, our entire dragon kingdom will turn into an abyss. In the midst of the abyss, it is impossible for people to survive to live. The country has tried quite a few ways, but none of them work. So that's why they want to try to see if they can be domesticated with the help of the professionals. 3 batches have been searched for earlier, and all have failed. Listening to Lin Baitian's words, Zhongqi's heart also heaved. However, there was also more anticipation in the mind. Because of his own full-level dragon harnessing, there was no possibility of failure. Then these mysterious 3 dragon eggs were, by the looks of it, tailor-made for themselves. Lin Baitian looked at Zhongqi and said, "Zhongqi, you're the most promising one since I've been looking for so many people. Dragon Master, it's forbidden to say that our dragon kingdom can appear the first true dragon mastering professional. That's a powerful and mysterious dragon race." At the mention of the word dragon race, even Lin Baitian's eyes revealed a feeling of longing. Chapter 3, Invited by the State to Harness the Dragon. Uncle Lin, I'll do my best, Zhongqi solemnly said. Lin Baitian burst out laughing. It's a good thing to have the heart, but there's no rush. The last batch of professionals went in and haven't come out yet. You'll have to wait for the next batch even if you have the heart. And here, one must be extremely careful. This land of bred dragons has gradually assimilated with the 3 dragon eggs, and has already bred quite a few monsters, all of whom are of a very high level. And even I wouldn't want to run into them. Zhongqi was instantly shocked. Even Uncle Lin has to be careful? Lin Baitian said. I'm only level 47 nowadays. I haven't completed my awakening yet. And some monsters are tricky to deal with if I run into them. There are quite a few of them. And once I'm entangled, I'm likely to be rounded up and beaten to death. By the way, while there's still some time left, I'm just in time to tell you a little bit about this career path. Lin Baitian said. Professionals who have changed jobs are only level 1, as you know, and you need to go through the copies in the abyss and kill monsters to upgrade. Each monster has the potential to explode equipment, and as the level of the monster as well as the higher the grade, the better the equipment exploded will be. A good piece of equipment is even capable of selling for millions or even tens of millions of sky-high prices. And leveling here, after you have successfully awakened your professions, you will be considered to have turned 1, and after upgrading to level 50, you will be able to awaken, and after awakening, you will be turning 2, and for the 3rd turn, you have to be at level 75. The path of occupation allows each occupation to be roughly categorized into 3 classes based on their characteristics: the main combat class, the support class, and the life class. The upgrade path of each profession also has differences, such as auxiliary class as well as life class. Upgrade is going to be safer than the main combat class. The life class is the safest, but the upgrade is going to be slow. And the main battle class upgrades quickly, but the danger is high. Zhongqi nodded his head, indicating that he knew. What is Uncle Lin's occupation? Lin Baitian fell back and said greatly, I'm in the main combat class, the Broken Moon Swordsman. Zhongqi showed a surprised look. Uncle Lin is actually a rare profession. Hey, how many ordinary professions are there that can get to level 30 and beyond? Other than the professionals of the big families? Without talent, they simply can't get to the back. That's true. But, Lin Baitian's gaze landed on Zhongqi and actually carried a hint of envy as he said, if you are able to succeed, this talent, there shouldn't be many in the entire Dragon Kingdom that can match it. For so many years, there has never been a dragon in the Dragon Kingdom's imperial beast and summoning professions. No, not to mention the Dragon Kingdom, even above the Blue Star, there is none. Sakura State has a professional who can summon the Orochi, only a short time after the 2nd turn. The strength is able to make a lot of 3rd turn divine clergyman big brother sideways. And this profession that you have, able to harness the dragon, it's hard to imagine. when you are awakened. What degree of strength will it be too? Zhongqi smiled and said, that's also thanks to Uncle Lin giving me this opportunity. Ha 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 ha. Lin Baidian laughed freely. The more he looked at Zhongqi, the better he felt. There's talent, a career that's against the odds, and skills that are strong and awesome, and most of all, no arrogance. A guy like that is a proper top dog for the future as long as he doesn't die young. Especially, of course, since the topper was still unearthed by himself. When he thought of this, Lin Baidian instantly felt incomparably happy. Looking at the time, he said, get ready, it should be your turn. Yes, not long after, as a group of professionals came out, Lin Baidian walked up. Old Money, how's it going? The one called Old Money is a chubby middle-aged man with no dandruff and a decent amount of hair. What else? Old Money spread his hands. Horses, at least thousands of people have gone in, not to mention touching it. Not even a single one can get close to the dragon egg. This approach, it seems to be difficult. That's hard to say. An inexplicable smile appeared on Lin Baidian's face. Old Money took a look and immediately saw something and asked, why? You've brought nice seedlings this time. Are you sure? Harm. This kind of thing, who dares to say that there is certainty? Only to say that we can do our best. Can't see it. When did you Lin Baidian speak in this flavor? You were taken over by a monster? Asterisk 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 off. Zhongqi, come. Lin Baidian waved towards Zhongqi. Old Qian's eyes then fell on Zhongqi and looked him up and down. Not bad, not humble. Such appearance is also upper class. Surely not your Lin Baidian seed. Where is a good seedling? Lin Baidian didn't care about the flirtation in his words. Yangqing's. Yangchang? That's a great place. I won't ask for more. But there is one thing I should warn you about. Old Money looked at Zhongqi and solemnly said, the closer you get to the dragon's egg, the greater the danger will be. And after being tainted with that subterranean dragon abyss scent, there is a possibility that you will fall sick for the rest of your life. You have to protect yourself. Thanks for reminding Elder Qian. Zhongqi clasped his fists. Elder Qian? Ha 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 ha. Old Money laughed out loud. Lousy in my whole life. I really haven't been called this way. Okay, you kid is to my liking. No matter if you make it or not. Wait for graduation. Come to my Jin Demon army and report Lousy's name. Lin Baidian instantly smiled and introduced. This is the deputy military lord of the Demon Suppression Army, Chen Tang. Zhongqi's eyes revealed a shocked color, but he still clasped his fists and said in an unassuming manner, many thanks to Elder Qian for mentioning me. If the kid really makes a name for himself in the future, he will definitely report to the Devil Suppressor Army. Oh, not coming if you can't make a name for yourself? Zhongqi revealed a little smile too. If you can't make a name for yourself, the kid will not go over to lose face. The Jin Demon army that is in the front line of the killing, without some ability, is not to go over to the Old Money to add to the blockage it? Ah ha 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 ha. Old Money laughed freely, is patted Zhongqi's shoulder, said, good boy, have guts, got guts. Old Money laughed for a moment, then turned to caution. This time when you go in, the 3 dragon eggs are different, but that black one, compared to the weakest one, if you want to try, start from the weakest one, but don't be like those silly eggs earlier, who were still far away, and were directly fainted by the wave of the submerged dragon abyss breath. Yes, Zhongqi nodded. Get in there. Zhongqi then clasped his fists towards the 2 men and went in with the flow of people. Lin Baidian. This seedling is not bad. Wait for him to come out later and let him come to my Demon Suppression Army? The Devil Suppressor Army? Lin Baidian had a playful smile in his eyes. When he comes out, your Demon Suppression Army won't be able to accommodate him. What? Old Money narrowed his eyes at once. You're so sure that he will be able to succeed? You know that there were a few good professions earlier, the Dragon Grammarian and the Dragon Blood Warrior, but they were only able to get close to it, and this is already the strongest profession, the legendary level, and the one that is approaching the mythic level, and none of them succeeded. Just watch and see. Then I'll really have to see how your Lin Baidian's vision really is, but I can say goodbye. If this kid doesn't work, my Jin Demon army really wants to my liking. Lin Baidian still didn't agree. Anymore, you have to ask this kid himself. I don't have the power to help him agree. Old Qian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Baidian. You wouldn't want to stay and cultivate yourself, would you? Lin Baidian shook his head. Are dragon scales not the stuff of the pool? I'm not qualified yet. Just wait and see. Old Money Road. I don't believe that someone can influence those 3 dragon eggs, after so many years. How many times have the 3 turned priesthoods been tried? A newbie who has only been turned for a short while can succeed? How about a bet? Bet? What's the bet? Old Money glared. If you're going to lose, let me have the man. Fine. Then if you're going to lose, give me a set of unranked gold equipment. Grass. You really dare to take it? Old Money became anxious at once. Unranked gold equipment. The Jin Demon Army doesn't even have a few sets. The Imperial Martial School came to ask for it for those few mythic rank professional geniuses. I didn't even give it. You want a set to go away on a bet? Dare or not? Lin Baidian smiled and took a pinch. Bet. I don't believe it. No one can succeed with this dragon egg. Chapter 4, First Dragon Pet. Panel opening. Zhongqi naturally didn't know about the bet between the two. He was now deep into the breeding dragon land. There were hundreds of professionals who entered with him. The professions are all related to the Imperial Beast and summoning classes, and then there are some, which are dragon-related professions. However, the ones of them that are associated with dragons are much more abstract. Dragon Claw Cleaner, Mother Dragon's postpartum caregiver, Young Dragon Dietitian. Zhongqi didn't even have the heart to tell his occupation for fear of their inferiority complex, but out of all those people, there are indeed a few with good careers, 1 legendary, 2 rare. The 3 were gathered in the center like stars. The few abstract professions were among them, and kept on complimenting. With Brother Dong's legendary career strength, I'm afraid the successor this time will be none other than you. If Dong can't succeed, then no one can. That's true. Dong is simply invincible. This dragon egg, isn't it specially prepared for Dong? Zhongqi was too lazy to listen to their nonsense, so he began to look around. It was built similar to a lair. There was a small flight of steps in the very center, and at the top of the steps was a large clearing, which was bedecked with feathers of various colors. There were 3 dragon eggs in the center. Outside of those various colored feathers, there was darkness after darkness. When Zhongqi looked at it, he was stunned. What a thick abyssal power. With that in mind, these 3 dragon eggs were, indeed, of great origin. To be able to make so many third-turned priesthood powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom helpless. As he approached, Zhongqi looked at the feathers' messages. Red Phoenix Feather. God Luan Yu. Green Phoenix Feather. Can't even see the message. But these feathers must be of a very high grade. If not, they wouldn't be able to withstand this thick abyssal power. Dong, I'll do it. I'll go ahead and try it for you. Just then, someone volunteered and stepped forward. Zhongqi took a look at it. It was an ordinary Imperial Beast Master. After this person came out, he took a step towards that step. But when his foot was about to step on the step, he stopped abruptly. It was able to be seen that his face twisted for a moment, veins rippling up one by one, as if he was under immense pressure. At the same time, Zhongqi also observed that the raging darkness all around seemed to be pressing towards him. He backed off. Dong, as soon as I went over there, I felt something pressing down on me so hard that I couldn't move. What a waste. Is that what Dong wants to hear? I'll do it. Another person walked out. Dragon Knight. It's actually a rare level occupation. This person's performance was much better, going up several steps in a row, but after crossing halfway, his body abruptly froze. He gazed above the platform, revealing a look of horror as a cold sweat broke out, and then it retreated. Brother Dong, once you reach the top, you will be eroded by the abyssal aura. And, there is also a thick dragon might up there. If you want to go up to the top of the platform, you'll have to endure this double pressure. And if you're not careful after a while, you'll be invaded, and you'll fall sick. The youth called Dong nodded his head. Tough on you brothers, I already understand some of it, so I'll try it myself. Of course, everyone can also try something on their own. However, with the strength of my legendary great profession Dragon Scale Shield Warrior, if it's all difficult to succeed, no one will be able to succeed. So, please also use your discretion and don't try to be brave. Now, does anyone else want to try? Li Dong opened his mouth and looked around the circle. The implication is that either you go ahead of me and test out the situation here for me, or I'll do it and you'll both be counted as failures. Bossy as hell. However, after Li Dong's words fell, there was really no one who dared to step down. Zhongqi also heard and understood, and after a little contemplation, he felt that the time was almost right, so he moved to take a step. He was so fast that he approached the steps in a flash, and his step was the 3rd level. Zhongqi didn't feel any pressure. Instead, he was no different from usual, and Zhongqi's appearance was instantly noticed. Someone's moving. So fast. Coldness came to Li Dong's brows. Dong has already said that no one but him can succeed, and with a kind reminder, there are actually people who don't know what's good for them. After we fail later, We'll know Dong's good intentions. It's sure to fail. The only one who can succeed is Dong. Zhongqi didn't bother to pay attention to that nonsense. He was now close to that platform. The next moment, he took a step and walked onto the feather-covered platform. And in that instant, Li Dong's eyes narrowed and sank. Stepping away as well, he followed. His speed was equally not slow, and in the blink of an eye he was more than halfway to the platform. Only, after getting onto the platform, cold sweat broke out, as if he was being stared at by some ancient creature. Unable to move, Zhongqi didn't bother paying attention. He remembered Qiantong's instructions to come, and after scanning the circle, he came straight to the black dragon egg. However, as Zhongqi paid attention, the dragon egg suddenly trembled lightly. Ding! Host's proximity to the dragon egg detected, activating some of the system's functions. Black-winged demon dragon, the king of the demon dragons sleeping in the abyss. Hatching its eggs requires abyssal magic stone *10. Ding! Newbie rewards continue to be issued, rewarding the host with abyssal magic stone *10. The dog system is really not giving much at all. 10 abyssal demon stones then appeared in Zhongqi's hands, which were then placed one by one on that black-winged demon dragon egg. Soon, the lines on the dragon's egg flashed up and the layers lit up. The abyssal aura of the black-colored dragon egg suddenly rose. The professionals standing in front of the steps felt great pressure in an instant. It's not good. Quickly go. This abyssal aura is too strong. If we stay any longer, we might be assimilated. Go, Dong, go. There's someone else on that platform. That professional. What do you care? If you don't have the brains to rush up there, you deserve to die. People then fled in droves. On the contrary, it was Li Dong, who stood closest and looked at Zhongqi in front of the dragon egg, revealing a complicated expression. Others had already touched the dragon egg, but he, a legendary level professional, couldn't even get close. But there was no time for him to get sentimental, as the abyssal aura grew thicker and thicker, and he twisted his head away. He even gave Zhongqi a deep look on his way out. Click! Right after the professionals were all gone, the sound of shattering rang out. The first crack appeared on the dragon's egg, followed by the second and the third. The abyssal aura grew thicker and thicker. It was just that the dragon egg constructed a shield as it shattered, shielding Zhongqi from the effects. Ah! A tiny dragon horn poked out violently from where the dragon egg had shattered. A little bit, like a little dirt bag jutting out of the flat ground. Then there were the wings, which had a spike on them that pierced right through the eggshell. After absorbing the abyssal demon stone, the dragon egg continued to shatter. Zhongqi took a deep breath. Full level, dragon mastery, is ready. Click. Right at this moment, most of the dragon eggs cracked open, and before the black-winged demonic dragon within it was fully revealed, Zhongqi's dragon harnessing technique had already been thrown out. Ding! The black-winged demon dragon contract is successful. Your profession panel has been opened. Ding! You have your first dragon pet. The Dragon Master's exclusive dragon space opens. Ding! It was at the moment when Zhongqi's contract was successful. Above the sky, in an instant, the wind and clouds rolled back, dark clouds covered the sky, and an electric light blasted down, illuminating the entire breeding dragon land. The countless monsters within it were now looking somewhere in unison, and then prostrate himself on the ground. A new king is born. Chapter 5 Pamphleting Grounds. Panel Attributes. What's the commotion? It seems to be coming from the land of the bred dragons? Breeding dragon land? It's over. It must be that the abyss continues to grow, and the domain forged by those 3 dragon eggs is going to start devouring all around. What? Go, get over there. With the unusual movement that occurred in the breeding dragon land, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. The vicinity of the dragon breeding ground was populated by strong third-turn divine positioners, for that matter, to deal with unexpected situations. And what about now? Their attention was drawn and they rushed over. The two of them, Lin Baidian and Qiantang, had also noticed the disturbance and were about to go in to take a look, when they saw a few strong third transformation divine priesthood holders who had rushed over. Elder Zhou, Elder Zhang, Elder Sun, why are you guys here? The depths of the breeding dragon land have moved, and we speculate that it might be the dragon egg awakening to devour all around. This is a big deal. We had to come. The two of them looked at each other, and at once realized the seriousness of the problem. Lin Baidian immediately changed his face and said, but a bunch of professionals just went in there. Get them out of there. If we're late, we might all die in there. Lin Baidian immediately moved his body. However, it was only when they reached the entrance that they saw the many professionals walking out. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. There's a disturbance inside. The dragon egg is moving. The darkness is thicker. There's so much pressure in there that one can't bear it at all. The professionals who came out were talking about what was going on inside. Lin Baitian, on the other hand, after a quick sweep, his face still didn't look right as he asked, "Where's Zhongqi? Where is Zhongqi? Zhongqi, don't recognize him? Who is he? Yeah, never heard of this guy. It's not the one that's looking for death and won't leave, is it? That should do it. He's the only one left in there." Listening to the words of these people, Lin Baitian's face was ugly. After all, he brought the people, which only went in, is out of this mess. On the side, Qiantang also heard it, sighed, patted Lin Baitian's shoulder, and said, "Old Lin, I'm sorry for your loss. Now that the breeding dragon land is stirring up, and the three big brothers of the three-turned divine clergy are here, he, a newcomer who has only just awakened his profession, won't be able to survive. Right now, the top priority is to find out the root cause of the disturbance in the breeding dragon land and see if it can be solved. Chanticleer Road, there's no time to be sentimental. Don't more people die every day?" At this point, those three third-turn priesthood powerhouses came and looked at the two, saying, "We're going in to see why. You guys, just deal with what's going on out there." Lin Baitian gritted his teeth. "I'm going in too. I brought the people with me, and even if I die, I'm going to bring the bodies out. But if there's still a glimmer of hope." Ugh! Qiantang sighed and arched his fist at the three elders. "Leave the matters outside to me." "Good. Then Shaolin will go in with us." And at this point, Li Dong, who was in the crowd, however, walked over. "My lords, this dissension today is a bad thing?" Li Dong inquired cautiously. Once Qiantang saw that it was the only legend-ranked professional in the group, he patiently explained. "Entering here information is to be turned in, not to be able to see the occupation information. Nowadays, with this strange movement, it's 80% that the abyss is going to expand." Li Dong instantly understood, and then said, "I know what this dissension is due to. Because of what?" "Zhongqi." Li Dong's face surged with a flush. "It's all because he threw something towards the dragon egg, and then, only then did the latter happen." This sentence caused several people's faces to all change. "What did you say?" Lin Baitian immediately stared at Li Dong, his face somewhat ironic. Liden took half a step backward and said, "I can assure you, that's what I saw." "Kobayashi," Elder Zhang of the three called out to Lin Baitian, "You're not in the right state right now. Just wait outside for news first. The three of us will go in, and if that child is still alive, we won't let anything happen to him. But if the dissension is all because of him, then..." The latter was not said, but the meaning was understood by all. Lin Baitian wants to avoid suspicion now. The matter of the breeding dragon's land moving in a different direction was too big to be avoided, even if it was a possibility. "Alright, the three of us will go in. You guys stay outside. Xiao Qian, you're in charge here. I'll leave it to you." "Yes, Elder Zhang." Chantal nodded. He naturally believed that nothing would happen to Lin Baitian, but with something this big, it never hurt to be cautious. The three priesthood powerhouses entered the dragon breeding ground, and within the land of the bred dragons. So much noise? Zhongqi looked somewhat dazedly at the fact that in front of him, a small black dragon, the size of 2 palms, was hugging the eggshell and eating it one bite at a time. There was also a crisp click with each bite. Perhaps seeing Zhongqi's gaze, the little black dragon thought for a moment and picked out the biggest piece of eggshell from the pile before handing it to Zhongqi. The corner of Zhongqi's mouth twitched as he refused. "You eat. You're growing up. You eat." "Ah." The little black dragon was instantly excited. Like eating peanuts, he tossed small pieces of eggshell into the air and then stretched his neck to catch them in his open mouth. It didn't take long for the eggshells to be eaten. Then it sat down on the ground and patted its round belly in satisfaction. Seeing that Zhongqi had been looking at it, he instantly smiled, revealing 2 rows of teeth that had only grown out not long ago and were white. It was black all over, but it looked toothy and white. A little naive. Did this thing really hatch from a dragon's egg? Or one of the 3 dragon eggs that have influenced this place for so long? How come it doesn't look like that? The career panel is open though. Zhongqi tuned it out. Occupational panel. Name, Zhongqi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1000. Magic power, 200. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Black-Winged Demon Dragon, unnamed. The attributes are great. Like a normal profession, the 3D attribute is usually around 5. His own strength and agility are at 11. And his intelligence is even 20. And the profession panel that opened up. In addition to Dragon Mastery, there was also Dragon Language. Dragon Language LV. 1. You have a rough grasp of the language of the dragon race, and are able to communicate with your dragon pet without obstacles. That's it? Wait a minute. Zhongqi remembered that there was a profession that was a dragon grammarian that could cast dragon spells, so the key to this was the dragon language. Wouldn't he or she be able to cast it with a higher level of dragon language? There does seem to be room for improvement in. Then immediately after, Zhongqi checked the information of the black-winged demon dragon. As his first dragon pet, Zhongqi was with curiosity, but after reading it, there was a gasp of surprise. Asterisk. The attributes are so high. Chapter 6, Terrifying Dragon Favors. Arrival of the third transformation divine position. Boy! Zhongqi rubbed his chin, and there was still a look of surprise in his eyes. Black-winged demon dragon. Master, Zhongqi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare, Legendary. Mythic. Level 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 10,000. Magic, 2,000. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 300. Agility, 300. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. Up to 10. 000 blood and 2,000 magic power. Not to mention the horrible 3D. 500 strength. 300 intelligence and agility. Zhongqi felt that he was afraid that he would be able to exhale himself to death if he were to touch afterward. And the key point is that it's only level 1. He's three-dimensional, dozens of times his own. Zhongqi even felt that even after he had risen to level 20, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to match it, and that was even with the equipment on. And if this little thing wanted to upgrade, it needed the same experience value as himself. This means that it will be upgraded just as quickly. Then the strength increases even faster. And if he had such a dragon pet, wouldn't other professions be weak compared to his own? Unusual professions. How many levels must this rise and how much equipment must this wear to be able to withstand their own level 1 dragon pet? After reading the information about this black-winged demon dragon, Zhongqi was naturally excited. Oh yeah, and skills. Skills haven't been looked at yet. Abyssal Dragon Breath, active skill. The black-winged demon dragon opens its mouth and spits out dragon breath from the abyss, and sprays it all the way toward the front. And those who are hit are harmed while also being eroded by the breath of the abyss, and have a certain chance of being pulled into the abyss at a higher level. Desperate Dragon Claw, active skill. The black-winged demon dragon pushes its own power and uses its own dragon claws to slap violently, causing huge amounts of damage. And those who are centered by the damage have a certain chance of being killed directly in seconds. Dragon King Deterrence, active skill. As the Dragon King, all beings whose bloodline is inferior to yours will be subject to the dragon's intimidation. The target's damage type skills will drop by 30%. Defense type skills will drop by 50%. Status type skills will be disabled. And the target will fall into a 3-second stun state. Cannot exceed your own level 20. Dragon King Bloodline, passive skill. As a Dragon King, you will be immune to all negative effects. Your blood and magic recovery speed is increased by 300%. When finished reading the skills, Zhongqi had only 2 words in his mind. It's still capitalized. The skill. What does the first 2 absolute damage skills, one with a chance to pull into a higher level abyss, amount to? Exile. The second one is much simpler, with a chance to just spike and kill it all at once. And thirdly, how many beings have bloodlines that can surpass that of a dragon? This horrible drop effect cleared all statuses on the target, with a drop in offense and defense, as well as a 3-second stun. The self is also immune to any negative effects. Let's just say, invincible, absolutely unbeatable. Compared to that, the other summoning and beast immortal professions were all weak in comparison, and Zhongqi was lamenting. Suddenly, this little guy suddenly looked towards a certain place, and revealed a look as if he was on the verge of an enemy. Zhongqi also looked at the entrance altogether. Only 3 figures were gradually revealed. It was the 3 priesthood bigwigs who came behind them. At this moment, after the 3 of them felt the aura around them, their complexion suddenly became a bit gloomy. Compared to earlier, the aura of this place was indeed not quite the same. The pressure was much higher, especially the thick abyssal power. It seems to be spreading. This caused the 3 to frown deeply, and upon entering, they quickly surveyed their surroundings. The eyes finally landed on the platform. But when he saw the person on the platform, his eyesight was lulled. Is that Jonky? It should be. Actually still alive? It seems to have some real means? For a profession that has only just changed professions to be alive in such an environment. Either the profession itself has something special, or there's something in his hands. Either way, we need to know the end result of this. Go! The three approached quickly, but as he approached and the platform was in full view, he was stunned, especially that little guy who was beside Zhongqi, hissing towards them. It's... Elder Zhang was first stunned before his eyes quickly swept over Zhongqi and looked behind him, only to see that 2 of the 3 dragon eggs were already missing. Immediately, he then understood what was going on, and his demeanor was instantly agitated, pointing at the little guy. It hatched from a dragon egg? Zhongqi took a look, and after realizing that he couldn't detect any information about the 3 and that the aura emanating from them was terrifying, he also added some caution. He nodded. Yes, I wonder if the 3 of you are. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, that Zhang Lao instantly burst out laughing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Something that so many of us third-turn clerics were unable to do anything about, was actually been solved by you, a waif who's only been turned. The other Elder Zhou and Elder Sun also understood at once. It's true that heroes come out of youths, and the latter are fearful. It's so unexpected that something that has been bothering us for so long has been solved just like this. Ha 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 ha. That old Zhang was in a good mood. I was still thinking about it. This bred Dragonland usually nothing. How today is a big change. It turned out to be a dragon egg hatched out. This dragon egg hatching. If there is still no movement here, that would be really strange. Zhongqi looked at the 3 people whose emotions were changing and guessed what was going on. Then he arched his hand. Junior Zhongqi, meet the 3 seniors. Good boy, Zhang Lao said. It's rather eye-catching. He continued. Old man Tension. This time I really have to thank you properly instead of the Dragon Kingdom. Chang. Chanting that name, Zhongqi's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. Lion King Tension? Ha ha ha. After such a long time, there's actually someone who still remembers the old man's name. Zhongli laughed out loud, clearly satisfied that Zhongqi remembered his name. Zhongqi followed his words. How is it possible to forget you? You are the Lion King who has consecutively descended into several abysses, and fought for the Dragon Kingdom for many years, and made a great contribution. I'm afraid that when the Sakura Kingdom mentions your name to this day, they still have to remember the days when they were beaten and held their heads in their hands. Tension was all smiles. Then, the other 2 were introduced, Zhou Bo and Sun Ji. All of them were strong third-turned priesthood holders. These 2 also have a great track record. Zhongqi arched his hands one by one in respect. This dragon breeding ground is for these 3 dragon eggs. Now that one of them has been settled. Zhong Kid, what is your occupation? Zhongqi said. The occupation awakened by the late generation is Dragon Master. Harnessing the dragon. Tension paused for a moment before locking eyes with the other 2. All of them saw the shocked colors in each other's eyes. And then he pursued the question. Since you are a Dragon Master, but you are only able to contract 1 dragon pet? Zhongqi shook his head. It's not just being able to contract one. After these words fell, the 3 people's eyes lit up for a moment, and then looked at Zhongqi in unison. Zhongqi was a bit furious all of a sudden. After all, being stared at by 3 old men like that was really a bit hard on the heart. Hastily, 3 seniors, this is. Zhang Li pointed to the back and said, Zhong Kid, this dragon egg can still have 2 of them. Try it? Zhongqi was stunned. Although there were 3 dragon eggs, it was also said that they were sent by the number 1 human powerhouse, Dongfang Shua, and brought out from the subterranean dragon abyss. As for the exact root cause, it was Dongfang Shua himself who was not clear. This must be extremely valuable. One is already a contracted one himself, and this one alone had such a powerful attribute of a dragon pet. If he could contract the next 2, at this instant, even Zhongqi himself was somewhat looking forward to it. He felt his body heat up a bit, which was obviously agitated. Zhongqi licked his somewhat dry lips, and then the word. Then, the latecomer will dare to try? Try. Zhang Li was an acute person and immediately said, these remaining 2 dragon eggs, if you are able to solve them as well, you are the one who deserves the great credit. These 3 dragon eggs are giving those of us a headache. Do you know how many strong third-turn priesthood holders there are in the Dragon Kingdom? Zhongqi shook his head. Tension went on. Do you have any idea how scary it would be to have all these people in one place? Zhongqi still shook his head. But, it's just that so many third-turn priesthood holders are here, yet they can't do anything about these 3 dragon eggs. Settling all 3 of these dragon eggs is our expectation and the expectation of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhong kid, try it. Yes. Zhong-Chi nodded solemnly. Chapter 7, the state is taking me to the next level? Right now, having already contracted a dragon egg, if one could contract a second one? Thinking about the terrifying attributes of the black-winged demon dragon, even Zhong-Chi couldn't help but get excited. The second dragon egg was a red one with magma-like lines on it, and just by being close to it, one could feel the hot temperature. As he approached, beads of sweat gradually broke out on Zhong-Chi's forehead. His eyes were fixed on the dragon egg, but, as Zhong-Chi moved, he did not realize that the 3 tension, in fact, were even more nervous than him. These 3 dragon eggs have been tormenting the Dragon Kingdom for too long. For so long, they expended time and energy to prevent the abyss from expanding, lest something uncontrollable happen. The 3 dragon eggs had slowed down quite a few third-turn priesthoods in the Dragon Kingdom. If not, there would be even more battle forces that would go into the digging of the abyss. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom, too, would be on another level, and more professionals could be trained. In that case, the progress of martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom would naturally be taken to the next level. The position in the international arena is also stronger. It will never be constrained in every way, as it is now. Sakura Country, that bullet-sized place. Martial arts strength was even stronger than the Dragon Country. Who could stand it? Once the 3 dragon eggs were resolved, they would be able to free up more manpower for full development. And the key to all this lies in Zhong-Chi. Unconsciously, tension clenched his fists, even as his palms began to sweat. Zhong kid, do your best to try. No matter if you succeed or fail, there's no need to worry. Don't be nervous, Boss Zhang. I didn't see if Kid Zhong was nervous or not. You sure are. Behind him, Sun Ji's voice rang out. Zhang Li turned back at once. You fart. I wasn't even nervous when I was facing as many enemies alone back then. Would I be now? In the middle of his sentence, he saw Sun Ji pointing to his thighs, and Sun Ji said, Can you pinch your own thighs then? Zhang Li immediately showed a blush and muttered, I told you, why don't you feel anything? Sun Ji, it's a wonder you can feel anything at all. Zhong-Chi fixed his gaze on the second dragon egg and tried to touch the dragon egg information, but after half a day's effort, there was still no movement. Just as Zhong-Chi was about to try the dragon harnessing technique, he suddenly saw a line appear. Unlocked after level 50 and awakening. There's a request? Needs to be level 50 and after awakening? How long will that take? After all, Zhong-Chi knew that Lin Baitian was only at level 47, and there was still a distance from level 50 awakening. Now that he had only transferred, it would be really difficult to reach level 50 and awaken. And upon seeing the look of Zhong-Chi, the 3 Zhang Li sighed and Zhang Li said, It's fine. These 3 dragon eggs, the latter one is stronger than the other. In fact, at first, these 3 dragon eggs were placed separately, but the latter 2 are too strong, and if they are separated, they will assimilate the surrounding area and form 3 abysses. In the end, it was simply put together, and between the 3 dragon eggs, they were still able to have some control over each other. It's good enough that you were able to fix one. Tension comforted. The last 2 dragon eggs are, indeed, a bit too strong for us to do anything about. Zhong-Chi said at this time, Can I try the third one? Tension nodded. Try it. But at this point in time, he had lost hope. The second dragon egg didn't work, let alone the third. Zhong-Chi then walked a little further. The 3 dragon eggs were placed in sequence, although they were together. The third one, a golden-colored dragon egg. Zhong-Chi was only close enough to see the message before he went to make much contact. A very dry message. You don't have enough levels. Sure enough, as he had expected, the 3 dragon eggs, all of which he was able to fix himself, were just, the grade is too low. Taking a deep breath, Zhong-Chi walked back. Zhang Li smiled and patted Zhong-Chi's shoulder. You've been great. With one of the 3 dragon eggs reduced, we'll be able to hold out for a while longer, and maybe in that time, we'll be able to find a way to fix it. No, I know it, you have pressure in your heart, but it's not your problem. It's that these last 2 dragon eggs are too mysterious and powerful. Actually, you're already better than a lot of people. Tension was still comforting. However, Zhong-Chi was already somewhat helpless. This Lion King, at least, was a third-turn clergyman big brother. How could he not let people talk? Actually, he snapped, interrupting Tension's later words. Zhong-Chi said, I have a solution for that. You have a solution? This time, the 3 froze, then looked at Zhong-Chi, and Zhang Li couldn't help but say, What solution? Zhong-Chi said truthfully, the last 2 dragon eggs. I'm also able to contract, but my level is too low right now to do so. The last 2 can also. One moment. All 3 froze. Frozen. He looked at Zhongqi, stagnant for a full 3 seconds. And then, Zhang Li's eyes stared blankly, stepped forward and grabbed Zhongqi's hand, urgently said, "What do you mean? The remaining 2 dragon eggs, you can contract them too?" This sudden movement gave Zhongqi a fright. He nodded. "Yes, but I'm too low level to do it now." Rank. Zhang Li mumbled twice and asked in a hurry, "How many levels? How many levels do you have to be able to contract the remaining 2? Zhongqi said, "For the second dragon egg, you need to reach level 50 and be awakened. As for the third one, the level is too low to see the information right now, but you can be sure that you can contract it. Level 50. Level 50 will allow you to contract a second one." Ha 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 ha. Steeply, Tension suddenly let out a loud laugh. After half a day of laughing, he cursed at once when his laughter ended. Tramp. The problem that's been plaguing us for years is finally solved. Good boy. He slammed his hand on Sun Ji's shoulder. Sun Ji immediately revealed a pained expression, but he was also so absorbed in his joy that he didn't pursue the matter. Zhongqi said, "But I need to reach level 50. It's going to be a long time." Long? Zhang Li immediately said, "Zhong kid, you have to know the importance of these 3 dragon eggs. Don't say you have to get to level 50. Even if you're level 75 with 3 turns or even higher, we'll help you." Damn it, isn't it simple for me, the whole country of Dragon Kingdom, to feed you a level 50 out? Zhang Li chopped his head and looked at Zhou Bo and Sun Ji, saying, "Old Zhou and old Sun, you guys quickly go and call out all the third turning priesthoods. This kind of big event, everyone must know about it." Yes, the 2 agreed. Zhang Li solemnly said, "I'm going to ring the national tragedy bell." A national tragedy. Zhongqi was stunned. The national disaster bell he was aware of. The only time it would ring was when it could truly affect the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom and was a disaster-level event. When the bell rings, all third-turned priesthoods in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter where they are or what they're doing, are to return immediately. Zhongqi was about to open his mouth, but was stopped by tension. "Zhong kid, you don't have to persuade me. You're worth it. I said I would use the power of the nation to take you to the next level. You Dragon Master. The state will take you." Chapter 8, The Bell Tolls of National Trouble, The Power of the Nation in Me? Zhang Li's trio left in a hurry. In the middle of the dragon breeding ground, Zhongqi had been able to feel that the aura from the subterranean dragon abyss had thinned out quite a bit. This was all due to the fact that one of the 3 dragon eggs affecting this place was missing. Think about it. Zhongqi looked at the black-winged demon dragon on the side that was blinking its big eyes and looking at itself curiously, and smiled as he stroked its head. "By the way, haven't named you yet." When the black-winged demon dragon heard these words, it immediately raised its head, an expectant look in its eyes. "You're so dark and hatched from a dragon egg. Why don't we just call you Big Black Egg?" Only after Zhongqi's words fell, the black-winged demonic dragon instantly spread its wings, a small face bluffing right away, and a threatening look appearing in its eyes. Ha ha ha. As Zhongqi laughed, the black-winged demon dragon immediately turned its head away, with an expression that "You are the Big Black Egg. Not playing with you anymore. Forget it, don't call it that. This little guy, he's quite emotional." Zhongqi was busy saying, "How about this? Let's call it Saya, shall we?" With Zhongqi's change of words, the little black dragon only twisted its head around, revealing this more or less the same look. Then the party spread its wings and flew over. A look for a hug. Zhongqi instantly cried and laughed. The little guy was quite arrogant. So haughty and clingy. It can't be a little female dragon, can it? Sayumi, black-winged demon dragon. Master, Zhongqi. Sex, female. Level, mythic, common. Rare, legendary. Mythic, level 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 10,000. Magic, 2,000. Strength, 500. Intelligence, 300. Agility, 300. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. It's actually true. Phew. At this time, an even snore came from Zhongqi's arms. He didn't expect that this little mother dragon actually fell asleep so quickly. Can't really do anything with you. However, when he thought of Seo's attributes, Zhongqi felt that he should still indulge a bit. Since the last 2 dragon eggs couldn't be contracted in a short period of time, there was no point in staying here. Zhongqi then walked out of the dragon breeding ground, and just outside, Zhang Li's trio left in such a hurry that they didn't have time to explain anything, but the hasty look was in the eyes of everyone outside. At this moment, Lin Baitian's expression was also ugly. Regardless, Zhong Qi was the one who brought him here, but there was an accident. But in his heart, he always felt that things should not be so simple. Perhaps there was another reason and, if it was true that Zhong Qi was harboring ill intentions towards the dragon egg, then, when the three elders were leaving, they should have immediately asked them to evacuate the people here. But they didn't say. Something's fishy. Lin Baitian frowned. It's just that it's his guess, and it's not convincing enough to say it. And at this point, Li Dong and the others, however, were talking about it. The elders are leaving in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Definitely, something happened in there. 80%. That Zhong Qi is really a spy. It's abominable. No wonder he's fighting with Dong. So he's holding back. Then Brother Dong confronted that spy earlier? It's really dangerous. What are you talking about? It's clearly Dong who was fighting the spies. If it wasn't for Dong, how could that Zhong Qi end up in the middle of something and be forced to do it? It must be Dong who brought him full pressure. Hearing this, Li Dong could not help but bring a smile to the corner of his mouth. Although he knew exactly whether he had put pressure on Zhong Qi or not, it didn't matter anymore, because no one knows. The 3 dragon eggs of this bred Dragonland. He didn't succeed. Then if he wants to obtain resources, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity now to make himself a hero. Li Dong rolled his eyes and arrived in front of Lin Baitian and Xiantang. My lords, that treacherous Zhong Qi has entered the depths of the breeding Dragonland. I'm afraid that the situation is no longer under control. We should have made plans earlier. The 3 elders left in a hurry. They must have gone to move help. Xiantang nodded his head when he heard this, but he couldn't help but look down at Lin Baitian and coughed lightly before saying, in this matter, I have my own judgment, and need not say more. And, Chantal paused at this point in his words and added, whether Zhong Qi is a spy or not is still a matter of 2 words. We have to wait for the elders to return to confirm. He did have a good impression of Zhong Qi, plus his relationship with Lin Baitian. The elders left in a hurry, and Xiantang could see that something was fishy. At their position, naturally, there are no stupid people who are so stupid that they would have died long ago. However, right at this moment, suddenly, between heaven and earth, a loud noise came instantly, like a great bell. It shook the heavens and shook the earth. Above the sky, the clouds were immediately shaken apart, and endless sound waves connected in a circle, vibrating into the distance. The movement subdued everyone. This, a national tragedy clock? The national disaster bell is ringing? Something capable of causing a national disaster has happened. How? What's the big deal? I can't believe they're going to ring the national tragedy bell. The 3 elders left just now. It couldn't be. Have something to do with this national tribulation bell? They couldn't have gone to ring the national tribulation bell, could they? The moment these words came out, it was like a boulder falling into a deep pool, stirring up shocking waves. The bell of national trouble. Breeding Dragonland. The clock starts. The 3 words were quickly linked. And then, Li Dong, who was standing at the front of the crowd, suddenly took a step forward, holding his head high, and said in a confident manner, my lords, the bells of the national tragedy are ringing, and it must be because of that bell Kai. If he wasn't a spy, how could he have caused the bell of national disaster to ring? He laid his hands on the dragon eggs in the dragon breeding ground, trying to work against the dragon kingdom. Li Dong angrily opened his voice with a sense of righteous indignation, and at this point, snap, footsteps sounded, and Zhong Qi's figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Li Dong's words only fell, then twisted his head when the steep sea, suddenly eyes in a happy, pointing at Zhong Qi then scolded, you spy, how dare you come out? Sneaking into the dragon breeding ground and getting his hands on the 3 most precious dragon eggs has brought disaster to the dragon kingdom. If it wasn't for me, Li Dong, fighting to the death to stop it earlier, I'm afraid you would have accomplished it much more easily. It's a pity that I, Li Dong, am not strong enough to stop you for only a few moments, even if I put my best foot forward. Now since you have the guts to come out again and want to take the Dragon Kingdom's greatest treasure away, I, Li Dong, will not agree to anything I say. Li Dong's words could be described as extraordinarily impassioned, as he pointed behind him to Xiao Yi and Zhong Qi's arms. It also caused many people to drop their eyes onto Sayaka frequently. What's that? It looks like a dragon. How could it be a dragon? What are you thinking? A creature like a dragon. Wouldn't it appear randomly? That's among the sequence of monsters, the topmost existence. That must be the greatest treasure in the dragon breeding ground. Zhongqi sneaked into the middle of the dragon breeding ground just for that greatest treasure. Thanks to Li Dong pointing this out. If not for that, we really wouldn't have known. Li Dong is a hero. He has given a lot to guard our Dragon Kingdom's greatest treasure. What a hero, worthy of a legendary profession. With some words from Li Dong, the eyes in glory were immediately gathered on himself. This bit of planting evidence can be very skillful. Seeing that the time was almost up, Li Dong opened his voice again and rebuked. Zhongqi, why don't you hand over the supreme treasure? Are you really betraying the Dragon Kingdom? Ran. Right after Li Dong's words fell, several figures instantly broke through the sky and landed in the middle of the field. Between the iteration of the momentum, suppression of the four directions, actually caused the clouds in all directions to be dispersed. There were a total of 6 people in the field, and 3 of them were the 3 Zhanli who had just left. Zhanli coldly and murderously said, "Betray the Dragon Kingdom? Who wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom?" Chapter 9, If you frame a loyalist, even a legendary profession must die. Betray the Dragon Kingdom? Who wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom? In the arena, with the sound of Zhang Li's voice ringing out, it was a sudden tremor in all directions. Zhang Li looked around the field, and his eyes eventually landed on Li Dong. Liden's body shook, and then his eyes revealed some excitement, but it was quickly hidden by him. Hastily pointing a finger at Zhongqi, he snapped, "It's him! It's him! Zhongqi!" He triggered the ringing of the national tribulation bell, and he also tried to sneak out the supreme treasure of our Dragon Kingdom from amongst the breeding dragon lands. If he wants to betray the Dragon Kingdom, he is a traitor. Traitor. At this moment, just as Li Dong was speaking up and accusing Zhongqi, only halfway through his words, several silhouettes reappeared. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Third turn priesthood. Just through the scent alone, someone had judged its strength. And the national tribulation bell has rung. And I'm afraid that all of my Dragon Kingdom's third turn priesthood bigwigs are coming. This Zhongqi, I'm afraid it's completely over. Several people murmured out, while Li Dong, at this moment, had the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. After all, at this moment, he still carries the so-called hero aura. As long as he kills Zhongqi, that is the name. Especially when you show your face in front of so many bigwigs, it can be a smooth road ahead. Zhongqi, he's the Dragon Kingdom's rebel. Li Dong opened his mouth, only to be interrupted by one of them before he could finish his words. Old Zhang, is this the little guy you said could solve the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom? It's really a talent. I can't believe that what so many of us couldn't do was actually solved by a little kid. The heroes are the youngsters. The latter. A few people lamented and laughed at the same time. The eyes fell on Zhongqi. Little fellow, on behalf of the entire Jin Demon army, I thank you for resolving the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. The old man who opened his mouth, spoke solemnly, and actually performed a Jin Demon military salute towards Zhongqi. Elder Yi, what are you? The one who opened his mouth this time was Qiantang. There was only one person who could make the Vice Lord of the Demon Suppression Army treat him so solemnly. Lord of the Demon Army, Penny. Yi Lao's face was serious. This is a great merit for our Dragon Kingdom. Qiantang's demeanor was instantly straightened. And then he similarly turned towards Zhongqi and performed a bored military salute. This time, the whole room was in an uproar. Yi Lao, the Demon Suppressor Army Lord, was too high in rank, and not many in the arena recognized him, only knowing that he was a third-turn divine priesthood bigwig. But Qiantang, the Deputy Army Chief, then it was all clear, and right now both of them are giving a military salute towards Zhongqi. Elder Qian, Elder Yi, what are you? By the main and deputy army masters of the Jin Demon army appear military salute. Zhongqi a moment some flattered, but he also reacted quickly, then immediately returned a military salute. That's all I'm supposed to do. Good boy. Yi Tingyun revealed an appreciative look, and then his eyes landed on Little Knight in Zhongqi's arms. Surprised, this is, hatched from a dragon egg? Yes. Zhongqi nodded. Seo was still sleeping soundly at this time, but being watched by so many people, coupled with the crowd and noise, she couldn't help but open her sleepy eyes, and then, it showed a fierce look, but it was equally adorable in its current state. Even when it showed its fierce look, ha 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 ha, Yi Tingyun laughed out loud, and when she saw Yi Tingyun laughing, Little Light was even more annoyed and wanted to fly out and bite him, but she was held down by Zhongqi. Be good, Saya. Zhongqi stroked its head, and the Little Light party quieted down a bit, but in the middle of his eyes, there was still dissatisfaction. Yi Tingyun still had a smile in his eyes, things he'd heard a bit about already. 3 dragon eggs resolved 1, though there were still 2 left, but that was just a matter of rank. Right now, all that was needed was for Zhongqi's level to rise. Then all can be resolved gradually. The problem that had plagued the Dragon Kingdom for decades now finally had a solution, which made Ji Tingyun couldn't help but get excited as well. And at this moment, seeing Zhongqi talking with a group of bigwigs, it was obvious that Li Dong's words from earlier were not offensive. Then some people were puzzled. But didn't Dong say that Zhongqi was a traitor? Yeah, Dong even said that he was the one who put his best foot forward to stop that Zhongqi. How come now? Dong. They all looked at Li Dong. Li Dong cursed in his heart, but his facial expression carried a smile. Don't talk nonsense. I was only reasonably questioning earlier, and now that the truth has come out, naturally I was wrong. Then he looked at Zhongqi and arched his hand. Zhongqi student. I misunderstood you earlier. Please forgive me. You're a big man. Surely you won't get on my bad side, right? Besides, I'm just being reasonably skeptical. It's not like I have anything to lose for you. In the future, with my talent, my achievements are not destined to be low. There will still be encounters between us. There is no need to have hatred on this life. Zhongqi-san, you're not going to hold a grudge just because of this little thing and try to go after me, right? Li Dong smiled and looked at Zhongqi, wanting to use this to morally kidnap Zhongqi, so that Zhongqi would say something that would not blame him. Moral kidnapping is a hand that Li Dong can be said to have played skillfully. Only he miscalculated. Even the national tragedy bell had rung, and so many priesthood bigwigs had come for Zhongqi, who had solved the problem that had plagued the Dragon Kingdom for so many years. How could Zhongqi be wronged in the slightest for such a feat? Therefore, just as Li Dong was smiling, thinking that the matter had passed, the demon suppressor army Lord Yi Tingyun, who was on the side, however, suddenly opened his mouth. Wait a minute. Yi Tingyun's eyes fell and looked at Qiantang first, inquiring, Feng, what happened? Qiantang naturally told the truth, did not have hide, and did not add oil and vinegar. However, even though this was the case, it still caused anger to show up in the narrowed eyes of this third revolution divine cleric bigwig, the army master of the demon suppressor army. He didn't turn his head, but he said, word for word, the dragon breeding ground, which appeared 50 years ago, has plagued my Dragon Kingdom for 50 years, and for 50 years how many third-turn divine priesthood powerhouses have been bound to this place, making it difficult to travel far, and because of this, the Dragon Kingdom has missed out on many opportunities to develop. They, too, have missed many opportunities to become stronger. Solving the conundrum of the breeding dragonland is something that each and every one of us desperately wants to do. And now, finally, there is a solution to the matter. The Dragon Kingdom. It's saved. The bells of the nation are ringing because of him, and as long as he is willing, the Dragon Nation will open up all of its power and resources for him. Yi Tingyun's eyes landed on Li Dong as his killing intent burst forth. And now, someone has the audacity to threaten him in front of my old man. When Li Dong heard this, he instantly panicked and hurriedly said, Elder Yi, that's not what I meant. His words. Yi Tingyun didn't bother to listen any further and waved his hand to interrupt, saying, a mere legendary profession. My Dragon Kingdom can afford to lose it. Chan Tun, subordinate, kill it. Chapter 10 Zhongqi's Upgrade Path. 3 words, simple, but they constitute the end of Li Dong. Qiantang led the order. Half pity was not there. The eyes were morose coldness. Boo! With a muffled sound, a legend-ranked professional, bright future and admired professional, died just like that. Public obliteration. The people present were all shocked, because of Yi Lao's ruthlessness, and even more so because of Zhongqi. The bells of the national tragedy rang, and so many third-turn priesthoods rushed to the city, and it was actually because of him. What did he do? Countless thoughts appeared in the middle of everyone's mind, especially those who had previously entered the dragon breeding ground together with Zhongqi. Many of those who had a lively mind were already wide-eyed, roughly guessing some of the results. The eyes finally landed on Little Knight in Zhongqi's arms, and the shocking color was even more clear. But there are still these faces that are bewildered. But Li Dong's corpse is right in front of them, trembling and not daring to speak again. And besides that, the one who was shocked was Lin Baitian. Although it is not the Jin Demon Army on duty, it is also clear that the nature of the Jin Demon Army, the party let Qiantang out. That is no fear of implementing military justice. And the Jin Demon Army is a frontline force. In this case, naturally, there is no need to implement military justice. This is ultra vires. But it was still done, and without fear. Suffice it to say that Zhongqi is important. one of the 3 dragon eggs. Lin Baidian couldn't help but clench his fists. Himself. It really was the right gamble. Little fellow, if you still have any aggrieved place, despite saying it, the old man is here today, and give you support. Yi Tingyun opened his mouth and looked at Zhongqi with a smile. Lin Baidian was at the side, secretly alarmed. He was very skeptical. At this time it was Zhongqi who said the name of Qiantang, this Shen demon army lord, were able to do it without hesitation. Since the beginning of time, this honor is really not many. However, both were able to solve the difficulties of the Bread Dragonland. Zhongqi is naturally worth it. At this point, Zhongqi smiled and favored him. Many thanks to Elder Yi for his love. The latecomer did not suffer any wrongdoing, but instead was cared for and pampered by everyone, and was a bit flustered for a while. Ha 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 ha. Yi Tingyun laughed out loud. Spoiling is right for you. With your kid's ability, up and down the Dragon Kingdom, who dares not to spoil you? With that, he approached and patted Zhongqi's shoulder. His quiet proximity, in turn, put the Yaruchi kid on alert. This caused Yi Tingyun to burst into laughter again. Well, it's the old man who's being uninteresting. You little fellow, but you're very protective of your master. Then, Yi Tingyun was looking at the others. Let's change places to talk? This is not the place to talk. Yes, Tenshin nodded his head a few times. Then, it was with Zhongqi, a group of third-turn divinities that quickly left the place. Left behind were Qiantang, Lin Baidian, and a group of professionals who had only just entered the dragon breeding ground. Qiantang looked at Lin Baidian at this moment and sighed. I was really looking away. Lin Baidian hummed arrogantly. And don't look at whose vision it is. Remember the bet. Don't forget the unranked gold equipment. Can't forget. Qiantang stroked his forehead. I didn't expect that this kid is really so powerful. So many dragon eggs that cannot be solved by a third-turn priesthood were actually solved by his kid. Chantal muttered. Dragon Master. What a great name. Truly God blesses my Dragon Kingdom. Just then, some other professionals came forward and asked cautiously. Elder Qian, when can we leave? Qiantang immediately glared. Leave? I don't even know when I can leave. Stand still, all of you. No one leaves without orders. Dang. The sound of the bells was melodious and still echoed in the middle of the sky. The moment. It was right at the border of the Dragon Kingdom, in a secret territory where there was lava everywhere. A number of professionals faced off within it. Looking closely at their strength, there were even a few third-turned priesthoods. Just, at the very center, a professional stood tall, standing in the center, with a small vacuum zone around. No one dared to approach. Dragon countryman, I recognize your strength, and this secret realm will belong to you, Dragon country. However, you should not underestimate us, Tianju, if not for our unwillingness to suffer too many casualties. When the bells drifted to this point, the face of the Dragon Kingdom professional standing in the center, who had suppressed several national professionals with his own strength, changed slightly, and then he even ignored the others and twisted away. This secret realm, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't want it. He sailed away, his figure far away. The Tianju Kingdom professional who had been in the middle of his words earlier, his face reddened. It took a long time to hold his tongue. So arrogant. Meanwhile, such a scene was playing out in various places, or in the middle of the secret realm, or elsewhere. The Dragon Kingdom professionals, one after another, returned home. Such an aberration undoubtedly drew too much attention, and there was a lot of speculation about it. What the hell is going on? Have the dragons gone crazy? The National Tribulation Bell. That seems to be the National Tribulation Bell of the Dragon Kingdom. What? The Dragon Kingdom has reached the point where it's time to ring the bell of national tragedy. It can't be that a giant abyss has appeared, can it? Can't say for sure, but other than that, can't think of anything worth ringing the national tragedy bell. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't miss a thing. Once the Dragon Kingdom is weakened, we have to be ready, in advance, to seize its resources. A moment of darkness, but they simply don't know. So many Dragon Kingdom professionals. The movement of the third-turn priesthood was all because of one person, Chung Kai. At this moment, Zhongqi was led by Yi Tingyun and the others to the 3 sacred regions of the Dragon Kingdom, the most central and sacred place in the Dragon Kingdom. Any professional considered the 3 sacred regions as an honor, and regarded entering the 3 sacred regions as their lifelong goal to strive for. Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix, the 3 major regions, nearly encompassed all the talented professionals in the Dragon Kingdom. Like before, Li Dong, Even if he was a legend-ranked professional, he did not have the qualifications to enter the three holy zones. Those who were able to appear here were the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Nowadays, Dragon District. You mean that Zhongqi is actually able to solve the 3 dragon eggs perfectly, but just doesn't have the means to do so because he isn't leveled up enough right now? Yi Tingyun looked at Tenshin, and there was a glow of excitement hidden underneath those calm eyes. Yes, Tenshin nodded. Zhongqi's talent and occupation is very special. According to his own words, the 2nd dragon egg need him to awaken after the 2nd turn before. As for the 3rd dragon egg, for the time being cannot be seen, but has a solution possible. I speculate then, is the need after the 3rd turn, 2nd turn, 3rd turn. As long as this little guy is able to step into the ranks of the 3rd turn divine priesthood, then the problem of these 3 dragon eggs will be solved. The excitement in Yi Tingyun's eyes was hard to hide, even if it's not the 3rd turn, but a higher level. With the power of my Dragon Kingdom as a nation, could it not be solved? That's the idea. Tenshin nodded back. Yi Tingyun asked at once, when will the others be back? It should be back tomorrow for the most part. Some, after all, are already in the large abyss and beyond, and it's possible that they won't be able to hear it. Then, regardless, a charter will be negotiated tomorrow. This little guy's path of upgrading cannot be delayed. Yes, Chapter 11 The strongest practicing lineup. Saya, what do you think? What kind of treatment will we get? Zhongqi murmured as he looked down at Sao in his arms. After coming with Tenshin and the others, they first placed Zhongqi here before leaving. It was only natural for the bigwigs to deliberate on more matters, and Zhongqi was inconveniently present. However, a lot happened today. From a dragon master without a dragon pet, who was taunted by the crowd, to having a dragon pet, the bell of the national tragedy rang because of him, and many big brothers of the 3rd turn clergy returned because of him. It's not a big change in between. Even Zhongqi was somewhat looking forward to it at the moment. The state took him to practice. What kind of lineup would it have to be? He was curious. On the other hand, Little Light blinked her big eyes twice after hearing Zhongqi's words, revealing a cute and adorable look and a clear stupidity in her eyes. Zhongqi couldn't help but stroke his forehead and said helplessly, "Come on. I'm asking you for nothing. It's hard to guess at such things. There's nothing to do but wait in peace." At this point, in the conference room, there were quite a number of people coming. Their breaths were all incomparably powerful, and any one of them would be a powerful person who was famous in one side of the town. 3rd turn of the priesthood. The Dragon Kingdom's 3rd turn priesthood powerhouses that could arrive in a short period of time were all here. Tenshin, what are you ringing the national tragedy bell and calling us back for? I just made my rounds, and there's not much movement in the country. The one who opened the door was a rugged man, carrying a shield with a zinnia pattern on his right arm. Long Qi, be at ease. Yi Tingyun opened his voice while smiling towards the crowd present. This time, I have already understood the matter, and the ringing of the national disaster bell is indeed worthwhile, because something has indeed happened that is enough to affect the danger of our Dragon Kingdom. And it is still a great calamity. What? Long Qi frowned at once. Yi Tingyun's status was very high, and as the army master of the Demon Suppressor Army, he had a great deal of prestige. These words caused many people to frown and search for thoughts, and then they all had their eyes fall on their bodies, waiting for the following. Yi Tingyun continued. There are 3 dragon eggs within the dragon breeding ground that have been troubling us for a long time, and previously, the Grand Elder had agreed to search for special professionals from across the country to try and solve this problem. And now, there is a result. Useful? Instantly, many people's expressions changed, revealing surprise. Yi Tingyun nodded his head. One of the dragon eggs has been resolved. How? I can't believe it actually got fixed. Unbelievable. Wouldn't that be our biggest problem? Something that has plagued us for years, finally being solved? Only one resolved? Can the other 2 be solved? For a while, there were also many different opinions. When Yi Tingyun saw that the crowd was almost done asking questions, he said something that was enough to shock the crowd. 3 dragon eggs. It all works out. Not a problem. Hiss. For a moment, the sound of pouring cool air rang out. One of them said, "Old Yi, quickly stop selling out and hurry up and say it. You're popping out sentence by sentence like this. It's too much of a pain in the balls." "Yeah, you're in a hurry. I gave up the secret realm I had in my hands, not rushing back to hear you whet my appetite. Come on." Ha 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 ha. Yi Tingyun laughed aloud, and then he didn't continue to hang on to his appetite and directly said, "There's a little guy who has awakened the profession of Dragon Master, and can contract a dragon race and become its partner. One of the 3 dragon eggs was successfully contracted by him, and according to that little guy, the other 2 dragon eggs can also be contracted successfully. Only, his level is not enough. Not enough levels? How many levels do you need? 100, or higher? Immediately, someone asked sharply. The others showed the same urgency. After all, the day that the dragon breeding ground is not resolved, it is like having a sword hanging over the neck of the Dragon Kingdom. The development of the Dragon Kingdom will be limited in every way. Yi Tingyun shook his head and said, it doesn't need to be that high. A second turn of awakening allows you to contract a second dragon egg, while a third dragon egg requires 3 turns. The words fell, and there was an outcry. God bless the Dragon Kingdom. Second turn, third turn. It's not hard. Pour out the strength of the nation, even if it means pouring out everything, and let him reach it quickly. Where is he? Where? I'll personally take him for an upgrade. So can the old man. So can the old man. Together. We're together. For a moment, the crowd of third-turn priesthood bigwigs was extraordinarily lively and scrambled. It was like a food market, and even a few had already fought to the point of redness. Yi Tingyun saw this, but he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He had expected this image. To be honest, he had all these thoughts after the news. He even entertained the idea of having the entire Jin demon army withdraw back and then bring Zhongqi to upgrade. But in the end, it was restrained. For one thing, if you did this, you wouldn't actually upgrade much faster. And too many people would split up a lot of the experience, and not much would fall on Zhongqi's head. Moreover, if the level was too high, not only would Zhongqi not be able to upgrade much faster, but he would also lack practical combat experience in the future. In that case, the Dragon Kingdom's problems could indeed be solved, but Zhongqi would be like a giant baby, extremely weak in actual combat. Besides, that's not the fastest either. It's the next best thing in terms of speed or quality. The fastest way to gain experience if you wanted Zhongqi to upgrade quickly was undoubtedly a copy. The copy also has a level limit. More than the level is too high. There is no way to enter. It's instantly restrictive. Of course, if he wanted Zhongqi to enter a higher difficulty copy, he was afraid that with his current level, he wouldn't even be able to survive the harsh environment within the copy. So at this moment, the group of third-turn clerics stopped arguing. What does Army Master Yi have in mind? Someone inquired. The little one's upgrading definitely cannot be delayed. We must have a way to do it faster and without being able to sacrifice the little one's potential. Yi Tingyun said in a deep voice. We are trying to solve the Dragon Kingdom's peril. But, we can't sacrifice the future of a genius. This was said, drawing nods from the crowd. Right on. So, my idea is, let those few geniuses from the Dragon region form a squad for the time being, let Zhongqi join, and let them lead the leveling. The ones in the Dragon District. As the words fell, at that moment, there were quite a few people who looked odd. The Dragon District was not quite the same as the other sacred districts. There weren't many professionals, only 3, but these 3, they are one more arrogant than the other. Of course, in terms of their talent, no one could match them. It could be said that these 3 geniuses from the Dragon District were the 3 people with the best talent in Zhongqi's term. Form them into a squad, plus Zhongqi. It was true that the speed of practicing like this was extremely secure and efficient. But, it was 3 pricks. Will it work? If it really worked, this would be the strongest practicing lineup ever in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Together with Zhongqi, the 4 top mythic level professions. It's settled. Practicing leveling is urgent and cannot be delayed. Yi Tingyun clapped his hands. In that case, then, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. Tension rubbed his chin. Otherwise, I always feel that something bad will happen. These 3 guys, they're no peacemakers. The others nodded similarly, deeply impressed. Chapter 12, Choosing a Copy. Practicing begins. The land of the bred dragons. Qiantang looked at the other professionals and barked. Not a single thing you have seen can be revealed. Next go in turn and sign the non-disclosure agreement. Then you can leave. It's over here. After negotiating Zhongqi's practicing lineup, the blockade ended here. Lin Baidian looked at Qiantang. How did it turn out? Who's going to take Zhongqi to practice? It's fine if I don't come in person. Although there are many affairs in Harshi province, it's not as busy as this. Qiantang looked at Lin Baidian with a playful expression and said, although you, Lin Baidian, are quite a character in Harshi province, I still have to tell you that if you want to take that Zhong kid to practice, you, Lin Baidian, are not qualified enough. Hearing this, Lin Baidian was stunned. Disbelievingly, Zhongqi is indeed important, but I'm at least a near second turn, and I'm considered an expert. Qiantang still shook his head. Not enough, not enough, not to mention you. Even the two of us bundled together is not enough. Boy. Lin Baitian rubbed his chin in astonishment. What kind of practice lineup would that have to be? You know the Three Saints district, right? The Dragon district knows, right? The Dragon district only recruited 3 people this year, and the 3 of them formed a squad that was used to take that bellboy. Lin Baitian was instantly stunned. That's the 3 that are known as the strongest support profession, the strongest mage profession, and the strongest assassin profession this year? Qiantang nodded his head, an envious look coming from his eyes. Can't help it. Tramp. Such a luxurious practicing lineup. This is not a third-turn clergyman himself, but it's not much worse. These 3 guys, in time, as long as they don't die halfway, they are all ironclad third turns, nowadays. Yet they form a squad and use it to bring Zhong Kid to practice leveling. I heard that the old man still made the decision himself. What a blood money. Lin Baitian couldn't help but lament. Yes. Qiantang looked at Lin Baitian and said, do you want to go and meet him? It won't be long before he's off on his copy, so I guess it'll be hard to see him then. Good thing too. Right. What about that set of unranked gold equipment? Prepare it quickly and try to use it before Zhongqi goes down to his copy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't forget, Chantal said in annoyance. Get lost, get lost. Nothing good comes from meeting you. Lin Baitian left from here and went straight to find Zhongqi. I can't believe that the first time I entered the 3 sacred area, I actually still dipped into your kid's favor. Lin Baitian was overwhelmed with emotion when he saw Zhongqi. Zhongqi smiled slightly. I'm still brought here by Uncle Lin, and without his support, I wouldn't be where I am now. These words were very flattering to Lin Baitian. By the way, you know about the practicing, right? Zhongqi nodded. Lin Baitian continued. Although I'm in Hushi province, I still know some news about the geniuses of the Dragon region. After the matter of the breeding Dragonland, the Dragon region's recruiting standards were changed, and there are only 3 people in this term. These 3, all of them, are the best in their respective professions. The strongest auxiliary profession, Holy Light Priest Li Muhan, the strongest mage faculty profession, Heavenly Thunder Mage Jiwen, the strongest assassin lineage profession, Hidden Moon Assassin Han Lingxi. The 3 of them are all mythic level professions, just like you. If the 4 of you team up, it's good for you to practice leveling. It's just that, being the same genius, it's inevitable that there's arrogance in them, plus they're the ones leading you to practice, so I'm afraid that they might have some opinions about you. The words weren't finished, the point was here, but the meaning was understood by Zhongqi. I know Uncle Lin, Zhongqi said. I will avoid conflict with them. Lin Baitian's expression eased and said, your talent is not weaker than theirs, but you started too late, and with enough time, it is completely possible to catch up. Right now, it's just a moment of holding back, Lin Baitian added. Later on, Qiantang will have someone send a whole set of unranked gold equipment. This is something that can be worn at all levels, very suitable for newcomers to practice leveling. Just take it, Uncle Lin. This is. Zhongqi was shocked. A little wager I made with him, Lin Baitian said. There's no need to care too much, just take it and don't worry about owing favors. Zhongqi drifted off and said, then thank you Uncle Lin. I'll leave you to it then. You should be getting off your copy soon. I'll see Uncle Lin off. Shortly after Lin Baitian left, the unranked gold equipment sent by Qiantang arrived. Kamikaze suit. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Set attributes, strength plus 60, intelligence plus 60, agility plus 50, 20% increase in endurance when facing extremely cold and hot environments. Extra 20% increase in experience gain. Kamikaze helmet, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 100. Magic plus 50. Intelligence plus 10. Immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Kamikaze breastplate, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 200. Magic plus 100. Immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Kamikaze leg armor, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 100. Magic plus 50. Agility plus 10. Immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Kamikaze armor, set. Wear requirements, none. Equipment level, gold. Attributes, blood plus 100. Magic plus 50. Strength plus 10. Immune to 5% damage when taking damage. Although it was gold equipment, the attributes were also rather mediocre. However, Unranked equipment was already rare, not to mention gold-ranked. Compared to the no more than single-digit bonuses given by the initial equipment, this was extremely terrifying. After putting on a whole set of gold equipment, Zhongqi's attributes had gained another qualitative leap. Occupational panel. Name, Zhongqi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 1, 200 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1500. Magic, 450. Strength, 81. Intelligence, 93. Agility, 71. Equipment, Kamikaze Suit, Gold. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Saomi. 3 free attribute points. And Zhongqi had all of them on Intelligence. As a Dragon Master, Intelligence was the key. And after getting ready, Zhongqi arrived at the promised location. The 3 sacred districts were the most sacred places in the Dragon Kingdom, and had quite a few copies to grind in themselves. The first area that was set, called the Spectral Dense Forest, was suitable for level 0 to 10 professionals. However, after waiting for half a day as Zhongqi arrived here, those 3 teammates were still not present. In response, Zhongqi couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Genius arrogance? Gently stroking the little knight in his arms, Zhongqi's heart grew calmer and calmer. Compared to Seo, I really don't know what the so-called top geniuses can be considered. The exaggerated attributes of Seo alone were unknown to have exceeded mythic-level professions by many times. Not to mention the fact that in addition to that, there were also skills that were comparable to forbidden spells. Whether or not there were teammates was no longer an issue for Zhongqi. But here's the thing, the copies here were all group copies, and there was no way for him to enter without a teammate. Therefore, Zhongqi was only able to wait for a few more moments. Well, it wasn't long before someone finally came. It was just that although people came, they could tell from their looks that they were not willing to do so. It's a woman. With a cold face, he grunted upon seeing Zhongqi. You're really good at this. You've utilized quite a few connections, haven't you? Even the third-turn divine cleric has stepped in. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm an auxiliary profession and even more lacking in resources, I would never have come. Li Muhan. Through these words, Zhongqi learned her name. Just to be clear, I'm not going to take you for long. I have my own things to do, and my time is far too precious to waste with a relation like you here. The words were cold and unforgiving, and Zhongqi was indifferent to this. However, it was also true that all 3 of them were top geniuses, and it definitely wasn't easy to get them to listen and come over to bring themselves to practice leveling. Geniuses have pride. Now it's taken so long for one to come. The remaining 2 are afraid they won't come. And in order to enter the copy, it is necessary to team up with 4 people. Now that there are 2, there are still 2 missing. Zhongqi simply didn't bother to wait and was ready to move a bit on the spot. The copies of the 3 sacred area. In addition to some of the geniuses here brushing up, there were also quite a few children of the great ones. Anyone who can come here is either rich or wealthy. It's not all genius. After choosing for a moment, Zhongqi was able to recruit the other 2 team members. A round-faced, cute-looking archer girl, and a fat mage with a big smile on his face. Neither of these 2 were high-leveled. The archer girl was level 3 and the mage fatty was level 4. Zhongqi still picked half a day and picked these 2 low-grade ones. When Li Muhan saw the team members chosen by Zhongqi, a layer of frost was added to her already disgruntled face. The configuration for brushing copies should at least have a meat shield to pull monsters, a priest to add blood, and then someone to output. The team members that Zhongqi had chosen were all brittle, and once the monsters were numerous, it would be easy for them to hang in one wave. Sure as a dude who doesn't know anything. However, Li Muhan looked at his level 9. Although the team configuration was poor, but relying on his own powerful assistance, as long as his teammates had a little bit of brains, there was no problem to pass the level. It's just that time will be slower. But she couldn't help but get even more annoyed at the thought of taking so long to beat such a low-level copy. Well, our team is thus formed. Zhongqi smiled at a few people. I'll be your captain. After forming the team, although the other 2 had doubts about Zhongqi, they were much relieved when they saw Li Muhan's level. It's okay to have thighs on the team. Just lay back. Only when it came to choosing a copy, Zhongqi was scratching away the lowest level copy, Dark Secret Forest, and instead tapping towards the higher level copy, Cold Secret Forest. What are you going to do? This instantly caused Li Muhan's complexion to change. The Dark Dense Forest was something she could carry through steadily, but the Cold Dense Forest was going to have a lot of variables, especially with these 3 teammates, who obviously had little to do with genius. and the chances of trying to pass were low if you relied on her as a support profession. The entry requirements for Dark Secret Forest are level 0 to 10, while Cold Secret Forest is level 5 to 15. And, due to its special environment, the difficulty is increased more than several times. Being in a bitterly cold environment, staying there for a long time alone would slowly deduct blood, not to mention having to brush copies. Taking 3 weaklings and clearing a copy like this? Li Muhan wondered if Zhongqi was crazy. But, when her words were out, Zhongqi had already chosen well. The countdown came into view and they were already going in. Damn! Her face hardened for a moment. Chapter 13, Sayaka's Terror. Direct seconds. Are you crazy? Li Muhan just couldn't help it. In the case of the Dark Secret Forest, trying to pass through it was not much of an effort with her divine assistance. But the Cold Secret Forest was otherwise. It was exponentially harder to get through, and that increased difficulty was ultimately going to present itself to her. If it was a normal team configuration, even if it was weaker, she felt that she could pass. But with 3 weaklings like that, or this purely brittle configuration, the pressure this put on her was no less than going to fight a top-tier copy. But the problem is, it's not worth it to put in so much effort and not get much out of it. Upon seeing that the chosen copy was Cold Ice Dense Forest, the other 2 team members also panicked at once. Zhongqi, however, did not slow down. Don't worry so much. I'm sure I'll pass. Ha! Li Muhan didn't want to say anything more to this dude who relied on his connections. She had already made up her mind that she was going to leave when this copy was over. Taking a dude like that to practice is too much torture. The 4 of them entered the Cold Ice Dense Forest. The steep cold wind blew all of a sudden, and Zhongqi, wearing a gold-level outfit with equipment-enhanced endurance, didn't feel anything. But the other 2 team members were shaking a bit. You better really be good at something. Li Muhan stared at Zhongqi and said, otherwise, if we delay for a while, the 2 of them are going to freeze to death here before the copy is even painted. Don't worry, it won't be long. Zhongqi laughed. Well, since we're already in, let's get acquainted first. My name is Zhongqi, the round-faced girl said. Cui Ying, the smiling fat man said. Lin Yuan. Li Muhan said her name even though she was reluctant. After finishing again, she couldn't help but introduce the place, saying, Cold Ice Dense Forest. The main monsters are kobolds with the power of cold ice. The minimum level is level 5. We're entering a normal level copy, and the boss is only a level 8 elite monster. And it's going to be even more difficult to deal with level 5 ice goblins in the cold environment here. It would be fine if it had a fire type skill. It's going to be easier with the attribute restraint. But, she suppressed her anger and patiently explained, the best thing we can do is to pull over a monster first, experiment with brushing it, and also hone the team's cooperation, and then gradually increase it. In that case, the most perfect time to clear the level is around 4 hours. Too slow. After her words, Zhongqi shook his head, and then the word. It's just a normal level copy. It doesn't take that long. We don't have that much time to waste. Li Muhan laughed silently and coldly. What should be said she has already said. Afraid that this dude still think this copy is outside those simple copy it? The copies in the 3 holy zones were all quite a bit more difficult than the ones outside. And of course, the rewards were better. Otherwise, how could so many people come here? The monsters here, compared to normal level 5 to 15 copies, had half the blood, higher other attributes, and a harsh environment. Even an all level 5, normally configured team was at a considerable risk of regimentation. And here they are. Level 1, 3, 4. Li Muhan was even ready to quit halfway through. Now that we've gotten to know each other, let's get started. Zhongqi opened his mouth before taking the lead towards the distance. As the clock started working, 2 level 5 ice goblins came towards this as their attention was attracted. They squeak on the snow as they walk. Ice kobolds, grade 5, blood 1500, attack power 70, skills, ice throw, cold claw, 1500 blood. That's high. Cui Ying exclaimed in shock. The 2 walking kobolds were rather oppressive. Zhongqi walked at the front, and after a slight survey, he took 2 steps back. Then the word, Sayaka. It's time for you to make your move. After a tender cry, Little Light was released by Zhongqi from amongst the dragon harnessing space. After coming here, in order to avoid trouble, Zhongqi had temporarily let Xiaoi go inside the dragon harnessing space. Little Light revealed a somewhat dissatisfied look in its eyes after it came out. Not too happy with Zhongqi for putting it into the dragon harnessing space. When Zhongqi saw it, he burst into a bit of tears. This little guy, Is this the time to be complaining about all this? Of course, Sayaka didn't continue, and after seeing those two ice goblins approaching, she opened her mouth violently. Immediately, a dragon's breath was spewed out from Little Knight's mouth. Those two approaching ice goblins were directly melted the moment they came into contact with the dragon's breath. Minus 53,732. Minus 53,596. Two huge damage numbers appeared above their heads. Upon seeing these two damage numbers, the two Cui Ying were directly dumbfounded, frozen in place, mouth wide open. He didn't react for a long time. Even Li Muhan was stunned at this moment, and her eyes were filled with horror. Halftime. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Two voices rang out coincidentally, coming from Cui Ying and Lin Yuan. They were just now marveling at the fact that this goblin's blood was so thick. How were they going to be able to brush past this copy? Yet now, after this whopping 50,000 plus damage appeared, all the previous worries dissipated. But it's too high. 50,000. That's $50,000. A fraction of that damage alone would have been enough to kill those two ice goblins in seconds. Brother, tell me, are you hiding your rank? Lin Yuan couldn't help but say after swallowing his saliva. Actually, you're already over level 30. You're just here to experience life in a low-level copy. Zhang Qi glanced at him. What are you thinking about? How can I enter this copy when I'm over level 30? Moreover, how many levels am I? Can't you see it? Zhang Qi didn't hide the information. The bright LV1 was right above his head. Gollum. Upon seeing it, the two, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, could be said to be completely shocked. Level 1. I can't believe it's only level 1. How is it possible to be able to deal up to 50,000 damage at level 1? That, and how much damage would have to be dealt if it had leveled up even more? And, their eyes landed on Seo beside Zhang Qi. What's this? The two stared at Sayaka. In the middle of his mind, a word flashed uncharacteristically. Dragon. Dragon? Brother, this pet of yours, it's a dragon? Yes. Zhang Qi nodded. Then he took Little Knight in his arms and stroked its head, saying, this is my dragon pet. Sayaka. Gollum. Again, the sound of swallowing saliva. It's a dragon. Among the sequence of monsters, it was also an existence that ranked at the very pinnacle, the totem of the Dragon Kingdom. They had only seen pictures on the internet, but now, they were in reality. Thighs. What thick thighs? The two men's eyes glazed over. Chapter 14. The fastest way to swipe a monster. Breaking the record. Compared to Cui Ying's and Lin Yuan's much drier reactions, Li Muhan's at this moment was much more complicated. Especially earlier, she had opened her mouth several times, sneering in the name of persuasion. And even more so, she had bluntly stated right away that she was unwilling to waste time here. I can't recall that now without my cheeks burning. With Zhang Qi's skill, she didn't even need her so-called god-level assistants to carry it. With such a terrifying dragon pet, it would be no problem to pass the level with just Zhang Qi alone. This copy is a group copy and you need to get a small team together. In other words, she, the so-called strongest auxiliary profession of this session, was just like these two level 3 and 4 ones who had come over to make up the numbers. This was not very acceptable to Li Muhan's pride. Her pride wouldn't allow herself, either, to be this useless. The moment, Zhang Qi didn't have time to worry about Li Muhan's mental activities. As far as he was concerned, all three were indeed considered pendants. With Sayaka around, their role is simply to form this squad and get into the copy. Therefore, when choosing his teammates at the beginning, he specifically chose two with low levels. This way, when entering the copy, the overall level of the squad is low, and when brushing the monsters, it will be considered a cross-level kill, which will grant more experience. Now, after the two level 5 ice goblins died, they turned into two white lights and disappeared into Zhang Qi's body. However, even so, the two level 5 ice goblins, again, were not able to upgrade him. Well, go on then. Touching the little knight in his arms, Zhang Qi looked into the distance. The cold ice-dense forest was a huge forest, but because of the harsh weather conditions, its trees had already turned into ice sculptures, and now at a glance, the scenery was not bad. Just can't see any monsters. Li Muhan opened her voice at this time. The terror of the cold ice-dense forest lies in the fact that the monsters in it will not be outright in the open, but are all hidden in the shadows, and every tree in front of you, or even every inch of the ground, could be hiding kobolds. It's true that your dragon pet is strong, but your own body isn't that tough, and there's also the possibility of suffering a defeat once you're sneak attacked by too many ice goblins. Li Muhan's calm demeanor carried certainty as she said, I told you that it's not that simple here. You're being reckless. However, it's not impossible to get past it. My profession allows you to. Before Li Muhan could finish her words, Zhongqi waved his hand, interrupting it. No need. Li Muhan was stunned for a moment, and then her expression, which had only slightly eased, grew cold. You'll pay for your arrogance. Zhongqi smiled gently, stroking the little knight in his arms and looked back. Although you are considered a top genius of the dragon region, you are after all an auxiliary profession, and your vision is limited. Hearing this, Li Muhan revealed an annoyed look, but Zhongqi had stopped looking at her. You know nothing of power. Nothing. Leaving these words behind, Zhongqi was stepping forward, walking deeper into the cold dense forest. The two of them, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, looked at each other, and they immediately followed. The two of them, after seeing how powerful Seo was, had already decided that no matter what, they would hug this thigh tightly. The two of them didn't have any possibility of brushing through this copy with their strength. The only hope was to stay close to Zhongqi. They see it through. And when Li Muhan saw this, she was so angry that she clenched her teeth. But it can't be helped. Only to be able to keep up as well. Phew! The cold wind whistled through. Zhongqi's footsteps creaked on the snow. And just a short time after he was gone, suddenly, snap, the snow block loosened, and 4 blue circles of light immediately appeared on the ground. And then from within that circle of light, 4 ice goblins emerged. Look out! Seeing this, Cui Ying, who was following Zhongqi, subconsciously shouted. Zhongqi, on the other hand, was on guard. Saya! Ah! The abyssal dragon's breath spewed out at once, and again, after 4 damage numbers as high as 50,000 surfaced. The experience didn't enter Zhongqi's body, and then a wave appeared on his body as he upgraded. Occupational panel. Name, Zhongqi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master, first turn. Level, 2, 500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1600. Magic power, 500. Strength, 84. Intelligence, 98. Agility, 74. Equipment, Kamikaze suit, gold. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Seomi. As the free attribute points were the same on intelligence, Zhongqi's intelligence then broke 100. And after Zhongqi upgraded, Sayaka similarly rose to level 2. And compared to Zhongqi's bonus, Sayaka's boost was terrifying. Blackwing Demon Dragon. Master, Zhongqi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare. Legendary. Mythic. Level, 2, 500 experience left until next upgrade. Blood volume, 12,000. Magic, 2500. Strength, 560. Intelligence, 350. Agility, 350. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. The blood volume had increased by a full 2000, while on the 3-dimensional attributes, there were even more bonuses. Zhongqi's current 3-dimensional attributes after wearing a full set of gold equipment were all far worse than Sayaka's. Not bad for a dragon. An existence that stood at the very top of all monster sequences. The 4 ice goblins were instantly killed by night. But unfortunately, nothing exploded. The pop rate is low as hell. However, the sudden appearance of the ice goblin was indeed very fast, and Fong was afraid that if the 2 Cui Ying were here, they wouldn't be able to react at all, and would have to drop quite a bit of blood. It's horrible. Cui Ying revealed a frightened expression. These little monsters alone are not something we can handle. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Luckily, Zhong was there. Even Li Muhan couldn't pick any faults with Zhongqi and Xiaoyi's excellent response. But she still said, right now it's just 4 ice goblins. Once it's more in-depth it won't be just that, and then it won't be so easy to deal with it. So, you'd better. I told you, you know nothing about power. Zhongqi shook his head, interrupting Li Muhan's later words. Saya! Zhongqi shouted. Ah! Saya responded. Between one person and one dragon, there was now a decent tacit understanding, and as Zhongqi opened his mouth, Seumi already understood what he was going to do. It was spreading its wings and quickly flew out. Keep in mind that Saya's 3-dimensional attributes are extremely high, up to 350 agility, letting night disappear in a puff of smoke. Its figure quickly traveled through the middle of the cold ice-dense forest, and as it traveled, one cold ice goblin after another was lured out. Moreover, due to Seomi's extremely high agility, Even though these ice goblins appeared, they still couldn't touch Sayomi by half. It didn't take long for Sayaka to return, and at this moment, all the kobolds lurking in the middle of this cold ice-dense forest, all of them appeared. Finish them off. With Zhongqi's command, Xiaoyang instantly spewed out a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath. Then, terrifying damage numbers appeared in droves. -71,236, -72,156, -71,659. All the ice goblins that were drawn out instantly melted away. The monsters that were killed over the level also allowed Zhongqi to upgrade again, and it was still 2 levels in a row. Reach level 4. The massive amount of experience not only caused Zhongqi to upgrade, but even Chueying, who was being careful at the side, similarly upgraded. Chueying was still in a bit of disbelief when the upgraded light appeared on her. I just upgraded? She felt like she was dreaming. Entering this copy so far, it's only been a few minutes, and she just leveled up like that? That's too soon, isn't it? Lin Yuan, who was on the side, had also reached the edge of escalation, and was similarly dumbfounded as he looked at the scene in front of him. Shocker! It's also too fierce, to actually be able to brush monsters like this, worthy of being Brother Zhong. And, Sayaka's damage has increased again. It's actually 70,000. Lin Yuan had really opened his eyes this time. I'm afraid that in this lifetime, it would be difficult to see such a high amount of damage. Also, there's the Jonky swipe. Relying on the high agility of the dragon pet, he lured all the ice goblins out at once and then directly resolved them. Efficiency. It's so damn efficient. After sobering up from the joy of the upgrade, Chueying thought of something and couldn't help but say, so now, are we left with just the copy boss? That level 8 boss, the ice goblin commander? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Chueying said, so, are we going to break the record? Lin Yuan froze, and then immediately revealed a joyful expression. Yeah, even though it's just an ordinary level copy, but with this speed, no one should be faster than us. It's a pity that it's not a warrior level copy or above. Otherwise, breaking the record would have a special reward. He felt a little sad, but it was something to be happy about to break the record. The levels of replicas are normal, adventure, warrior, king, and nightmare. Chueying said, with Zhong's strength, even if it's a warrior level copy, it's not like there's no chance of breaking the record. Right now, the two of them were incredibly glad that Zhongqi had chosen them in the first place, and they didn't quit in the middle of the day. If not, where would such a good thing be able to come to them? At this moment, the two looked at Zhongqi as if they were looking at their righteous father. There would be no danger now. Zhongqi clapped his hands together and broke into a smile. Next, just walk peacefully to the boss. And looking at Zhongqi's way of brushing the monsters, Li Muhan fell silent. She didn't expect it to end like this either. As one of the 3 top geniuses in the dragon region, she had seen too many geniuses, and even the other 2, which she had also seen, although they were also terrifying, they were still not enough compared to Zhongqi. Even if the other 2 were to join forces, I'm afraid it would be difficult to have this speed, right? It's too fast. Moreover, this dragon pet of his, what a high agility. At this point in time, Li Muhan even began to doubt, who was the genius? Compared to Zhongqi, his own genius seemed, he doesn't really live up to his name. I'm an auxiliary. Auxiliary. Li Muhan comforted herself in her mind. It's the only way to make yourself feel better. Brother Zhong, are you tired? I'll pinch your shoulders. When little fatty Lin Yuan saw Zhongqi's eyes looking at him, he immediately ran forward and sensibly pinched his shoulders. And when Chueying, who was on the side, saw it, she was afraid that she would be a step too late and lose the chance to hug her thigh. But the shoulder had been robbed, and there wasn't much another place. A momentary reddening of the face. Zhong, do you have a girlfriend yet? Zhongqi was stunned. Lin Yuan's gaze towards Chueying was instantly more wary. Chueying said with a red face, it's not me. I have a cousin who is as beautiful as a flower. Although her talent is not as good as Zhong's, her face value is definitely not bad. And she has a convex front and long legs. Ahem. Zhongqi gave a dry cough. What's going on here? Is he or she such a person? What's with the long legs? How can I be sure if I don't see it with my own eyes? What if I'm lied to? However, right at this moment, Li Muhan suddenly spoke. Since the small monsters have been cleared, let's hurry up and fight the boss. Zhongqi also cleared his throat and said, we'll discuss this matter later. Let's brush up on our copies first. Yes, the two of them nodded, but Chueying added quietly, my cousin isn't much worse than Sister Li Muhan. Li Muhan glared over with a cold face. Cui Ying instantly scrunched his neck. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, pretended not to hear. Although Li Muhan's attitude stunk a bit, her face value as well as her figure was really nothing to write home about. Of course, it's mostly big. Not bad enough for a milkmaid. It didn't take long for the four of them to reach the boss. The only monsters left in the replica. Level 8 Ice Goblin Commander. Chapter 15, System Quest. Entering a Nightmare level copy. Ice Kobolds. Grade, 8. Blood, 7600. Attack power, 110. Skills, Goblin Summoning. Ice Throw. Cold Claws. Ice Arrows. 3 striking flags were planted behind them. A little taller on the head. 2. The oppressive force of the Goblin Commander was indeed going to be sufficient. It was just that the few people who had seen Sayaka's terror really couldn't muster any awe for it. As for Zhang Qi, naturally, he didn't bother to talk nonsense. There's only one mini-boss left, so it's good to get through it quickly. He glanced at Sayaka, who was also smart enough to understand what Zhang Qi meant. A mouthful of abyssal dragon's breath went down, and with upwards of 60,000 damage. This Goblin Commander was directly seconded. The experience given by the Ice Goblin Commander allowed Zhang Qi to upgrade again, reaching level 5. Occupational Panel. Name, Zhang Qi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master. First turn. Level 5, 1500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 1900. Magic, 650. Strength, 93. Intelligence, 119. Agility, 83. Equipment, Kamikaze Suit, Gold. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Saomi. And after upgrading, Zhang Qi also took the time to look at Seo's panel. And then he couldn't help but draw a corner of his mouth. Nima. The gap is too big. Seo's attributes were truly coveted when he looked at them. Blackwing Demon Dragon. Master, Zhang Qi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare. Legendary. Mythic. Level 5, 1500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 18,000. Magic, 4000. Power, 740. Intelligence, 500. Agility, 500. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. 740 strength, and 500 intelligence and agility. But the good thing was, even if the attributes were higher, this was still his dragon pet. When the Ice Goblin Commander died, he also exploded a piece of equipment, which was the only thing he gained from this copy. A bronze-grade leg guard. Zhang Qi lost his desire after taking a look and turned to the 3 people behind him. Bronze-grade leg guards, are you guys interested? Yes. The 2, Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, almost spoke in unison. Bronze-level leggings are still a powerful piece of equipment in the early stages. Brother Zhong, name your price. I want it, Lin Yuan said. Zhang Qi pondered slightly. Let's go with the market price. You two discuss who wants it. It doesn't matter if you can't get it. The copies in the back will come out as well. Zhang Qi's words fell, instantly causing both of them to be extraordinarily delighted. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhong, more copies? That's for sure. It's too slow to upgrade with a single normal level copy. Well, Lin Yuan asked carefully, can we still be together for the next copy? I can pay for it. Just ask Brother Zhong to take me. I can pay for it too. Cui Ying also hurriedly said. He was afraid that Zhang Qi wouldn't take them with him on his next copy. With this kind of thigh, it is natural to hold on to it early, and a second slower is disrespectful to the thigh. Zhang Qi let out a light laugh. Sure, these two are still quite nice, and the grade is what he wants, and will come back for more. Now that he had even paid the money, Zhang Qi was naturally happy to bring it along. Brother Zhong, I've already thought about it. I won't want this piece of equipment for now. Give it to Cui Ying. I'll wait for the later. Lin Yuan took the initiative. It's okay. Zhang Qi then gave this bronze leg guard to Cui Ying. Thank you, Brother Chung. Cui Ying smiled sweetly. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as we get out of the copy. Good. At this time, Li Muhan rarely said anything and remained silent. And Zhang Qi didn't say anything. The boss has been fought and the copy passed, so it's good to get out. The ordinary level copy of the cold ice dense forest. After they set a new record, the new time was naturally recorded on the list as well. However, since it was an ordinary level, not that many people paid attention to it and it didn't stir up much of a splash. Some even snickered at this as they watched the time. Is this someone who wants to break a record trying to go crazy? All the way to hitting a normal level copy? Hey, if you're really capable, go ahead and break the record for a warrior class copy. Break a normal class one. What's that? Come on. Where do you get the guts to go to the warrior class when you've specialized in breaking the records of the normal class? Ha 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 ha. It's still true. On the forums, many people who saw the message mocked it. And this was something that Zhongqi naturally didn't know. He was waiting for Cui Ying as well as the two Lin Yuan, who went to get ready. And while waiting, a line of writing suddenly appeared in front of Zhongqi. Ding! Triggering the first quest. Please clear a nightmare level copy once. Upon completion of the quest, you will receive one reward opportunity. Triggered the mission. Nightmare level copy. Zhongqi rubbed his chin, showing a slight smile. It was pretty much what he thought. After clearing the normal level difficulty, the copy will be able to unlock the rest of the difficulties. The hardest to get is undoubtedly the nightmare level. The nightmare levels are all several times more difficult compared to the king level side quests. This also led to the fact that quite a few copies, a lot of king level copies passed, but when it came to nightmare level, there were often only one or two teams, if any. Not much longer. Cui Ying as well as Lin Yuan returned. The two initiated a trade request at the first opportunity. Lin Yuan transferred 500, 000 and Cui Ying 600, 000, 100, 000 of which was the price of the equipment. Pre-existing gear is still not cheap. After collecting the money, Zhongqi sent a team request to the duo. As for Li Muhan, it was quiet from start to finish. Zhongqi then looked at her and said, "How are you? After all, this chick won't be staying long," as she said at the beginning. Now that he was about to enter a nightmare level copy, even though Zhongqi had complete certainty, this possibility that something might go wrong was not something he was willing to do. So it's better to get everything out of the way before entering. Seeing that the gazes were all looking at her, Li Muhan then spoke. "I said I'd take you leveling, so naturally I won't go back on my word." Zhongqi's face was odd. For their part, the two Cui Yings were stifling their laughter. With a thigh like Zhongqi, who would want to give it up? As for Li Muhan, she was a support profession, and it was difficult to simply rely on herself to brush copies. It's proper good to have a big leggy main C. I just couldn't say anything to soften the blow because I was in the way. Then get ready to start. Zhongqi didn't dwell on it. After all, this chick was still a top-tier support profession, and it was still quite useful. The team configuration hasn't changed. The difference was that the strength of Zhongqi and Xiaoyi had, again, increased a lot. Zhongqi led the team to the place where they chose their copies. Then, once again, Cold Ice Dense Forest was chosen. Only this time, in terms of difficulty, Zhongqi made adjustments and moved several times, directly choosing the highest difficulty. The moment the jump to nightmare difficulty is made, even the few people who were confident in Zhongqi before froze just the same. Nightmare difficulty? That's a bit of a span, isn't it? Can we get by? Lin Yuan was filled with disbelief in himself. It should. It's okay, right? Cui Ying said uncertainly. With Zhong around, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Are you crazy? And the one who reacted the most was Li Muhan. You want to go through a nightmare level copy with a configuration like that, with two of them basically having no combat power? Li Muhan really thought Zhongqi was crazy. Even though his dragon pet was very strong, a nightmare level copy was really different. Nowadays, with so many geniuses in the three holy regions, after so long in the past, the nightmare level copy of the Cold Ice Dense Forest had not yet been able to pass. However, the readout for the copy to enter had already begun. There's no use saying anything now. And right after they entered, the news that a team had entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, copy, also spread. Heavens, there's actually a team entering the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Is this a sure thing for clearing the level? Oh come on. It looks like it's another one of those who can't think straight looking for death. The nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, can be different from other nightmare level copies? Other nightmare level copies are even more difficult. There are teams that pass through, but Cold Ice Dense Forest doesn't. Do you know why? That's because, once you enter, the entire party will be directly surrounded by 15 Ice Goblin Undersiders at the location where your copy appears. You have to kill all 15 Ice Goblin Undersiders within a short period of time, or else they will summon Ice Goblin minions at the first opportunity. The longer it drags on, the more glitches that will need to be fought. Think about it, within a few minutes of going in, you're surrounded by hundreds of Ice Goblins. Even the thickest meat shield wouldn't be able to carry it. My goodness. It's so difficult. Then wouldn't no one be able to pass this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? Pretty much. Anyway, after so many years, the other nightmare difficulties have more or less been passed by teams, just for a longer or shorter period of time. But, cold dense forest, is literally not passed. It doesn't look like there will be a second result for this entering team. Just looking for death. And right now, Zhongqi's situation here was also understood by Tenshin and the others. However, they didn't look very good. Zhang Li was even more somber. Only one of the three chosen went? Yes, only Li Muhan from the auxiliary department went. The other G1, as well as Han Lingxi, didn't even show up. Good. Yes. Zhang Li laughed back. Who gave them the right to refuse? You go tell G1 and Han Lingxi that when Zhongqi's copy is over this time, make it mandatory for the two of them to report. If they dare not go again, I'll personally dispose of them. It's, what? My word isn't good enough anymore? No. It's Zhongqi's squad that has entered the nightmare level copy. Nightmare level? This kid has such a big heart? But yes, with Li Muhan around, it's not like the nightmare level can't be rushed. Which nightmare level copy did he enter? It's cold ice dense forest. What? All at once, Tenshin's eyes widened. A cold, dense forest? He instantly showed a disheveled look. It's over. This kid is newborn. And when he first entered a nightmare level copy, he entered one with such a high difficulty. Zhang Li was at a loss for words for a moment. The nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. He had entered it back in the day. Better be lucky to run fast, or else you could really be accounted for in there. And now, one can only hope that Zhongqi, this kid, is not so headstrong and knows to quit earlier. Or else, this hope of solving the problem that only the Dragon Kingdom had is going to be lost. What a headache. It was also that Tenshin didn't know the configuration of Zhongqi's team. If not, he was afraid that it would be even more of a headache. And right now, once again, news of a team entering the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, appeared on the forums as well. Tiger Pioneer's 3 punches shatter the dream of the great saints. Another team is in? How many years has it been since anyone went looking for death? You and I are all in the same boat. We're all finished. The nightmare level, ice forest, isn't even for people to pass. It's too hard. 2.5 years of practicing, that's it. No one is getting by at all. The teams that went in this time, can't tell. They'll quit before they even get in. Show chicken feet, so let's guess how long they can stay in there. I'll bet 3 seconds. You and me both, 2 seconds. 3 seconds is too long. Tiger Vanguard 3 punches to break the dream of the great saint. Hey, I bet just went in and came out. Say no more. Just want to enter the blog a reputation. There was quite a bit of discussion on the forum, but without exception, none of them thought that it would pass. Of course, no one even thought that it would be possible to stay in there longer. And right now, it was then within the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Zhongqi's 4 men had already appeared. Chapter 16, You're roasting in a nightmare level copy? The moment Zhang Li's attitude spread to the other 2 geniuses in the dragon region, G1 and Han Lingxi. However, even though they were warned, the 2 still didn't take it as anything. Look at this. It's not working without us. G1 opened his mouth, with mockery in his eyes. Even relying on others to bring you upgrades? What is this, not a waste? Han Lingxi's attitude was equally bad. I really don't know. What's the point of bringing this kind of trash? I've heard it's connected to quite a few big names. Gavendo. I also asked someone to pull up the information, but the level of secrecy is too high to see it. He said in a cold voice. I can't say. It's the bastard son of some big shot. Otherwise, how could he get this treatment? Ha! Han Lingxi sneered. The 2 men's perception of Zhongqi was naturally poor, but now that they've been warned again, there's nothing they can do about it. He can only wait for Zhongqi to come out of the copy and then find his way up. They had already figured out that even if they really wanted them to lead the upgrade, then they would have to make an appointment. That Zhongqi is best to listen to some. If not, they are still able to quietly on some means. By the looks of it, it's just a dude anyway. Good to hold. And at this point, it was then within the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. When Zhongqi's 4 entered the place, a bone-chilling coldness came over them. Cui Ying and Lin Yuan obviously made full preparations. The moment they came in, the 2 were taken out of the backpack and put on the cotton jacket. But even so, they were still frozen and shivering. Zhongqi didn't think anything of it. However, the moment their vision became clear, it was the moment they abruptly saw that there were more than a dozen ice goblin undersiders surrounding them. Is this nightmare difficulty? Interesting. Moreover, the moment they saw them appear, a total of 15 ice goblins, at the same time, all unleashed their skills. Summoning. A blue-colored aperture appeared, and within it, one after another of the ice goblins had already revealed their heads. In this moment, Li Muhan's face showed urgency as she immediately said, "Come on, let's back out. Exit the copy." "Ha? Why are you backing off?" Lin Yuan was a bit confused for a moment. Li Muhan said sharply, "These 15 goblin commanders will summon their subordinates the moment we come in, and then it won't be long before we're surrounded by an army of ice goblins. Our team won't be able to carry on for long without a meat shield profession in place. Once they've finished summoning and get into a fighting position, we might not be able to retreat in the first place." She glanced at Zhongqi and then continued, "Zhongqi is indeed very strong, but as long as they are not able to take care of them in the first place, they will summon a much larger number of kobolds, and even the fight here will attract monsters from further away. Infinity, there's no way we can get through. It's, how? The nightmare difficulties, cold ice dense forest, is actually this strong. It's so much harder than the other nightmare level copies." This time, upon hearing Li Muhan's words, Cui Ying, as well as the two of them, Lin Yuan, were also stunned. They were aware of nightmare-ranked copies, but hadn't bothered to specifically learn about the nightmare-ranked, cold ice-dense forest. Mainly, he also didn't expect that Zhongqi would just come up and hit the nightmare level right off the bat. They hadn't bothered to look up any cheats. And now, after hearing Li Muhan's words, they immediately felt that it was almost impossible to clear this nightmare level, cold ice-dense forest. Especially at the moment. The 15 ice goblins summoned by the ice goblin commander have come out quite a bit. In a short period of time, 15 monsters, that is, to 45. And, the number is still on the rise. Retreat! Li Muhan shouted again. Just at this time, Zhongqi raised his hand and stopped her. "Road, don't bother, just settle it. That's 15 ice goblin undersiders. And, instead of the level 8 of a normal level copy, they're level 12. The blood volume and defense have increased a lot. It'll be endless if you can't fix it in the first place." Zhongqi didn't bother. Just summoned Sayaka, and then the word, "Saya," shocked them. Upon hearing this, Sayaka opened her wings and flew into the sky. Then, roar! A dragon's roar immediately shook the four directions. The ice goblin commanders who were releasing their summoning skills, without exception, all froze. Not only them, but also the summon ice goblins were all frozen in place. The Dragon King intimidates. All beings whose bloodline is inferior to Sayaka's will be forcibly stunned for 3 seconds under the Dragon King's intimidation. And, their attributes will also receive a drop. 3 seconds is perfectly enough time to deal with these kobolds. Finish them, Saya. Ow. Sayaka growled. Immediately, it released the abyssal dragon breath. -87,569. -105,694. -85,693, -112,369, -86,854, one after another. Damage numbers appeared above the heads of the kobolds, and then they were dissolved by Sayumi's abyssal dragon breath. Those over 100,000 damage were done to the summoned ice goblins. It didn't take long for the large swaths of ice goblins to be cleared out. As for the up to level 12 ice goblin commander, it was also cleared out for the most part. This sudden scene caused all three of Cui Ying to be stunned. Among them, Cui Ying's mouth dropped open. Good. So awesome. The dragon's roar just now was still buzzing her brain. That is, because it's a group and doesn't affect your teammates. Otherwise, Cui Ying doubted that she would have been fainted right where she was just like these goblins. Is this the dragon? It's too much. Too strong. Her eyes were full of little stars. Then she looked at Zhongqi. Swear in your heart. No matter what happens, one must hold on to this thigh. Cousin, you've got to fight for it. This cousin's husband you must take. Gollum. Lin Yuan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Look at the situation that has suddenly changed. To be honest, he was somewhat hurt about this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, but the understanding wasn't clear. He just knew that, after so many years, there wasn't even a first pass. The strongest team didn't last long enough to get out. Lin Yuan knew it was hard, but he didn't know that it was so perverted. You just came in, and you're surrounded by 15 level 12 ice goblin chieftains? And, still, summoning minions in the first place. What team can beat this Tama sea of men? No wonder it's taken so long to get a first pass. However, that's how difficult it is. He's now on a team that actually has any hope of actually ever having one. In this moment, the way he looked at Zhongqi was as if he had seen his long-lost real father. As long as Zhongqi said one thing, shouting at his father would take you through. He definitely didn't hesitate. Unfortunately, Zhongqi wasn't interested in taking this good deal. 15 goblin undersiders, with a few left, but it's no longer a climate. Sayaka was able to clean it up quickly. In no time at all, the 15 goblin commanders, plus all the summoned goblins, were cleared out. Sayaka slowly flew back with a haughty look on her face. It looked at Zhongqi with the look of quick to praise me. Am I awesome? Zhongqi smiled and picked it up. Awesome, you're the best. Gently stroking its head, Sayaka let out a comforting purr. After the 15 ice goblin undersiders were cleared, Zhongqi had leveled up again and was already at level 6. Unfortunately, the kobolds they summoned don't count as experience. If not, it would be great. Zhongqi should be able to get a lot of experience. But it's kind of okay these days. 3 pieces of equipment exploded from the deaths of 15 chilling goblin undersiders. One of them was bronze ranked, and 2 were normal white plate equipment. The bronze level one was a bracelet that could increase intelligence by 15 points, so Zhongqi used it directly on himself. As for the white plate equipment, it's ready to go out and just throw it on the auction house. After all, white plate equipment, they were all unused. Don't even ask about that. When all the ice goblin undersiders here were cleared out, the shock that came with it was still extremely powerful, especially here in Li Muhan. She was the one who was most aware of the horror of this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. It was also more clear that after this entry, the terrifying goblin army, once you are not able to deal with it in the first place, what awaited was an endless supply of kobolds. It wasn't as if there weren't teams that hardened and mopped up those 15 ice goblin undersiders, but what followed was more kobolds attracted by the commotion, which in turn attracted more kobolds. Eventually, under the endless attack, they had no choice but to choose to exit the copy. It lasted a full 15 hours. Only 17 goblin overlords were killed. Spera fought for the best record. But now, Zhongqi alone was able to clear out 15 goblin commanders within a few minutes. It's too fast. 2. The shock this gave Li Muhan was unimaginable. She even began to doubt it. Since Zhongqi had such a terrifying talent and such a terrifying ability to clear monsters, what need was there for someone to lead the leveling? She, who was claimed to be the most top-notch support profession, even, until now, had not had much of a chance to strike. Achoo! Just then, Cui Ying couldn't help but sneeze. It was too harsh, and even if she was wearing a cotton jacket, it was still useless. Even under the severe cold, the blood began to drop. This is the same here in Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Li Muhan immediately threw a healing spell over and began to replenish the blood they had lost. As for Zhongqi, he was wearing a whole set of gold equipment and didn't need it at all. But the blood drop is continuous. To maintain the blood level of the two of them, she would have to keep using healing spells to do so. It made her frown slightly. It's kind of hard to do. Zhongqi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the two. However, right at this moment, Lin Yuan took out 2 fireplaces from amongst his backpack, then add wood and light the fire in one go. This maneuver directly froze the others. Hey! Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said, Brother Zhong, didn't I see that it was too cold before? So I made some preparations, and now I'm able to put them to good use. For a moment, Zhongqi didn't know what to say. It did get a lot warmer when the fireplace showed up, though, and Cui Ying and Lin Yuan's blood loss stopped. After Li Muhan filled them up, the two of them were temporarily warmed up. Brother Zhong, are you hungry? Kind of. Zhongqi touched his stomach, as if it wasn't far from the mealtime. Just then, Lin Yuan turned to pull out a large meat skewer from the middle of his backpack, skillfully placed on the stove. The word, Brother Zhong, wait for me, I'll be quick. Zhongqi, what the hell? What kind of stuff did Lin Yuan bring with him on this copy? Fireplace? Kebabs? But, it kinda smells good. Taking the meat skewer Lin Yuan handed over, Zhongqi tasted it. His handiwork was really good. Even the wafting aroma of meat made Sayaka crave for it a bit. Zhongqi didn't hold the little guy's appetite, so he directly gave it a string. Ow! The little guy swallowed it in one gulp, and then he was flying out of Zhongqi's arms and flying to the fireplace, blinking his eyes and looking at Lin Yuan. In the end, it seemed to feel that Lin Yuan was too slow to take the test. A mouthful of dragon breath sprayed over. With the meat and the stove all gone, Sayaka's eyes, for a moment, widened. The dullness flows from within it. Don't quite understand how it could have come to this when it was clear that the man was also roasted over a fire and he was doing a favor. Seeing this scene, Zhongqi was in tears. Hurriedly, he carried Sayaka back, then talked to it and tell it not to go over there and cause trouble. It's a good thing Lin Yuan brought more than one stove. took another one out and re-grilled the meat. But this time he knew enough to give some of the grilled kebabs to Sayaka first. Even Lee Muhan, too, ate some. These 4 people and a dragon were actually eating roasted meat in the middle of a nightmare level copy. Halfway through the meal, Chueying simply took out her cell phone, photographed the grill, photographed the surroundings, and captioned it. First nightmare level copy experience, easy and enjoyable. Chapter 17, Nightmare level copies also clear monsters so fast? Chao Su had been hanging out in the 3 sacred area copy for some time now. Although his occupation is ordinary and his level is not high, he has an obsessive quest for high difficulty duplicates and researches them extraordinarily finely. In this case, especially the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, every message, every picture, was examined one detail at a time, without missing a single point. But alas, not having the strength to pass it myself, I'll have to seek a little pleasure on the forums and in various places. And at this point, just as Chao Su was browsing the forums, suddenly, a new message was swiped. Hardworking Ing, first nightmare level copy experience. Simple and enjoyable. There are accompanying pictures below. After reading this message, Chao Su just snorted. Laugh your ass off. Can't even pretend? Nightmare level copies easy? Who would believe that? With a text? You're really not afraid of being dismantled. Let's see how I break you down. Chao Su then proceeded to look at the following pictures. After seeing the roasted meat, Chao Su scoffed, thinking that it must have been done by some copycat beauty who wanted to gain fame. But, as he looked deeper into the picture, then he was suddenly struck dumb. Because, with his knowledge of nightmare-ranked copies for so many years, he was often able to tell, through some details, which nightmare-ranked copy it was. And this picture, realistic details, realistic scenes, even some of the edges, zoomed in, were able to see the remains of some kobolds. This, Chao Su's eyes widened at once, staring at this picture for a long time. Then, taking a deep breath, he wiped his eyes and gasped. This is the Cold Ice Dense Forest? Nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? He slowed down for a long time after saying this, and then he studied the picture half a dozen times. The details in his mind matched the memories one by one, and added a lot more, especially the limbs and arms of the chilled kobolds in the corners, and even the remnants of a flag in one corner. This was, without a doubt, what was left behind after the death of the Ice Goblin commander. The horror of the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, was already well known. But now, someone had actually survived the first wave of the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, and was even grilling meat in it? Chao Su now no longer bothered to consider whether this photo was fake or not. With such realistic details, this could never be fake. So, after seeing the message, he was the first to retweet it. And with the text, shocked. Nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, there was actually a team roasting meat in it. The message was quickly seen by a number of people. It's generating a lot of buzz. Nightmare copy roast? Fake it. How can any teen be so laid back? How is this possible with a false glance? Moreover, it's a nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? The owner is afraid that he doesn't know the difficulty of the nightmare level, Cold Ice Forest, right? Let's just say that of all the teams that have entered this copy so far, not many have been able to survive the first wave, and they're still roasting inside? Funny. Claptrap. Can't you find a more reliable copy of the pics? Can't tell if it's true that someone held up the first wave? There's really someone? Don't tease. That's never going to happen. The nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, has existed for so long. So many teams went to attempt it and all fell in the first wave. And now it's out? Just, next time you picture, you'd better study the copy more. Sure. With more and more people, there were still some who knew a lot about the Cold Ice Dense Forest. Wait, this picture, it seems like it's really in the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. From my years of research on this copy, the picture doesn't look fake. Is it hard to believe that someone actually made it through the first wave? And with the heat of the moment, one of the members of the Kamikaze squad, Kamikaze warrior Liu Gang, commented, "It's true that it's a nightmare level, Cold Dense Forest, within the picture. But I don't really believe that anyone can beat the first wave." Whoa! The big man has stepped in. It's Liu Gang. The Divine Wind Squad had entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, back then. Then it looks like the pictures are real. Big brother. What the hell is going on with this picture? A bunch of people ran to the bottom of Liu Gang's comments and left messages. Liu just replied. It should have barely lasted through some of it. Purposely posing for a picture and posting a picture to get some attention. Can't you guys see that he only took a handful of shots and didn't dare to take all of them? I'm afraid that he knows that once he shoots the whole thing, He'll reveal himself. Worthy of a big man. He saw the end at a glance. I told you. How could anyone possibly survive the first wave of the cold ice dense forest? It's really posing, but also the guts are great too. Daring to go to the cold ice dense forest, to pose for a photo. What a way to die for attention. Quite a lot of hot air. But none of them believed that anyone would be able to last past the first wave of monsters in the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. And at this point, it's within the copy. Shui-Ying patted her stomach and burped comfortably. Hiccup. I never thought I'd be able to eat such delicious barbecue in a nightmare level copy one day. Lin Yuan laughed as he sprinkled the grilled meat skewers with seasonings and handed them to Xiao Xiaoye. It's thanks to Zhong and Sayaka. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have this chance. Shui-Ying hastily nodded in recognition. Zhongqi smiled slightly. At this time, Li Muhan was very torn. Torn about whether or not to tell what's in the back copy. Common sense would require her to tell it to lower the difficulty a bit, but Zhongqi, as well as Saya's successive performances, had struck her several times. It's too strong. This man and dragon were completely uncharacteristically strong. Time and time again, her perceptions were turned upside down. So much so that Li Muhan began to dwell on whether she was going to be hit in the face again if she said it. However, after slightly agonizing for a while, Li Muhan still opened her mouth. She said, behind them, besides more ice goblin undersiders, there are also two types of monsters, the Minotaur Guard and the Goblin Heavy Cavalry. These two types of monsters, both have one characteristic, thick blood and high defense. They will block the front, making it difficult to even touch the goblin undersiders in the back. She paused slightly, thinking it over. I'm afraid, it's still not easy for us to get through. We've gotten through the first wave here, still so easily, in such a short time. It's already a record breaker, so it's best to leave if you're playing it safe. After saying that, she was looking at Zhongqi. Zhongqi shook his head. Remember what I said to you on the first copy? You know nothing of power. Nothing. I'm not going to back down, and I don't need to. This copy, no matter how hard it is, won't stop us. Of course, if you're really scared, you can also quit first. Zhongqi's voice was calm as he said, in the Dragon District, you're a top auxiliary profession, a well-deserved genius, but in my place, you are nothing. Li Muhan lightly bit her lower lip and was silent. It was the first time she had ever been spoken to like that. But the problem was that even though Zhongqi had opened his mouth like this, she couldn't find anything to say in rebuttal, because in front of Zhongqi, it does. Zhongqi didn't look at her anymore and looked at Shui-Ying and Lin Yuan, saying, now that we've had enough to eat and drink, let's move on. After saying that, he was the first to take a step with Sayaka. Yes, Lin Yuan and Shui-Ying chased after them, and Li Muhan stayed behind with a complicated expression. After a few moments of silent time, he finally chose to go after them. She couldn't let go. A genius with strength like Zhongqi was far too strong compared to the other two, Ji-Wen and Han Lingxi, and as a support profession, she was already vulnerable in the middle of a fight with them. Now he ran into Zhongqi. It was the only chance she had to surpass the two of them. The moment. Li Muhan himself didn't even realize that his own mindset had changed a lot. From being arrogant and careless at the beginning, I am now careful with my words. That arrogance of genius. At this point, it gradually dissipated a bit. Li Muhan followed Zhongqi's trio, and when Zhongqi saw them, he didn't say anything, and not long gone. The bullhead guards and goblin heavy cavalry that Li Muhan had mentioned at the beginning all reappeared one by one, and all blocked in front of it. Behind them, flashing one blue light after another, there was no doubt that it was the Ice Goblin Commander. Minotaur Guards, Grade, 15, Blood Volume, 11,000, Attack Power, 80, Skills, Charge, Tomahawk Strike, Kobold Heavy Riders, Grade, 15, Blood Volume, 12,000, Attack Power, 75, Skills, Mount Charge, War Trample. What thick blood! Both monsters have broken 10,000 blood. Shui-Ying couldn't help but be shocked. With such a thick amount of blood, it's no wonder no one has been able to clear the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, after so long. And that's not even the scariest. Lin Yuan's face was also grave as he said, what's even more terrifying? Is that behind the Minotaur Guards and Goblin Heavy Cavalry? There are a lot of Ice Goblin Undersiders. As long as you don't solve them, they will keep summoning goblins. The monsters will be endless. This is too hard. Shui-Ying couldn't help but say. The mere thought of it made her scalp tingle. Especially, with her current level and strength, not to mention the Minotaur Guards and Goblin Heavy Cavalry standing in front of her. It was the summoned kobolds that she couldn't necessarily handle. So, after examining the situation, she very sensibly stepped to the back of the room, mainlining and never add to the chaos. The same goes for Lin Yuan. Li Muhan, on the other hand, threw a group healing spell to the team first, and then threw a support skill that briefly increased intelligence to Zhongqi and Xiaoyi. After eating the increased skill, Zhongqi's intelligence increased by another 20 points, followed by the other support class skills: casting speed, attack speed, agility. Add a lot at once. This caused Zhongqi to look at him a little sideways. Worthy of being a top-tier support profession. This skill alone, as well as the amount of increase, would be able to throw off most support professions. Of course, facing so many monsters, Zhongqi's tactics were very simple. Just do it. Boom, boom, boom. Upon seeing a few people, the Minotaur guards as well as the Kobold heavy cavalry started forward, and behind them, the Ice Goblin commander had begun to draw a summoning spell. One after another, ice goblins appeared from within the spell. See this scene. Li Muhan couldn't help but remind him. We must quickly stop them from continuing to summon. If not, the summoned ice goblins will gradually encroach on the space we can stay in. We'll become more and more passive. Zhongqi nodded. Saya. Little Knight directly spread his wings and was soaring in the long sky. However, the moment it took off into the air, whoosh, 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 one cold ice arrow after another was actually shot towards Xiaoyang. Even though Sayaka's agility was high enough, there were still some arrows that hit. -13, -12, -10. Luckily, Saya's blood level was high enough that this amount of damage simply didn't hurt. And as Sayaka approached, a dragon's roar erupted. Active skill, Dragon King Shock. A large chunk of the Ice Goblin commander was stunned straight away. Then a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath went down, and it was a large swath of seconds. -85,963, -88,692, -88,955. Seo's exaggerated monster clearing speed still surprised a few of Chueying who had already seen it a few times. It's too fierce. This is too fierce. I've seen other summoners clearing monsters, but they all rely on their summons and grind the blood bit by bit, which is like Zhong, directly killing in seconds. Those are other summoners. Can they compare to Zhong? Can a summoner compare to Sayaka? This is a dragon. Golem. Once again, look at the blockbuster seconds. It was Li Muhan who, at this moment, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, being ruthlessly shocked. Especially, with her increased skill, Sayaka's damage was even more terrifying than before. With this mouthful of dragon's breath, even if one's blood level was thicker, one would not be able to carry it at all. Even some of the bullhead guards that were caught in the wave were reduced to ashes under the dragon's breath. Massive amounts of experience converged towards this place. Since the monsters were all brushed by Sayaka, the vast majority of the experience was towards Zhongqi. However, Li Muhan was a support profession, and the experience share she received after using a support class skill was far higher than Lin Yuan and Chueying. With such a large amount of experience, even Li Muhan, whose level was as high as level 9, had grown by a good amount. From originally starting out at level 9 not long ago, it's almost 10 now, and that's just the first wave of monsters. Thinking of this, there was also a trace of excitement amongst Li Muhan's cool eyes. Monster clearing continues. -84,236, -81,269, -83,568, -78,962. It didn't take long for the Minotaur guards as well as the Goblin heavy cavalry that stood in front of them to be gone. Along with that, there was the Ice Goblin commander in the back. And after the monsters are cleared out here, Li Muhan finally rose to level 10 as expected. Zhongqi, on the other hand, was already level 7 and was more than halfway through his experience. Lin Yuan had also risen to level 7, and Chueying was level 6 just short of that. Such a fast upgrade. It made both of them excited. And after clearing the wave, there was no time to check the harvest. But suddenly I realized that the cold wind was even colder. Above the sky, a dark cloud attacked, and there were electric flashes in the cloud. And now below, a reddish figure emerged. This caused a few people to jolt. The boss appears. Chapter 18 Desperate Dragonclaw. Boss was directly killed in seconds? The dark clouds shrugged, and the cloud shrouded down, with electric light flashing within it. None of these sights were a sign of what was to come. Fruity. Right at that instant when the electricity surged, a reddish figure came out from nowhere. It was huge, several times larger than the previous bull-headed guard. When it appeared, It occupied a considerable amount of space, just like a small mountain. A real sense of oppression. The muscles around his body were gnarled and chunky. Giant Cobalt Guard. Grade, 15. Blood volume, 32,000. Attack power, 150. Skills, Tarzan Drop. Sunset Hammer. Fallen Cloud Tread. Twilight Wind Fist. Boss technique, Berserk, enters Berserk state when blood level is lower than 20%. Attack power increases by 50%. Skill range increases by 100%. But after using it, 5 seconds of stagnation will occur. It's a level 15 boss. What a thick amount of blood. A full 30,000. After seeing the boss's attributes, Lin Yuan expressed his surprise. However, before this surprise passed, it was immediately followed. Boo! A heavy muffled sound came. Right next to the giant Cobalt Guard, another massive figure appeared. Giant Ice Goblin. Grade, 15. Blood volume, 27,000. Attack power, 110. Skills, Ice Formation. Ice Crystal Drop. Ice Throwing. Boss technique, Berserk. Along with this giant Ice Goblin, there was also a figure. Giant Ice Kobolds. Grade, 15. Blood volume, 29,000. Attack power, 130. Skills, Command. Ice Summoning. Ice Formation. Ice Storm. Boss technique, Berserk. 3 bosses? After seeing the 3 bosses appear, Lin Yuan was already completely stunned. He thought that this nightmare level copy would be difficult, but he didn't expect that this time it would be 3 bosses. What kind of squad can beat that? When he came in, a full 15 chilling goblin undersiders surrounded him, and then there was another large wave of monsters. More meat shields in the front, summon monsters in the back as well as mage monsters. After settling these, instead, there are a full 3 bosses, and that's just getting into this nightmare level copy and not getting very far off. At this point in time, Lin Yuan could no longer imagine what they would have done without Zhongqi. No wonder, after so many years, no one has been able to first pass the nightmare level, Cold Ice Forest. It's too hard. It simply doesn't want people to pass. Cui Ying, who was on the side, also had a small white face. Looking at the 3 bosses that were gradually approaching, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. And Li Muhan looked directly at Zhongqi. To be exact, it was looking at Sayaka beside Zhongqi. A snort erupted from Sayaka's nose, seemingly in disdain for these 3 bosses. It's even more difficult to see how anyone could be afraid of what are just 3 bigger bugs. Whoosh! Little Light then spread her wings and flew out. Compared to these 3 bosses, Sayaka's size wasn't that big. One could even say it's very petite. However, at the very moment when Sayumi flew off, the giant Cobalt Guard at the forefront actually subconsciously took a step back. This is the bloodline pressure. Even if Sayaka's level was not as high as it was still the one that trembled at that relative moment. To be honest, when it comes to times like this, I'm a little out of my depth. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, how long has it been since we entered this nightmare level copy? And it's already 3 bosses. How hard should it be back there? Cui Ying nodded. It's like a dream. This is too hard. I feel that even if I were level 15, or even level 20 now, I wouldn't dare to enter this kind of copy. The 2 stood off to the rear. He turned his head as he spoke, but then he instantly realized that Zhongqi was right beside him. Lin Yuan was stunned. Zhong, why are you here? Zhongqi looked at him strangely and said, is it weird that I'm here? No. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, Brother Zhong, at this time, shouldn't you be at the front, directing Sayaka? Zhongqi revealed a surprised look. Commanding Sayaka for what? Do you think I need to do that? But, Lin Yuan held his tongue for a moment. I see other summoners who have to command summon beasts without stopping for a moment. Zhongqi looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. I'm a dragon master, not a summoner. Dragon harnessing is gold. Do you understand? Lin Yuan scratched his head. Suddenly it became clear that there was a gap between the 2. It did seem like a pretty stupid question to ask yourself. Zhongqi said, do you have any more of those kebabs? Yes. Does Chung want some? Rack ahead. Zhongqi commanded. I'm guessing that by the time your kebabs are done, Saya should be done settling the fight. So it'll be a good time to replenish some. Lin Yuan froze. And Zhongqi's words caused Cui Ying, as well as Li Muhan, who were on the side, to be stunned. The kebabs are grilled and ready to. That's a bit ambitious, isn't it? 3 bosses. Didn't even put them in their eyes. Lin Yuan, however, didn't bother with that anymore. At the moment, he skillfully set up the stove. and then grilled the meat skewers. And yet, at this point, Sayaka had already flown in front of the giant kobold guards long ago, and instead of spitting out dragon breath, she instead swung her dragon claws. It was directly toward the slap. Desperate Dragon Claw. Another of Sayaka's active attack skills. This claw swung onto the giant kobold guard, and it actually emptied the blood directly. -32,000. Oh my god. Straight up seconds. Cui Ying was instantly shocked. However, Li Muhan, who was meticulous, issued her own question. What's going on? Saya's damage is much lower? It was reasonable to say that the damage that Sayaka had done before was much higher than what she was doing now. Even though the boss's defense was even higher, the difference wasn't so great. Was it? Could it be due to different skills? Cui Ying also found out and then gave his opinion. Li Muhan didn't answer, but looked at Zhongqi. Zhongqi was naturally aware of what had happened. With some surprise in his eyes, he said, it actually triggered the extra condition. Additional conditions? The two women opened their voices together. Yeah, Little Knight's desperate dragon claw, after slapping it, has a certain probability of killing the monster directly in seconds. I didn't expect that the first time Little Knight used it, it triggered it. Directly. Seconds? These four words directly caused the two women's eyes to widen. All the reserve in Li Muhan was much less. As for Cui Ying, it's a lot more exaggerated. His mouth was open so wide he could almost fit an egg in it. Awesome. On the sidelines of them, they watched as Sayomi so crisply and efficiently killed a boss, and was actually so fast. Lin Yuan's fan for burning kebabs was already on the verge of fanning smoke. Xiao Yang's speed was so fast. Don't let him finish grilling this meat skewer when the boss is dealt with later. This little ancestor is so fierce, you can't dare to offend him. Phew, phew, phew. Lin Yuan fanned himself vigorously, his heart constantly praying that the meat skewers would cook faster. Chapter 19 The Real Secret of the Nightmare Level Copy. You gain experience 532. Your level has been upgraded from 7 to 8. Occupational panel. Name, Zhongqi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master. First turn. Level, 8, 2500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 2200. Magic, 800. Strength, 102. Intelligence, 143. Agility, 92. Equipment, Kamikaze Suit, Gold. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Mastery, Dragon Language, Dragon Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Sayomi. Attribute O'Clock Kai tapped directly on intelligence. The experience of a single boss allowed him to upgrade straight away. And that kobold guard had exploded a piece of equipment after his death. Too late to pick it up now though. Two left. Roar. It so happened that at this moment, the giant ice goblin commander directly drew a spell to summon monsters. Sayaka directly interrupted the movement with a Dragon King shock. Then, a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath went down. The blood level of the giant ice goblin blocking the front was instantly emptied. -72,369 seconds. Zhongqi's experience grew another notch. Cui Ying's mouth remained open. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, fanned out a little faster. -75,264. The other giant ice goblin overlord blood bar was also empty. The three bosses, not long after they came out, were directly cleared by Xiao Ye, and right after Sayaka cleared the boss, Lin Yuan finally lived up to his name and grilled the meat skewers. He let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Luckily, caught up. Otherwise, if you are not as fast as Saya in clearing the boss when you roast this meat, you are a bit too useless, aren't you?" The three bosses exploded 2 pieces of silver equipment as well as 1 piece of bronze equipment after their deaths. A silver staff, a silver longsword and a bronze longbow. Zhong. When Zhongqi turned around, he saw the two of them, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, staring at him tightly, staring at the equipment in his hands. To be exact, Lin Yuan was a mage while Cui Ying was an archer. These are 2 pieces of equipment that they can both use. Seeing the duo's expression, Zhongqi smiled slightly. The old rules, according to the market price. Got it? I know. The two nodded in unison. This kind of equipment is already considered cheap at market price. The higher the grade of the equipment, the higher the price is often at a premium if you want to buy it. This stuff comes with a price. It's not as simple as having the money to buy it. Zhongqi's willingness to sell it to them at market price was already a great deal. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but give Zhongqi a grateful glance. Thinking to myself, this is a real leg up. In fact, this staff Zhongqi was also able to use it, but the attributes he looked at did not match him, so it would be better to sell it. Staffs were of a higher grade and more expensive, and Lin Yuan didn't have that much money with him, but not so with Cui Ying, delivered directly on the spot, and after paying 300,000, happily took that bronze longbow away. Weapons are much more expensive than defense. After getting the bronze level weapon, Cui Ying naturally took out her cell phone once again, took pictures and posted them on the forum. Nightmare level copies have a high explosive rate, so soon there are bronze level equipments, and shortly after it was sent, the post was instantly topped by a number of influxes. Bronze level equipment. Big guy. This is the one that entered the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? Still alive? How is that possible? Upstairs. You've been tricked, right? Previously there has been a kamikaze squad, Big Brother said. They by no means stay in there for long. This look is their own by bronze weapons. Into the photo pretending X. So that's how it is. I told you. How can this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, be so easy anymore? And Cui Ying's post, shortly after it was sent out, Chao Su, who had been paying attention, was the first to see it. After a while of research, he asserted, this is the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, and it's also different from all the pictures that have been circulating. So, this squad should have passed through the first wave of monsters, and now it's probably the second wave, and it's even possible that some of the second wave have been fought. However, right after Chao Su finished his post, he was immediately sneered at by many people. Come on, you even confirmed it. Have you ever entered the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? The big brother of the Divine Wind Squad has already said that they will never pass the first wave. You're even more authoritative than Big Brother, aren't you? Clowns. Pure and simple clown. I was following you and thought you were making sense, but now I see that it's pure and simple bull ********. It's a laugh. You even commented on it. Don't you know what you are? Soon. Chao Su was then sprayed by many people, but for all that, he still felt that what he had judged was right. Although he hadn't entered the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, himself, he guaranteed that no one could match him in terms of research. The scenery within this picture, whether in detail or otherwise, is the actual scenery of the cold ice dense forest. So, he came to the conclusion, there really was a team that had passed the first wave of monsters in the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, that legendary copy of death. Now, there are teams with the possibility of getting through. When thinking about it, Chao Su was instantly excited. And right now, the news of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, copy was making a lot of noise. Ji1, as well as Han Lingxi, both of them knew about it as well. What do you think? Ji1 looked at Han Lingxi. Someone really entered and passed the first wave of monsters? You believe this kind of news? Han Lingxi snorted. It's not like you and I haven't entered this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, before. How difficult is it? Don't you know? If even we didn't pass the possibility, how could anyone else? Fair enough. Given shook his head and laughed. These days, there really are all sorts of people, and it's absolutely brilliant to be able to pretend with this. Of course, what feels even better is that there are actually people who actually believe it. Well, this thing is ironically false. Let's just think about how we're going to take that dude next. Junkie, right. Ji-Win's eyes went cold. When he comes out of his copy, he'll give him hell. Then again, which copy do you think he got into? Han Lingxi asked. Ji-Win said indifferently. Ironically, it's some trashy normal level copy. If he's really capable, why would he need us to bring it? Also, it's disgusting. The picture that Ing Chui posted also arrived at attention. Stare at that picture. Zhongli froze for a long time, and then asked, this person's ID, is it that of a member of Zhongqi's team? Yes, a staff member replied. And, the sending location is also within the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Boy, Tenshin rubbed his chin and muttered, and really let him through. Dragon Master. Dragon Mastery. This is far too powerful than even a mythic level summoning profession. Minister Zhang. This news, should we tell military Lord Yi? There's no rush. Let's wait for Zhongqi to come out. It's still uncertain. It's impossible to say that this kid can really take the first pass of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Inside the cold ice dense forest, the three bosses, after being cleared away, had a treasure pearl in addition to their equipment. Ice Goblin's Pearl, rare grade pearl. After using it, it can give the weapon the attribute of ice. Nice attribute jewel. It can also be sold for a lot of money at the auction house. Zhongqi put it away directly. After the three bosses were resolved, a large area behind them was safe and sound. It seems that all the monsters here have been concentrated in one place. Strange, how come we can't even see a monster after all this time? Lin Yuan muttered. Cui Ying said, "It's not good enough to have no monsters. A few more and I'm going to have a heart attack." She tapped her still developing chest to indicate the pressure. And Zhongqi similarly frowned after scanning the neighborhood. It really isn't quite right. The first thing was that they were surrounded by monsters as soon as they entered the place. Those ice goblin undersiders, who clearly had other skills, were one to only summon small monsters. Back there too, the front meat shield resisted while the same in the back summoned minions. It seems their purpose in living is to summon. If it wasn't for Sayaka's quick efficiency in clearing monsters, there was no telling how many they could summon. And after clearing 3 waves in a row, there was not a single monster left. Waki! Zhongqi looked at Xiaoyao and said, "Sayaka, fly higher and check out the neighborhood." Upon hearing this, Little Knight was instantly flying high into the sky. Zhongqi looked at Li Muhan and asked, "Nightmare class, cold ice dense forest, what do you know about the news behind it?" Li Muhan shook her head. The king level, cold ice dense forest, is over by 2 giant bosses. The nightmare level 1 has never had anyone break through it, and there's not much news about it. But in the copy introduction, it didn't seem like this place was like this before. Not really? For some reason, a feeling of uneasiness began to fill the chests of several people. Zhongqi looked up at Sayaka as his figure faded away. He was stunned. Obviously it had only flown out for a while and the sky was still clear. How come I couldn't see the figure anymore? Saya, come back. Luckily, the connection between them was tight. And after Little Knight heard Zhongqi's call, she chose to fly back. After communicating with Saya, Zhongqi learned that the neighborhood was equally empty. It was as if the place had been completely emptied of monsters. Cui Ying couldn't help it. It can't be, is it, that we've already gotten through? Lin Yuan nodded. It's possible. After all, this copy is so difficult after entering. After clearing so many monsters in a row, it's possible to pass. Then, just as they walked for a few more moments, a house appeared before them. The house was odd and had an eerie feel to it. There is an extremely long fence in the back that stops all situations in the back. And in front of the house, there was a glowing portal. The moment she saw the portal, Cui Ying instantly shouted out in excitement. "It's really through. That's the portal out. We cleared the level. The nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. Still the first pass. As long as we pass through this portal, we'll be able to get out of here." At the moment, Cui Ying, as well as the 2 Lin Yuan, were both relieved. Because the sense of oppression that this nightmare level copy brought to the 2 of them was really a bit too strong. Even with Zhongqi and Xiaoyang present, it was still the same. However, Zhongqi didn't have the excitement of the 2 of them. Instead, he looked at Li Muhan and said, "Did you learn to dispel spells?" "Yes." Li Muhan looked at Zhongqi and asked, "You suspect the portal is a fake?" Instead of answering, Zhongqi said, "Try it." "Yes." Li Muhan immediately threw a dispel spell over. Throwing it at that portal didn't change much, though, she said, "This is indeed a portal, and it leads outside." Li Muhan thought for a moment and said, "If we leave through this portal, we should be considered to have cleared the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest." When this was said, even Li Muhan felt that a hanging heart was finally released. The ferocious reputation of this nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, was indeed a bit too sufficient. Just for the moment, Zhongqi's furrowed brow still didn't stretch. "Chung, what's wrong?" Lin Yuan noticed Zhongqi's appearance, so he asked out loud. "It's not right," Zhongqi said. "Didn't the portal appear? If we leave from here, we'll be considered to have passed it. But if this passes, then what is this house?" Zhongqi pointed to the eerie house in front of him. Lin Yuan said uncertainly, "Perhaps it used to be inhabited, only to be moved away and thus deserted?" Zhongqi didn't answer, but walked through the portal and towards the house. There was no one in the house, and it did look like it had been deserted for quite some time. Just being able to see a little bit. Before this house, it was inhabited by women. There was a bone on the still clean table. Human leg bones. A bone that small has to be a baby, right? Lin Yuan wondered. Zhongqi stared at the bone for a moment, walked outside the house, and turned to Xiaoyi. "Sayaka, fly and look outside the wall." Sayaka spread her wings and flew over. Right at the moment she flew over the wall, Sayaka's body strangely disappeared, but Zhongqi could clearly feel that Sayaka was right behind the wall. What's going on? In an instant, Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Sayaka disappeared. Cui Ying was also baffled. I'm a little scared. The copy that I thought I had cleared actually took a different turn. Yet just at this moment, the glowing portal suddenly faded as the light dissipated, following which, gone. The portal is gone? Lin Yuan realized at once. Didn't we pass the level? What's going on? Boo! Right at this moment, all the walls at the back of that house, all collapsed. Broken rocks fell and rolled back together. Then there was a crashing sound. Behind it, there's an abyss of 10,000 feet. Several people rushed over. It was then discovered that in the center of that abyss was a large cold pool, and within it, one after another of various ice sculptures, many of which were mutilated and not at all complete. That's a lot of kobolds, Cui Ying exclaimed. No, they're not kobolds, they're people, Zhong Qi suddenly said. What? In an instant, the other three looked at him abruptly. Zhong Qi, on the other hand, quickly returned to the house, picked up the human leg bone from the table, and threw it straight down towards the abyss. Also the moment it was thrown down, boo! There was a loud bang. The cold pool trembled and countless ice sculptures shattered together. The cold snapped in. Something awakened. Chapter 20, Solving the Final Boss. Magnificent explosion. What was that? At the moment he felt that aura, Lin Yuan couldn't suppress the fear in his heart and couldn't help but speak out. What a strong sense of oppression. Li Muhan also opened her voice at this moment. She had also entered quite a few copies, nightmare level copies, and it wasn't like she hadn't entered them before, but never felt such a powerful oppressive force. Cui Ying, who was the weakest in terms of strength, had already suffocated a bit. Her small face turned white as she looked at the bottom of that abyss, unable to stop shivering. What was that? Boo! Another loud sound. Immediately, the cold pool suddenly surged up, and from the bottom of the cold pool, a huge head emerged. All the ice sculptures outside all shattered away. Pieces of debris fluttered and were taken to the sky above. It was like snow. Zhong Qi stared tightly at the huge head, which was incredibly ugly. On one side alone, there were countless human faces converging. It looks extremely hideous, Li Muhan said. It seems that this is the final boss of the nightmare class, Cold Ice Dense Forest. At this moment, even she was surprised. Other nightmare level copies would never be this difficult. Lord of the Cold Pool. Grade, 20. Blood volume, 80, 000. Attack, 300. Skill, Ice Roar. The Lord of the Cold Pool lets out a roaring sound, dealing damage to all nearby enemies by virtue of the sound wave, and enemies hit by the attack will be stunned for 1.5 seconds. Skill, Giant Power Blast. The Lord of the Cold Pool swings his fist and unleashes a blow of enormous power. Within the range will be damaged and there is a small chance of being frozen. Skill, Cold Pool. The Lord of the Cold Pool activates the skill, turning the surrounding area into a cold and bone-chilling cold pool, and all living beings in the cold pool will continue to suffer from the freezing damage of the cold pool and have a high probability of being transformed into an ice sculpture. Skill 4, Eye of the Spiteful Spirit. The Lord of the Cold Pool loses 5% of his own life, and everyone who looks at him takes the same amount of damage. Boss technique, Cold Pool Field. When blood level falls to 20%, the place where the Lord of the Cold Pool is located is a cold pool. Background, the Lord of the Cold Pool, the aggregation of countless grievances, was sealed here at an unknown time and suffered from the torture of the cold pool. It became the master of the cold pool, where it freezes all living beings, but it is also bound by the cold pool, and cannot be freed for eternity. Holy! Lin Yuan was taken aback after reading the message. This Tama, so strong, a full 80,000 blood, and so many perverted skills. How can we fight? How about? Cui Ying was also shivering. Shall we withdraw? The terror of the Lord of the Cold Pool truly gave them too much pressure. Such a terrifying boss. They had never seen it before in their lives. Even some level 20 and even higher copies. The bosses weren't this fierce. Is this the nightmare level of difficulty? It's too scary. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say. How does this make it possible to fight through? It's simply impossible to get past. Li Muhan couldn't help but take a deep breath after reading the boss attributes. She calmed down completely and looked at Zhong Qi. How do you fight? Ha! One sentence made Lin Yuan and Cui Ying all freeze. According to common sense, in this kind of situation, shouldn't Li Muhan be the first person to consider how to run? Why are you so brave now? Not quite. Seeing the eyes of the two of them, Li Muhan couldn't help but say, I know what you're thinking, but as you can see, the hope of exiting the copy has been cut off, and the teleportation scroll is out of action. What? After hearing what Li Muhan said, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying immediately inspected it. At once, the face was ashen. Li Muhan continued. So we are now left with only two options. Either pass or die here. Brother Zhong, you tell us. How do we fight? We'll all listen to you. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth after learning that he couldn't get out. He calmed down quickly. It was clear that the key to leaving alive was still here in Zhongqi. And Zhongqi, after looking at this lord of the cold pool for a moment, didn't say anything about a solution, but asked, "Why do you think there is a woman's house here with a human leg bone inside?" "What do you mean?" Li Muhan's eyes narrowed. There was a portal in front of the house before, and the wall behind the house blocked the scene behind it, so as long as you didn't see the back, you were able to leave. And once you did, you lost your chance to leave. Li Muhan was very smart and instantly understood the meaning of Zhongqi's words as she said, "You're saying that the portal before, even if we had left through it, we wouldn't have really passed and wouldn't have gotten a pass reward. And now, is what this cold ice dense forest really looks like?" Zhongqi nodded. "I don't know if you've read the copy introduction here, but a long time ago, this was an extremely prosperous town with frequent contact with the outside world and endless merchants. Before that, there were many people here." Li Muhan steeply looked at the lord of the cold pool below, and remembering Zhongqi's words earlier, he said in a shocked voice, "Meaning, this boss is, in fact, coalesced from the grievances of the humans who died in the previous town?" Lin Yuan heard this and steeped his words. "Then if we can find the key to why the humans here died out and transformed into this grievance aggregation, we'll have a chance of clearing this copy?" Li Muhan nodded after hearing this. "That makes sense. But," Zhongqi took over, "but, at least this grudge aggregate must be dealt with first." He pointed to the abyss below, the massive lord of the cold pool. At this time, it had completely come out from the middle of the cold pool, a huge figure that covered the sky. Every piece of its body was extraordinarily misshapen, completely sewn together from a mass of bones. Can we really fix it?" Cui Ying couldn't help it. Li Muhan, on the other hand, was much drier and looked at Zhongqi, saying, "What do we need to do?" Zhongqi said, "Add all the increased class skills to me." "Yes." After hearing this, Li Muhan, without saying a word, added all of her increased type skills to Zhongqi. Zhongqi narrowed his eyes. When an increased class skill is applied to him, Sayaka is also empowered. This boss has a full 80,000 blood, and when the blood level is low, there will also be a boss technique trigger. Once they turned all 4 places into cold pools, the 4 of them would definitely not be able to carry it. So, it has to be killed before that happens. Moreover, they lost their chance to leave the copy and had to succeed, and if they failed, it was a real death here. Phew! Exhale deeply. Zhongqi looked at Xiaoyao and said, "Get ready to do it." Sayaka remained combative. "Good. Finish it off in one breath." Sayaka burst out and flew towards the bottom of the abyss. Above that cold pool, the cold air was aggressive. The moment Little Knight rushed in, the lord of the cold pool threw a punch. Sayaka steps to the side to avoid it. "Use the desperate dragon claw," Zhongqi said. Little Knight was the dragon's claw reaching out and grabbing towards the lord of the cold pool with one claw. Thumbs up. There was a flash of fire as the claws caught above the bone. -45,769. Sure enough, this boss has high defense. This strike went down, enough to clear out most of the blood bar. But fortunately, it didn't trigger the low-blooded boss technique. Sayaka once again dodged the fist attack of the lord of the cold pool. However, as it flew to the edge of this stone wall, the lord of the cold pool slammed his fist above the stone wall. Huge blast of power. Boom! The stone wall was immediately pierced, and countless pieces of debris fluttered and fell. Sayaka takes the opportunity to avoid it. However, "Watch out! Duck!" Cui Ying immediately shouted. At that moment, the location of that punch was actually frozen, and the ice was spreading towards the surroundings at an extremely fast speed. Damn! This small chance of freezing actually triggered. Lin Yuan couldn't help but curse. However, as this ice seal spread over, Sao was not affected in the slightest. The Dragon King's bloodline was unleashed. A passive skill from Sayaka's Dragon King bloodline that immunizes against all negative statuses. Zhongqi did not expect that this freezing was actually counted in it. Worthy of the dragon race, it was truly frighteningly strong. Shock and awe. Roar! A dragon roaring sound resounded at the bottom of this abyss. Even the cold pool was triggered by the sound, and quite a few water columns rose up to the sky. The lord of the cold pool fell into a dazed state, and Sayaka took advantage of this and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The hot dragon's breath spewed out on the lord of the cold pool, immediately causing his body to start melting. -68,592 seconds off. Didn't trigger the low-blooded boss technique. Zhongqi sighed in relief. And right after the lord of the cold pool died, a massive amount of experience instantly rushed in. Not long after Zhongqi had reached level 8, he was upgraded again. reach level 9. And, at the moment that the Lord of the Cold Pool collapsed, several pieces of equipment as well as a huge amount of gold coins were exploded. Even, Zhongqi saw that there were a few of them that shone with a golden glow as well as a deep white light. That of deep white light was by no means silver grade. It should be platinum grade equipment. Gorgeous Big Bang. Chapter 21, Perfect Pass. Explosive Reward. Dead. Dead? The moment the Lord of the Cold Pool collapsed and turned into countless pieces, completely collapsing, Lin Yuan had the feeling of living in a dream. So powerful boss. A full 80,000 blood. Terrifying skills. High attacks. At low blood levels, it is even capable of triggering the unique boss technique Cold Pool. However, it was this kind of boss that was solved by Zhongqi and Xiaoyi. His eyes glazed over, followed by the thought, wouldn't that mean that we passed this nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? Zhong is too strong. Passed. Shuiying also cheered. Just now, after the Lord of the Cold Pool had appeared, she had even frozen her breath. So much pressure. This time, uncontrollably beating his chest. Phew. So scary. But, at this time, neither Zhongqi nor Li Muhan said anything. Zhongqi stared at the bottom of the abyss. At this moment, the Lord of that cold pool completely collapsed. Countless bone fragments scattered into the cold pool. Then, were frozen. Circle after circle of ripples rippled above the cold pool. What's wrong? Lin Yuan and Shuiying noticed the abnormality of the two. Li Muhan said, it shouldn't be over yet. What? There's more. Lin Yuan exclaimed. Li Muhan shook her head. It's not clear yet, but it shouldn't be over yet. That house, since it's a woman's house, from start to finish, yet there aren't even any traces of it. And, she looked deeply into the abyssal ground, the cold pool, and said, to this day, we're still not sure. So many people, how did they die? Here, how did it come to this? Shuiying froze, and at the moment, wow, in the middle of the cold pool, water surged up. A blue figure emerged from it. It was a woman dressed in blue with a deep blue staff in her hand. The clothes she wore, as well as her body, had some odd patterns. She was hanging above the cold pool, looking at Zhongqi and the others. Her face was a little hard to see, but her eyes were hollow, and within them, she did not know whether it was the water flow of the cold pool, or tears. Why? When given the chance to go, did you not go? Why? Did you have to come here and stop me? She was having some kind of seizure and couldn't stop yelling. And at this moment, Li Muhan tried to check the woman's information. Ice Queen Demigod. Grade? Blood? Attack power? Skills? She froze completely. Can't see the message? Not being able to see the information. There were two possibilities. One was that the other party had a perception shielding treasure on their body, while the other party's strength exceeded her by too much. Right now, it's clearly the second case. What to do? The other side looked like they were still enraged by them. It's over. Lin Yuan revealed a look of despair. Shuiying was too stunned to speak. The oppression. It's too much. Demigods. That's a level 5 to 15 copy. How could there be demigods? Demigods. That was an existence that might not even dare to touch the mold after awakening. However now, instead they met. At this point, they were in despair. Even Li Muhan felt that they were bound to die at this point. There is no hope of survival. But, Zhongqi, who had never spoken, suddenly opened his voice. The method you used only catches their souls and imprisons their bodies, but they will also be affected by the power of the cold ice and won't feel much pain at all. You can't torture them, you're just torturing yourself. What did you say? Whoosh! The woman who was still at the bottom of the cold pool was in front of Zhongqi in a flash. The two were nearly face to face. On the side, the three Li Muhan were instantly knocked out by the woman who suddenly rushed in. Her aura, even the blood trough was emptied in an instant, with only the last trace left. The difference is too great. You're just torturing yourself. Zhongqi repeated. He was able to see more news than Li Muhan's. There's also a paragraph with the background of this ice queen. The mother, who lost her child and was buried under a cold pool, was favored by the gods and gained divine power, coupled with that combination of resentment. And on the king of the cold pool, countless human-faced skeletons. Things, by and large, are clear. The reason why they were surrounded by goblin overlords when they entered and were all summoning goblins. It's this cold queen's orders. In that kobold are the souls of the people of the former villages and towns. And with each one summoned, the pain of their slaying is equalized. And more, they were within this cold pool, suffering from freezing. For every one that is summoned, one is drawn out from the middle of this cold pool. then killed and returned to the cold pool. So, for every squad that enters and every kobold that is killed, a villager's soul suffers the pain of life and death. And the woman's child is supposed to have died at the hands of the villagers. They said that my child had an auspicious energy, that they wanted it to stay in the village and be passed on to everyone. And then, they cooked him while I was no longer there. A nice big pot of broth for one. When I rushed back, in that pot, there was only one leg left. One leg. By the time she said it, she was hysterical. Tears of blood flowed from within the empty sockets. The village chief tried to gag me with a leg, and when I didn't comply, he joined forces with the villagers and threw me inside the cold pool. It's just that they didn't expect that I didn't die and gained power. And then I killed them. All of them. Draw out their souls and make them suffer for all eternity. For all eternity. The Ice Queen's words complemented all the information Zhongqi wanted to know. He took a deep breath. You used the cold pool to freeze their senses so they couldn't feel the intense pain. That cold Ice Queen was stunned. And then she suddenly snapped. So, what do you think I should do? Speak, or I'll kill you. The way to do that is Saya, deterrence, roar. Right at the moment Zhongqi opened his mouth, a dragon's roar violently erupted. At such a close distance, even a demigod could not avoid it. And, along with this sound of a dragon's roar, the lines on that cold Ice Queen's body actually shown directly, was instantly activated. Ah! The Ice Queen cried out in pain. Then, within that cold pool, two chains emerged from it and pulled it back alive. This sudden scene directly caused the three Li Muhan people to freeze. Zhongqi frowned. The tattoos on that cold Ice Queen's body were dragon script, and with all that intricate veining, there's really only one word for it. Ice. And that one word is the source of all her divine power. What's more critical is this. This divine power had an extremely thick aura of the subterranean dragon abyss. So, being one of the 3 dragon eggs in the subterranean dragon abyss, it was only then that Zhongqi had the intention of letting Little Knight try her hand at it. In the end, he gambled right. A woman who had lost her child was most temperamental, and even if he did say something about a way out, he might not be able to get away with it. Rather, it would be better to lure it over first, and then use the Dragon King to shock it. This is the safest and riskiest way to go. And, of course, the only possibility of living. As the Ice Queen was pulled inside the cold pool, Zhongqi murmured, "This time, it should be a real pass." All the stories of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, were revealed at this moment. The people of the village divided and ate the child because of its ominous scent, and the woman who lost the child was sealed in a cold pool, gaining divine power but losing her freedom. As soon as that dragon text was touched, she would be sealed again, and the people in the village were all killed by the power leaking out of the woman, and tortured. This after learning all the news, Cui Ying couldn't help but curse. Bah! What a bunch of people! Actually eating other people's children. Serves you right. Lin Yun nodded. It's really cheap for them. It was Li Muhan who, at this moment, followed up with, "Beast. What a bummer," Cui Ying said. Although this counts as passing the copy, those beasts, they didn't get the punishment they deserved. Yeah, if only there was some way to punish them. Lin Yuan followed, and Zhongqi laughed at this moment. Didn't I just say that there is a way? Ha, brother Zhong, you really have a solution? Then why didn't you say so just now? If I had just said that, we might not have survived. You guys wait for me up there. I'll be right back. After saying that, Zhongqi looked at Xiaoyao and said, "Saya, let's go down." Then, Little Knight spread her wings, while Zhongqi grabbed Little Knight's feet and reached the edge of that cold pool. Only when Zhongqi arrived, there was the clattering sound of chains. The Ice Queen suddenly lunged out of the cold pool, her face full of scorn. "You lied to me." "No," Zhongqi said. "I do intend to tell you the way, but I don't trust you." She was seething with anger. Zhongqi said, "Your approach is too drastic, blocking the souls of all the villagers at the entrance, so that it doesn't torture anything at all. Haven't you noticed? Every time someone comes in, they can't kill more than a few." The Ice Queen was stunned. "So, what do you think? What's going to happen?" "Simple. Let go of the entrance so more people can come in. And, why not make a cauldron? Throw all the souls in there, let them suffer the cooking, and for everyone who comes in, give them a small task, and as long as they go towards adding wood to that cauldron, they'll get a reward. And, the more you add, the better the reward." Zhongqi looked at that cold Ice Queen and revealed a light smile. Wouldn't that be a better way to get revenge? As Zhongqi's words fell, that cold Ice Queen's eyes instantly lit up. In this copy, this demigod is the undisputed rule. All the rules within the copy were created because of her. and it couldn't be simpler if she wanted to change them. At the moment, whether it was Zhongqi, or Cui Ying and the others, a message came from the center of their minds. Congratulations on your perfect clearance of the Nightmare class copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Congratulations on passing your first Nightmare level copy, Ice Forest. 2 pieces of news in a row caused several people to all jump for joy. Passed? It's a real pass this time. And it's still a perfect pass. First time pass plus perfect pass. 2 rewards. The rewards, aside from the massive amount of experience value, were the 2 chests. The first pass gives a platinum chest, while the perfect pass gives a diamond. Of course, it's Zhongqi's. As for the other 3, they were all gold level boxes. The 2 bonus experiences also brought Zhongqi's level to 10. In addition to that, there was the magnificent explosion after the death of the king of the cold pool. 1 piece of platinum grade equipment, 3 pieces of gold grade, 2 pieces of bronze grade, and 5 pieces of black iron equipment. There are also 3 skill books, and a whole bunch of gold coins. It can be a truly magnificent blowout. The chest Zhongqi hadn't had time to look at it yet, because in addition to that, he had another reward. You have passed the Nightmare level replica, Cold Ice Forest, perfectly, and get the unique title, Cold Ice Best Friend. Cold Ice Best Friend, the only title that belongs exclusively to Zhongqi. Ice Attribute Strengthening plus 30%. Ice Attribute Resistance plus 50%. Luck plus 3. Introduction, as a Cold Best Friend, Ice Attribute attacks will have difficulty traumatizing you anymore. Very strong title. After wearing this title, wouldn't it be that all the ice skills in the future would be greatly discounted for you? Except for that title. Of course, there's also a hidden bonus. Long Men. Zhongqi has a skill. Dragon Speak. This dragon text, he memorized while talking to the Ice Queen. Previously, Zhongqi had always had a suspicion that he himself had the dragon language skill, so wouldn't he be able to use the dragon language spell? Now, this one word, ice, was just the thing for him to test. You have learned the dragon text ice, which can be transformed into the dragon grammar technique Ice Sky and Snow. Do you want to transform? All of a sudden, Zhongqi revealed a joyful expression. Sure enough it can. Chapter 22 Shocking Third Turn Divine Profession. Terror of the Dragon Master. Change. Zhongqi didn't hesitate for a second. Congratulations on learning the dragon grammar technique Ice Sky and Snow. Ice Sky and Snow, using dragon text as a medium. No chanting required. Can be instantly released. Ice and snow fall within range, freezing all enemies. I can't believe it doesn't even need to be chanted. It's instantly released. Zhongqi revealed a joyful expression. An instantly released skill. Even if it was less powerful, it was still a divine skill. Not to mention that this skill was first class in both power and range. Divine technique. Properly divine technique. And, one more thing. The system reward hasn't been claimed yet. However, there is no prompt yet, and it should be given only after you wait to leave your copy. Zhongqi was looking forward to this as well. He went back up. Brother Cheng. Brother Zhong. The 2 Ling Yuan were thrilled. Passed. We passed. The 2 of them were so excited that their cheeks were flushed, and even the always cool Li Muhan now also had a flushed face, and her eyes looking at Zhongqi were also showing a strange color. It can't be helped that people who are good to such an extent always attract the attention of the opposite sex so easily. Zhongqi shook his head slightly annoyed. Well, pass. Zhongqi looked at the 3. Perfect pass. First pass. Cui Ying said excitedly. It's the first time I've cleared a nightmare level copy. It's worth it. It's worth it in this life. Brother Cheng, consider my cousin? She's really cute. It's real. Cui Ying's eyes glowed. Lin Yuan instantly said the same. Actually, I have a cousin too. Ahem. Zhongqi coughed lightly and hurriedly interrupted them. Since we've cleared the copy, let's hurry up and leave. Women and whatnot would only affect his speed of practicing. And at the moment, just the moment they pass, a message that had already spread throughout this copy area. Congratulations to the Dragon Harnessing Squad for perfectly clearing the Nightmare level copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Hereby announced 3 times. Congratulations to the Dragon Harnessing Squad for perfectly clearing the Nightmare level copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Hereby announced 3 times. The 3 messages instantly floated across the screen and were seen by everyone in the replica area. Then, it blew up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nightmare level, Cold Dense Forest? Seriously, it must be true. This is all floating screen. Which big brother of this led the team? Also too much. Nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. The copy known as the Team Killer. Someone really passed it. Too strong, too strong. Which big guy is it? Let me worship him. This dragon harnessing squad. Never heard of it. When did it emerge? So fierce. That's not right. There seems to be only a handful of teams that have entered the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, in this period of time. It's not the same team that posted earlier. Is it? It can't be? Wasn't it faked by the Kamikaze Squad's big brother? And just as they were discussing it, another post from Trey Young. First time clearing a nightmare level copy. Happy. JPG. This post was noticed almost as soon as it was made. Then there was a mad rush of people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Biggie Benny. I can't believe I actually cleared it. I told you. What Biggie posted before must be true. Come on. Your previous post was all spew. You little hack. Show your chicken feet. Don't get bloody. I'm Biggie's most loyal fan. That Chao Su was also quick to post. I told you. All the previous pictures were true. I'm a professional regarding the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Someone commented below. This is a real fan. Can't spray it. Big Brother Divine Prophecy. And the news that a team had cleared the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, spread very quickly. It hardly took long for it to become public knowledge. Among them, G1 as well as Han Lingxi had also gotten the news. Upon receiving this news, the two men's eyes were filled with disbelief. Is there really a team that can pass through the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? How is it possible? We've gone and tried this copy. It's impossible to pass with this difficulty. Which team? That's never going to happen. The two men were in a state of shock. After all, they were already the topmost geniuses. But with them joining forces and the other geniuses teaming up, this was already a top team. But still, they didn't even make it past the first wave of monsters and were only able to exit. The nightmare level, Cold Dense Forest, was too strong. How can you get by? Yet now, they think it's close to impossible. Surely, been done? Who? Which team is it? Anyway, it's... Han Lingxi also saw Cui Ying's post. A deep frown settled on his face. And then the word. It seems. It's that Zhongqi's team. Gwen was stunned for a moment, and snapped out of it. It can't be. It's never possible. How could he have this strength? After all, the three of them had to take Zhongqi to practice leveling before. How could such a person pass through the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest? Han Lingxi narrowed her eyes. It seems to be the arrangement from above. The above rearranged his teammates for him. And, still, they are extremely familiar with that nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. So that, they took him through it hard. It occurred to Givan as well. It looks like he's gotten a lot more resources than us. This kind of connected person can only rely on this tactic. If we also had this resource, we would definitely be able to clear the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, as well. Surely we can. With our strength, there will never be any accidents. Now that they're through, what are we going to do now? Go over there? Get over there. Gavendo, why don't we go over there? Wouldn't it be all right to regroup with him, take over his resources, and use them to strengthen ourselves? And, Ji-Wen immediately laughed. He passed the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. The above must have paid even more attention to him. There must be even more resources. These resources, does he deserve to use them as a punk? It will all be ours. Han Lingxi smiled at his words. That makes sense. Those teammates of his, how do they deserve to be compared to us? As long as we go over there, I believe that Zhongqi will make the right choice. Kick out those trash teammates of his and beg us to join. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed together. As if, he had already seen the scene of enjoying all of Zhongqi's resources and pinning him down. And another place, Tension was similarly informed. A look of surprise came over him. Passed? Yes. Not only did it pass, it was a perfect pass. Perfect. No one knew the gold content of this perfect pass better than Tension. After all, there were only a handful of people in the Dragon Kingdom who had been able to perfectly clear a nightmare level copy since the beginning of time. Tension had made a perfect pass once before, and to this day, it was still bragging capital. Yet now, Zhongqi's first nightmare level copy was perfectly cleared. Or a difficult copy such as Cold Ice Dense Forest. Sure, what's even more terrifying is that he brought two soy sauce as well as a support profession into the copy. Even if Li Muhan's supporting profession was strong, it still had to be a powerful C position. Is a Dragon Master that strong? In this moment, even Tension was shocked. It was amazing that none of the third-turn clerics could even imagine how Zhongqi had reached the perfect pass achievement. No, this kid has a perfect pass. I need to meet him in person. Tension mulled it over. Then, it was a flash of the body, heading towards the replica area. Copy area. There was a flash of light. Zhongqi's four men left from the copy. They still didn't know that the news of the clearance had sensationalized the entire 3 Sacred Regions copy area. Nowadays, not only the Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix districts, all of them knew that a team had cleared the nightmare level difficulty, Cold Ice Dense Forest. The Dragon Harnessing Squad was a momentary sensation. Been chased by quite a few people looking for it. I don't know how many people want to join this squad. There was even a bounty on the forums for $100,000 for any news about the Dragon Harness Squad. There were also people who were willing to offer a piece of gold-ranked equipment to seek a way to join the Dragon Harness Squad. Why have there been so many people here? When he came out, Zhongqi couldn't help but be a bit puzzled when he saw so many professionals around. And right after Zhongqi finished his words, someone beside him said, "Dude, you don't know that yet? Know what? A team has passed the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. That's a nightmare level copy. There are so many people here nowadays. And they're all professions who think they're extremely talented and want to join the Dragon Harnessing Squad. This team is too strong. Brother, my name is Li Dinyo. If you have any news about the Dragon Harness Squad, remember to tell me." "No problem." Zhongqi nodded, and beside him, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying and the others held their laughter extraordinarily hard. "Brother Zhong, we're on fire and famous. I never thought Lin Yuan, would have such a day." He straightened his back and raised his eyebrows. Cui Ying also said, "I'm going to tell my mom that I made it big." Zhongqi smiled slightly. He didn't really feel too much. It's just a nightmare copy. There will be more down the road. However, it wasn't long after they came out. Suddenly, 2 figures stood in front of them. "Zhongqi, right? Is this your Dragon Harnessing Squad?" Zhongqi frowned at once, looking at the 2 men in front of him. "G1, Han Lingxi." Li Muhan called out their names and said in a cold voice, "What are you doing here?" "Do what? Come help." Gwen laughed. "Wasn't it you who needed us? We came over here to fulfill our promise and take you leveling." When they saw Cui Ying and Lin Yuan, they burst out laughing. Although they couldn't see the level, based on the equipment on their bodies, these 2 were by no means top geniuses. But they knew a little bit about all the powerful ones. But these 2 were not among them. Then it seems like it shouldn't be a powerful character. However, it was with such goods that they were actually able to pass through the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. So, what a great deal of help as well as resources given from above. If all of this could fall into their hands, the 2 men were instantly distracted. And as Li Muhan shouted out the names of the 2 men, Zhongqi also realized who these 2 men were. It was the 2 of the 3 men who had been assigned to him earlier. Although Li Muhan was reluctant, she at least came. But these 2, however, did not even show up. And now, when he passes the nightmare level copy, it comes. That's trying to pick the fruit. It's a nice thought. Gavendo, we had some important things to take care of some earlier. And now that we're done with them, we're rushing over. He looked at Zhongqi. "Now that we're here, these 2, there's no need to stay, right?" He pointed at Lin Yuan and Cui Ying. The 2 men naturally showed their anger. Han Lingxi snorted. "What? To put it nicely and let you leave on your own. You 2 losers. What kind of strength? You don't know yourselves? Also have the face to stay here? You!" Lin Yuan was furious. "Ha, Gavendo, this is too much to bear? Do you know who the 2 of us are? My name is G1. And his name is Han Lingxi." G1, Han Lingxi, the 2 geniuses of the Dragon District? Now, Lin Yuan instantly remembered the names of the duo. "Good to know. Now that you know, why don't you give up your position? It was the absence of the 2 of us that allowed you to enter the team to fill the positions before. But now that we're here, you're useless," Gwen taunted. For a moment, neither Lin Yuan nor Cui Ying spoke anymore. The 2 have really made a name for themselves, both in terms of strength, need for the team, and even more so, the 2 should have been on this team a long time ago. And the 2 of them, by comparison, are the later ones. Either way, they're not very competitive. Both of them showed a forlorn look at once. Ji-Won and Han Lingxi felt that they were winning, so they looked at Zhongqi and said, "Okay, now kick these 2 losers out and give me the captain." The one who opened his mouth was Gavan. However, Zhongqi simply ignored him. Instead, he turned his head to Li Muhan and asked with a smile, "The other 2 of you in the Dragon District aren't quite right in the head? By the looks of it, they should have been sick for quite a while." Pust. Li Muhan directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. She couldn't see eye to eye with the 2 either. Except that the captain was Zhongqi, and all the decisions were in his hands. Li Muhan wisely chose not to answer. And now, since Zhongqi had made a choice, it was natural for her to take a stand. Li Muhan said, It's true that the brain is not very good. The situation is quite long and needs to be cured. One sentence caused Ji-won and Han Lingxi's faces to instantly darken. Zhong-chi, what do you mean? Han Lingxi said in a cold voice. Are you unable to see the situation? Still really think that clearing the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, is on your own? It's your honor that the two of us came over and were willing to take you. Don't you give me the face you don't want. Zhong-chi's reply was also dry and direct. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Stay away from infecting people with bad brains. In addition, I must emphasize once again that the Dragon Harness Squad's recruiting has a very strict IQ card, and the two of you don't meet the standard. Your IQs are too low. Zhong-chi. One sentence made the two men furious, and the brawl here was undoubtedly attracting a lot of attention. Ji-won and quite a few people in Han Lingxi knew each other, and the phrase harnessing the Dragon Squad in Zhong-chi's mouth made it clear to them that this was the squad that had cleared the nightmare-level copy of the cold ice-dense forest. In an instant, attention was directed toward this. Chapter 23, Tiny Third Turning Priesthood. Take the pinch. Ji-won, Han Lingxi, the two top geniuses of the Dragon District? Heavens, these two have been startled and have come for the Dragon Harnessing Squad as well? And by the looks of it, they are already finding the Dragon Harnessing Squad. Isn't that so? And by the sound of their words, they still have some sort of dealings with the captain of the Dragon Harness Squad. Given the talent of the two of them, no matter what, the Dragon Harnessing Squad will have to take them in. What envy! A squad capable of clearing a nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, copy, and then taking in Ji-won and Han Lingxi, two of the Dragon region's top geniuses, is really like a tiger with wings, even more powerful. Why does it seem like they're not really getting along with each other by the sound of this conversation? It seems there's a gap between them. It seems like it really is. However, this is the Dragon Harness Squad, as the only squad to have cleared the nightmare level copy of the cold ice dense forest. Moreover, it's still a perfect pass. What's with this perfect pass? How come we haven't heard of a few perfect passes in all these years? This perfect pass can be extremely difficult. Let's put it this way. Dozens of people who have cleared the nightmare level copy may not be able to emerge with a perfect clearance. So difficult? Then how did this Dragon Harness Squad do it? Who knows? Either they know their copies extremely well, or the squad members are just really good at what they do. At this time, the crowd was talking. But the relationship between Ji-won Han Lingxi, plus the Dragon Harnessing Squad, was even more enjoyable for them. It seems like they're going to fight. What's the origin of this Dragon Harnessing Squad? Actually able to not even give face to the two great geniuses. Not only do they not give it, they openly mock them. That's awesome. There's a good show coming, but they rejected the two great geniuses. So won't we have a chance? Can't say. Just look again and you'll see. This time, after Zhong-chi said these unforgiving words, it was enough to see that Ji-won and Han Lingxi's faces were difficult to see. Ji-won pointed at Zhong-chi, and his face was filled with anger. You don't think that relying on some information and squeaking through the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, is really what you're capable of, do you? As Ji-won opened his mouth, there was an immediate murmur. What do you mean? Could it be that the Dragon Harnessing Squad didn't clear the nightmare level copy on their own? It shouldn't be very likely. After all, the difficulty of the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, is there for all to see. There's no way to get past it simply by relying on some information, right? Then how could Ji-won say that? The way he's acting, he obviously knows some inside information. Gwen continued, it's your honor that the two of us are willing to take you leveling, but I didn't expect that. By now, you'd have the audacity to reject us after you got lucky enough to pass a nightmare level copy once. Zhong-chi, I'll give you one last chance, Ji-won said in a cold voice. Tell the two of them to get the hell out and then beg us to join them. In which case we'll be merciful and take you reluctantly. He said this in a way that made Zhong-chi want to laugh. But the two of them, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, were indeed in a tangle right now. Lin Yuan even couldn't help but open his mouth and said, Brother Zhong, why don't I? Zhong-chi directly interrupted him. There's no need to say anything. Just leave it to me. Brother Zhong, trust me. Aha! Lin Yuan nodded heavily. Cui Ying also revealed a touched look. And just at this moment, as Zhong-chi was about to open his mouth, suddenly, a figure landed here. And the aura was powerful. The person who came was naturally no one else but the belatedly arriving Tension. Ha 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 ha, Tension burst out laughing. Zhong-chi, I can't believe that you were actually able to clear the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, on your own. Amazing. Truly amazing. Truly a hero. Even I am impressed. Tension laughed loudly. Not too quietly, echoing around. Such words instantly made the previous words of Ji-won untenable. Even the third-turn cleric Big Brother Tension had said that Zhongqi had relied on his own skills to clear this nightmare-level copy of the cold ice-dense forest. No matter how genius Ji-won was, in terms of authority, how could he compare to a third-turned priesthood? But at the moment, after Tension appeared, the two of them, Ji-won and Han Lingxi, didn't look much flustered, because they knew very well how talented their two were. They were the top geniuses of the Dragon District. Even a third-turned priesthood bigwig wouldn't do anything to them. Or even, would have to be a bit more polite, because, as long as they didn't die in the middle of the process, it would be a nail in the coffin for them to become a third-turn priesthood in the future. So at the moment, Han Lingxi spoke directly, saying, Minister Zhang, it's not that we don't want to do the things you've given us, but there are people who are bullying and are too wild. It's hard for us to do it. Han Lingxi's words attracted Tension's attention. Tension then turned his head. Ji-won also spoke up at this time. We were kind enough to bring this Zhongqi for an upgrade and apply to join his squad, but unexpectedly, not only did he mock us for our lack of intelligence, he even wanted us to get lost. The two of us kept in mind the minister's previous instructions and begged him again with painstaking effort. Yet all we got was this Zhongqi's mockery. Harm. Ji-won sighed. It's not that we're not willing to fulfill the task entrusted to us by the minister, but there's really no way out. The two men are singing together, but they themselves have been victimized. Instead, it was Zhongqi who became that villain. You fart. You lie. In an instant, both Lin Yuan and Cui Ying immediately spoke out to rebuke them. Even the two of them could not stand it. The two of them reversing right and wrong, hitting each other upside down, wanting to put this stain all on Zhongqi. This is something they will never tolerate. Even in front of the tension of a third-turn priesthood bigot, they still opened their mouths, just to defend Zhongqi, even if they would be punished for it. However, after listening to their words, what puzzled Ji-won and the two of them was that Tension did not directly punish Zhongqi, but instead inquired, what happened? Zhang Li's reaction did not look like he was facing a young genius in the slightest. Instead it looked like he was treating Zhongqi as a peer-to-peer existence. It's a very unusual thing to do. This made the two Ji-won, for a moment, a little flustered. Zhongqi gently smiled and said, they're not wrong, these two are indeed stupid. I told them to get out of the way just now, but they were stalking and threatening. Zhongqi shrugged, rather helplessly. What could have been solved by a good roll, has turned into what it is now. Now that's better. It's no longer a matter of getting the hell out of the way. Tension nodded and looked at Zhongqi, asking, I'll take care of it? That would be a pleasure. Zhengli has made it to this position now. Naturally not a little cute. The order was given before. However, the only one who took Zhongqi to upgrade was Li Muhan. Ji-won and Han Lingxi, on the other hand, didn't even show up. This kind of disobedient move had long pissed off Tension. And now, the two of them had come up with this, which was totally treating people like little cuties. Still in plain sight, what Zhongqi said was not bad. These two, indeed, were foolish. One more thing, with the importance of Zhongqi, even if it is true that he is wrong, that, too, is right. What top genius? In terms of importance, it was all inferior to Zhongqi alone. Not even close. Minister Zhang, what are you doing? The one who did wrong is him. Zhongqi, you should be punishing him. For a moment, Kifumi panicked a bit, listening to the conversation between him and Zhongqi. It's clear that he's trying to favor Zhongqi. But why is that? The two of them are the top geniuses of the Dragon District. They should enjoy privileges, all the resources that you two enjoy. All of them stop. In addition, I'll let Elder Yi know and send you to the Demon Suppression Army for training. After staying in the Dragon region for so long, don't you really think you can be lawless? Deactivate resources and send them to the front line for experience. This is already the harshest punishment for a genius. No, I won't obey. Ji-won grimaced and shouted. By what right would this happen? On what grounds? You can't do this. You can't do this to me. Han Lingxi similarly shouted. However, Tension didn't even give them an explanation. After that, these two people were taken away from here. Regardless of the importance of Zhongqi, the fact that these two men disobeyed orders alone was enough to punish them. Geniuses do have their own arrogance, but it is not a privileged qualification. Especially, as opposed to a Zhongqi who was both incredibly important and immensely talented. It couldn't be clearer what to choose. With two cannon fodder, they were able to pass through the nightmare level, cold ice-dense forest. Zhongqi's strength left another heavy mark in Tension's mind. You, boy, are quite a surprise. Zhongli smiled and patted Zhongqi's shoulder. Zhongqi immediately showed his teeth in pain. This old boy. Really hard. This isn't the place to talk. Come with me first? Yes. Zhongqi naturally did not refuse. And right after they left, the people who had gathered around the square were completely confused. Heavens! What kind of character is the captain of this dragon harness squad? Even Minister Zhang of our resources department is impressed. No. Looking at them, it seems like they've known each other for a long time. It couldn't be the bastard son of our #1 powerhouse, Dongfang Shua. Could it? What are you thinking? People are called Zhongqi. Not anymore. What kind of background is that? Even the 2 top geniuses of the Dragon District couldn't do it. It's too strong. Dragon Harness Squad. I must join the Dragon Harness Squad. I'll take it too. This squad is too fierce. Not only is it strong, but its background is also terrifyingly strong. Do you know why I handled it that way? Within the Ministry of Resources, Zhongli looked at Zhongqi and asked. Zhongqi shook his head. How to dispose of it? Isn't it a word from you, Minister Zhang? If only it were that easy. Tenshin shook his head. The Dragon region is not the same as before since the rules for recruiting were modified and the number of recruits became smaller and smaller. The people recruited are indeed getting better and better in talent. But this arrogance, it's also getting bigger and bigger. Disobeying orders, that's a big no-no in the middle of a battlefield. Once we engage the monsters, or even have a national war, a single disobedient order could cost us dearly. And these people from the Dragon District, which also includes you, and the other professionals, are the ones who must all go into battle, whether it's to face monsters, or professionals from other countries, and then it's possible to lose more good professionals because of them. Tenshin had a worried look in his eyes. The problems in the Dragon District, they've been there for a long time, and I've been trying to find a chance to straighten things out, but I haven't gotten around to it. Zhongqi rubbed his nose and realized. So, I'm being used as a gun by you? Zhongli glared. What do you mean by being used as a gun by me? Am I not seeking justice for you? Come on. Zhongqi waved his hand. I can't carry such a big black pot. Carry it, Tenshin said. You're the only one who can carry it nowadays. No one but you. Tenshin looked at Zhongqi. Your status is important. No one can touch you. And with your talent, you're simply the perfect candidate to take the fall. Zhongqi's head was full of black lines. This kind of black pot he really didn't want to take. Offend the entire Dragon District, isn't it? It's not like those are the only ones in the Dragon District. It's just that this term, there are only 3 of them. What about the last one? The one before that? Don't worry, Tenshin comforted. There won't be anyone above your strength targeting you. And, the vast majority of third-turn clerics will come to your side. There are also benefits. Whatever resources you want will be prioritized for you. Hearing this, Zhongqi instantly narrowed his eyes. Didn't you say before that you would devote all the nation's strength to cultivating me? And that I could have whatever resources I wanted? How come now? It's become a condition again? Isn't this supposed to be my treat? What about the favors you gave? Where are the favors? Ahem. Zhangli coughed twice. Embarrassed. There are definitely benefits. But it's not. It's got to be slow. Zhongqi didn't believe him at all. However, just at this time, a line of writing suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Ding! Triggering extra mission. Suppressing the contemporary. Suppressing the contemporary era. A good dragon master should suppress not only his own contemporaries, but also an era, which is unrivaled before the era, and unrivaled after the era. Gotta! And triggered the mission. It seems that this is a black pot that can't be taken without reciting it. But, it can't just be accepted. Zhongqi looked at Tenshin and pondered this. I heard that a while ago, your old man brought out 10 intellectual fruits from the abyss? Zhangli revealed an incredulous look. This news, where did you know about it? Intelligence fruit, when taken, can add a permanent increase in the intelligence attribute. Such ones that can increase permanently are treasures that have a price tag. Then it looks like there is. Well then, you can have it, Zhongli said helplessly. Zhongqi, however, did not let up and continued. 6 more agility fruits? Zhongli stared at Zhongqi for a long time and finally said, Here, let's get a few more power fruits together then. Just the thing. Zhongli, blood and magic come some too. Tenshin. And, Zhongli hurriedly interrupted. Are you treating me like a wishing fountain? Zhongqi said. Then you'll hire someone else? Give. Anything you want. Hey, tiny 3-turn priesthood. Take a pinch. Chapter 24, Dragon Pet Evolution. Diamond Grade Equipment. Zhongli looked at the smile on Zhongqi's face and suddenly had the feeling that he was being punked. He always felt that even if he didn't agree to these conditions, this kid, too, was destined to go up against these geniuses from the Dragon District. But, relying on his own strength, with 2 dragons, he passed the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. This talent, this strength, that's pretty scary. Dragon Master, such a powerful profession. God bless my Dragon Kingdom. And, to know a little bit, now Zhongqi here, there is still only a dragon pet. Bred Dragonland still has 2 dragon eggs. If those 2 dragon eggs were contracted as well, how powerful would this occupation have to be? That second-turn professional from Sakura country who was able to summon the Orochi was already on the lists of various countries. That was the divine beast of the Sakura kingdom, and there was no need to talk about how powerful it was. It's horrible to be able to summon the Yamanano Orochi. But now, what is a mere Orochi compared to a true dragon? In this moment, Tenshin was extremely excited about Zhongqi's growth. I really don't know what Zhongqi will be able to grow up to in the future. Zhongqi left from Tenshin. In addition to the attribute fruits, he also wanted a few skill books. Although Dragon Masters shared similarities with summoners, there was still a difference in essence. Low-end skills that simply don't work, and those high-level skills are priced and too hard to find. Going to let Tenshin worry about it nowadays couldn't be better. As for those geniuses in the Dragon District, it doesn't count for much. Suppressing an era? Zhongqi was still confident. Ding! You passed the nightmare level copy, Cold Ice Dense Forest. Do you want to receive your reward? A voice came from his ear, and Zhongqi almost forgot about it. There's a system bonus too. Pick up. Zhongqi did not hesitate. Ding! Congratulations! You've gained the joint skill, Dragon Claw. Ding! Congratulations! You've earned a lucky card *3. Ding! Congratulations! You've obtained a full-grade skill card *2. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a divine pet evolution card *1. A series of voices rang in Zhongqi's ears. He waited for the sound to die down before he went to take a closer look at the reward. First up is this Dragon Claw skill. Dragon Claw LV. 1. You select a dragon pet and share 10% of its attack power, manifesting the claws of a giant dragon and delivering a deadly blow. It was actually an active attack skill that shared 10% of the dragon pet's attack power. Knowing Sayaka's terrifying 3-dimensional attributes, even if it was only 10%, it was still terrifying enough. Moreover, the skill was able to be upgraded. The potential is strong. Next is the Lucky Card. Lucky Card, use it to increase your luck by 5 points. It was only 5 points of luck, but luck was something that affected so many things. Burst rate, chances of triggering extra rewards in the copy, and timing of running into good stuff. The problem is that it's just too hard for Lucky to improve. Gotta have a special reward for that. And now, with 3 lucky cards under your belt, you can directly boost your luck by 15 points. This is already extremely high. And in addition, full skill cards. Full level skill card, selected skill. After using it, this skill can be upgraded to full level. Please note that it must be a skill that can be upgraded. Good stuff too. 1 full level skill card that allows you to raise a previously learned Dragon Claw directly to full level. Finally, there is the Divine Pet Evolution card. Divine Pet Evolution card, select your pet and use this card to evolve your pet once. Cannot be used after reaching the evolution limit. Upon reading the message, Zhongqi's eyes lit up. It can evolve once. Now Sayaka's attributes were already terrifying. If it could evolve once more, then, attributes are able to improve a lot again. It could be said that this was truly a good thing to boost Zhongqi's strength. This dog system, finally, is giving something good, not as stingy as before. At this point, Zhongqi took those 3 lucky cards first. Luck value is something that the sooner you raise it, the better, and it's impossible to say what good luck can be triggered later on. After using it, Zhongqi's luck value increased by 15 points. Then, using a full level skill card, raise Dragon Claw to full level. Dragon Claw, full level your selected dragon pet, sharing 45% of its attack power, manifests the claws of a giant dragon and delivers a deadly blow. The attack will have the bleed attribute attached to it, as well as 30% true damage. In one word, strong. 45% attack power sharing, and 30% true damage. In addition to bleeding, this Dragon Claw went down, literally grabbing directly into the aorta. What kind of monster can stand this claw? Sure, that's not even the main thing. The most important thing was also this Divine Pet Evolution card in Zhongqi's hand. After using it, you can increase Sayaka's attributes significantly. Is the Divine Pet Evolution card being used to target Black-Winged Demon Dragon Saya, Infancy? Yes, as Zhongqi crushed the Divine Pet Evolution card in his hand. An invisible force then surged into Xiao Yang's body. It was possible to clearly perceive that the power within Xiao Yang's body had become even more vigorous. The power becomes strong. It's grown a lot from what it was. Most noticeably, Sayaka's wings began to grow. The bone spurs on them growing a lot. The size has gotten bigger too. It's gone from being cute and cuddly to being more powerful. Saya's previous panel, which Zhongqi purposely screenshotted. Black-winged demon dragon, infancy. Master, Zhongqi. Level, mythic, common. Rare, legendary. Mythic, level, 10, 8, 000 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 28,000. Magic, 6,000. Strength, 1,040. Intelligence, 750. Agility, 750. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. And new panels. Black-winged demon dragon, juvenile. Master, Zhongqi. Level, mythic, common. Rare, legendary. Mythic, level, 10, 8, 000 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 38,000. Magic, 8,500. Strength, 1,340. Intelligence, 1,000. Agility, 1,000. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet equipment, none. After evolving, this attribute growth can be terrifying, breaking 1,000 three-dimensional properties. It's only level 10. It was that the vast majority of bosses, at level 10, definitely didn't have such terrifying attributes. Now, however, Sayaka has it. After Zhongqi saw Xiao Yang's attributes, his heart was also shocked. Too damn strong. With such a Sayaka, what bosses can't be killed in seconds? Those top geniuses of the dragon region, even if they were added together, wouldn't be enough for a mouthful of Knight's dragon breath. At this time, Sayaka had evolved into a juvenile, fully doubling in size. Then, spreading his wings, he fluttered into Zhongqi's arms. It swooped down and directly gave Zhongqi a stagger. After evolving, Saya's weight, too, has grown a lot. Zhongqi was already having trouble holding it as easily as before. In particular, Zhongqi's own strength attribute was not weak, but it was still a bit of a struggle to hold Sayaka. Seeing Zhongqi's appearance, it seemed that Little Knight understood that she had become much heavier, and she immediately scratched her head with her paw in embarrassment. However, there was still anticipation amongst the eyes that looked at Zhongqi. Harm. Zhongqi sighed. There's really no way around it. Facing this kind of Saya, where did he get the resistance? Only able to cuddle. Excitement immediately surged amongst Sayaka's eyes. It also felt its enhanced power. It wasn't long before Sayaka was snoring loudly. As for Zhongqi, after hugging him for a while, he put Sayo into the dragon harnessing space. It was too much for him to keep hugging like that. In addition to the system's rewards, the equipment exploded by the king of the cold pool, platinum level, which happens to be a staff. Cold spirit staff, level, platinum. Where requirements, level 10, summoning, auxiliary, mage, attributes, intelligence plus 70. Reduces the chant time by 20% when releasing a skill. When releasing the skill, all around will turn into a cold pool. Affecting hostile beings, damages 20% of intelligence. When using ice attribute skills, damage is increased by 200%. Very powerful staff. The 70 intelligence increase alone is considered a godsend for mage-type professions, especially the 20% reduction in skill chant time, as well as the self-preservation skills. If it's an ice mage, this is a proper artifact, bar none. Although Zhongqi was not an ice system, this staff, the strengthening effect on him was not small. Straightforward replacement, and 3 pieces of gold equipment. Cold Pond Grievance Breastplate, level, gold. Where requirements, level 10, strength to 75. Attributes, blood plus 800. Ice attribute resistance increased by 10%. When attacked, 10% chance of triggering a cold attack, 8% of your own blood. Armor of Cold Pool Grievance, level, gold. Where requirements, level 10, strength to 75. Attributes, strength plus 40. Ice attribute attack increase by 70. When attacking, 15% chance of attaching a cold attack, 10% of your own strength. Bracelet of Cold Pool Grievance, level, gold. Where requirements, level 10, agility of 70. Attributes, agility plus 30. 30% immunity to slowing type skills. Sprinting, when the skill is activated, One's agility is increased by 75% for 3s, with a cooldown of 1 minute. 3 not bad gold gears. Among them, 2 pieces of armor that Zhongqi could not use, although the attributes were quite a bit stronger than his own set. But after all, his own set had set attributes and the effect of increasing experience. Instead, the bracelet could be used by itself. These 2 pieces of armor were not suitable for the people in their party, but they could just be sold. As for the remaining silver equivalent ones, Zhongqi didn't even look at them and directly listed them on the auction house. The level is too low to see. With an additional platinum grade staff and a gold grade bracelet, Zhongqi's attributes had risen a lot more. But that's not all. First time through the nightmare level abyss as well as a perfect pass, and there are still 2 chests left to open. Zhongqi had some expectations. 1 diamond and 1 platinum. Nightmare class copy first pass chest, platinum class. Is it on? Turn it on. Zhongqi had no hesitation. Open successfully. Congratulations. You've acquired the Rift Star Meteor Blade, platinum grade. Congratulations. You've gained the secret pill of intelligence *5. Congratulations. You've gained the secret pill of strength *5. Congratulations. You have obtained agility secret pill *5. Congratulations. You've gained gold coins. The platinum ranked chest gave a platinum ranked longsword, as well as 3 secret medicines. Other than that, it's the gold rewards. Zhongqi checked the attributes of the long blade. Split heavenly star sword. Level, platinum. Wear requirements, level 15, warrior class profession. Attributes, strength plus 80. 30% chance of bleeding attribute attached to attacks. 3. When the target is caught in the bleeding property, all damage type attacks are increased by 90%. Split star, summon a meteorite to blast the target, dealing 300% damage. Cooldown 2 hours. A very strong platinum level long knife. Bleeding warrior's artifact. It was enough to see that this knife would cause a mad rush of bleeding warriors if it made it to the market. As for the 3 secret medicines, they all increased their attributes by 30 within half an hour of taking them. Next up, the diamond level boxes. Zhongqi rubbed his hands together expectantly. Nightmare class copy perfect pass chest, diamond class. Is it on? Yes. Congratulations. You have obtained the Inferno Dragon's Blade, diamond grade. Congratulations. You have obtained the Resurrection Scroll *1. Congratulations. You have obtained a diamond grade treasure map *1. Congratulations. You've gained a skill book *1. Diamond level chests can be extremely generous in the rewards they give when opened. That diamond grade equipment gleamed. After it appeared, it was such that even Zhongqi couldn't help but burst out in foul language. *******. Diamond level equipment is extremely valuable. This level of equipment, that is, some of the second turn awakened, may not have a piece. Yet now, Zhongqi already owns it. What's even more crucial is that this diamond level equipment is a pet equipment. This could be the best news for him. A Dragon Master. Pet equipment of higher ranks is much rarer. It hardly ever makes it to the market. It was Tenshin who was unable to find a suitable higher order pet equipment there. The ones that could be found were all high grade, and Zhongqi couldn't use them at all. And now, he opened one from among the diamond rated chests. Zhongqi was already eager to check up on the attributes. Dragon Blade. Grade, diamond. Wear requirements, level 10, wearable by pets. Attributes, 20% increase in 3D attributes. Attacks with Inferno Dragon's Breath. Searing 15%, own intelligence, of the target's blood for 10s. 40% immunity to fire attacks. 15% probability of triggering Inferno Dragon's creation when attacking. With 30% of the attack's damage converted to real damage after triggering. Inferno Dragon Aura, when activated. Attacks receive an 80% damage increase. Consumes 1% magic power per second. Cooldown 10s. Hiss. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Zhongqi had been unable to stop himself from sucking in a breath of cool air. Terror. The addition of this equipment is horrible. Seo's current attributes were already terrifying enough, and if she wore this Inferno Dragon's Blade, she could completely enhance it by another level. 20% 3D. Sayaka's 3 dimensions had already broken 1,000 now, and with another 20% enhancement, that would be at least a 200 bonus, not to mention the accompanying burn damage. Real damage. This was, in its entirety, taking Sayaka's damage level and hardening it by a notch. This equipment, if a normal pet wore it, would just be a very good enhancement. But for Saya, that's an explosion on top of an explosion. It was mainly because of Seo's own attributes, which were already heaven-defying enough. Without hesitation, Zhongqi put on the pet equipment for Xiao Yang. Now, If one were to run into that Lord of the Cold Pool again, one could guarantee that one could definitely kill it directly in seconds. The rewards given for this trip to the replica were not too generous. Zhongqi and Xiaoyang's strength was raised by several notches, and what follows will be an explosion of escalation. For regular people, upgrading gets harder and harder the further back you go, but for Zhongqi, the best time to upgrade is next. The second dragon egg. It won't be long before it's able to be contracted. Chapter 25, re-entering the nightmare level against the entire Dragon District. Dragon District. Ever since the Dragon region had modified its rules, the geniuses recruited in each session had been restricted to death. This also led to the fact that the quality of the geniuses that came out of the Dragon District was a whole lot higher than the Tiger and Phoenix districts. In quite a few places, the geniuses of the Dragon District also occupied a higher voice. It's bordering on becoming a stereotype. As long as the geniuses coming out of the Dragon District, in quite a few places, had privileges, and there is nothing to be done to protect that privilege. Nowadays, the matter between Ji1 and Han Lingxi was soon known by the geniuses of the Dragon region. Boo! A dull ringing sound suddenly erupted, extremely obvious in this calm environment. At the top of the list, Han Lin had more than a hint of anger on his face. This is outrageous. Lingxi and Ji1, who didn't make any mistakes at all, or punished so severely. This Zhongqi? What exactly is this Zhongqi? The information is confidential. We can't trace it. However, this person just passed the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest. His strength should not be underestimated. Nightmare level, cold ice dense forest? The moment these words came out, it immediately caused many people to look sideways. That does have a not so weak strength. However, even if it has strength, it's not something to rely on to mess with our Dragon region. If this person is left alone, then in the future, what are we going to do when our Dragon region geniuses are in various places? How will other people look at those who come out of our Dragon region? Yun Chengqing knocked on the desktop in front of him, attracting the eyes of the others before speaking. As of now, this person has excellent talent and is not weak, plus his background is unknown. He also passed the nightmare level, cold ice dense forest, and it is said that he is still a perfect pass. And there shouldn't be anyone among you who doesn't know the gold content of a perfect pass, right? This person, he's not to be messed with. Yun Chengqing, what are you trying to say? Han Lin frowned. Can it be that we're going to let it go just like that after he slapped our Dragon region's face? Naturally not. Yun Chengqing shook his head. Not many have dared to provoke our Dragon region after so many years. It seems that quite a few people have forgotten the terror of the geniuses of our Dragon region. It's time to take this opportunity to proclaim to the world once more the might of our Dragon region's geniuses. Han Lin looked at him. Yun Chengqing said, this Zhongqi's appearance is an opportunity. No matter how big his background is or how strong his talent is, as long as we can press him to death, so that he can't tumble up, then our Dragon region will still be that transcendent position, the holy land of the world's geniuses. Han Lin also narrowed his eyes after hearing this. Road. Makes sense. Just, what are we going to do? Yun Chengqing laughed lightly. Didn't he, Zhongqi, pass the nightmare level copy? Let's go through as well. Send out people to spy. As long as there's news of him entering a copy coming in, then we'll send a team forward as well, only to pass every copy before him, ruthlessly crushing him and suppressing his sharpness. At that time, this Zhongqi's rise to fame, everything he's done, is nothing but paving the way for us. It's not even worth mentioning. After hearing Yun Chengqing's words, the geniuses in the Dragon region here all burst into laughter. Obviously, they were still quite attached to things like destroying geniuses. Wait, since we are determined to strike and destroy this Zhongqi, we might as well let this fire burn a little more fiercely. Han Lin opened his mouth at this time. He had another idea. How? Yun Chengqing looked at him with curiosity in his eyes. Han Lin smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth revealing an oozing coldness. Brother Chung. Lin Yuan revealed a joyful expression upon seeing Zhongqi. To be honest, he hadn't expected at all that Zhongqi would actually choose them under these circumstances. This moved Lin Yuan. And taking advantage of this moment when Lin Yuan was moved, Zhongqi beckoned, flicked his index finger on the belly of his thumb, and said, don't be melodramatic, raise the money. Shui Ying, who was beside him with tears in her eyes, had an emotional lurch and was quite confused. Zhongqi didn't give them a chance to remain bewildered and continued, $1 million each, and I'll take you down a copy. When he finished, he added, nightmare level, a very fair price. I'll give it. After briefly freezing for a moment, Lin Yuan reacted and quickly opened his mouth. Shui Ying also wiped her tears and after paying the money again, She then asked, Brother Zhong, how have you considered my cousin's matter? If you're willing, I'll let her come here, guaranteed to be fit and obedient. At that moment, Li Muhan glanced at Cui Ying at just the right moment. At once, Cui Ying closed her mouth. Zhongqi did not pick up the words, this time more than one woman. Not to find their own pain? He said dryly. You guys go get ready and meet up in front of the replica again in 30 minutes and we'll go to the next replica. So fast? Lin Yuan exclaimed. Even those powerful squads in the three holy regions didn't have a precedent of going down nightmare-level copies back-to-back. After clearing a nightmare-level copy, you often have to rest for a month before continuing. And Zhongqi here, he remembered the horror of Sayaka. Well, there's really no need to rest either. Brother Zhong, I'll go get ready. Lin Yuan and Cui Ying both leave. Left Li Muhan. Zhongqi looked over at her. You're not going to get ready? Li Muhan shook her head. I don't need to. She paused slightly before saying, the Dragon District. Going to target you. Against me? Zhongqi laughed. What's the point of targeting me? It's not like I'm affecting them. Li Muhan shook her head. The two, Han Lingxi and Jiwon, are the top performers that the Dragon region has taken in this term, and now because of you, they've been greatly punished, so someone has placed the blame on you. Interesting. Zhongqi laughed lightly, understanding the meaning. Trying to preserve the majesty of the Dragon District by overwhelming me. Are you? Li Muhan nodded. What about you? Li Muhan's face was expressionless. I'm out. You won't regret it? Li Muhan said seriously. Following you. I feel more promising than staying in the Dragon District. Ha 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 ha. Zhongqi laughed a few times. And then the word. For the next copies, I got the information from Minister Zhang, and after sifting through it, he told me that there are 3 copies that are most suitable for me. Which 3? Cat Demon's Rampage, Kingdom of the Minotaur, Cold Forest. Li Muhan thought for a moment and nodded. These 3 copies, with moderate difficulty, are indeed the most suitable for us. With the fact that we've only just passed the nightmare level, Cold Forest is going to be more appropriate with experience. Cat Demon's Rampage is actually harder. The environment is too harsh for us. But, the 2, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, would have a much harder time. Zhongqi nodded. I have also considered this matter. So for the next copy, the choice must be careful. Li Muhan asked. Which one to choose? I've considered the situation mostly, and I've decided to take none of these 3 copies. Ha? Li Muhan's expression stiffened for a moment. Slightly bewildered, he looked at Zhongqi, who said, I heard that the geniuses from the last class of the Dragon region have formed a squad and are attacking the Tree Spirit Jungle? Yes, and it has failed several times. Li Muhan nodded. Tree Goblin Jungle is an abyssal copy that appeared not long ago, and currently the first pass hasn't been taken yet, and the Dragon region wants to take the first pass. Halfway through her words, Li Muhan stopped abruptly, then looking at Zhongqi, he seemed to be somewhat incredulous and said, Are you trying to? Zhongqi nodded. Our next copy is the Tree Goblin Jungle. Since the Dragon region has already started targeting me, why don't we be more proactive? But, Li Muhan still felt a little less able to accept it. This, Tree Goblin Jungle, is a level 15 to 25 copy. There's no way to clear it with our current level. Li Muhan looked at Zhongqi, revealing disbelief. Zhongqi, however, waved his hand, not caring. It's possible. I'm sure of it. But, trust me. Zhongqi revealed a warm smile, and Li Muhan stared blankly at the scene, watching Zhongqi smile. For some reason, she had an inexplicable feeling of peace of mind. Thinking of this, Li Muhan did not make a sound, just sighed inwardly. Forget it. Let's just go crazy for once. Throughout the ages, there are examples of transgressions into the copy, but without exception, are in the copy of the halberd. There was almost nothing that wanted to cross the level, especially if it was like Zhongqi, who was going to cross the level to enter a nightmare level copy, because that's a death wish. The two of them, Lin Yuan and Cui Ying, were still unaware of Zhongqi's decision, because they are, right now, making difficult choices. Lin Yuan looked at his father who appeared in front of him and couldn't help his hands from trembling. Yuaner, don't hesitate. You know what kind of people you're messing with. That team of yours. Lin's father, who had gray hair, pointed at Lin Yuan. The Dragon District. They've messed with the Dragon region. Ah, now that the Dragon region has released the news, if you still persist, you'll definitely regret it. Lin Yuan shook his head. No, father, I believe in Zhong. Even with the geniuses of the Dragon region around, it still won't be able to stop Zhong's rise. You don't understand. You don't know the terror of Zhong's talent. Rebel son. Lin father knocked Lin Yuan's head and said angrily, "Do you want to destroy the Lin family before you're satisfied? If you dare to go to that dragon harnessing squad again today, you won't have to go home again in the future. My Lin family. I'll pretend I don't have you. I, Lin Wudao, will pretend that I don't have you as my son." Father. Father. Lin Yuan looked at his father, his eyes caught in the middle of an endless struggle. Eventually, he chose to give in. "Okay. I'll quit the dragon harness squad." "That's right." Lin Wudao was instantly beaming with joy, patting his son's shoulder and comforting him. "It's fine. Isn't it just some dragon harnessing squad? The adults in the dragon area have already said that they will take you to practice when they have free time." The adults in the dragon area. Aren't they more powerful than some dragon harnessing squad? Lin Yuan was bitter in his heart. Not really. On the other side, Cui Ying's home. "Inger, you have to be obedient. Do you know what a huge enemy you are about to face? That's the Dragon District, one of the 3 holy regions. The Dragon Region. Everyone who comes out of the Dragon Region is a top genius, and has important positions in various fields. If you offend the Dragon District, you're cutting off your own future." "I don't believe it," Cui Ying said. "As strong as the Dragon District is, it can't stop Brother Zhong. As long as Brother Zhong is willing to lead me, then I will definitely develop better. By then, I won't be afraid of any Dragon District." You've really been drugged by what's his name Zhong. Trey's mother shook her head. "Listen to your mother. This is the time to back off that what's his name dragon harnessing squad, or else, there will be a time when you regret it." "I'm definitely not backing down," Cui Ying said firmly. "I must stay in the dragon harness squad." "Mother, I have average talent, but I feel that this is my opportunity. If I miss it, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Just support me, okay?" Cui Ying shook Mother Cui's arm. In the end, Mother Cui also sighed helplessly and said, "You're such a kid. I can't help you." Hey, Mother's the best. "Brother Zhong, I'm back." Cui Ying's voice rang out. Zhong Qi looked over and nodded. "Just come back." Cui Ying looked to the side. Has Lin Yuan not arrived yet? So late? "He's not coming. Opting out," Zhong Qi said. "What?" Cui Ying was stunned for a moment, then said, "He was given to stress too? Aha. Things are getting more interesting." Zhong Qi smiled gently. "However, the fact that this dragon region can do this means that they are in fear of us." "Yes, they fear us." Cui Ying nodded, then went on to ask, "So what are we going to do next? Recruit another one?" "No need." Zhong Qi shook his head. "Li Muhan said that he has a brother who happens to have time, so he'll just let him come over." After a few moments of time, Li Muhan's brother, Li Shuo, is here. It just so happened that this Li Shuo was also a shield warrior, which sort of made up for the lack of a meat shield in the team. This Li Shuo is also considered a genius, and is from the Tiger District among the 3 holy districts. "Sis, I'm coming." Li Shuo greeted Li Muhan first, then the party surveyed the others. However, after seeing Cui Ying, he frowned slightly, but didn't say much. Zhong Qi looked at it and said directly, "Alright, let's go. There's no point in wasting time since we're all together." "Yes." Li Muhan and Cui Ying both nodded their heads. It was to follow Zhong Qi's pace. At this very moment, above the forum, a message that a member of the Harness Dragon Squad had quit was noticed by most people and sparked a discussion as soon as it was posted. "Isn't the Dragon Harness Squad quite strong? Why would anyone still quit? Strong is strong, but the captain of that Dragon Harnessing Squad, he doesn't know what's good for him and has offended the Dragon region. That's the Dragon District. After offending the entire Dragon District, what else can we do in the future? Definitely quit." "What? Offended the Dragon District? Goo. It's a good thing I didn't go in the first place. Otherwise if I had joined the Dragon Harnessing Squad, it wouldn't be a big regret." "Who says it isn't? I can only say that this Dragon Harnessing Squad is drifting after a bit of achievement. Is the Dragon District a good place to mess with? He only has a little achievement, but there are so many geniuses in the Dragon District, and every one of them has an achievement. Goo. This Dragon Harness Squad, it looks like it's going to be targeted to death by the Dragon District." Dragon District. Being silent for so long, I'm about to forget this name. This reminds me, in the past, the copy areas were ruled by the geniuses of the Dragon District, and almost every copy here has traces left behind by them. The Dragon District is returning. The Dragon Harness Squad is going to suffer. Pity. And just as the crowd was buzzing, Zhong Qi had already brought the 3 of them to the entrance of the replica. "Sis, which copy are we going into this time?" Li Shua thought about having some understanding before entering the copy. He had only just come out of the middle of the copy, and didn't have any information about the outside world. Therefore, it was not clear about this dragon harnessing squad. However, since Li Muhan had called him over, he came straight over. A team with Li Muhan on it would definitely not be weak. It's Tree Goblin Jungle. Oh, Lee Suk nodded. This was a new copy. He didn't expect that this squad was actually short of the level and dared to cross the level to brush the normal level, Tree Goblin Jungle. It seemed that the team members were not weak. Li Shua did not think much. After all, this level, normally speaking, cross-level into the copy. Certainly into the ordinary level. You can't enter the adventure class, can you? Isn't that pure abuse? But he didn't know that. What Zhongqi was going to enter was the nightmare level. If he knew that, he was afraid that Li Shua would be so scared that he would rush to quit the team. When Zhongqi made his choice, Cui Ying, who was familiar with the process, asked, "Did you guys go through it once?" Li Muhan nodded. "While we're waiting for you, we've already brushed up once." Cui Ying opened her mouth, but in the end there was only one sentence. "Chung is awesome." Then, it is to enter the copy. Zhongqi didn't have much hesitation and was dry as a bone, directly choosing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. When the copy finally appears to read, after looking at the copy that he entered, the three big words of nightmare level were brightly displayed on it. Lee Suk fell into a short stupor. Then the first thing he did was look at Li Muhan and blurted out, "Sis, there's no grudge between us. How do you want me to die? Entering the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, or entering across levels? What was that if not looking for death?" Just, during Li Shua's regret, the entry spell had already appeared. Not long after, another picture appeared in front of the four of them. The sky was bleak, and a somber, evil aura filled the air. Li Suk showed a look of desperation. When Cui Ying saw him, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Sister Muhan, your brother, he's quite interesting." Li Muhan helplessly held her forehead. Then he turned to Li Suk. "It's okay, nothing will happen." Li Shua still didn't believe it. He cried out, "All of you are long-range professions, only I'm a close quarters, or a meat shield profession. If I'm at the front, I'll definitely be the one to die the fastest." Cluck cluck cluck. Cui Ying already couldn't stop laughing. Zhongqi was also amused. This kid, he's a bit more honest. Li Muhan, on the other hand, felt humiliated. Stepping forward, he grabbed Li Shua's ears and questioned, "You don't believe me? But I'm more convinced of the damage of the monsters within the nightmare level copies. I think this tree spirit can whip me to death with a single whip." While Li Suk was crying, Zhongqi was already taking steps towards the jungle, and, looking at an old tree a short distance away. "It's a good disguise, but unfortunately, it doesn't work on me." Chapter 26:10 Bosses? Horrible difficulty. The Dragon Harness Squad has entered the Tree Goblin Jungle? The news that Zhongqi and the others had entered the copy was quickly spread to the Dragon region, and Yun Chengqing and Han Lin and the others naturally heard it. Han Lin immediately showed coldness in his eyes. "Really looking for death? We haven't gone to trouble him much yet, and he's taking the initiative to come to the door. What? You wouldn't think that after clearing that cold ice dense forest, you'd be able to cross over the level of a copy, would you? Stupid." Yun Chengqing also let out a laugh, but in the middle of the smile, it was full of mockery and ease. He said, "Moreover, what they entered was not even the normal level, nor the adventure level, but the hardest nightmare level." Nightmare level? Ha 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 ha. As Yun Chengqing's words fell afterward, the geniuses present in the dragon region could not control themselves and burst into laughter. What a laugh! They also dare to enter the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle? Looking for death. This is really the old man striking a lantern. Looking for death. Even us. We only dare to first overdo it a little bit from the warrior grade and king grade, and we don't dare to enter the nightmare grade for a while. But this dragon harnessing squad, it actually dares to enter the nightmare grade directly? This is great. I guess we don't even need us to make a move. This so-called dragon harnessing squad will die all by itself. Dare to enter the nightmare level, Tree Spirit Jungle? Getting tired of living really? Obviously. None of the geniuses in the dragon district thought that Zhongqi and the others would be able to pass. Of course, it's not just the pass. They even thought that it was questionable whether Zhongqi and the others could hold out for a while. After all, the warrior level, Tree Goblin Jungle, they had gotten the first pass. And it's only now that the king class enters. Warrior level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is difficult enough. King level, they also prepared for a while. And then, only then did they enter. Even then, the probability of failure is not low. And now, someone has entered the nightmare level? Or is it a cross-grade entry? For a while, a rather cheerful atmosphere passed through the place. Everyone thought that the dragon harnessing squad would be annihilated in the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. In the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, Lee Suk had a hard time accepting the facts in front of him. It's already a certain death anyway, so might as well have a little fun before you die. And right after Zhang Qi opened his mouth, several people's eyes were drawn to the old tree at once. It's nothing special. Ha! Li Shua said in disbelief. This can't be a monster, can it? It's just a regular old tree. With that, he crossed over Zhang Qi and walked to the front. Then hold out your hand. Snap! The normal old tree loosened up for a while, and then a branch came down, directly taking out most of Li Shua's blood at once. This sudden turn of events caused Li Shua to be confused for a moment. He scrambled back. If it wasn't for Li Muhan's timely healing technique, I'm afraid that Li Shua, the meat shield, may not be folded here first. After this hit from Li Shua, this tree spirit was considered completely activated, also able to see the information. Old tree spirit, grade 20, blood volume 15,000, attack power 130, skills, camouflage, branch whipping, asterisk, 15,000 blood. How is this going to fight? Li Shua's eyes widened, and after reading the tree spirit's attributes, he was directly shocked. What a fuss! Cui Ying, on the other hand, said in a rather disdainful manner, it's only 15,000. What's that? Just as Li Shua was about to say something else, Zhang Qi had already taken a step ahead of him and walked to the front. At the same time, from amongst the dragon harnessing space, Little Night was summoned out. Roar! The sound of the dragon's roar shook the sky and the earth. And then, a mouthful of dragon breath was spat out. Even Saya's skill form changed after she evolved to a juvenile stage. The dragon's breath became deeper and more terrifying. The tree spirit that had drawn most of Li Shua's blood at once was left with no dregs by a mouthful of Night's dragon breath. When Li Shua looked up, he was able to see, just in time, the damage numbers of Sayaka's attack. Minus 158,963. Then, he was completely shaken. 150,000? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. Then he looked at Li Muhan. Sister, I'm dreaming, right? I just now saw 150,000 damage. Snap. Li Muhan helplessly held his forehead. This brother of hers, he is indeed a bit naive. Cui Ying snickered. Sister Muhan, this brother of yours is quite interesting. Forget it. A feeling of powerlessness arose in Li Muhan's heart. Just watch from behind and don't talk. Every time Li Shua opened his mouth, she felt that she had lost another point of her face. What was he thinking? Actually calling this simpleton here. But, I'm a meat shield warrior. If I don't stand in front, who will carry the damage? Li Shua had a puzzled look on his face. And at that moment, Sayaka spewed out a snort of disdain. Then another dragon's breath spewed out. The two tree spirits that were disguised on the side, before they could lift their disguises and reveal their original appearance, they were directly killed in seconds. Kill level 20 old tree spirit. Gain experience 589. Kill level 20 old tree spirit. Gain experience 592. Lee Suk touched his nose. Like, it really doesn't use itself. So what is one doing here? He looked at Li Muhan and finally understood. It turned out that my sister had called herself over so that she could hit the sauce and hug the big brother's thigh. He looked at Zhang Qi, with a hint of stupidity among his clear eyes. But beyond that stupidity was the desire for thighs. Zhang Qi didn't look at any of this. And after Sayomi had finished off two more monsters, he walked as he walked. This copy of Tree Goblin Jungle is a lot simpler than Cold Ice Dense Forest. There aren't that many extra plots that we need to dig into. We just need to follow the path and kill all the monsters we see. Listening to this, Li Shua finally understood what it meant to be a big brother. Listen, Tree Goblin Jungle is much simpler. That's a nightmare level copy. But, remembering the damage done by the big guy's dragon pet, it's quite a statement to make. That's 150,000 damage. It's also horrible. Li Shua was shocked in his heart. And at this point, Cui Ying couldn't help but also be stunned for a moment after seeing Xiao Yang kill the monster in seconds. However, it wasn't that she was surprised by Xiao Yang's damage, but rather, she said, Saya, the look seems a little different. Aha. Zhang Qi nodded. Sayo has grown up a bit. Grow up. If the previous Sayaka was still a baby that hadn't been born for long, the current Sayaka was already a child of 2 or 3 years old. Before entering the Tree Goblin Jungle, Zhongqi had already gotten all the information about this place from Tenshin. Even though nightmare level copies are different than other levels, the front is still the same. Zhongqi said at this time, "In this jungle, there are quite a few tree spirits hidden. They all disguise themselves as ordinary trees. There are real ones and fake ones here. We don't have that much time to recognize them. So, let's go with the easiest way." The easiest. The three of them hadn't understood what Zhongqi meant. Then he saw Zhongqi look at Xiaoyao and said, "Saya, it's your turn to strike." As Zhongqi opened his mouth, Little Light then spread her wings and flew above the sky, and after opening his mouth, he spat out a large mouthful of dragon breath. The range of the abyssal dragon's breath had increased a lot after Sayaka's form had evolved. Now a mouthful of dragon breath went down. No more, no less, just enough to rumble all of this jungle. And then, it was to see the appearance of a large number of damage numbers. -158,963, -158,697, -158,698, and looking in front of him, the damage numbers appeared in a series, while his own experience bar was like a rocket, rubbing upwards. Li Shua froze as he watched the scene. Then, unable to resist, he looked at Li Muhan and asked, "Sis, you top geniuses, do you brush monsters piece by piece? No wonder there's such a big gap between us. I had to fight that monster just now for quite a while." Li Muhan didn't know how to answer, because she was just like Li Suk. Before, Sayaka's performance was already shocking enough, but now, it's not just shocking anymore. It's the first time she's seen this scene, too. How can you brush monsters like this? Then, they were right in the middle of the shock. Upgraded. When Li Suk came, it was grade 9, or the kind that's only just gotten to level 9. And now, not long after entering the copy, level 10, it's even still half the experience of level 10. And the problem was that in the past, when he upgraded, he had to tire himself out carrying damage and be wary of whether or not he would be seconded. But now, it's not doing anything, it's upgrading. Gollum. He swallowed silently. There was only one feeling in his heart. Cool. That's cool. So cool. And at this point, Zhongqi, however, couldn't help but furrow his brows. He's risen 2 levels in a row, but so many monsters and only 2 levels up. It made him a little less full of rank. It's a little slow. Li Suk, Li Muhan, Ying Chui. Sure enough, a bigot is a bigot. Meanwhile, in the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, the squad formed by the Dragon District was also 4 in number. These 4 people were their carefully selected and most perfect team configuration. And, in the past, there was no harm in clearing copies. Nowadays, after the appearance of this copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle, the team was specially dispatched, so that they wanted to pass in the fastest time. And at this point, in the midst of the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, even though they were very well prepared, it was extremely difficult and they hit the wall several times. At this moment, as the team's main C, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but curse. This jungle is also too difficult to clear, isn't it? The tree spirit is so well camouflaged that it's hard to tell at first glance which is the monster and which is the tree. Why don't we just cut down all the trees? This is taking too long. I can't tell if someone will overtake us in a while. How can it be? We're the most elite, the top team now. We're all still trapped here. There's no way a team could have gotten through. Brother Guai is right. We've only just gotten here. What are the other teams taking through? Ha ha ha. If we can't get through, it's even more unlikely that any team will. But this damn copy is really hard. The monsters have thick blood and are not easy to find. I really don't know what it takes to pass the nightmare level. Ugh. It's hard. I'm afraid it's a nightmare level. And it's impossible for anyone to pass it. I think so. With our current equipment and level, it's basically impossible to pass the nightmare level. Harm. It looks like it's never going to be possible for anyone to pass the nightmare level anytime soon. That designates yes. And if we can't get through, it's even more unlikely that anyone will. Let's get a grip and pass the king's first pass. Yes. By the way, I heard that there's some kind of dragon harnessing squad that came out recently. And from what Han said, it also went into the Tree Goblin Jungle. And it went straight into the nightmare level. Nightmare level? Where did that rash young man come from? Going straight into the nightmare level. Isn't that looking for death? Properly looking for death. Forget it. Don't bother with that. Let's step up our efforts and pass this king level. Don't bother with the other clowns. Yes, it's gone? Li Shua looked at the bare patch in front of him, which had become a scorched jungle, whether it was trees or tree spirits. all of them had become slag. The shock in his heart could be imagined. That's a nightmare level copy. Such a big piece of monster. It's gone? It's too soon, isn't it? He quietly looked at Li Muhan. Sister, where did you find this thigh from? It's too thick. How can we stand it if it's so thick? Especially at this moment. Upon hearing that Zhongqi wasn't really happy with it and found it a bit slow, Li Shua didn't even dare to say a word. It's true. Bigots don't even think like us ordinary people. He was a little-known genius in the Tiger District. After all, he was Li Muhan's younger brother. Li Muhan was a top genius who was able to enter the Dragon District. But even so, having seen his sister's talent and terror, after seeing Zhongqi, Li Shua was still shocked beyond words. Not a dimension at all. After Li Shua figured out his own positioning, he immediately felt his mind was much clearer. After Zhongqi finished brushing the monsters, naturally, a lot of gold coins as well as equipment were dropped, and Li Shua immediately stepped forward and volunteered. Big brother, let me do the dirty work like picking up equipment. After saying that, Li Shua rushed over. The equipment that exploded was average, a silver leg protector and 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Of course, 2 skill books came out instead. 1 copy of Heavy Slash for warriors and 1 copy of Phantom Moon for mages. Skill books were hard to pop out, and the degree of preciousness was higher than silver equipment. Being able to burst out 2 books at once was enough to prove that Zhongqi's luck was still not a bit wrong. Li Shua stared at the Heavy Slash skill book without blinking. The eyes were full of longing. Big brother, can this be sold to me? Yeah. Zhongqi nodded his head directly and said, just give me the market price. Thank you big guy. Li Shua was thrilled. After receiving that Heavy Slash skill book from Zhongqi, he did not hesitate and directly chose to use it. Heavy Slash was an extremely valuable skill amongst warriors, especially this kind of meat shield warrior, is the lack of effective means of attack, and heavy chopping, has been able to get in the early stage, the best skills. No wonder Li Shua was so excited. As for Zhongqi, these 2 skill books, both of which were of little use, the only use was to pay back the money. The other book, Phantom Moon, is a damage skill that favors control. Zhongqi could learn, but he couldn't see it. The more skills you have, the better, and with this kind of junk skills, there's no need to take up space. However, although Zhongqi couldn't look at it, Cui Ying was salivating. As for the rest of the equipment, the same was given to them to pick first and take the rest of the picks to sell. Boss Zhong, you can't see any of these equipments? Zhongqi nodded. These equipments are useless to me. You guys just choose first. Not bad for a bigot. Li Shua took a closer look at Zhongqi's staff, and when he realized that it was flickering with white light, he instantly understood that it was a platinum grade staff. It was another wave of shock. Alright, let's get on with it. Brush up faster on this copy so we don't get robbed of the first pass. The 3 naturally disagreed with Zhongqi's words. What kind of person swipes a nightmare level copy so fast? The other squads were as well prepared as they could be. As a copy, like a nightmare level, often took a long time, days, or even a month. The higher the level of the copy, the longer it will take. Where it's like Zhongqi, it's like going into a store, crunching and brushing. However, not to mention, this kind of brushing copies as if they were in the store was quite enjoyable. Not much longer. Several people then walked through the bare, burnt jungle, and then, it was a large open area. This is a desert. Strange, why is it so quiet here? Li Suk couldn't help but open his mouth and asked curiously. Zhongqi, on the other hand, slowly opened his mouth while having the information. This is the boss formation in the copy. A formation consisting of multiple bosses, in which the strength of the boss will be increased by 2 to 3% compared to the usual. What a powerful formation! Li Shua lamented. And what's the best way to break the formation? Zhongqi said. The best way to break the formation is to not enter the formation and destroy it outside. That way, you won't be the first to suffer a boss siege and have more time. So it is. Li Shua came to a realization. Then asked, so the boss formation is right up ahead? We'll have to be careful. Zhongqi shook his head. Then, pointing to his feet, he said, we're right in the middle of the formation. Roar! As Zhongqi's words fell, the ground suddenly began to shake and gravel flew up. A roaring voice resounded. And then, it was seen that the ground broke open with a bang, from which one figure after another jumped out. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 10. Li Shua's eyes widened. 10 bosses. So how much will they raise their strength in the middle of the formation? Double it, Zhongqi said as if nothing had happened. However, That's not the most important thing. The important thing is that if you stand in the center of the formation, you will be surrounded by 10 bosses at the same time. Then we'll be in the center. Li Shua immediately showed a disheveled look. We're screwed. Young man, do things calmly. Zhongqi patted Li Shua's shoulder and said in a deep voice, don't be staggering about everything. It's only 10 bosses. It's all a minor problem. Little. Li Suk froze and looked at Zhongqi's back, and above Zhongqi's head, a black dragon hovered. Its wings spread out as if it was trying to cover the sky. Chapter 27 Diamond Class Treasure Map is here too? Double reward. Roar. The dragon in the sky unfolded its wings, which were not large enough to cover the sky, but gave the impression that underneath those wings, it was enough to cover all the wind and rain above. And at this point, the flying dragon in that sky followed one person, one step at a time, towards the front. Zhongqi took a step and walked to the very center of the formation. Sayonara hovered overhead. Not far ahead was an ebony old tree spirit, which was much darker in color than the one he had encountered before, with thicker branches and a greater sense of power. Standing in front of it, about 2 people high, in the front, with a creepy face, there is only one eye on the face, and the mouth below looks like it was carved with a knife, with leaves on both sides, as if it were a beard. It's a boss. The other 9, on the other hand, were in a circle, and they were all in formation. However, the boss's sights were all on Zhongqi alone. Li Shua's body trembled as he looked worriedly at Li Muhan and asked, Sis, can he do it alone? This is 10 bosses. Can he handle it? Li Shua had disbelief in his eyes. Even if he had seen Zhongqi strike earlier, he still subconsciously retorted at this time. This kind of battle, don't think that someone will be able to get through it without relying on help. One person and one favorite. It's too much beyond human perception. He hadn't seen anyone so fierce. Li Muhan didn't look at him, her eyes staring straight at Zhongqi's back. And then, speaking softly, he can. Li Muhan chose to believe it. Li Suk opened his mouth and said something, but no one could hear him. The roars of the bosses were already drowning it out. In the midst of the continuous roar, Zhongqi raised his head, and in this moment, Xiao Yang understood what he meant. Who? The sound of a dragon roar came out from above the sky, covering and falling, a continuous wave of sound that directly overrode the roaring sound of the bosses, and immediately, under the sound of that dragon's roar, one boss after another, was stunned and froze on the spot. The Dragon King is shocked, or the advanced version of Dragon King Shock. After Sayaka evolved and the skill form changed, the power of this Dragon King's shock and awe became even more powerful than before. The roar not only stunned the 10 bosses, but also caused their own defense to directly drop by half. Then, Sayaka spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The hot dragon's breath was covering them. -178,956. -185,694. -189,657. -188,569. 10 damage numbers appeared in a row. Lei Shua, who was in the distance, didn't even see the boss's blood bar. He saw that the 10 bosses turned into ashes. Then, he was enveloped by a white light, and with a wow, he was upgraded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk, asterisk 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 asterisk. He made 2 sounds in a row to express the excitement of the moment. He thought he had overestimated Zhongqi enough, but no matter how much he overestimated, he hadn't expected it. These 10 bosses, or 10 bosses in the middle of the boss formation actually, in a single shot, he was directly eliminated in seconds? And, this damage, it was actually higher than those tree spirits before. That's nifty. It's also too fierce. Li Suk opened his mouth wide. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was already shocked beyond words. He's just getting into his copy. In a short period of time, it was already 2 levels up. More critical lies. He hasn't done anything yet. He was a meat shield profession, and he didn't go up to carry the damage, and he didn't play the output, so he just fought in the back and leveled up 2 levels. What a treat. What's the situation? It's awesome too. Moreover, Li Shua was aware that this dragon harnessing squad, in fact, had another team member before. That is, before it was 4 people who didn't need teammates. It was because one of them had walked out on him. And right now, Li Suk just wanted to say one thing. The one that walked away before. What kind of stupid ass thing was that? In the middle of a team like this, you actually want to leave. This replaced him Li Shua completely is to smash the pot. Dead skin. But also have to stay in this team Such a fast upgrade. Such a cool way to upgrade. Who else would have been able to endure it? Such a big thick leg. You have to hold on to it. In this moment, Li Shuo was already making a decision in his heart. Gotta find a way. 1,000 ways. To get that leg up. There must be no surprises. No way. The sense of crisis in Li Shuo's heart was sufficient. He was only a genius of the Tiger District, and he used to think that with this qualification of his, it wasn't like he didn't have a fighting chance if he wanted to get into the team. Even the top ones. Still very good on his own. But now, after seeing Zhang Qi, Li Suk had this thought dispelled. He felt that his talent simply wasn't enough. Still have to think of something else to do. Own it. Got to show your worth. Let this Zhongqi big man see it. If not, one's position, dispensable, would have to be replaced sooner or later. Right about this time, an idea suddenly came to Li Shuo's mind. This Zhongqi big brother, are you single? You have a sister yourself, don't you? His eyes changed and he sneaked a glance at Li Muhan. Her own sister, who had the body for the body, the face for the face, and the talent for the talent. If this Zhongqi big brother became his brother-in-law, wouldn't it be normal to bring his brother-in-law to upgrade? So at this moment, Li Shuo had made up his mind in his heart. Aha! One has to do whatever one can to set it up. For your own future, and for my sister's happiness. The side of Li Muhan simply do not know what his brother thought in his heart. If you know, I am afraid that this time must ring his ears. Hard to turn a few rounds. Chuiying also didn't know that her earlier thoughts had been met with an enemy. At this point, she was still immersed in the joy of the upgrade. Upgraded again. Brother Zhong is awesome. She was all jumpy with excitement. 10 bosses. Killed in seconds in an instant. Who else could do this besides Zhongqi? That's strong. And, even then, Zhong's face didn't even fluctuate. There was even a slight frown. It didn't seem very satisfying. Take a look. What does it mean to be a bigot? That's called being a bigot. Like before. What Dragon District? What 3 sacred districts top geniuses? Compared to Brother Zhong. What is that? Humph. That Dragon District. Even got someone to put pressure on his own family. What a shame. Want to deal with Zhong? Do you have the strength? Joker. At the same time, it occurred to her. Think of the exiting Lin Yuan. No matter how much difficulty Lin Yuan had, it was his choice to quit. At this time, if he knew that Zhong was powerful, he was afraid that his intestines would be green with remorse. After the 10 bosses are brushed, giving more experience, Zhongqi looked at his level and was actually level 15 without realizing it. He pulled up his attribute panel to do so. Occupational panel. Name, Zhongqi. Age, 18. Profession, Dragon Master. First turn. Level, 15, 32,500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood, 2,900. Magic, 1,150. Strength, 123. Intelligence, 262. Agility, 113. Equipment, Kamikaze Set, Gold. Cold Spirit Staff. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Skills, Dragon Mastery. Dragon Language. Dragon Claws. Ice and Snow. Dragon Harnessing Space, Blackwing Demon Dragon, Sayaka. Attributes have grown quite a bit. Of course, the increase in one's own attributes was nothing. What was even more terrifying had to belong to Sayaka's panel. Blackwing Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Master, Zhongqi. Level, Mythic, Common. Rare. Legendary. Mythic. Level, 15, 32. 500 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 48,000. Magic, 18. 500. Strength, 1968. Intelligence, 1,500. Agility, 1,500. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Pet Equipment, Inferno Dragon's Blade, Diamond level. At a level 15, the blood level was already nearly 50. 000. Among the 3 dimensions, strength was already nearly 2,000, while the other attributes, 2, were at 15,000. This kind of attribute, that is, he oversteps the level to brush this kind of high difficulty copy. The same is not much pressure. And right now, just as Zhong Qicai had killed 10 bosses in seconds, he was about to check the boss drops. Among the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, Huang Mingyuan swung the staff in his own hand in succession, his face becoming increasingly ugly. How to fight? How are we going to fight this boss? 5 bosses in one piece, and connected in a formation, giving their already terrifying attributes yet another boost. There's no way anyone can beat this. It's impossible. This damn copy. It's not even passable. Huang Mingyuan had begun to curse when he reached the back. because by this time, the front row of their team's meat shield warriors were already empty-blooded. He had thought that, having survived that jungle with great difficulty, what awaited behind him should be easier. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as tough as it was before. But it's not expected. The difficulty of this ladder has increased too much at once. They still had read some information and were not in the center of the formation. If not, being surrounded by 5 bosses, it would have been impossible to survive. It was feared that in an instant, their small group would be annihilated. What to do? What are we going to do now? There's no way to pass this mother ********* ing copy. Yeah, there's no way to get through. There's no way out. If we keep dragging on, there's only one end for us. We'll be destroyed by the group. At this time, Huang Mingyuan said. He was very upset, but there was nothing more he could do. He said, "It seems that we can only retreat." After all, although he was able to hold out for a while longer, the front row meat shield warriors could no longer hold out. If they forced themselves to hold on any longer, there would only be one result, and that would be the front rows being seconded, and then their entire team being wiped out here. So, with no other choice, Huang Mingyuan opened his mouth. "Retreat. Let's prepare a little and then we can just enter this copy." When Huang Mingyuan opened his mouth, the others were also relieved. No way. This king's grade copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle was bringing them too much pressure. In the end, this strongest elite team from the Dragon region chose to exit the copy. After exiting, they couldn't help but lament. This copy is really too difficult. It's worthy of being newly appeared. Looking at the situation, I'm afraid that within a month, it's hard for anyone to pass the king level. Yeah, the king level is just too difficult. Even for us, it's even more impossible for other teams. And the news of this elite team from the Dragon region, coming out of the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, spread quickly. Well, how about the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle? Did it pass? It must have passed. Even the elite team from the Dragon district has personally come out. If they can't pass, then they won't have a team. And the Dragon district responded in a big way. It's very unfortunate that I didn't pass the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, this time. The copy was too tough. And I need to prepare for it again. What? Even the Dragon district team couldn't pass the king level? Geez, this copy is too hard. You can't even pass the king level, let alone the even harder nightmare level. It seems like there's actually a team entering a nightmare level copy. Then it must have quit a long time ago. It's so hard at the king level, let alone the nightmare level. Not really. It's the dragon harnessing squad that passed the nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, and they're still in the middle of the copy. What? Is it hard to really pass? How can that be? It must be just a matter of staying inside and stalling for time. The news that the dragon harnessing squad hadn't come out yet had also reached the ears of Huang Mingyuan and the others. In the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, so far? Looks like it's just dragging time in it, trying to clam up. Yeah, even the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is that difficult, let alone nightmare level. I'm afraid they won't even make it through that first wave. The jungle definitely can't go through. We were in the middle of that jungle and paid such a big price. This just barely passed. What gives them the right? Ha ha ha, we can wait to see their jokes. At this time, Huang Mingyuan and the others all burst out laughing. Their squad, too, had cleared quite a few nightmare level difficulty copies, believing in their own and other people's judgment of the copy. In their opinion, this dragon harnessing squad is really a clown, not to mention passing the level. Even if they can pass the first wave of monsters, it is a problem. Therefore, Huang Mingyuan and the others, too, did not hide their mockery at all. It was directly posted in the forum. Like this dragon harnessing squad, this kind of claptrap has absolutely no chance of passing the copy. This copy, we are very vocal about it. A king level copy. Within a month, it's impossible for another team to be able to pass it. And nightmare level, at least a year after this post was made, it naturally caused a hot debate. Big Brother is right. It's impossible for anyone to pass a copy of this difficulty in a short period of time. Yeah, this is the assertion of the Dragon District's Big Brother, and we trust the Big Brother's judgment. That dragon harnessing squad, there's no way that's even possible. And among these people, among them was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan also sighed after seeing it. Honestly, he was of the opinion that the dragon harness squad had this hope. But, again, he had delusions of grandeur in his mind. What if he doesn't pass? After all, he had already quit the Dragon Harness Squad, and all of the Dragon Harness Squad's next honors had nothing to do with him. Even, next, if the Dragon Harness Squad really did do something impressive, he Lin Yuan, would definitely be reduced to a laughingstock, because he, Lin Yuan, had opted out of the Dragon Harness squad on his own. Harm. At this point in time, Lin Yuan was torn in his mind, and right now, it was in the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Once again, Li Shua couldn't control himself while picking up his equipment. Platinum grade equipment. Exploding platinum grade equipment. After brushing copies for so long, this was the first time he had seen platinum level equipment. Especially, or two in a row. Tree Spirits Wrapped Gauntlets. Level, Platinum. Where requirements, level 15. Attributes, Blood plus 400. Strength plus 50. Tree Spirits Guardian. The wearer will restore 5% of their maximum life every 5s. 7% increase in the wearer's strength. Tree Spirits Wrapped Legs. Level, Platinum. Where requirements, level 15. Attributes, Blood plus 400. Strength plus 40. Assistance of the Tree Spirit, wearer's agility increased by 7%. Rooted, when staying put for 10s. Your defense is increased by 50%, but your movement speed is reduced by 100%. The properties of both pieces of equipment are fair. However, it is more suitable for front row warriors to wear. Sure, Li Shua didn't say anything. After all these monsters were brushed off by Zhongqi alone. It would make sense for him to take all the equipment. As long as Zhongqi didn't open his mouth, he would never mention anything about buying equipment. As a qualified lapdog, this is a basic quality. Never be able to give Big Brother a hard time. And apart from the 2 platinum pieces of equipment, it's nothing. This equipment Zhongqi didn't intend to wear himself. The attributes were nothing suitable. Moreover, there was no experience bonus. But, whether or not to sell it to Li Shua, he still needed to examine it. He didn't want another one like Lin Yuan to come out. Even if it was Lin Muhan's brother, he was not willing, just because of that, to let go of this mouth. And Li Suk understood and didn't say anything. There was even less of an upset reaction. After the boss formation is passed, next, nothing fancy, there should be a final boss, and then the copy is sort of over. This was the reason why Zhongqi chose this copy. It was simple and fast. Sure, what was true for Zhongqi might not be true for others, because most people can't even get past the first wave of monsters. To be able to brush monsters as quickly and efficiently as Zhongqi did, that was simply impossible. At this very moment, Zhongqi suddenly remembered that he was in possession of a diamond-grade treasure map, and the location of that treasure map. It seems, it's in this neighborhood? Zhongqi blinked. No way. Such a coincidence? Zhongqi then took out the diamond-grade treasure map. As a result, following its guidance, it was really in the neighborhood. And it's the same as the final boss location. Zhongqi's face suddenly looked a bit odd. So this treasure map is actually the treasure trove of that final boss? It's not. For something like this, wouldn't it be your own after you kill the boss? Worthy of a diamond treasure map? Chapter 28. Boss actually begged for mercy? Tension. What's going on? Yi Tingyun looked at the tension in front of him and revealed his dissatisfaction. Old man, I handed Zhongqi over to you, and this is how you did it. Not only did you make this mistake in the practicing lineup, you actually made the entire Dragon region denounce him. You're really getting back on your feet as a minister. In the beginning, I trusted you before letting you be in charge of this matter. And now, it's come to this. If you really can't do it, then put Zhongqi in the Demon Suppression Army. In the Jin Demon Army, there will never be so many laborious things. Yi Tingyun's eyebrows rose. His face was full of anger. He said, in the Devil Suppressor Army, I'll see which one dares to commit such a crime. I'll chop him up. Don't look at Yi Tingyun in front of Zhongqi. It was amiable, but those who knew him knew that this one was never one to be messed with. It's not uncommon to go straight for the jugular at the drop of a hat, and the Jin Demon Army is under this one. If Zhongqi really went to the Demon Suppression Army, he would be no different from a prince. But that would go against what Tenshin had in mind. So, Tenshin shook his head. Here in Zhongqi, I have another arrangement. And that place, isn't it going to be ready? Yi Tingyun hummed while saying, is almost done. It took the power of our 33rd turn priesthoods to specially create the secret realm. After Yi Tingyun said this, his face revealed an expression of pride. He said, with this secret realm in place, Kid Zhong's level will definitely rise even faster. As Yi Tingyun's words fell, Tenshin smiled, revealing the appearance of an old fox as he said, you should not be too clear about Zhongqi's situation today. Guess where he is now? Yi Tingyun froze slightly. Isn't it in a copy? What level of copy would it be? Do you think? Warrior class? King class? Yi Tingyun said 2 in a row. However, Tenshin just shook his head. Yi Tingyun stared at him, revealing an incredulous look and said, "You're not going to let him go to an adventure-level copy, right? Pust, how could you think that about me? I wouldn't let Zhongqi go to an adventure-level copy no matter how unpleasant I am." Yi Tingyun stroked his chin. "You kid, you can't be accurate. I won't be surprised when you do something." He looked back. "So you mean, Zhong Kid is now in the middle of a nightmare-level copy? That's more or less risky. If you want to pass, you'll have to let quite a few people lead you, right?" Zhongli, however, still shook his head. "No, Zhongqi is the main C. Other than him, all of them are average except for a support class that's a bit more powerful." Yi Tingyun narrowed his eyes at once, staring at Tenshin. "You kid, you're not making fun of old me, are you? He's a newbie. He hasn't even swiped a few copies, and you're asking him to become a Master C and enter a nightmare-level copy on his own?" Yi Tingyun's face clouded over. "Tenshin, you'd better give old man an explanation." However, looking at Yi Tingyun's such a serious look, Tenshin continued to say nonchalantly, "The first copy that Zhongqi passed through was the Cold Ice Dense Forest. For this copy, Elder Yi should have heard of it a bit." Yi Tingyun nodded. "It's considered one of the hardest amongst the novice copies. But, even if he passes this copy, he still doesn't have the potential to go on to become a nightmare-level copy Master C." Tenshin shook his head. "But the first copy he passed through was the nightmare-level, Cold Ice Dense Forest. And it's the main C, the well-deserved main C." Immediately, Tenshin took the information of the rest of the Dragon Harness squad to Yi Tingyun. "Elder Yi, look, this is the information of the members of his team at that time." Yi Tingyun was directly silent after reading this information. Half-heartedly, he said incredulously, "The nightmare level, Cold Ice Dense Forest, that Zhong Kid passed through with just these people? Yes, when I first found out, I didn't believe it either. But it's true. And now, he went into the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. This kid, I think, still has a high probability of passing." "Boy," Yi Tingyun rubbed his chin. "That was pretty quick baby." Originally, the importance they placed on Zhongqi was all on being able to solve those 3 dragon eggs. As for Zhongqi's own strength, they didn't think much of it. The Dragon Kingdom is full of geniuses. Who of them, personally, wasn't a genius when they were young? There's too much genius. Therefore, even if Zhongqi's talent was better, it wouldn't matter. But I didn't expect it. Zhongqi's talent, it's not better it's as good as it gets. The boy, Yi Tingyun couldn't help but show a smile. "It's really not in vain that we spent so much to create a leveling mecha just for him." Elder Yi, I have another idea," Zhangli said at this time. "Anyway, with this secret realm created, it won't be able to be utilized to the maximum extent if simply Zhong Kid enters alone. So why not elect some geniuses and let them enter together?" Yi Tingyun nodded his head. The old man also has the idea of letting some of the people amongst the demon-suppressing army come in as well. Geniuses from all over the world are fine, and also let them see what it means to be outside of the crowd, and grind that condescending nature. Then it's decided. The two sort of finalized this. Of course, everything had to wait for Zhongqi to come out from among the copies. "Captain, when are we going to enter that king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, again? Cultivate for another half an hour. Then, we will enter again. This king level first pass must be ours in the dragon region. No one will be able to do anything about it. So, we have to seize all the time. There must be no slip-ups." Huang Mingyuan opened his mouth. Yes, hearing Huang Mingyuan's words, the other team members also looked like they were pumped up. As long as we pass the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, then the Dragon Harness squad will be a complete joke. Humph, what a way to find death. Actually daring to enter a copy across levels, or a copy we had already chosen earlier. Isn't this deliberately provoking our dragon region? We haven't even made a move yet, but he came first instead. This time, let's show him how powerful our dragon region is. Alright, go fix up. Buy the potions that you need to buy. Buy them quickly, and in half an hour, we'll gather here again and enter the duplicate again. Yes, soon after, these geniuses from the dragon region scattered around and went to get ready. And right here and now, in the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, the battlefield has been thoroughly cleaned up. Li Shuan naturally played his part and meticulously picked up everything. Then, one by one, they were given to Zhongqi. From this point of view, Li Shuo was much better than Lin Yuan. This, Tree Goblin Jungle, isn't as complicated as the other copies. Next, It's much simpler to beat the final boss and be able to pass. Simplicity. Efficiency. That's why I chose this copy, Junkie explained. However, for this reason of his, the remaining 3 could not agree. Because this would have been difficult to pass if they had been replaced, even if, for example, there was another top genius. It's too hard. That first wave of monsters alone, they all found it incredibly difficult. Not to mention, there are still 10 bosses in the back, or a boss formation. It's difficult. Li Muhan even suspected that if they were level 20 and came in with a godly outfit, they wouldn't even be able to fight for a month, which is like Zhong Qi, who kills directly in seconds. However, this was something that Zhong Qi could indeed say. And the compulsion is strong. It's very mellowly loaded. Big Brother Chung. At this moment, Li Shua couldn't help but rub his hands together and came over next to Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi looked at him. What's up? What? Can you bring me along again for the next copy? I can pay for it. It's kind of common to pay for practicing. Zhong Qi smiled softly. It's okay. Li Shua immediately became excited. He definitely didn't want to miss out on such a fast leveling team. And he also had plans of his own, turning a bigot into a brother-in-law. It's a long way to go. The 4 continued toward the depths. On the way, there were still a few monsters, but they were all disposed of in a very dry manner. The remaining experience brought Zhong Qi close to level 16. Sure enough, it's still the nightmare level copies that are faster to upgrade. Not long after, the few came to a large plain. Right in the center, there was a huge tree. The tree was so tall that it towered right in the middle of the sky. Even if you raise your head, you can't seem to see the top of it. As if, instead of a tree, it was a pivot connecting heaven and earth. What a big tree! Can't even see the head. Cui Ying couldn't help but feel emotional. I can't believe I'm still seeing this view. The tree was full of branches and leaves, and a large area of shade shaded down below. There was a wind blowing and a number of leaves shook and rustled. Young man, you're here. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. What man? Li Shua immediately revealed a wary look and hastily looked around. Instead, a soft laugh was heard. Ha! Don't panic. It's me. I mean no harm. When he looked again, the giant tree, with a pale face emerging from the upper part of its roots. That face, it looked kind, especially the 2 extremely long whiskers that drooped all the way to the ground. When the face appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the 4 people. 10,000-year-old tree. Grade, 25. Blood, 120. 000. Attack, 350. Skills. Background, rooted in this realm for 10,000 years. The tree's roots extend to every part of the world, and it knows the news from every corner. Try to communicate with him and you might get a nice reward. Can't see the skills? Upon seeing this message, the 4 of them were stunned for a moment. What's going on here? And try to communicate and maybe get a nice reward? It was the first time they had encountered this kind of boss. This final boss. How is it? Is it possible to talk to it and then get a reward? The 4 of you. You sort of worked hard all the way here, and I've seen how hard you've worked. Although I am among the copies, the final boss, but the old man is quiet by nature and doesn't like to fight, much less fight with you. How about this? I'll give you some equipment and send you out of here, so you'll be considered cleared. I wonder if that's possible. Ha! Upon hearing this, a few people froze outright. What did it say? Li Suk doubted his ears and suspected that he had heard wrong. He had never encountered a boss like this before. What is this? Begging for mercy? Willing to offer to give equipment and then send them away from their copy and still count them as a pass? That's a good thing. All of a sudden, Li Shua revealed a joyful expression. This nightmare level copy, so hard, and this final boss, but it had a full 120,000 blood volume. It's going to be a monkey fight. And what about now? Since there is this quicker way to pass, it is naturally a good thing. There was also Cui Ying who had this thought. Cui Ying also revealed a joyful expression. Then, in a hurry, he said, "What equipment? We have to see it before we can tell you if we agree or not." She was still savvy enough to know that she needed to see the gear first. The old tree burst into light laughter. As it should be, what the old man has given you will naturally not be ordinary goods. As the old tree's words fell, 4 branches drew out, and on each branch, it carried a bright ball of light. And, within the ball of light, there was still a dazzling white light flickering. Li Suk's eyes went straight for a moment. Platinum level equipment. Moreover, the equipment chosen by this old tree was still specifically suited for each of them. Obviously, it was purposely selected. For Li Muhan, it was a very beautiful bracelet. For Li Suk, it was a platinum shield. The one given to Cui Ying was a platinum longbow. And for Zhong Qi, earrings. Even. It took out a ball of light after taking those 4 pieces of equipment out. Floating it in front of Zhong Qi, he continued, I have a destiny with my little friend, so I'll give you an extra copy. The ball of light broke open and it was actually a skill book. Rhythm of Life, after releasing a skill, reduces other skills' chanting time, reduces other skills' cooldown time by 10%, and speeds up your own mana recovery. Cooldown time 30 minutes. What a strong skill. At this moment, Cui Ying shouted out. This could be considered too strong for a legal profession like them. This skill book alone was able to top 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. This old tree. It's kind of a sincere pull, giving away so much at once. All 3 were heartened. Then, it was to cast his eyes towards Zhong Qi. Cui Ying said, Brother Zhong. Big brother Chung. Li Muhan pursed her lips, but in the end, she didn't pull down her face to open her mouth. Seeing this, that old tree looked at Zhong Qi and said, Is little friend not satisfied? If not, old man can replace it for little friend. After so many years, the old man has never fought with anyone, so he really doesn't want to cause any more trouble. The old tree sighed. Wouldn't you like to fulfill me? Not even the rewards can impress little friend? Zhong Qi finally raised his head and looked at the old tree, saying, Is it true that if you die, these rewards are ours too? One sentence caused all 3 of them to be stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Li Shua exclaimed in shock. Suddenly he felt that Big Brother Zhong's words made so much ing sense. Yeah, when this old tree dies, the equipment has to explode. And extra experience. There may even be other rewards in Fong. They were all blindsided by the platinum equipment. It's still Big Brother Chung who sees things through. Cui Ying and Li Muhan on the side were also stunned. Then a quick nagging came. Sure, the most important reason for Zhong Qi's refusal was not these. Rather, he had a diamond-level treasure map in his hand, which already indicated that in this place, there was a share of treasure. That's a diamond-class treasure map. How great a treasure must it be to be recorded? If this were not for this treasure map, to be honest, perhaps Zhong Qi would have agreed to take the reward and just leave. But, not anymore. This old tree spirit actually dared to covet his treasury. You still want to take something out of his treasury and share it with yourself? It's really outrageous. Who can stand this? Old thing. What a good plan. Ugh. In that case, there seems to be no avoiding it. With this old tree after the words fell. Suddenly, wow, row after row of roots poked out of the ground at once. Densely packed. It is already all over the place. Then look at the old tree. The appearance has changed. The previous amiable and kind look, all disappeared, replaced by a bizarre gloom. Even above the branches, blood began to drip out. 10,000-year-old demon tree. Grade, 25. Blood volume, 100,000. Attack power, 300. Skills, devour. Root grudge. Grudge drive. Tree spirit summoning. Camouflage. Boss technique. World sucking. After the roots of the tree have spread out, you can suck the power of the entire world for your own use and restore your state. Background, an evil demon that is absorbed in the tree spirit realm, feeding on the entire tree spirit realm and sucking up the sustenance of the entire world. Given time, it can completely suck up a side of the world and destroy all living beings. This old tree shifted from its original appearance and became evil. Attributes are also reduced. Obviously, Fong was trying to deceive Zhong Qi and the others with a higher attribute after purposely disguising himself, so that they would know what to do. But it's a shame. Zhong Qi didn't fall for it. Damn old thing. Li Shua couldn't help but curse. How dare you deceive us? After seeing that the properties were different before and after, how could they not think that they had been cheated? And what this old tree had shown earlier was like an elder. But now, just a downright evil tree demon. Not to mention, being rooted in the world and using the whole world as sustenance. I've already given you guys a chance, and you don't cherish it. In that case, it's not my fault. This tree demon roared angrily. Immediately, there were dozens of tree branches, which came in an overwhelming swipe. Just roar. In the end, under a furious roar from Little Knight, these dozens of tree branches, along with that tree demon, were directly stunned. Then, Sayaka took a mouthful of dragon breath and cauterized the branch. Ah! The tree demon let out a roar of pain. Zhong Qi looked at him with a coldness in his eyes. Since you've already shown yourself, then, just go in peace. Roar! The tree demon roared, but Little Knight's mouthful of dragon breath was already spewing out on it. Flames, blazing. Throughout the branches, flames pulsed. Chapter 29, the sidebooks were all blown up. Big Brother Zhong is too fierce. This dragon's breath of Xiaoyang, what was cauterized and raised, was not an ordinary flame, but the flame of the abyss. So, when this flame is attached, it is going to be more painful. Ah! The tree demon let out a wail of pain. Immediately, there were damage numbers rapidly jumping up from its body. Minus 47,869. Minus 37,423. The damage was actually getting lower. Even, by the time that the tree demon's life was almost not much left, it actually roared down with a roar. The roots of the trees underground twitched frantically. Breath after breath of life was injected into the tree demon. And after, plus 100,000. Blood is full. Asterisk. Li Shua couldn't help but burst out when he saw the scene. What is this thing? How can it even replenish blood? Li Muhan, who was on the side, was much calmer. After seeing this scene at this moment, he said, looks like it's triggering the boss technique. Boss technique? Li Shua was stunned. Then remembered the information about this tree demon that he had seen earlier. The world sucks. In the event of a severe injury, it will absorb the power of the entire world to restore itself to its state. At first, Li Shua hadn't taken this skill to heart. After all, how much can be recovered even if the state is restored? Normal boss, half of it is already the limit. But, did this go straight back to full strength? This is also the Zhong big brother out. This is if you change the general team. This consumes thousands of hard work. A whole team, all the people grinding a month, or even more time. It is not easy to grind this boss to the empty blood. Outcome. People have a boss technique that directly recovers full. What's the point of having a heart attack? A whole team of their own, who had taken the time and effort to fight for so long, were just about to kill the boss, but it turned out to be full of status straight away. I have to say, this boss skill, it's too perverse. At the same time, Li Shua also thought, under these circumstances, it was simply impossible for a team to pass against such a boss. This boss technique is just too sick. Pity. This boss was even more perverted, but it had met the even more perverted Zhong Qi. When Seo took a bite of dragon breath, the boss was already empty of blood, forced to trigger a boss technique. However, with Seomi's damage reduced by that much, it was possible to see how high the boss's defense was. Compared to those previous bosses, it was not a level at all. After triggering the boss technique, Zhong Qi also revealed a hint of surprise. It was true that he hadn't expected that this tree demon was actually able to return the status straight back to full. But what can you do even if you're in full form? Sayaka instantly understood what Zhong Qi meant. A dragon's roar sound shook the sky and the earth. A trace of dullness appeared in the middle of the evil eyes of that tree demon, who had only just regained his full state. The Dragon King is shocked. The tree demon was stunned straight away. Then, Sayaka immediately took another bite of dragon breath. Minus 58,693. Minus 59,526. That's enough damage for a straight second. Only, since it wasn't instant damage, it had a slight lag. Just the moment the first damage appeared, the boss technique was actually activated again. And once again, it was back to full strength. What? This skill can actually be activated. Li Shua was directly shocked. Such a perverted skill that can actually be activated twice in a short period of time. There's no cooldown. No limit? The two of them, Li Muhan and Cui Ying, also revealed looks of disbelief. After all, normally, such a perverted skill would be difficult to unleash in a short period of time. However, not only did this tree demon unleash it twice in a short period of time, there was even a third time, plus 100,000. The tree demon's blood level, for the third time, was back to full. This caused the faces of a few people, all of them, to stare a bit more intensely. The fact that this tree demon was able to use this skill like this meant that it would be able to get its status back to full as long as it wasn't instantly killed in seconds. The problem lies in not knowing how many times it can be used. This skill, if it can be used like this all the time, what's the point of fighting? However, just when a few people were thinking like this, steeply, right in the distance, boom, a loud voice came. After looking, it is found that this world, actually a piece of the violent collapse, exposing a huge opening on one side. After realizing this scene, Li Muhan steeply thought of something and said, that's right, it didn't use this boss technique without a price. Only, that price was not paid by it. Her face turned not so pretty. This tree demon is rooted in this world and sucks the energy of this world, which means that every time it uses a boss skill, the one it pays the price for is this world. And with too much skill use, This world, perhaps, will collapse. It will completely overthrow and cease to exist. Li Shuo was shocked. It was the first time he had heard of such a difficult boss. Then what do I have to do to beat this boss? Unless it's a direct second, it will always be back in shape. And, after a number of restorations, it will cause the destruction of this world. Then, when the time comes, there's no way for them to escape. So it seems that this boss, it's near insurmountable. In an instant, all three of them came with a look of concentration on their faces. Then, together, they looked at Zhongqi. Zhongqi also frowned slightly. It was indeed tricky. Even if he had asked Little Knight to utilize the Dragon King's shock to stun this tree demon. But, still useless. Whenever blood is lacking, it uses a boost technique to recover directly. Right now it seems to be a stalemate. There's nothing better to do. Especially, after realizing the terrifying damage of Xiao Yang, this tree demon simply used his skills to recover directly whenever his blood level was not enough. Give no quarter. It left Zhongqi with no chance to find a way to set fire to the area. What's it going to take? Li Muhan's state had already been added long ago, and right now, there was no more room for improvement. Sayaka's Abyssal Dragon's Breath has an exile chance, while Desperate Dragon's Claw has a spike chance. But, the probability is too low. Zhongqi was skeptical that before betting this probability out, this side of the world had already been destroyed first. What's it gonna be? His brow was deeply furrowed, almost wrinkled into a chuan. It's almost insoluble. Unless one could find a way to break this skill of his that was able to recover all the time. And so on. Zhongqi suddenly had a flash of light in his head. Immediately, it was shouted, Sayaka, attack its root position. Sayaka immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon breath towards the root. Minus 60,142. Plus 100,000. Minus 59,863. Plus 100,000. Minus 60,269. Plus 100,000. With the use of multiple boss skills, steeply, it collapsed near the roots of this tree demon. The collapse of this place allowed the four to see, at the very first moment, the dense, rooted roots of this tree demon in the lower part of the location. It's completely intricate and has been all over the place. No wonder, it was able to restore itself to full status in such a short period of time. Good boy. This is densely packed. 10,000 years. This tree demon did nothing but root here. It's too terrifying. I'm afraid that this tree demon is already going to become one with this world. Li Muhan was the one who looked the most carefully while she said, from the looks of it, the energy of this world has been sucked up by it almost to the extent that it will be able to suck up all of it as long as it takes a while longer. No wonder, it was willing to give us a reward and send us away before. If we leave, I'm afraid that it won't be long before this world is absorbed clean by it and completely destroyed. So it is. It dawned on Chueying as well. It doesn't want to be disturbed by us. And with so many roots, I'm afraid that nothing can be hidden from it at all. It should have seen the terror of Brother Zhong and Little Knight long ago. Now, the reason why this tree demon was willing to give a reward and send them away earlier was found, and they wondered what Zhongqi was going to do. Even if Sayumi had horrific damage, she wouldn't be able to kill this tree demon in seconds in the first place. So, in that case, this tree demon would still be able to get its status back to full. If it continues like this, then in the end, they will be destroyed along with this place. Zhongqi would never not know about this. But, even knowing that, he was still letting Sayaka do it. What's he gonna do? Big brother Chung. Li Shuo couldn't hold back, so he opened his mouth. Zhongqi smiled gently. Since it keeps recovering, it's just a matter of cutting off the root it's recovering from. But, how does this cut off? Li Shuo was still puzzled. Zhongqi smiled without saying anything. Li Shuo then became even more puzzled. He really couldn't think of any other way, at a time like this, to crack the situation. And naturally, Zhongqi didn't say anything. He was getting more and more in tune with Sayaka now. Sometimes even with a single look, Seo was able to understand Zhongqi's meaning. And right now, after the root was completely exposed, Xiao Yang was authorized by Zhongqi to spit out a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath. This dragon's breath was spewed out, and it instantly attached itself to those roots in the ground. At the same time, Sayumi turned on the aura of the Diamond Great Inferno Dragon's Blade, and the damage was increased once again. Moreover, when this mouthful of dragon's breath was spat out, it was accompanied by the breath of the Inferno Dragon. All kinds of damage is added to the mix. The flames in the lower part of the building were set ablaze in an instant, and it was spreading wildly in all directions. The following are all roots. The flame naturally burns incomparably fast. It was hardly long before the fire was blazing below. The burning of this flame didn't do much damage to the tree demon, just a few thousand at a time. However, these several thousand damage had caused the tree demon, which was originally quite calm, to go completely insane. Spin. They are just desperate, frantically beating with their branches. The moment he saw that this tree demon was suddenly so crazy, Li Shua froze, asked in disbelief, "What is it doing? A few thousand damage doesn't even pose a threat to it. Why is it suddenly acting like it's crazy?" Li Muhan looked at it for a long time and then understood. She said, "Because what Zhongqi is doing right now is trying to burn off all of its buried roots down there. As long as it completely burns off those roots, then it won't have the means to use its boss technique anymore. And without a boss technique, it has only one ending, only death." In this moment, even Li Muhan had to marvel at Zhongqi's careful observation, actually being able to come up with such a treatment based on the exposed roots of the tree demon after it had used its boss technique many times. And it was intended to burn all of its roots, thus leaving the boss completely without a source of recovery. In that case, this boss, it will be able to be solved. Li Shua understood and marveled at the same time. No wonder this tree demon is suddenly in such a hurry. Big Brother Zhong is going to burn its roots. There's no way for it to recover from now on. It'll lose then. Not bad for Big Brother Chung. He'd been standing here for so long that there was nothing else on his mind except that he was finished. And unlike Big Brother, a solution was found in such a short period of time. That was awesome. Phew! Terrifying flames blazed up. The branches of the tree demon, even though they were frantically pumping, were still unable to pump Little Knight. As for Zhongqi, he avoided the range of its attack early on. That tree demon was only capable of impotent rage, then turned to whip the blazing fire that was burning. However, it was fine if it didn't draw the flames, but once it did, the flames instantly attached themselves, and along with the branch, burned onto its entire body. At once, it was a tree of fire. Ah! The tree demon roared in pain. Only, it didn't have the slightest idea what to do in the face of this fiery flame that burned its roots. Even the roots had been burned off for the most part in that few moments. It used the boss technique, only to realize that it was no longer restoring all of its blood, only able to return 1/3. Enough! Zhongqi smiled, then said, "Saya, finish it off." Roar! Little Knight let out a roar, and a direct Dragon King shock was what caused the tree demon to enter a dazed state. And then, a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath was spat out. Terrifying damage numbers appeared instantly. -85,269, -87,569. Under 2 numbers, that tree demon's blood bar was completely emptied. And it couldn't recover from any more boss techniques that it could push. The tree demon in the firelight, grimacing, stared tightly at Zhongqi. Eventually, it was completely fixed. Boom! The tree demon blew up. A massive amount of experience was pouring into Zhongqi's body. This tree demon had been here for 10,000 years, sucking the power of this world. And at the end, Zhongqi resolved it. Wow! White light flashed. Zhongqi rose several levels in a row. Level 22. He was only at level 15 when he entered the copy. However, it wasn't long before he had risen to level 22. Even Li Shua and the others, who didn't participate in the battle much, also enjoyed the upgrade. Li Shua was thrilled. This copy trip was so worth it. What was that guy's name again? Lin Yuan, right? Thanks to Lin Yuan, Li Shua exclaimed in his mind. Thank you, Lin Yuan. This big idiot. If it wasn't for you, how could I have this opportunity? So cool. Upgrades are so fast. Ha 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 ha. It's so nice to hold a thigh. Brother-in-law is so strong. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Li Shua's mind. It was also that Li Muhan didn't know. Otherwise, he would have made Li Shua suffer a bit. When the tree demon died, it was naturally a magnificent explosion. Among them, a brilliant light was especially dazzling. The light, which nearly overshadowed the others, attracted the attention of everyone at once. Li Shua's mouth was straight and he exclaimed, "Diamond grade! Bursting diamond grade equipment! Golem!" He swallowed silently. Eyes are going straight. However, he also knew that this copy was all of Zhongqi's, so naturally, the equipment, too, should be all of his. But, it's good to see. That's diamond level equipment. That's enviable. Oh, Zhongqi's eyes moved slightly. He actually exploded the diamond level equipment, which was out of his expectation. After all, the platinum level equipment explosion rate was already very low. As for the diamond level, it was pitifully low. And this tree demon, bursting with the diamond level equipment. It wasn't a wasted death. Sure, Zhongqi wouldn't be swept off his feet just because of a mere piece of diamond-grade equipment, but he remembered that the diamond-grade treasure map had recorded that there was a large treasure trove here. So, after Zhongqi approached, he didn't take the first opportunity to collect the equipment scattered on the ground. The sparkling diamond equipment was casually placed to the side, and Zhongqi didn't even look at it. After seeing this scene, Li Suk's eyes went straight. Take a look. What a bigot. Now that's what I call a bigot. Diamond-level gear doesn't even bother. Wouldn't even pick it up. That's the eye of the big man. When would he, Li Shuo, be able to reach the level of a big brother? No, it's to the level of brother-in-law. At this moment in Li Shuo's mind, Zhongqi was already his brother-in-law by default. Zhongqi's brows furrowed slightly as he looked around. Where is the treasure trove? After a few more moments of searching, finally, he saw something wrapped in roots underneath that root, right underneath the tree demon. After the roots were cleared away, it was a sight to see. 10,000-year-old tree demon's treasure trove. So it's here. Without hesitation, Zhongqi put away this treasure trove. The things within this treasure trove are certainly not bad. After all, the fact that the tree demon was able to promise so many things before meant that it must have accumulated quite a lot. And where can this treasure be? Naturally, it's in the treasure chest. After putting the treasure trove away, Zhongqi had the time to check what exactly the tree demon had exploded. The first thing is the sparkling diamond-grade equipment. More crucially, it was this diamond-level equipment that suited him well. 10,000-year-old tree demon's breastplate. Grade, diamond. Wear requirements, level 20, summoner, dragon master. Attributes, intelligence of the wearer plus 120. Joy, the summoner and the favored animal are in the same range, and can restore 1% of their own status every second. Range is related to the summoner's intelligence. Sucking, after killing the monster, there is sucking its body, again gaining part of the experience. There is a smaller probability of condensing the treasure pearl to come. Disguise, the wearer can disguise himself as an old tree, 20 levels above his own level before he will be detected. Frenzy, lose 20% of the wearer's maximum blood, for a 50% increase in pet damage, stackable. No cooldown. Hiss. After reading the attributes of this equipment, even Zhongqi could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This property. Perfect. Then, Zhongqi directly put it on and utilized his sucking skill to suck the tree demon's body once again. Sure enough, once again, a number of experiences emerged, and a dark green-colored bead appeared in his hand. 10,000 years of tree demon's pearl, life limit increased by 1,000 after use. Zhongqi narrowed his eyes. This luck. The first time you use suction, you condense a treasure pearl? It's not a bad addition to your own luck. It's so worth it. And right now, just as Li Shuo wanted to inquire about the attributes of this equipment, he stepped up. Boom! A loud sound came over instantly. Then, this side of the world, it began to shake. It was shaky, so much so that all four of them were a little unsteady on their feet. Zhongqi figured out the reason at once and immediately said, "Not good. This tree demon is rooted too deeply. Now that we kill this tree demon, the roots it left behind will lose their vitality. This world, it's going to collapse." What? In an instant, the other three were all shocked. "We can't stay much longer. Let's get out of here. This place is going to explode." After saying that, Zhongqi was the one who collected all the equipment and other things scattered on the ground. At this point, it's too late to see what it's all about. Then, it was open to leave the copy. The four went out quickly, and just the moment the four went out, boom! Shocking loud noise. This side of the replica world, completely gone. Li Shuo's face was filled with dumbfoundedness. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but murmur, "Big Brother Zhong is so powerful. The copies are all blown up by you." Also at this time, the news of the clearance came through as well. "Congratulations! You have cleared the nightmare level copy, Tree Goblin Jungle, for the first time. Congratulations! Chapter 30 Dragon District is stupid. Where's our copy? Have you rested yet?" At this moment, Huang Mingyuan began to call out to his teammates. Half an hour had come and gone, and they were, next, going to enter the middle of the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, once again. Last time, they were inexperienced and underprepared, so they didn't go too far in the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle. But not this time. With the experience of the last time, they renewed their preparations. It can definitely go farther. Even if he wasn't able to pass through this king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, in one go, it would never be like the last time. Well, Brother Huang, we're here. Soon, three of Huang Mingyuan's teammates arrived. After seeing them, Huang Mingyuan nodded and then snorted coldly. Last time, we fell at those 5 bosses. This time, definitely not. Definitely. One of them smiled fawningly. This time, we've made complete preparations. And with your leadership, Brother Huang, we definitely have a hope of passing the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle. There's no telling. We'll be able to pass with this. Take the first pass of the king tier, Tree Goblin Jungle. That's, under Brother Huang's leadership, we can definitely do it. This time, we're the first pass for the king tier copy. Under Brother Huang's leadership, the Dragon District is once again famous. Hearing the words of the crowd, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but reveal a smile as well. He said, that's for sure. As long as I make a move, the reputation of the Dragon region will be able to spread farther. The geniuses of my Dragon region are the best. No one can compare. Brother Huang is right. As for that kid who previously entered the nightmare level and dared to provoke our Dragon region, he's really stupid. By the way, what about that kid? Seems like there's no news so far? I'm afraid I've already died in the middle of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Don't even think about it. All of our Dragon regions teams have entered the king level difficulty and haven't even passed it in one go. What right does he have to enter the nightmare level? How ridiculous. There's probably no crumbs left at this point. Ha 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 ha. A few people laughed. After laughing for a moment, Huang Mingyuan waved his hand and said, alright, don't delay any longer. Hurry up and enter the copy. We need to take the first pass quickly and then go research the nightmare level. This nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is only accessible to us. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived at the entrance to the replica. And just choose a copy. The moment Huang Mingyuan chose the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle, and chose to enter. Boom! Steeply. A loud sound instantly resounded in the replica area. It was so loud that everyone heard it. What's happening? What a horrible sound. It can't be that a new abyss has appeared. Can it? That's too loud. I don't know, but it doesn't seem to have changed much. What the hell is going on? Several people from the Dragon District squad were also stunned. The commotion, after all, was really a bit too much. Brother Huang, with this commotion happening, do we still have to enter the copy? Enter, Huang Mingyuan said with a cold face. A small movement in the area has made you retreat. Isn't this a disgrace to the Dragon region? Yes. Brother Huang is right to teach us a lesson. Huang Mingyuan grunted, and then, was once again ready to enter the copy. But, the moment he was ready to click into his copy, Steeple froze, because, he suddenly realized that the one he had originally chosen, the king level, Tree Spirit Jungle. Nope. No? What about my big copy? It's just gone? Where did it go? Huang Mingyuan was stunned. Huang, Brother Huang, a man shouted cautiously. What's wrong? Nope. What's gone? Copies. The copies are gone. Huang Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he researched again. And then it was discovered. It's not the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, that's gone. Rather, Tree Goblin Jungle, the whole copy. It's gone. How did the copy disappear? Could it be that the loud sound from earlier was related to this copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle? And at the same time, among the normal level, Tree Goblin Jungle, copies, Zhang San, who had managed to slash the tree spirit until the last trace of blood was left, as if he had been hit by chicken blood, valiantly slashed out the last slash. However, this slash did not have the imagined thrill of a monster blowing up big time, nor did it have any experience credited to it. Instead, the scene in front of him changed, and then a line of writing appeared. You have been teleported out of your copy. What? Zhang San's head is full of questions. What's going on here? How did I get teleported out? The same scene, however, didn't just happen within the normal level copies. There are also adventure, warrior, and king levels. All the squads, they were teleported out. They appeared in the replica area with blank looks on their faces. Look around. How did I get out? Wasn't I in the middle of a copy? What's going on? I'm still brushing the monster. The monster is down to its last ounce of blood. Ah, I just killed the boss. My equipment. I haven't picked up my equipment yet. Grass. Where's the copy? Where's my copy? What happened? What the hell is going on? For a moment, the replica area was bustling with activity, and the news of the disappearance of the Tree Goblin Jungle copy was quickly spread around. The forums have gone nuts. The copies are gone? This is something that hasn't happened in ages. What's going on? Just heard a loud bang and then the copy was gone. This can't be. It's been blown up, right? Upstairs is really good at bull asterisk ting. A copy can still be blown up? What a joke. So tell me, What's going on? How else could the copies be gone? It should be that the abyss closed. That's why the copy disappeared. But that's a claim that simply isn't being bought. Tree Goblin Jungle, this subbook is new. So there are quite a few teams going to brush it. Now, all of these teams have been teleported out. At this very moment, after looking at the forum messages, and the surroundings, the 4 people in the Dragon District, sort of completely understood. The copy, it's really gone. All the teams are out. LOL. Huang Mingyuan sighed. It seems that our chances of getting the first pass for a King tier copy are gone. What Brother Huang said. Even if we didn't get it, our Dragon District squad, we still have the highest progress amongst this copy. Yeah, we've already traveled so far in the King's tier replica that no squad will be able to surpass us. The reputation of our Dragon region will still be able to spread far and wide, just as a few people opened their mouths. Steeply, a message was seen. A message on a floating screen, or 3 times in a row. Congratulations to the Dragon Mastery Squad for clearing the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Congratulations to the Harness Dragon Squad for clearing the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Congratulations to the Harness Dragon Squad for clearing the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. The 3 messages were seen by everyone in the replica area. Then, they were silent. After the silence, it blew right up. What? Passing the Nightmare level. Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle? Asterisk 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 asterisk? This is a fake, isn't it? How is this possible? Are you stupid? This is a system announcement for everyone. How can it be fake? Someone really got through. What ing strength is that? No one has even reached the King class first pass yet, and now there's a Nightmare class first pass? It's horrible. This Dragon Harnessing Squad, it seems like the one that made the first pass through the cold ice dense forest, before? It's still true. And they also have quite a grudge against the Dragon District. The Dragon District squad is also brushing the Tree Goblin Jungle, and it seems like they haven't even gotten the King level first pass. TSK. The Dragon District didn't even get the King level, but the Dragon Harness squad got the Nightmare level first pass. It's still the first holy district. The standard is still pretty high, saying something about only accepting the first genius. Is this the result of the first genius? For a moment, there's a lot more cynicism about the Dragon Zone, and these messages, naturally, were seen by the Dragon District squad. For a moment, the faces of the 4 were ugly as hell. How is it possible? The Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. They actually passed it. It's impossible. The difficulty of the King level is already so high. How can they pass the Nightmare level? Is it hard to believe that the Nightmare level is actually less difficult? They must have used a different method. They cheated. None of the 3 could accept this. After all, they, the Dragon District, claimed to be the strongest team, hadn't even gotten the first pass to the King level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and had even exited once to prepare for it before they had to enter. However, that Dragon Harness squad, which they couldn't look down on, was the one that had already taken even the Nightmare class first pass. How is that possible? How is this possible? Huang Mingyuan's face was also ugly as hell. This news was a completely naked slap in the face of their Dragon District, or the kind that smokes like a thief, or smoked in front of so many people. Everyone knew that they, Dragon District, had entered the King level, Tree Goblin Jungle, without taking the first pass. And the Harness squad took the first pass of the Nightmare level. Phew! Huang Mingyuan exhaled heavily, his face still ugly as hell. And right at this moment, suddenly, in the middle of Huang Mingyuan's mind, an aura flashed. He thought steeply. This, Tree Goblin Jungle, copy disappeared. And then came the news that the Dragon Harnessing Squad had cleared the Nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. In other words, it's because the Dragon Harnessing Squad cleared the Nightmare level copy that it disappeared? To know. This copy, the squads that went inside to brush it, was a lot. And because of the Dragon Harness squad, the copy is now gone. The loss of so many squads. The resentment. I don't know how big it has to be. In an instant, after thinking of this, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but plan. He ignored his teammates. Instead, he quickly boarded the forum and made a post in the name of the Dragon District squad. The Dragon District squad didn't take the first pass of the King tier, Tree Goblin Jungle. Not because they didn't have the strength to do so, but because the copy disappeared just as they were about to pass it. Quite a few squads, I'm sure, have suffered this as well. Your rights, the rewards you were about to receive, disappeared the moment they were about to arrive. But after the copies disappeared, a team cleared the Nightmare level. Tree Goblin Jungle, difficulty. I'm sure we all know that Nightmare level is really that easy. It's only been a short time since the Harness squad entered, and they've cleared the level? There have been nightmare level passes before, but no copies have ever disappeared. So, how on earth did they get through the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, in such a short period of time? A post that spans hundreds of words. Shortly after it was sent out, it was quickly topped off. It caught everyone's attention. And then, yeah, that's a bit too fast. Moreover, the copy actually disappeared after it was cleared. This is too bizarre. Damn. This dragon harnessing squad. They must have used special means. They used us to mess up the copy. No wonder the passage is so fast. It's still nightmare level. This dragon harnessing squad. It's really vicious. In order to win the Dragon District, they actually used such dirty tricks. It's disgusting. Disgusting. This dragon harnessing squad. It's really no good. This is great. Not only did the Dragon District not get the first pass it deserved, but instead, it's us. And the reward is gone. Doggone Dragon Harness Squad. Give back the old man's equipment. Harness Dragon Squad rolls. The most disgusting team ever. For a moment, the invective was all over the place. Under the influence of Huang Mingyuan's single post, almost all the spearheads were aimed at the Dragon Harnessing Squad. Huang. The others from the Dragon District Squad also saw the post, and one of them unavoidably asked, "Really?" Huang Mingyuan snorted coldly and said, "Does it matter? What matters is that they passed the nightmare level copy and got the first pass reward. And we didn't. People. Whether or not this Dragon Harnessing Squad did it, it doesn't matter anymore. They have, now, stood against everyone. And all I did was a lead. Destroying this Dragon Harness Squad sometimes doesn't require any accomplishments at all. Just, when he becomes famous, use some means. Brother Huang. Hi." At that moment, the man was giving a thumbs up. Next, this Dragon Harnessing Squad must be completely stinking. Like street rats, everyone is shouting at them. Ha 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 ha. Huang Mingyuan laughed aloud. Since they don't know what to do, let's destroy them. There is no one that can be stronger than our dragon region. Huang Mingyuan's eyes were grim. And right now, Zhongqi's 4 men had come out. Congratulations to you all, for clearing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, for the first time. Due to the collapse of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, you have passed the replica perfectly, and the replica is about to go into repair. It will reopen after repairs, because you, Zhongqi, saved the entire tree spirit world. Your name and the name of your team will be engraved in the world. At the same time, you are presented with 100 copy cards. Those who hold this card can lower the difficulty of the copy, and the reward will not be lowered. Chapter 31 Zhongqi's response. A brilliant counterattack. Congratulations to you all, for clearing the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, for the first time. Due to the collapse of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, you have passed the replica perfectly, and the replica is about to go into repair. It will reopen after repairs, because you, Zhongqi, saved the entire tree spirit world. Your name and the name of your team will be engraved in the world. The entire world will sing your praises. At the same time, you are presented with 100 copy cards. Those who hold this card can lower the difficulty of the copy and the rewards will not be lowered. This card is transferable once. Congratulations on your first time through the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and receive a diamond level first pass treasure chest. Congratulations! You have perfectly cleared the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and received the diamond level Tree Goblin treasure chest. Both boxes are diamond grade. This time, Zhongqi was rewarded quite a lot. First, there was the tree demon that died and exploded quite a few things out. And then there was the treasure chest, followed by 2 diamond-rated boxes. Then after that, Zhongqi didn't expect that after the copy collapsed again and was completely destroyed, it would actually be repaired and then opened again. And what Zhongqi did was undoubtedly to give this tree spirit world a new life. After this again, Zhongqi got 100 copy cards. This copy card will work on the newly trimmed copy. Zhongqi then checked it out. Copy card. This card can only be used in the new Tree Goblin Jungle. Holding this card reduces the difficulty of this copy, but does not affect the copy rewards, including monster drops, experience gained, pass gained, and perfect gained. Please note that this card can only be used once by a single player. It can be transferred once. Owner, Zhongqi. Zhongqi rubbed the small card radiating a faint glow in his hand and couldn't help but reveal a smile. It was enough to anticipate how much of a stir this card, if known by others, would cause. Perhaps. These teams, they're going crazy. What a way to reduce the difficulty of a copy card. And it doesn't affect the rewards. If you use this copy card, some, originally less powerful teams, are now likely to pass the copy. How horrible is this? How awesome. And such a copy card, right in Zhongqi's hand. There were still a full 100 of them. It was already conceivable just how much of a stir this card would be able to cause when it was released. At this moment, after Zhong Qizai had finished checking out the card, he suddenly heard Li Shua's voice. Big brother Zhong. It's bad. It's a big deal. Zhong Qi turned his head back, and then, he saw, Li Shua, Cui Ying and Li Muhan, all hurrying to arrive. Zhong Qi raised an eyebrow and asked, what happened? Yes. Li Shua ran too fast and was a bit out of breath at this time, and it was only after a few consecutive gasps that he slowed down and then opened his mouth. It's the Dragon District, releasing rumors that it's Tree Goblin Jungle, that this copy disappeared. All because we used special means and cheated to get the first pass of the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. Say we, in order to get the first pass for this nightmare class copy, used all the nasty tactics and then screwed all the other teams out of their rewards. In the end, we even messed up the copy. Nowadays, this matter is already spreading all over the place. The entire forum, as well as the replica area, are all spreading this matter. Big brother Zhong, what should we do? The panic on Li Shua's face was obvious. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It was so hard to get the first pass of the nightmare level copy, and then to have such a huge pot of dirty water thrown at him. Li Shua didn't even know how to deal with it. Cui Ying said indignantly, how detestable. This dragon region still claims to be the #1 region, and as one of the 3 sacred regions, it's actually using such nasty tactics to plant evidence against us. It's abominable. Brother Zhong, what are we going to do about it? Although Cui Ying was furious, this kind of thing didn't end with simply standing up and clarifying. Nowadays, the crowd was in an uproar, and everyone believed that the dragon harnessing squad had done such a thing, thus causing the copy to disappear. And then all those who had entered the copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle had suffered a great loss. In that case, this anger, as long as it stands out, will, without a doubt, be poured out directly. Cui Ying's mind was now in disarray, not knowing what to do with it. Li Muhan frowned and pondered for a moment. The most important thing for us now is to find Minister Zhang. Li Muhan was well aware that Zhongqi knew Tension. The only way to squash this situation today is for Tension to step in. Then they can go and think about how this is going to be handled. But, what the 3 of them were thinking, no matter what, the dirty water was completely splashed down and difficult to wash away. All they want is to minimize the situation, as much as possible, and not to influence. When Zhongqi heard this, he opened the forum. Sure enough, a couple of the hottest threads on the forum. The first one was sent by Huang Mingyuan. As for the latter, they were also followed by the verbally abusive Dragon Harness Squad. Enough to anticipate that at this point they just need to step up. Then, it's bound to be mobbed by angry professionals. The Dragon District. Zhongqi gave a disdainful laugh. So that's the only way to play it. After flipping through the posts roughly, he turned to the trio and asked, saying, Dragon District has also entered the Tree Goblin Jungle, copy. How did they do? Li Muhan said, they went into the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, but they exited 10 hours after entering the first time. And before the second time, the copy was. I know. That means that this bunch of losers spent 10 hours without clearing the king level copy, and when they got to the back, and went in for a second time, they realized that they couldn't get in. Again, I found myself leading the team through the nightmare level copy. His reputation in the Dragon District was going to be crushed hard by himself. So, that's what made this happen. What a bore. Childish and boring tactics. The only way we can most effectively contain the angry people right now, is to find Minister Zhang, Li Muhan said once again. No need. Zhongqi shook his head. Containment for what? Since they are angry, let them be angrier. The Dragon District posted this and set this fire ablaze. But now, it's not hot enough, and I want him to burn a little more. Hearing Zhongqi's words, the other 3 people immediately widened their eyes. A look of disbelief. Li Suk was all. You're crazy. Li Muhan, on the other hand, asked after a long moment of silence, you got an idea? Zhongqi smiled and nodded. There happens to be some. Hearing this, Li Muhan's heart more or less settled down a bit. I don't know why. Obviously Zhongqi hasn't said a clear solution yet. Not even the meaning of saying, just saying that he has a way to solve the problem. She is inexplicably feel relieved. Not only was Li Muhan like this, even the 2, Cui Ying and Li Shua, were much more settled in their hearts. The original anxious heart was calmed down and had a backbone. Li Shua thought in his heart, brother-in-law is really powerful. In such a short period of time, He came up with the solution. Fong couldn't think of any when he thought about it. Then, Zhongqi looked at them and asked, "Do either of you have a forum number?" "I have," Cui Ying immediately said. "Brother Chung, do you want to use it? You send a post up for me is. The content will say that this time through the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, is very easy, not effortless at all. It feels like this copy is not as difficult as imagined. It's..." Hearing Zhongqi's words, Cui Ying froze for a moment, her face showing some difficult colors, saying, "Brother Zhong, if we say this, won't it make them even angrier? We're already a target, and with a post like this, I'm afraid that some people who aren't that angry will have to hate us now." Zhongqi smiled easily. "It's fine, just send it out as I want. There's no need to be afraid of causing a big stir. What I'm afraid of is not causing enough of a stir." "Yes." Seeing Zhongqi say this, Cui Ying nodded, and after that, the post was sent out. Hardworking Ying, another nightmare level copy cleared. Simple and easy. Tree Goblin Jungle, this copy doesn't seem to be as hard as I thought it would be. The post was just published. It was quickly noticed and then topped the hot search. One after another, the professionals poured in, bursting into a rage after seeing what Cui Ying had posted. "Unorthodox means to pass the copy. You used our efforts. The rewards that you get are in exchange for our efforts. Disgusting. The Dragon Harness Squad is truly the most disgusting squad. How dare you have the nerve to say it's easy? Can you stand up to us? Shameless. What a way to maximize shamelessness. A squad like this shouldn't be in the Vice Zone. Harness the Dragon Squad, get out of the Vice region. Right, get the hell out of the Vice Zone." The sound grew louder and louder, and more professionals caught wind of it. Both those who had entered a copy of the Tree Goblin Jungle, and those who hadn't had come over to step on it after hearing about it. It was as if, unintentionally, coming over and stomping on the Dragon Harness Squad twice was already kind of trendy. And this post, without a doubt, was also seen by Huang Mingyuan. This Dragon District Squad, having channeled the anger of the people, was about to see how the Harness Squad was going to react. As a result, I came across this post, at once. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Really laugh me to death. This Dragon Harnessing Squad is really out of their minds. Is it possible to make a post like this at this time? It seems really stupid. If you ask me, they're like this. It must be because Huang's methods are too high-end and powerful. They can't think of a way to deal with it anymore. So why not just swing for the fences? That makes sense. All of this, is because Huang's methods are too powerful. Being complimented by several people one after another, Huang Mingyuan couldn't help but have a satisfied smile on his face. With a faint smile on his face and a transporting look, he said, "A little bit of strength, a little bit of talent. So what? In today's world, simply relying on these won't do. This Dragon Harnessing Squad may be very good in strength, but, at a time like this, it's too easy for me to destroy them. It won't take much effort at all. Yes. Dare to fight you, Brother Huang. They really can't think straight." One of them quickly nodded and fawned. "If I say so, come over early, kowtow and apologize to you, Brother Huang, and everything will be fine." With Brother Huang's generosity, he could still not forgive them. That's right, this Dragon Harnessing Squad is really without eyes. Now it's good. Brother Huang has stepped in. They won't be able to do anything in a matter of moments. It's still Brother Huang who's great. The smile on Huang Mingyuan's face grew thicker. Then, he posted again in the forum. In the face of so many innocent, harmed squads and professionals, the Dragon Harness Squad, who couldn't think of doing something nasty, didn't even dare to respond positively. You have done such things to the detriment of everyone and yet you have no guilt. The Dragon Harness Squad. What a disgrace. Simply the biggest scum in the Vice area. The content of Huang Mingyuan's post was not much, but at this time, he was representing the Dragon District. It represents the attitude of the Dragon District. There was no doubt that these angry professionals were instantly ignited. The Dragon Region bigwigs are right. The Dragon Harness Squad is the biggest scum of all. Scum, get out. You're not welcome in the Vice Zone. Scum, get out. Really skinless. Actually have the nerve to say that the copy is simple. Why is this copy simple? Don't you have any numbers in your hearts? Where is the Dragon Harnessing Squad? I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to find them. Together. I'll go with you. Let's all go and drive this scum squad out. There was a lot of cursing at the bottom. The moment. Cui Ying only casually scrolled through the comments, and then did not dare to read anymore. It's horrible. The anger is too great. Such a fire. On the post in the back of the dragon area. Has been a complete Detonation. Zheng. Zheng. Chueying winced and opened her mouth, asking, what are we going to do next? Wait. Ha? Chueying was stunned. Zhongqi said, let the bullets fly a little longer. The replica is fixed and it doesn't take long. Now, whether he speaks or not, if he shows his face, it's going to be angry people whose anger wants to be vented. The target can only be yourself. In that case, it would be better to make them a little angrier. And the Dragon District, wanting to pick up the slack, would step in. He's going to lead these people and channel this anger. So, once the replica is rested and all rumors are off the table, where else will this flame of anger burn? The dragon area that guides this flame is the best target. Drawing fire, to put it mildly. So right now, Zhongqi didn't have to do anything at all. Just waiting for the Dragon District to help him, to make this fire burn a little brighter. Zhongqi also had to thank them, saving himself from so many things. Not much longer. Just as the crowd was swarming, a message that appeared to all. Copy, new tree goblin jungle, has been repaired. The majority of professionals can re-enter the copy. The previous progress can be kept in sync. The equipment that has not been picked up will be automatically hosted and will not disappear. In addition, this copy of the special thanks to Harness the Dragon Squad. Thanks to Harness the Dragon Squad and the copy of the contribution made by the squad leader Zhongqi and his teammates. The name will be engraved in the copy of the middle to show appreciation. P.S. Readers, there are like this book. Please vote some data. Collection of small gifts can be hyped. Small author kneeling thanks. Ors. Chapter 32, Sanctioning the Dragon District. Copy cards appear. What are Zhongqi and the others doing? The news on the forums traveled so quickly that it was naturally impossible for Tenshin not to be concerned. In fact, back at the beginning, he noticed it. It just hasn't bothered to control it. This kind of thing, even if he unilaterally pressed it down like this, it would still be useless, and would only make the occupiers of the subbase area more and more enraged. This is naturally useless and counterproductive. So, after this came up, and even after the Dragon District's post leading up to it, Tenshin didn't even bother. However, he already had a solution in mind, but the time to solve it was not now. It needed to be slowed down. But, with the post of the Dragon Harness Squad, Tenshin was truly confused. What's going on here? Isn't this posting out there specifically extending the anger? What's this for? Even Tenshin, at this moment, was somewhat unable to understand what exactly Zhongqi was going to do. But, the secret realm they had prepared was already thoroughly proper. Next, it's time to let people in. Zhongqi would be able to practice faster. It's just that, now that this has come up, it looks like it needs to be put on hold for a while. Tenshin frowned while asking to the side, what's Zhongqi doing now? The man thought for a moment and said, nothing has been done, and after this post, I haven't heard anything. Weird. Uncertain of Zhongqi's purpose, Tenshin decided to wait a little longer, and he was curious as to what this kid, exactly, was going to do. And at this point, a piece of news that had completely set off the emotions of the angry professionals. Copy, new tree goblin jungle, has been repaired. The majority of professionals can re-enter the copy. The previous progress can be kept in sync. The equipment that has not been picked up will be automatically hosted and will not disappear. In addition, this copy of the special thanks to Harness the Dragon Squad. Thanks to Harness the Dragon Squad and the copy of the contribution made by the squad leader Zhongqi and his teammates. The name will be engraved in the copy of the middle to show appreciation. Teams that have been retired from this replica will receive an additional compensation chest. Please note that the new tree goblin jungle copy will open again in half an hour. This news was directly in front of all the professionals in the replica area. Everyone can see. Then, what? The replica is fixed and can be reopened? What's going on here? And special thanks to the Dragon Harness Squad. What did they do? Didn't they use despicable means to pass the level that caused us to be cleared? Yeah, I thought it was too. But now, it doesn't seem to be. The new copy is actually, after opening. They also want to express their gratitude to this Dragon Harnessing Squad. Their names will also be engraved in the replica. Jesus, what the hell did they do? I just went and checked the information. And amongst history, there are only 3 people who were able to leave their names amongst the copies. These 3 people, no matter which one of them, are all absolute greats. These 3 people, the first 2, you may not remember the names, but the third, you definitely know. His name is Dongfang Shua, the first strongest Orientalist? Yeah, that's him. So, Dragon Harnessing Squad did the same thing as Dongfang Shua? What exactly did they do? Wait, then in that case, The Dragon Harness Squad did something good and changed the entire copy to cause us to quit. So they didn't use any dastardly means to pass the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle. They passed with true strength. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tree Goblin Jungle is so hard that they were actually able to pass the nightmare level with their strength? This is too strong. This Dragon Harness Squad. The news was sent out and instantly changed the direction of the wind. After learning about what happened, countless professionals were shocked and lamented the strength of the Dragon Harnessing Squad. After all, what kind of honor is it to have one's name engraved in a copy? The posts that were originally rushing the Dragon Harness Squad were even deleted autonomously in droves. Even some of the still hardest ones were quickly taught to behave. The Dragon Harness Squad is the one with the most power and character. That's right, the Dragon Harness Squad changed the copy and didn't use cheating at all. Damn! Who the hell started this rumor and misled us? Who is it? Damn it! How could I have said such a thing if he hadn't started the rumor? It's Dragon District. Huang Mingyuan from the Dragon District Squad. He was the first to speak. The Dragon District? How could the geniuses of the Dragon region actually rumored about the Dragon Harness Squad? It can't be. That's the Dragon region, the gathering place of the top geniuses. With their arrogance, how could they? I've found out. The Dragon District Squad originally had a conflict with the Dragon Harness Squad. The Dragon District had suppressed the Dragon Harness Squad before, and the Dragon Harness Squad was overstepping the level to brush the copy when they played Tree Goblin Jungle through the Nightmare level, Frigid Ice Dense Forest. It was precisely because of wanting to counterbalance the Dragon District Squad that they went into this copy. No wonder. The Dragon Harness Squad passed the first pass of the Nightmare level. Where's the Dragon District Squad? Dragon District Squad. It seems like none of the King level first passes have passed. Oh, when the tide goes out, it's clear who's swimming naked. Everyone can see it at this time, right? Who in the end really has the strength and who is the true genius? Dragon District Squad? That's disgusting. To use such tactics, it's disgraceful. And a top genius. I shucks. There were quite a few words like this, and soon it was seen by Huang Mingyuan. And immediately, Huang Mingyuan's face was incredibly blue. This group of wallflowers, they are really useless. They fall back really fast. Brother Huang, what about us now? Quite a few people have already started spraying us. What do we do? Yeah, Huang, there are too many people spraying us. Panic about what? Huang Mingyuan rebuked. Just a little trouble. Even though this Dragon Harnessing Squad solved the matter of the Tree Goblin Jungle copy, we didn't have much to gain. Instead, we were slowed down by them. So giving some compensation is what should have been done. Huang Mingyuan quickly posted again, trying to contain the excitement of the crowd. After all, once that emotion was actually generated, they were a bit overwhelmed as well. And Huang Mingyuan's post specified that the Dragon team took up everyone's time. Compensation is due. They, the Dragon District Squad, were just trying to get the rewards they deserved for everyone. Now that the rewards are there, they naturally have a share of the credit. Shameless, truly shameless. The moment when she once again saw the post made by Huang Mingyuan, Chuiying was already so angry that her face turned blue. Shameless? How can he be so shameless? How can he say such things? That's right, it's obviously all our work. How come he gets credit for it? Where did he get the face? Chuiying and Li Shua were both furious. Li Muhan also looked unhappy. Zhang Qi, on the other hand, smiled. There's no hurry, just some frost. Soon, the news of the duplicate card quickly exploded across the forums. A copy card that could reduce the difficulty of the copy without affecting the rewards shocked everyone. Even more shocking, of course, was the man who owned him. Chung Kai. Chapter 33 Zhang Qi's Counterattack. Dragon District Squad is crushed. This kid, he's really screwed up. The sensation created by the duplicate cards after they appeared was not small in the least. This news, naturally, was seen by the closely watching Tenshin as well. Of course it was a smile. At first he was still thinking, Zhang Qi this kid, so half a day, actually not even a little news. This is not quite right. That's why Tenshin waited, ready to see what exactly Zhang Qi was going to do. However, he did not expect that Zhang Qi had hidden such a hand. A copy card. It hasn't appeared in how many years? I've almost forgotten about this. A look of reminiscence appeared on Zhang Li's face. He remembered that the last time a copy card had appeared was the last time. Anyway, it's been a long time since then. More than a decade. At that time, the appearance of copy cards caused an equal stir. Reduce the difficulty of the copy and, also, do not reduce the rewards. This is the kind of thing that is naturally sought after by everyone. At that time, However, it was Dongfang Shua who got it, and it was given away all by Dongfang Shua as a favor. Rather, I wonder what the boy will do with it. However, Tension was more concerned. This copy card, how many are there? In the beginning, it was 15 sheets in the hands of the Orientalist. Those 15 copy cards, each and every one of them, were madly snatched up. If only the replica cards were plentiful. Zhang Li pondered for a moment, then said to the female secretary beside him, "Help me contact this kid Zhong Qi. I want to see how many sheets this kid has in his hand." "Yes, Minister." And this time, after learning about the copy card thing, the professionals were directly boiling over. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Copy cards? I can't believe this is still around. Damn. If I have a copy card, won't I have the possibility of passing a new copy? Don't be funny upstairs. With your strength, even if you were given a copy card, there's no way you could pass the copy. But, if this copy card falls into the hands of some squads, it's hard to say. After all, there are only so many top squads. And now, the replica nightmare level first pass is already in the hands of someone, but the king level is still not available. Yeah, a king level first pass, as good as the reward is, if we can get the first pass reward, for those top teams, it's not just this first pass reward that they want, it's the fame that comes with this first pass king level copy. How many teams like the Dragon Harness squad can there be? Even the Dragon Region squad didn't have a first pass for a king's grade copy, but at this time, if there were another team that got this king's grade first pass, the words weren't finished, but already many eyes lit up. This is tantamount to stepping on the Dragon District with a vengeance. Now, there are quite a few people who are extremely interested in this, because obviously, to be able to stomp the Dragon District hard, such an opportunity was something that many people wanted. This time, there are many people who are moved, and at this point, when the copy card appeared, it instantly and completely disrupted the previous deployment of the Dragon District squad. Huang Mingyuan's face became even more ugly. He had set up so much earlier, and now, he was striking again, putting the Dragon Harnessing squad on the wind again. But unexpectedly, in Zhong Qi's hands, he actually had the copy card thing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huang Mingyuan's face was blue. This hand of copy cards had really caught him off guard. With this thing in place, Zhong Qi was already invincible. More crucially, with them around, there was no way Zhong Qi would give this to them. In that case, with the lack of copy cards, the Dragon District team was at a disadvantage. They were already being overwhelmed by the Dragon Harness squad. At this point, if it's still being overshadowed by another team, Huang Mingyuan was already getting a headache. Brother Huang, think of something. If the other team gets this copy card, yeah, Brother Huang, we have to stop them. Even if we can't get it, we'll never let the other teams get it. Of course, if we can get it, that would be the best. Why don't we go contact this Dragon Harnessing squad? How could that be? How could the Dragon Harnessing squad be willing to give us the copy card? It's impossible. So, what if we allow the Dragon Harness squad to join our Dragon District? Join the Dragon District? Yes. What a reputation we have in the Dragon region. As long as we're willing to liberalize the restrictions and give this Zhong Qi an extra quota, wouldn't he still be willing? He'll definitely come over on his ass. As long as this Zhong Qi comes over, then, don't we have a free copy card? As those words came out, a few other people's eyes immediately lit up. Huang Mingyuan also stretched his eyebrows as he said, right, as long as we say that we're willing to recruit this Zhong Qi into the Dragon District, won't we be able to get the copy card for free? But, one of them, with a hard look on his face, said, our Dragon region already has a grudge against him. The others shouldn't agree and let this Zhong Qi join. Huang Mingyuan laughed. What is this? As long as we falsely promise him, after he gives the copy card, then we'll just backhandedly kick him out. As for entering the Dragon District, the Dragon District never had such a rule. He wants to enter the Dragon District? It's delusional. Hearing this, the other three people's eyes immediately lit up. Immediately, it was praised. Brother Huang, it's high. This move is really high. That Zhong Qi will absolutely blow a gasket after losing his wife and his army. That's right. I'm going to contact that Zhong Qi and tell him to hurry up and hand over the duplicate card. And it was at this time. Yet there was another person who was speechless for a long time after learning the news. Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan learned that the Dragon Harnessing squad had cleared the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, he only felt that the sky had fallen. After all, he had quit the Dragon Harness squad. But after he quit, the Dragon Harness squad had crossed over to brush through such a difficult copy. All of this, the honors, the rewards, should have been his, but no more. Good on. He was somewhat comforted by the outpouring of the Dragon District in the back. He even automatically ignored Zhongqi's power and went overboard with cheating. In his mind, it was the only way to clear his name. Only if the Dragon Harnessing Squad was destroyed. Then he, Lin Yuan, wouldn't have the disadvantage of having no eyes. But the announcement of the replica fix appeared, and the replica cards appeared, bringing Lin Yuan one heavy blow after another. And it's a blast. Lin Yuan was already pale, looking at the information on that copy card, a blank stare. Especially when news of the copy card spread. Father Lin came out. Far, did you know? The squad you had quit earlier passed the nightmare level, Tree Goblin Jungle, and, with a copy card in hand, Lin Father looked at Lin Yuan with an anxious face. Lin Yuan's face was pale and he didn't say a word. You go back again and ask for a few copy cards. Earlier that squad entered the duplicates. You also got the credit for it, and now, a guy of unknown origin actually snatched the duplicate cards that should belong to you. You quickly go, drive him away, and get back what belongs to you. Lin's father had a look of fantasy on his face. As long as you are able to get the duplicate card, then we, our Lin family, only. Lin Yuan still didn't say anything, his eyes staring lifelessly at the sky. Lin's father was instantly anxious. Go now. If you don't go, I'll pretend that I don't have you as a son, and that the Lin family doesn't have you as a person. However, Lin Yuan still just acted like he didn't hear it. Forget it, tired. At this very moment, when the news of the copy card appeared, it was the three of them, Cui Ying, who were confused for a moment. Brother Zhong, you actually have a copy card in your hand? Cui Ying's mouth dropped open. No wonder you're not panicking at all. With this in your hand, you're invincible. Not bad for Big Brother Chung. At this time, Li Shua also had to admire Zhongqi's composure. Keep the bottom card dead in your hand and release it at the most opportune time. And of course, in the back of his mind, he said, not bad for a brother-in-law. Cui Ying asked carefully at this point, Brother Zhong, this duplicate card, in your hands, how many do you have? Just 100 sheets. Zhongqi smiled. 100? Upon hearing this number, the other three were directly stunned. How much? Li Suk was doubting that his ears had heard it wrong. Zhongqi smiled and repeated it again. These duplicate cards, I'm going to sell them out and not keep them in my hands. Of course, if you have any relatives or friends who need them, you can prioritize their purchase. As for the price, $8 million. After hearing Zhongqi's words, they all calmed down. At $8 million, it's really not that expensive, and it's fair enough. This is a copy card that reduces the difficulty of the copy and does not reduce the rewards. And, if you enter this copy and pass, you'll still get the normal rewards. This copy card, as long as Zhongqi was willing to sell it, would definitely be snatched up like crazy. At that time, not to mention $8 million, even if it's $10 million or even more, there will be people who will buy it. And right now, after they heard Zhongqi's words, they immediately revealed a look of gratitude. Zhongqi just smiled. Then, there is the sight of the person who contacted them. There are quite a few. The most interesting, besides tension, is the Dragon District. And after seeing the news from the Dragon region, Zhongqi snorted. Interesting. Chung, what's wrong? Seeing Zhongqi's reaction, Cui Ying instantly asked. Zhongqi directly sent the message from the Dragon region and showed it to them. Upon seeing the message sent by the Dragon region, at once, Cui Ying revealed an angry color. Excessive. It's really too much. This Dragon District really doesn't know what's good for them. Wanting Brother Zhong's copy card, and actually having this kind of attitude. A look of charity. Brother Zhong, it must not be given to them. Moreover, I'm afraid that their claim that they have to join the Dragon District will not do the trick. Zhongqi smiled and said, do you think that I'm someone who would join the Dragon District? Zhongqi asked rhetorically. Then the Dragon District. I don't see it yet. Not to mention this kind of conditional accession. I wouldn't go even if I was begging to be invited. So, Brother Zhong, we just ignore them? No. Zhongqi shook his head. It's better to be polite and at least reply. Then, Zhongqi replied backhandedly. Duplicate cards, $50 million apiece. No second price. 5. Seeing Zhongqi's reply, Cui Ying was stunned for a moment. Then she gave a thumbs up towards Zhongqi and said, it's still Chung. Sure. Zhongqi also replied to tension. Indicates that the copy card has a lot of hands, and intends to take out to sell. Tension if there is a demand. You can buy in advance. Not expensive. 10 million apiece. Friendly price. Then again, Zhongqi took a general look at the people who had contacted him. Among them, there were also squads from the Phoenix District as well as the Tiger District. These squads, even if they weren't as good as the Dragon District squads, then they were pretty much the same. Among them, a squad named Tiger Spirit took the initiative to offer $15 million to claim one. This squad was good, and was considered the closest approach to the Dragon District squad. And it was also brushing the king level, Tree Goblin Jungle, trying to get the first pass for this copy. For this kind of thing that could press the Dragon District squad head on, Zhongqi naturally had no intention of rejecting it. It is the reply that they are willing to sell them one. Not long after, the Tiger Spirit squad sent someone over, and their captain, who was actually a woman, but had a stout body, looked majestic and powerful. Her name is Tiger Spirit. Thank you, Captain Zhongqi. Tigerling spoke politely. Zhongqi laughed. There's nothing else to ask for. I just hope, after getting this copy card, you guys can clear the level faster. This king level first pass. Don't be robbed first. Tiger Spirit understood at once. Instant reassurance. I can guarantee that. Swearing on the honor of Tiger Spirit Squad, there will never be anyone faster than us in this King's Class first pass. That's good. Then, Zhongqi then hung up all the duplicate cards. $15 million each. No second price. The appearance of the duplicate cards naturally caused a renewed buzz. However, that super high price still discouraged many people. Of course, these were some of the ones who wanted to clear the low difficulty copies, and for them, a $15 million copy card really wasn't worth it. But it's worth it to get through the higher difficulties. In particular, this copy card is very effective when facing warrior, king or even nightmare levels. Even though the nightmare class first pass was gone, the rewards of a nightmare class copy were, again, very good. $15 million, if you can get through, is totally worth it. So, after the copy card appeared, those squads that wanted to attack the high difficulty went straight crazy. Sure, when the purchase was made, Zhongqi commissioned Tenshin and added a restriction that as long as it was purchased by someone from the Dragon District squad, then, the original $15 million will automatically increase the price to $50 million. Therefore, when Huang Mingyuan and the others went to buy it, when they saw that price, they were directly furious. This damnable Zhongqi, damn Zhongqi, brother Huang, we can get someone to buy it and then gift it to us. Makes sense. Get some arrangements. A few minutes later, the person who had spoken earlier burst into tears. Brother Huang, no way. This copy card, it can only be transferred once. We're being screwed. Zhongqi. Chapter 34, the Third Revolutionary Divine Priesthoods join forces to create a secret realm for Zhongqi. 10 million apiece. Zhongli stroked his chin and began to ponder the price of this copy card. Admittedly, that's really low compared to the $15 million price tag out there. A full 5 million. But, as the Minister of Resources, Zhongli was in charge of so many resources and was too sensitive to the matter of price. So, he sensed keenly that there was room for negotiation on the price. At the very least, it can be lower than that. He had stroked his scanty beard and said to the female secretary who was looking at him, "Where is he? Copy Zone 3. Oh, Tenshin then went. When he met Zhongqi, he was in the middle of studying the rewards he had obtained from the copy. There were a few more pieces of diamond equipment, enough to replace this gold equipment he was wearing. A body of diamond equipment. In other people's case, even after the second turn of awakening, may not be able to have. But Zhongqi was only level 22. That would be scary. When he saw Zhongqi's equipment, even Tenshin couldn't help but cry out in secret that he was a big dog. So, it also strengthened his heart to come and cut the price. Of course, talking is an art. Tenshin said, "Zhongqi, there's a good thing for you. If this thing can succeed, you can upgrade faster. Even reaching the level of second turn awakening in a short period of time is not impossible." Zhongqi glanced at him and for some reason, suddenly had the feeling that a fox was smiling at him. How's that for a heartbeat? Tenshin went on. This time, I had a hard time fighting for your qualification. You have to know that this is a secret realm created by more than 33rd turning divine clerics, joining forces to create a realm that is extremely suitable for leveling. And I went through a lot of trouble to secure a spot for you. He sighed and said, "I'm paying too much." Zhongqi glanced at him, somewhat understanding what he meant. It was a nod. Very serious. "Thank you, Minister." The corners of Zhang Li's mouth grinned slightly, and he was about to reveal his fox's tail when he abruptly heard Zhongqi speak again. Zhongqi said, "However, Since the minister has given so much, I really can't be bothered. So how about this? The minister will return this quota of mine. I don't want it, so that the minister doesn't have to lose out. The smile on Zhang Li's face abruptly froze. That's a secret realm that's perfect for your leveling. As long as you enter that secret realm, your leveling speed can definitely be faster. But the minister's losses will be great. Rather, it's not that big, but it's not out of the question for you to want to compensate. That copy card. You'll give it to me cheaper. 100 copy cards. Zhongqi naturally didn't sell all of them, and still kept some in his hand. Tetragrammaton made its purpose clear. And naturally, Zhongqi responded dryly. No. I paid so much. So I say thank you, minister. Please just return it. Tenshin looked at him incredulously. You don't want to upgrade? Zhongqi glanced at him. Does the minister think that I would be unaware of the reason for the appearance of this secret realm? Zhangli froze for a moment, and then somewhat sighed at Zhongqi's cleverness. He actually guessed, in just a few words, that this secret realm was created for him. Then it would seem that one's plans were somewhat difficult. He thought for a moment and continued. Among that secret realm, there are many monsters from the abyss and even outside that converge, extremely suitable for brushing levels. And, after entering the secret realm this time, there are many geniuses that will be rewarded if they perform well in it. This is a rare opportunity, and this trip to the secret realm will select, from it, future combatants for the national war. National war. That is, the dragon country and other countries in the competition for copies. There is a conflict. Then, is that their respective countries will send out a small team, and then with the ability to fight, getting the first pass, and a higher level first pass. Then, the copy belongs to whichever country it belongs to. This is a great honor for all. The importance of this secret realm, then, is self-evident. But, Zhongqi still shook his head. Even if the minister returns that quota, I will still have a quota. But this money, if given to the minister to reduce it, the minister will definitely not give it to me. You boy. Zhangli was speechless, because Chung Kai, that's so damn right. One's own plans, it seemed, had fallen completely flat. In the end, it can only be the word. Tomorrow the secret realm will open and you can enter with your squad. But this copy card, you have to give me more. Zhongqi looked at him. 15. He had already checked, and the copy cards that Dongfang Shuo had taken out in the first place were 15 of them. Then give that number yourself. It should be appropriate. Yes. After agreeing, Tenshin instantly reacted and looked at Zhongqi, asking, how many of these do you have in your hands? It's not much, just 100 sheets. 100. You, boy, are really buckling. Zhangli showed an exasperated look and walked away with 15 copy cards. When Zhangli came, he also brought the skill books he was looking for Zhongqi. Battle Pet Inspiration LV. 1. When used by the summoner, it can inspire pets and increase damage by 30%. As it happens, there's a full skill card available. Battle Pet Inspiration Max. When used by the summoner, it can inspire pets to increase damage by 100%. It's very strong now, especially when used for Sayaka. It can double Sayaka's damage. And at this point, the duplicate cards have pretty much fermented. And with Zhongqi hanging up 80 of them, there aren't many left. At this time, the one with the biggest headache was the Dragon District Squad, because this duplicate card could only be transferred once. This eliminated the idea of the Dragon District Squad trying to find someone to buy it for them. And they need $50 million if they want to buy it. But if you don't, it's impossible to beat those teams that have purchased duplicate cards. What to do about this? All at once, the four were in a tangle. Is it being pitched by Chung Kai? Or, give up this, Tree Goblin Jungle, King's first pass? In the end, Han Lin found Huang Mingyuan and expressed that it must be taken. The $50 million will eventually come out of the Dragon District. Huang Mingyuan bought the copy card. Then, with a belly full of anger, since Han Lin and the others decided to pay out this money, it was decided that the four, Huang Mingyuan, would eat a bellyful of gas. The money would not be spent in vain, and they were designated to be severely reprimanded. Zhongqi, it's all you. It's all your fault. Huang Mingyuan's face was ugly. The other three aren't much better. Brother Huang, with this duplicate card, we can definitely take this King tier first pass. As long as we can take the first pass, then nothing will be a problem. Exactly. As long as we take the first pass, the reputation of our Dragon District remains. Brother Huang, let's hurry up and enter the copy. We're ready. Yes. Huang Mingyuan also nodded. Then, The four of them arrived at the entrance of the replica. After crushing the copy card, Huang Mingyuan began to select the king level, New Tree Goblin Jungle. And before entering, there was a 3-second wait time. But just before that waiting time was over, a voice snapped in the ears of the four. Congratulations to Tiger Spirit Squad for clearing the King's level, New Tree Goblin Jungle, and achieving the King's level first pass achievement. Congratulations to Tiger Spirit Squad for clearing the King's level, New Tree Goblin Jungle, and achieving the King's level first pass achievement. Twice in a row, leaving all four people stunned. Zhong Qi, you step on the horse. The sound of Huang Mingyuan's angry roar resounded amongst the King level, New Tree Goblin Jungle. Then a huge tree spirit moved its roots and walked over. On its thick trunk, the word Zhong Qi gleamed as if it were speaking to him. Kill the coins. I can't believe I actually bought it. Zhong Qi was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that this dragon district would actually take advantage of the money so much, and that $50 million a copy card would be bought. Then it seems that you're asking for less. It's time to ask for more. If I had known, I would have just bid $100 million. However, it is too late for them to buy it. When Zhong Qi sold the Tiger District copy cards again, he incidentally sold them some news about the copies. So, they'll definitely pass a lot faster. I'm sure the Dragon District will thank them. Spending $65 million and still getting nothing, and instead being crushed by the Tiger District. Even by the time this squad from the Dragon District came out, I'm afraid that the Tiger District would not be the only squad to pass the King level copy. The heat of the duplicate cards slowly died down, but then an even more explosive news appeared. The secret world, the secret realm of the Dragon Kingdom. It was created by more than 30 third-turned priesthood powerhouses, suitable for geniuses to upgrade, with numerous resources and generous rewards. Every single one of those who were able to enter was considered a true top genius of the Dragon Kingdom. After this news came out, it was undoubtedly what really made all the professionals boil, especially the already self-proclaimed geniuses of the profession. Nowadays, with a chance for them to really prove themselves. This secret realm. I want to participate. It has to be attended. As long as I can participate in this secret realm, my strength will definitely be able to increase a lot. Oh my god, why did this secret realm appear? Why wasn't it earlier? How good it would have been if it had been earlier. I heard that this secret realm seems to have appeared because of one person. One person? How is that possible? Who could get more than 33rd revolutionary divine priesthoods to create a secret realm just for him? Where did you get that fake news? Blowing it out of proportion? Exactly. How can that be? That's what I heard. I'm not sure exactly, but how can I enter this secret realm? It seems like you have to pick and choose, but we'll have to see how it goes. Get ready. It must go in. The message. Li Muhan's 3 naturally knew about it. Brother Chung, you know what? The secret realm of our Dragon Kingdom. It's also created by more than 33rd turn divine cleric powerhouses, joining forces. If we are able to enter, it's designated that our levels can rise by leaps and bounds. Cui Ying was all agitated. Not only her, Li Muhan and Li Shuo also cared about this. Zhong Qi looked at the three and nodded, saying, no. So, Brother Zhong, do you know, how can I enter this secret realm? No. How's that? Do we have a chance? Moreover, I've also heard that this secret realm was created by more than 33rd turn priesthoods, specifically for one person. Where do you think this is coming from? It's ridiculous. Li Shuo also said, it's a bit ridiculous. The time of the third turn clerics is so precious. How could they be built specifically for one person? But that's not all. Zhang Li's figure then reappeared, and Zhang Li said, right, I forgot to mention, don't forget about the secret world tomorrow. Are you bringing your squad or are you picking another person? You can take your pick. Elder Yi has said there that if you're willing, the Devil Suppressor Army will equip you with the best candidates. Zhong Qi shook his head and said, no need. It's fine just the way it is. That's fine. You kid. Being able to have more than 33rd turn priesthoods join forces to create a secret realm for you. This is really unique in all of history. Even Dongfang Shuo didn't have this treatment for you in the beginning. Zhang Li said at the end, his tone sour and full of envy. He's gone. However, the atmosphere was silent. It was as if it had frozen. And, still, a long time. Bell, Chung, Zhong, Cui Ying's lips began to tremble. What Minister Zhang said. All true? Her eyes went wide. This secret realm, is it created by more than 33rd turned priesthood powerhouses? Especially for you? Holy, Cui Ying felt like her worldview had been turned upside down. It was as if she was recognizing Zhongqi for the first time. What kind of man of God is this? To be able to have more than 30 third-turn priesthoods, join forces to create a secret realm for him. This treatment, this honor. Moreover, what was even more crucial was that Zhongqi was still willing to lead them into the secret realm. At this time, Zhongqi looked at the shocked trio and smiled without caring. Maybe the minister was joking. But, how is this possible? Would the honorable minister Zhang joke about this? And, he also said that as long as Zhongqi was willing, he could pick and choose whatever he wanted in the demon suppression army. Then, Yi Lao's identity is calling out. Master of the Jin demon army, Yi Tingyun, that true iron-blooded big brother. The legend who saved the building from falling and helped the Dragon Kingdom to fall. Phew, the atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. They were a bit surprised that Zhongqi's true identity was out of their minds. Terrible talent, terrible background. Yet it was such a terrifying person. That dragon district, that actually unknowingly dared to provoke him. At once, the three of them had the thought that the dragon district, for fear, was going to be finished. What genius gathering place. First genius holy area. All of this, in front of Zhongqi. I'm afraid that it's not even a fart. This, here, is the real slugger. Gollum. At this moment, while looking at Zhongqi, Chuiying couldn't help but silently swallow her saliva. It suddenly occurred to her that her cousin, she didn't seem to be good enough for Brother Zhong. That? She asked cautiously. Brother Zhong, are you still short of maids? Actually, my cousin is very good at taking care of people. Hearing this, Li Suk instantly became anxious and blurted out. Brother-in-law. Li Muhan glared over at once. Li Shua immediately shut his mouth. Finished. The heart speaks. Chapter 35, Third Turn Divine Priesthood helping Zhongqi cheat. Flying escalation begins. The secret realm was about to open. So many things would need to be discussed again. Several third-turned clerics had gotten together to take charge of this. Tenshin, Yi Tingyun, and a few more. And the two, obviously, have a great deal of say. They were also the ones who took the lead in this deliberation. In order to this secret realm, deliberately hollowed out a number of masterless copies, moved it all in. Although, between these monsters will have conflict in, but the good thing is that the division of the area, but also used this to divide the level. The person who opened his mouth was called Lai Ming, an old third-turn cleric now. He continued to tell about the secret world. And, in order to make it easier for the geniuses, we have divided this secret realm into 9 levels, and it's up to them to decide which level they can explore in. After saying this, he turned his head to look at Tenshin and inquired, how is Zhongqi now? Tenshin smiled slightly. Guess. Riming's eyes glazed over as he said, so long past, there should be a level 12. In the middle of this secret realm for a while, in a short period of time to rise to level 20 is not a problem. As for level 50, and the second turn awakening, that should only be a matter of time. The smile at the corner of Zhang Li's mouth grew even thicker. These days, he was used to taking the news of Zhongqi and using it to swindle these old comrades. Other than that, watching them show surprise did a little bit cool, like right now. A smile played at the corner of his mouth as he listened to Ryami's speculation. To upgrade, it's not that easy. Under normal circumstances, even if one is a genius, it would take decades to rise to level 75 and make the third turn, which is already fast. As for Zhongqi, with our help, we should be able to shorten it to 10 years. 10 years? We can afford to wait. He felt that his speculation was not far off. It was thinking at the pace of a top genius. These hours are not long and reaching level 12 should be no problem. Only, Tenshin didn't speak, causing Ri Ming to frown. Not even level 12 yet? Yi Tingyun looked at Zhang Li smiling and silent. He knew that this kid wasn't holding back any good farts, and when he thought that he had been posed like this, he couldn't help but rub his forehead. But he didn't break it down. There is something very comforting indeed about pinching secrets and watching other people speculate and show all sorts of looks. It's like strategizing in battle. I have all the information and can always be one step ahead of you. You keep changing your methods, but you can never escape my 5 fingers. There is indeed some fun in that. Ri Ming's frown deepened. It was a good thing Tenshin didn't hold back for too long, shaking his head and saying, it's not that low. Zhongqi has better talent. Ri Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, it would be better if we could get to level 15. A level 1 secret area would already be able to be easier. But Tenshin still shook his head. Still low. Ri Ming paused and said uncertainly, level 18? That fast? He had been busy with the secret realm, but he hadn't paid too much attention to the news of the replica area. only knowing that the commotion that Zhongqi had caused wasn't small. That's pretty much top genius when you look at it that way. That's a good thing. Zhang Li didn't sell the answer anymore and spoke directly. Level 22. 2. Ri Ming's words stuttered, and his face expression all froze. Then there was a silence. A few others did likewise. This is progressing far beyond their expectations. In the end, Li Ming only said, "God bless the Dragon Kingdom." He was surprised, but the surprise didn't last long, and that's a good thing. Then immediately afterward the thought, if that's the case, he'll already be able to be in the third echelon on this trip to the secret realm. I didn't expect that he'd be so quick. There were many geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, and although Zhongqi was considered a genius, after all, the time spent practicing leveling was too short. There were too many geniuses who had started earlier than Zhongqi. Even more, this trip to the secret realm was not very restrictive. Anyone under the age of 30 is eligible to enter. That's why Ri Ming said that it was able to be in the third tier. Compared to those who had practiced 8 or 9 years or even 10 years earlier than Zhongqi's competitiveness really wasn't that great. But, after all, it was the secret realm this time, created specifically for Zhongqi, and it naturally had a lot of support. But, even so, there was still a considerable gap with these geniuses who practiced early. Ryami sighed. His time is too short. Hopefully, be able to have a good performance in this secret realm trip. He was feeling a bit sorry for himself. The main reason was that Zhongqi's time practicing leveling was too short. If not, he would definitely be able to go farther. It was Tenshin who took it in stride, and he smiled. Now that the secret realm hasn't even opened yet, it's too arbitrary to say this prematurely. Ri Ming frowned at Tenshin and asked, "You have faith in Zhongqi?" Tenshin smiled slightly. "I have faith in every talent and believe in their talent and hard work." That was a meaningless statement. As if he, Rina, didn't believe in the geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. Right. Ri Ming suddenly asked as he thought of this. How did you guys set it up to help that Zhongqi upgrade? Because of this matter, it was Tenshin who personally went to set it up, and Ri Ming did not ask about it. At this time, though, he was a little curious. Tenshin looked up at the ceiling and didn't say anything, but Li Ming found out the end. Staring at Tenshin, he said, "Where's your lady secretary? She's usually there, why not this time?" "Her, ha, something came up at home. Went home," Zhang Li casually said. But, Ri Ming understood and his eyes glazed over in disbelief. You let her in as a second turner? With someone of such a high level around, how could Zhongqi possibly share the experience? Once there are high levels together, then, we'll eat up all the experience of the lower levels. This was also why it didn't just take Zhongqi to upgrade. Zhang Li couldn't care less. That's fine. Just don't team up. Ally has recently learned a new skill that can take monsters and force them to snap to the last ounce of blood left. Ryami looked at him. You can find this skill? Just don't team up and brush the monsters down to their last ounce of blood, then throw it to Zhongqi. The experience is still bell quick. That's really a good way to go. It's kind of cheating in front of all these people, isn't it? With so many teams, so much talent in. However, on second thought, Ri Ming thought that the original purpose of the establishment of this secret realm was originally for Zhongqi. Nowadays, it was considered normal for Tenshin to use this method. Just didn't go on. Zhang Li rubbed his hands together. When the secret realm opens, we'll be able to see how these geniuses perform. After the secret realm opened, as the secret realm they had created, it was natural to be able to see these geniuses performing well. And this time, the secret realm, they also have to choose for the national war later. So they have to choose some people from it. Then, it was natural for them to watch the movements of these people in the middle of the secret realm. And right now, Zhongqi and the others were already well prepared. Being able to enter something like the secret realm made all three of them very happy. However, they hadn't yet come to their senses from the fact that this secret realm was created for Zhongqi. This is just amazing. A secret realm of this size was able to accommodate nearly all of the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. And furthermore, this secret realm was also divided into 9 levels. It was still created by more than 30 third-turned priesthoods joining forces. However, it is such a secret place, but it was created for Zhongqi. It's really too much of a surprise. This also led to Li Suk's off-the-cuff remark about his brother-in-law. Then, he was thrashed by Li Muhan. But, even so, Li Shua is still a thief. Secretly told Zhongqi that he has a full set of sister's portrait. Steal it someday and show it to Zhongqi. Such a simple child made Zhongqi unable to help but stroke his chin and did not reject his kindness. The secret world opens on the second day. Zhongqi led the dragon harnessing squad into the middle of the secret realm. The matter of the dragon harnessing squad obtaining the qualification for the secret realm was also spreading. Harness. The dragon harnessing squad actually won a spot in the secret realm. That's right. Only a team with super strength like the dragon harnessing squad will be able to enter the middle of the secret realm. I heard that this time, the dragon region also has a squad entering. It's from the previous session. Huang Mingyuan and their previous session. It was once the ace team of the dragon region. Dragon District's ace team? Talking about Su Qing and the others, right? That's them. Su Qing back then, but he also suppressed the same class. His strength is terrifying. Yes, but this time, I heard that someone among the demon suppression army is also involved. The demon suppressor army? Heavens! It seems like they've never been involved in this kind of thing before, but they've been fighting on the front lines. Their strength must be even more terrifying. And this time, it's bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers. Not only is there the demon suppressor army, but there are also geniuses from various martial arts universities leading the team. So many geniuses. Then it seems that this time, it will be hard for the dragon harness squad to get any good results. Yeah, there are too many geniuses. Also, they're much older. And although the dragon harness squad is also very powerful, they're too young. It's a pity. If these few people from the dragon harness squad, in a few more years, it would be fine. Now, it's still too early. Yes, it does seem a bit of a shame. The Dragon District should be able to get a very good result this time. And while it was hotly debated outside, Zhongqi was already leading the group, entering the middle of the secret realm. This time, the secret realm is divided into 9 levels. After coming in, Li Muhan began to talk about the information he had accessed. These 9 levels. We need to start with the first one, and only after we pass can we move on to the next one. And it said that each of these 9 levels, if you want to pass, is extremely tough, and this first level of the secret realm is surrounded by wolves. There is a large swarm of phantom wolves here. Each phantom wolf's level is at level 10, and the leader is a level 15 boss monster. What's even more crucial is that this phantom wolf is a pack, so as long as you startle one, you're bound to be surrounded by a whole pack of phantom wolves. After listening to Li Muhan, Cui Ying immediately revealed a look of gravity. Then it seems that we still need to be completely prepared. Otherwise, once we're surrounded by the phantom wolves, Brother Zhong shouldn't be in any trouble. But we'll be in deep. Cui Ying's words were recognized by Li Shuo. However, only after Li Shuo nodded his head, he turned his head and saw a ghostly wolf looking straight at him. In an instant, Li Shuo was shivering in fear. Instantly, spectral wolf. When the people saw it, they turned their heads to look over. Results. It was only when the discovery was made that Cui Ying revealed a nervous expression, and was suddenly stunned when she took a look once again. Road. This spectral wolf. It seems to be empty-blooded. Ha! As Cui Ying finished speaking, the 3 of them instantly went to take a closer look. Found that, sure enough, the spectral wolf was actually empty-blooded. What's going on here? Li Shuo attempted to make a move, and a shield impact went over, which resulted in the outcome of this phantom wolf. After the result, he gained experience as expected. It also verified that it was true. And, after the result of this first spectral wolf, he snapped to see that behind this one phantom wolf, there was a large area of phantom wolves. Hundreds of them. That large swath of green eyes only made Li Shuo's heart flutter. Subconsciously, he was about to pull his legs out and run. However, with a glance, baffled, then exclaimed, asterisk. Hell no, because he suddenly realized that this large swath of spectral wolves was actually all empty blood. All of them. How is that possible? Li Shuo's reaction also attracted other people, who then hurried over to take a look. Eventually, discovered the reason why. Then, Cui Ying was also confused. What's going on here? After all, they were still clear about the difficulty of this secret realm. However, now that they had arrived at this first difficulty, they realized that all the monsters were actually empty-blooded, which meant that they would be able to easily get experience just by attacking them. Li Muhan is still relatively smart. Immediately, he was looking at Zhongqi. Since it's wacky, the reason for this could only be found in Zhongqi. In other words, this was something that Minister Zhang and the others had gotten up to, wanting Zhongqi to upgrade quickly. So they had simply beaten the monsters directly into empty blood in this area that they had entered, and then have Zhongqi come over to receive it directly? What the hell? What kind of treatment is this? Looking at the look of shock amongst Li Muhan's eyes, Zhongqi touched his nose. Swear to God, he really didn't know any of this. Rather, I didn't think the tension would actually mess with this. But, it's not so bad. Saya, Zhongqi shouted. At that moment, Little Knight was flying out, and under a mouthful of dragon breath, the 100 or so phantom wolves, along with the boss, were cleared out. However, since Zhongqi was now level 22, even if there were more than 100 monsters, it still wasn't enough to level up, but it had gone up by half. After clearing out these monsters, the door to the secret realm of the second level was opened. Only, when they arrived at the second level, they suddenly realized. Same as the first rank. Same. Also empty blood. Empty blood. Chapter 36, Ultra Fast and in first place. The Dragon Harness Squad. What you guys are doing here? Isn't it a little too hard? Riming couldn't help but look up at tension, and finally couldn't help but say, the first level of the secret realm, beating all the monsters to empty blood, and the second level as well. This is too easy. It's totally not difficult at all. If you're like this, the secret realm will lose the meaning of the exercise. Zhangli didn't care about the road. Anyway, these two levels of secret realms, even if we let the Dragon Harnessing Squad go on their own, it's still completely passable. As for now, it's just shortening that time a bit. Why should they be allowed to waste any more time with these meaningless things? Riming actually didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally, he said, at a normal pace, the Dragon Harness Squad wouldn't have gotten through so quickly. And now, you're totally making the Dragon Harness Squad a target. After all, there would be a ranking for the teams that entered amongst the secret realm and the secret realm that they passed through. This ranking is there for all to see. And in a short period of time, the Dragon Harnessing Squad was able to clear 2 levels of the secret realm. That's a ranking that would definitely be at the top of the list. This way, it completely attracted everyone's attention. The name Dragon Harnessing Squad. Since then it would be known by everyone. And once, it was known that they had used this method to pass. And in the rankings afterward, if the Dragon Harnessing Squad didn't achieve anything better, it would be mocked all the time. However, it was clear that Tension was not worried about this at all. He said, that depends on their strength. And right now, in terms of ranking in the secret realm, the Dragon Harnessing Squad was in the first place with an absolute advantage. After seeing the first-ranked Dragon Harnessing Squad, many forces were stunned. What is this Dragon Harness Squad? A team from the Dragon region? How come it's so fast? It hasn't been a while since we entered. Right. And it's connected to 2 levels of the secret realm. Yeah, it's too fast too. The second-ranked Demon Suppression Army Squad has only just passed through the first-ranked secret realm. It's not the Dragon District's team. Look guys, the Dragon District's team is in the back. Not from the Dragon District? Then which power is it? The martial arts universities? It's not like that either. The teams from Budo University are down there, too. Strange. This Dragon Harnessing Squad. What kind of god is it? They're a little too fast for that. It can't be cheating. So fast, directly crushing the other teams. How could it be cheating? This is a secret realm created by more than 33rd turn priesthood powerhouses. Joining forces, it's impossible for anyone to cheat in it. Unless, it's the 3rd revolutionary priesthood that's helping them. But, how is that possible? What gives this Dragon Harnessing Squad this power? That's all hilarious. To be able to cheat in the secret realm, what kind of status does one have to have? Then let's see how long this Dragon Harness Squad's number 1 position can be maintained. Shall we? There are some very powerful teams behind them. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen a team from the Jin Demon Army. I didn't expect it to be so fierce. The other teams aren't bad either. And the teams from Budo University are strong too. A Dragon Harnessing Squad? I think it's just a flash in the pan. Maybe they found some trick and then passed the easiest 2 ranks. Definitely. How can this never heard of name take the number 1 spot straight away? Ha ha ha. Then let's see when this so-called Dragon Harnessing Squad can be surpassed. I bet that after half an hour, their ranking will drop. Half an hour? You guys are too high. I'd say 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to fall. At this point, when this ranking appeared in the Vice Zone, it also caused quite a stir. What? The Dragon Harness Squad actually came in first. How is this possible? Competing against so many talented people, and, still, with a higher rank than them, what does the Dragon Harnessing Squad have to offer? It shouldn't stay long. Although the Dragon Harnessing Squad has some strength, as soon as it encounters a more difficult secret realm, it will be stopped. That's for sure. And the Dragon District is aware of the news. Han Lin's face, all of a sudden, was much uglier. This time, the one leading the group was Su Qing. Su Qing, the true ace of the Dragon District. But even though Su Qing was leading the team, he was still being suppressed by the dragon harnessing squad? How is that possible? Damn! They must have used special means. Han, don't worry. This is only a momentary thing. I believe it won't be long before Su and the others make their move. Yeah, Su is only just entering and familiarizing himself with the environment. That's why he's letting this dragon harness squad take the lead. A mere dragon harness squad is nothing more than that. As long as Brother Su powers up, he'll soon be able to surpass it. All of a sudden, the professionals in the Dragon District were talking. Only after hearing such words did Han Lin's face look a little better. At the same time there was a cold grunt. And in his opinion, it did. At this very moment, it is then within the secret realm, the third level of the secret realm. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Shuo once again let out a marvelous sound. Because this time, it was already a rank 20 monster, but still empty blood. Li Muhan, on the other hand, was somewhat numb. As for Cui Ying, after looking around, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhong, this secret realm, it couldn't have been created by your family, right? You're a young master from some hidden family, right? Zhongqi looked at her as if she was an idiot and asked helplessly, do you think it's possible that so many third-turning divine priesthoods could all come from one family? So, how is this going to be explained? Looking at the blast mortises in front of him, one after another, they were empty of blood and even had their wings broken. Cui Ying really felt like she was dreaming. This is so unreal. She was already another 2 levels up by now. Ever since he had followed Zhongqi, the speed of this upgrade was really getting faster and faster every day. Even this time, Zhongqi didn't even put in much effort. It really is. I'm not even trying. And you're hanging up? Not only Cui Ying, even Zhongqi himself, had upgraded from level 22 to level 24. The progress was so smooth that Zhongqi himself felt a bit unrealistic. However, it was good that when the 4th level of the secret realm was reached, this situation didn't occur anymore. Zhongqi breathed a sigh of relief, then looked to Sayaka. Saya! Whoosh! Little Knight then opened her wings and flew out. Then, violently, a mouthful of abyssal dragon breath was sprayed out. A large swath of monsters suddenly melted away like ice and snow. Minus 186,938. Minus 191,235. Minus 190,236. Monster after monster fell. Cui Ying's eyes widened. What's the difference? Then a white light enveloped her and it escalated again. Chapter 37, another dragon text. Zhongqi shows off his skills. Riming looked at Tenshin with a somewhat inexplicable look in his eyes. But after only a moment's pause, that inexplicability changed. He opened his mouth to speak, but eventually he had to. But the moment he was about to speak, Tenshin waved his hand. The corners of his mouth revealed the previous, fox-like smile to come. You should know by now that what I said before doesn't matter, even with such tactics, right? He put his hands behind his back and looked at the curtain of light that was in front of them. Above the curtain of light, it was exactly the performance of Zhongqi in the secret realm of the 3rd level. Tenshin seemed to know his way around. Even without Ally's hand, he can break through the secret realm just as quickly. This is his talent and his ability, to be able to cross over and compete with these geniuses. I've always trusted him. I know him far better than you do. Ryami fell silent. It was true that he did not know Zhongqi well, and he had only hastily thought earlier that once Zhongqi's speed slowed down in the back, or if he lost his caution because of the overly smooth situation in front of him, he would simply get stuck at a certain layer of the secret realm and would never be able to continue. That way, there would be more pressure that would fall on Zhongqi. But now, he seemed to be worrying a little too much. It seemed that Zhongli had chosen to believe Zhongqi from the very beginning, and was also well aware of his strength. Ryami sighed. You're right. Yi Tingyun watched the two from the sidelines and didn't say anything. Ri Ming didn't understand Zhongqi, nor did he understand Tenshin. But Yi Tingyun was different. He understands Tenshin. Watching Tenshin's eyelashes flutter lightly even though he had his hand behind his back, he was clearly excited as well. It was only suppressed by himself, but of course, not all the way. Otherwise there would be absolutely no need to turn away from Ri Ming. He didn't know Zhongqi that well either, but it didn't stop him in the least from using it to act like an ex. And Li Ming, the honest man, did believe it. Yi Tingyun shook his head. Tenshin was getting boring, but I still think that he won't get far. Ri Ming spoke again. He's so much worse. Although I don't understand Zhongqi, I understand the other geniuses. And Zhongqi's days of practicing are too short. Too much worse. If he wanted to compete with these people, if it was another 3 years earlier, then he would definitely have a chance. It's just that right now. Ming paused and spoke with some certainty. He's too young. Tension looked back and raised an eyebrow. Then let's take a look. Good thing too. Rina nodded and picked up again. But I still don't quite believe that Zhongqi will be able to outsmart the other geniuses. As he said, even quite a few of the third-turned priesthoods present had similar thoughts. Nothing else. The difference is too great. It's not a talent gap. It's time. And that's something that's hard to make up for. Zhongqi was a few years behind them, and it was too difficult to catch up with them on this. So, even when Tension, at first, came up with that cheat-like method, they didn't say anything, because it can't be influenced. Yi Tingyun's expression also gradually became serious. He was also a little curious as to how it would end up, at this very moment, among the secret realms of the third level. Chenli was also taken aback after seeing Zhongqi's performance. The speed of Zhongqi's few people was too fast, and after arriving at the third level of the secret realm, they came after her before she had the chance to go for it. In order not to be exposed, she simply didn't make a move. Then, there was the sight of Sayaka's near-destructive damage. When Chenli thought about it, the damage dealt by her level 53 strike was actually not even that much higher than Seo's. That would be scary. It could even be said that one could have completely dispensed with the need to do anything earlier, and Zhongqi could have passed the level perfectly. It really is a monster. Chenli thought about it and gave up on the idea of continuing to make a move. She was secretly observing. She was also a little curious as to how far Zhongqi would be able to go if she relied on her own strength. Pieces of monsters before them fell and were dissolved. Li Shuo looked at this familiar scene and suddenly felt that it wasn't quite real. It's like being in the middle of a copy before. This time, it had changed into a more powerful secret realm, but the strength of my brother-in-law seemed to be even fiercer. The monster's growth doesn't seem to be quite keeping up with his brother-in-law's. Again, the growth of his eyes didn't quite keep up. That terrifying number of damage caused by Seo made Li Shuo think, for a moment, that he was seeing things. The monster on this level was a cyclops. Upon death, this giant would turn into a transparent soul body, which still had 80% of its previous battle power, kind of like a second life. However, the difference is that when the blood level falls below 20%, these soul bodies will simply self-destruct. It also adds more difficulty to the passage of this layer. But, for Zhongqi, there was no such difficulty. It was because Sayaka had been killed in seconds along with her soul body. There are no such concerns. The large area in front of us was quickly cleared. Zhongqi was already level 25. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to undergo an awakening and then turn 2. And then go to the dragon breeding ground to contract a second dragon egg. He was also a bit curious as to what this second dragon egg that could hatch out would be. The little knight that hatched out among the first dragon egg was already terrifying enough. What about the second one? As he was thinking about it, a huge giant fell from the sky. One eye, one horn. The body lines were equally elaborate and carried a fury. King Cyclops, grade, 25. Blood, 150. 000. Attack power, 420. Skills, trample. One-eyed light. Giant's majesty. Stored power smash. Boss technique, absolute defense. Background, the king of the One-Eye Kingdom ruled his kingdom with indescribable majesty. However, under a huge change one day, the One-Eyed Kingdom changed. And this king, too, had a drastic change in temperament. Zhongqi narrowed his eyes. All of this was because of the complicated patterns on its body. Long men. It was the same as before, the demigod he had seen. But this dragon text was much simpler. One could even argue that it's not exactly dragon text. There are only half a dozen and they are worn. Roar! The massive Cyclops hissed, his roar shaking the heavens and the earth, causing this third-level secret realm to tremble. Immediately, he violently picked up a boulder from the ground, and he threw it towards here. Boom! Boom! Above the sky, the boulders also resounded as they flew in, shaking the sky and the earth. Zhongqi and the others reacted quickly and quickly looked for a place to hide. But despite this, the ground still trembled several times. Cui Ying paled. This giant is terrifying. And at the moment, after seeing such a scene, the third-turn clerics who were always watching this place couldn't help but voice their opinions. The Cyclops King in the third-level secret realm was moved from the nightmare-level copy, Giant Kingdom, and its strength has far exceeded the limits that the Dragon Harness Squad can withstand. Lai Ning Dao. At this level, they will be stopped. Although Zhongqi's strength is good, this Giant King is not as simple as it seems. Its terrifying defense can block nearly 90% of the damage. Zhongqi and the others will be stopped here and he looked at the leaderboard and said, The team from the Devil Suppressor Army has also entered the third-level secret realm. The advantage they had earlier is gone. Now is the real fight. The Dragon Harness Squad is way worse. Again, it was in the middle of a secret realm of the third level. Chen Xing, you go deal with the North Monster. Li Hao, you're in charge of the South Side. Zhang Qi, you're in charge of the West Side. We have to wipe out all the monsters in the shortest time possible. The man who opened his mouth, his face cold, gave orders. On this trip to the secret realm, we're going to make a name for ourselves as the Demon Suppressor Army. Crush that so-called geniuses under our feet. Whether it's the 3 sacred regions, or other martial arts universities. Entering the third level of the secret realm, Su Qing's eyes were calm as he said, "Let's quickly clear out the monsters in this neighborhood and then go fight the final boss. This time, the first secret realm can only belong to our dragon region. All other teams will be our stepping stones." As for that dragon harnessing squad, he sneered, "I'm going to make them not even see our backs." Yes, at the same time, quite a few teams, too, were fighting for the second-rank secret realm, and at a fast pace. Kunlun Budo University, Imperial Budo University, Qinglin Budo University. Many teams from the Martial Arts University were at the second level of the secret realm and were already at the end of their journey. A dragon fight is in the making, and at this point, looking at the massive giant, Zhongqi revealed a contemplative look. He didn't let Sayaka launch a direct attack. Zhongqi was still focusing on that dragon text. The aura on the Cyclops' body had part of the shadow of the subterranean dragon abyss, especially the half of the dragon text on his body. Even though it was worn out, it was enough to feel that if the damage covered its body, it would definitely be able to be isolated for the most part. There was no way out without cracking this dragon text. But fortunately, Zhongqi was still quite knowledgeable about this aspect of dragon text. Only now, the dragon text on the Cyclops' body was not clearly revealed, with part of it being hidden. It should be under the soles of his feet. So, gotta figure out a way to see the dragon text at the bottom of the foot. Saya, shock and awe, roar. When Xiaoyang heard Zhongqi's words, she directly made a Dragon King shock, and she stunned that Cyclops King. Used the desperate Dragon Claw. Sayaka quickly flew in front of her, and her dragon's claws slammed. Boo! This Dragon Claw slapped onto that Cyclops King, and violently, it caused its body to tremble. Then, after receiving this huge force, he stumbled and planted himself. Minus 21,569. Smoke and dust. However, Zhongqi was still able to see the lines on the soles of its feet as it fell. So it is. Zhongqi understood at once. It's half the word stone. After clarifying the dragon text on its body, there was a way to crack it. Dragon Claw. Zhongqi used the skill immediately. The skill instantly slapped the Cyclops King while it was down. Zhongqi was trying to take advantage of this time to destroy half of the dragon texts on it. As long as this dragon text was destroyed, its special defense, too, would dissipate. Ow! The Cyclops King hissed in pain after receiving the attack. Then, click! After a crunching sound, that unique defense was shattered away in response. Minus 5,367. And when this scene was seen in the eyes of Ri Ming and the others, they immediately revealed unbelievable intentions. What? How is that possible? Chapter 38, The Dragon Race Hidden in the Depths of the Secret Realm. These secret realms were all created by Li Ming and the others, even the monsters in the secret realms. It was something they had purposely captured from among the various secret realms. Each secret realm, they were sort of handpicked. It also has their deeper meaning. Such is the case with this king of the Cyclops. With a strong defense, even if one's strength was good and one's talent was strong, one would have to pay a lot of money to pass through a secret realm of this level. This is what they think. They wanted to see the patience and wisdom of these professionals on this level. This is what they have in mind. Trying to see more with the help of the peculiarities of the monsters on each floor, and the terror of the bosses. That's what they're all about. However, now, this king of Cyclops, which they had handpicked, didn't see anything coming, and it was just broken by Zhongqi. It surprised them. Of course, what was even more crucial was that even though Zhongqi had broken the defense on this Cyclops King, they still didn't see it. How in the world did Zhongqi do that? It puzzled them. This can't be right. Even at this point in time, there were still people who murmured and opened their mouths, pointing at Zhongqi in the middle of that image and voicing their questions. That was too easy. How did he do it? They didn't see the door. Ri Ming did the same. That is, he turned his eyes to Tension. Tension, on the other hand, was also staring at the curtain of light. Staring at Zhongqi on the light screen. He didn't see a reason for it either. but as the person who, right now, knew the most about Zhongqi, he couldn't show that he was surprised as well. Otherwise, it's humiliating. So even if he was pretending, Tension had to act like he knew the inside story. Therefore, Zhongli stroked his already small beard at the moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. This kid actually did this. He came with a somewhat helpless expression. It seemed that, for Zhongqi to do this, he saw through it at a glance and looked like he really couldn't do anything about it. Ryami believed it. Staring at Tension, he asked, "This kid, how the hell did he do that?" Zhongli shook his head and said, "Unspeakable. This is after all that brat's secret. If I just say it out, if that brat asks about it later, it will be troublesome." Ryami looked at him and didn't say anything. And on the side, Yi Tingyun was also watching. And with his knowledge of Tension, he naturally wouldn't be fooled by such superficial appearances. After all, he was able to clearly see that Tension, in his various manifestations, was not much aware of this matter at all. So, the obvious thing about this is that Tension simply doesn't know the truth either. He's now just pretending. Pretend you know better. Rina was, without a doubt, fooled by him. However, Yi Tingyun himself was curious as to how exactly Zhongqi did it. He was now getting more and more excited about how far Zhongqi could go. Obviously, at first, in his opinion, Zhongqi's strength was such that he would not be able to make it this far at all. However, Zhongqi gave him surprise after surprise. Time and time again, it broke through their perceptions. By now, this third-level Cyclops King, at first Yi Tingyun was actually thinking that even if Zhongqi's talent was strong and his strength was good, at least, he would be able to stop him for quite some time. However, it turned out that he thought wrong. There was no way to stop Zhongqi whatsoever. Li Ming and the others, whose curiosity was also aroused at this moment, once again looked into that light screen, and right in the middle of the secret realm of the third level, Zhongqi simply broke the dragon text on the Cyclops body. In which case, it made the Cyclops defense directly ineffective. Saya. Upon breaking that dragon text, Zhongqi opened his voice at once. Sayaka also instantly understood what Zhongqi meant. A mouthful of abyssal dragon's breath spewed out. -120,369. Terrifying damage numbers appeared directly on that Cyclops King. Then, this Cyclops King was directly killed in seconds. After breaking the dragon text, it was nothing at all. This secret realm, the further back you go, the more experience it gives. This one boss was what gave Zhongqi a large portion of his experience. It also made it so that Zhongqi had now reached a large portion of his experience at level 25. The boss was suddenly seconded, causing Cui Ying and the others at the back to be directly stunned for a moment, and then some don't quite believe what's happening in front of them. It's... Li Shua blinked his eyes and rubbed them again. Then, realizing that it was indeed the truth and not a lie, Fong showed his consternation. As for Cui Ying, it was somewhat familiar. After a brief moment of shock, the mindset was quickly adjusted. Accepted the truth. Of course, what made her acceptance faster was the fact that she herself had been upgraded as well. Brother Zhong, I actually think that those monsters from earlier don't really need to be so troublesome. And anyway, if I let you do it, it won't be much slower. Li Suk nodded his head vigorously. With Zhongqi being so fierce, even if those monsters weren't empty-blooded, it wouldn't take long at all. It's totally just Chung coming over to crosspush. And on the side, Chanli, who was hiding in the dark, was also silent at this moment. Honestly, at the time when that Cyclops King had that defense state, even if it was her, it wasn't that easy to solve it in a short period of time. However, Zhongqi did do it. At this moment, Chenli was also shocked, and even, she couldn't imagine how this was done. She was already up close and personal, but still can't figure it out. Zhongqi was becoming more and more mysterious in her eyes. This, after getting up close and personal, this feeling became even clearer. No wonder Tension valued Zhongqi so much. This Zhongqi, indeed, had the qualifications to be taken seriously. And right now, after resolving this boss, it was natural to enter the next level of the secret realm. Cyclops didn't pop out any good equipment. There were only a few pieces of platinum equipment. And Zhongqi, now that he was already covered in diamond-grade equipment, had little interest in platinum-grade equipment. Let Cui Ying and a few others take a look and see if there is anything they need, and prepare to sell the rest. Then, the few people were entering the next level of the secret realm. Only, what Zhongqi didn't know was that after he entered the next level of the secret realm, the leaderboards out there are updated again, harnessing the Dragon Squad, still in first place. However, the original third-level secret realm up there had become fourth. The sensation this has created is not insignificant. It's changed again? The dragon harnessing squad has entered the fourth-ranked secret realm? This is too fast, isn't it? The team of the Jin Demon Army has only managed to enter the third level not long ago. Even quite a few teams from the Martial Arts University haven't even entered the third-grade secret realm yet. They've already entered the fourth rank? This dragon harnessing squad, what on earth is it from? So fierce. I've never heard of it. How did they do it? Crushing all the teams. Could it be that so many geniuses? All of them came out and entered this secret realm in the middle of it, just to give this dragon harnessing squad a graft? It's horrible. How long has it been since we entered this? This is an absolute advantageous lead. Harnessing the dragon squad. I have friends from the 3 sacred regions, and it is said that this dragon harness squad, that came out from there. The 3 sacred districts? Could it be a team among them? No. The teams from the Dragon, Tiger, and Phoenix districts are all there. Never from the 3 sacred districts. It's even more terrifying. No. This dragon harnessing squad, it is said that before, they were against the dragon district in every way, and even crushed the dragon district's team several times, and among the comparison of the copies, the dragon district can't compare with them at all. What? Even the dragon region was crushed. That's the most prestigious dragon region among the 3 holy regions. This team, so scary. That's not the key. It's that this dragon harnessing squad, not long ago, was still brushing level 5 to 10 copies, and now, it's already riding high amongst the secret realm. When this news came out, it was already even more shocking. The message that this represents, the information in it, is too much. Previously, they were still brushing level 5 to 10 copies, and in a short time, they were ahead of all the teams in a place as difficult as the secret realm. What a genius this is! And right now, the Dragon District naturally saw the change in that leaderboard. Han Lin immediately asked with a gloomy face, "What's going on? Shouldn't the difficulty of this secret realm not be low? How come this dragon harnessing squad, on the contrary, is getting faster and faster?" For a moment, the geniuses of the dragon region looked at each other in dismay. And this time, they really couldn't say anything. Their team from the dragon region had only entered the third level of the secret realm. But the dragon harnessing squad, which they looked down on, was already entering the fourth rank. How did this? It should be that this third level secret realm, it just so happens that these few people from the dragon harnessing squad, are extremely suitable, and their professions, which are more restrained to this level secret realm. That's why, it will be so fast. Someone said, it must be so. If not, it would never be this fast. There's no way that this dragon harnessing squad is stronger than our dragon region. That's right, they're just lucky. It's only this time. Next, they'll be quickly surpassed by our Dragon District team. For a moment, the geniuses of the Dragon region were once again talking and discussing. Han Lin's face still didn't look good. He stared at the leaderboard, his face always hard, and at this point in time, it's hardly known. It was right in the middle of the secret realm, where the area of the 9th rank was located. A low dragon roar resounded. In the deepest place, if you get close enough to look closely, you can vaguely see a lot of things. Dragon scales, dragon horns. Here, there was actually a dragon. Chapter 39, 300,000 damage. 4 levels in a row. Among the secret realms of the 9th rank, deepest, an extraordinarily powerful force appeared. After this power appeared, it shook the monsters around the 9th grade mysterious realm, causing them to not dare to move, not daring to make even the slightest movement. It wasn't just a powerful force, but also an aura. More than that, of course, was a pressure from the bloodline, and from the deepest part, a horn slowly peeked out. Looking closer, it was actually a dragon's horn. Here, in the deepest part of this 9th level secret realm, there was actually a dragon. It was enough to see how much of a shock this news would cause if it got out. But news from here doesn't get out, so there's no way to know what's going on here at the moment. At the very least, none of the teams that entered here knew. And, a more critical point, the dragon's horn in this depths began to slowly reach out. Slowly at first, but as it reached out a little, it became much faster, until this dragon's horns are all over the place. And then the head. The head was strange, one could even say a little ugly, covered in hideousness, with some scales on it, but they were irregular, with a piece of nothing. That makes it look even uglier. It's a dragon, and it's not a dragon. To be more precise, it was a dragon, or augur, that had not evolved completely. But it does have some dragon power. There is a slight chance of that. That was why it was able to cause all the monsters outside to prostrate with this hint of breath. Thumbs up. It exhaled a hint of breath, then crawled out from amongst the deep caverns, getting closer, then walked up to the nearest monster, which was a saber-toothed tiger. Click. The sound of chewing came from the saber-toothed tiger as its head was bitten off. The other monsters, however, were all trembling, not daring to make a move. It ate little by little until it had eaten all the monsters on this floor, and then, toward the next level. Zhongli looked at the light screen and suddenly thought of something and looked at Ri Ming. That little snake you caught, it's already evolving? Rina thought for a moment and nodded. I don't know how a trace of dragon's blood came to be eaten by it, and by a fluke it stayed inside it to this day. Tenshin lamented. Good luck. A hint of dragon blood. This is the best way to evolve. To be able to evolve towards a dragon. This is the greatest potential. Yes. Ryami also nodded. To be able to evolve towards a dragon for a fraction of a second. That's also an absolute enhancement. The dragon race. Too powerful. No wonder. You chose to put it on the last floor. Tenshin said. This is the biggest resistance amongst this secret realm. Yeah. I wonder which team will be able to enter this last level of the secret realm and see it. Or maybe, not see it at all. This possibility is not out of the question. After all, with 9 levels in the secret realm, not all teams would be able to make it to the end. Sure, the point they were actually more curious about was whether or not the dragon harnessing squad would be able to enter the midst of this final ranked secret realm. After all, Zhongqi was a dragon master, and Sayaka was a true dragon. Real dragons against fake dragons? It's fun to think about. How did the teams that made it in, how did they do? Ri Ming glanced at it. Other than the dragon harnessing squad that has entered the 4th level of the secret world, the others are all still at the 3rd level. That's Cyclops. That should stop most of the team. The first 2 levels of the secret realm were not very difficult, but from the 3rd level of the secret realm, the difficulty increased abruptly. The first one was the King of Cyclops, which was only confirmed after Ri Ming and the others had carefully selected it. It was not unusual for this 3rd level secret realm to stop quite a few teams. At the very least, it was expected of them. The only thing that exceeded their expectations was the Dragon Harness Squad, or, to put it bluntly, Zhong Kai. They didn't expect that Zhongqi would actually use this means that they couldn't even understand, and that was how he took care of that Cyclops King. Then, on to the next level. Rather, I wonder how far the Dragon Harness Squad, in the end, will be able to go? At this moment, Ri Ming spoke once again. He did have something to look forward to. This secret realm, after all, was created for Zhongqi, and the farther Zhongqi was able to go, it proved that they hadn't created this secret realm wrong. And if Zhongqi is eliminated early, this is not. It appeared that the secret realm, created more or less useless. At this moment, Zhou Bo opened his mouth. I do think that the Dragon Harnessing Squad should be able to have a very good result. After all, they were able to pass this 3rd level of the secret realm. Enough to see that this kid is more or less a good means. Zhou Bo was also a strong 3rd turn cleric. And before that, he had even entered the dragon breeding ground together with Sun Ji and Zhang Li, and was one of the first 3 3rd turn clerics to see Zhongqi's contracted dragon egg. So, for Zhou Bo, there was still a lot of confidence in Zhongqi. Just, after he finished speaking, Ri Ming shook his head. The secret realms of the later levels are even more difficult, and Zhongqi's level, which is still more or less low, is a bit difficult to pass through if they want to. There weren't many people who understood the difficulty of the secret realms of the later grades better than Li Ming, even though Zhongqi had already displayed a notable strength, but here in Ri Ming, it still felt that it was still a bit short. Look again. Zhang Li spoke up at this time. No matter what, nowadays most teams are trapped in the middle of the 3rd level secret realm, and the Dragon Harnessing Squad is the only one that has passed through this level secret realm. Anymore, no matter what kind of tactics were used, they have passed. This is an indisputable fact. Ryami didn't say anything, but he still felt that it would be difficult for the Dragon Harness Squad to go to the back. These teams were all the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom. It's too difficult to compete with them. In particular, the hard power of the Demon Suppressor Army in the Dragon District's team was too high. And right now, right in the middle of the 3rd level of the secret world, the Cyclops King who hadn't had his dragon text broken had absolute defense. Under this terrifying defense, many teams suffered. Among them was the team from the Dragon District. Su Qing frowned. This damned boss, with such a strong defense, what, exactly, do I have to do to get past it? Under their team's several attacks, it was actually with 4 people teaming up and sustaining their output for several minutes, that they managed to make that boss drop 1,000 blood. This boss, however, had more than 100,000 blood. According to this trend, if you want to kill this boss, how long will it take? There must be another way. Otherwise, this level of secret realm would not be able to pass at all, he said with some pride. Even us, we are only able to put out this much output. If we were to switch to another team, I'm afraid that if we fought for half an hour, the amount of blood that would be dropped would not even be 100. Su Qing was absolutely confident in his team's strength. In his opinion, his own team, which had continued to output for so long, had only managed to do thousands of damage. Other teams, even worse. There could never be a team that could pass through a secret realm of this level in a short period of time. And at this point, the squad of the Jinmai army, looking at the 10th of the boss's blood dropped, he fell into deep thought. They also felt the difficulty. Mainly, the defense is a little too high. As this continued, it would take a long time before they were able to break through this defense and enter the next level. But beyond that, there is no better way. After thinking for a long time, they were still only able to choose and just strike. Meanwhile, the same problem was encountered by many teams. Then it all got stuck at this level. So, although there were quite a few teams that had taken a short time to reach this third secret realm, but again, without any surprises, they all stood on the same starting line. This puzzled a lot of people out there. What was even more puzzling was the fact that the dragon harnessing squad hadn't been in the third level secret realm for much longer. How did they get through? Is it truly overpowered or, there's another way? Such doubts appeared in everyone's mind. And also at this time, among the secret realms of the 4th rank, upon entering this 4th level secret realm, the 3 of them, Cui Ying, still had a vague sense of unreality. Cui Ying slapped her face and felt some pain before confirming that what was in front of her was indeed real. The main reason was that Zhong Qi's speed of brushing the monsters was just too fast, so much so, that it made Cui Ying think that she was still in the middle of the copy. Phew! Cui Ying exhaled heavily. Brother Chun. Zhong Qi glanced at Cui Ying in disbelief, only to see Cui Ying reveal a very serious expression as she opened her mouth. If you're feeling a little lonely sleeping alone at night, be sure to let me know. My cousin can do it. Zhong Qi. Li Muhan didn't say anything, but Li Suk narrowed his eyes, and it was clear that he also had the appearance of leaping to open his mouth. However, at this time, Li Muhan happened to turn her head and stared at him with icy eyes. At once, Li Shua shrank his neck in fear and didn't dare to say a word. The 4th level of the secret realm had a murderous atmosphere upon entering. It gives a very different feel than before. It seems that this should be a watershed among the secret realm. So, let's hope that this level of secret will present some real challenges. Otherwise, it's more or less boring. That is, no one knew what Zhong Qi was thinking at the moment. If he knew, he was afraid to be very speechless. After all, a 3rd level secret realm was already stopping most teams. Too many teams, already in the presence of the King of Cyclops, had their heads up their asses. However, Zhong Qi still felt that the challenge was not enough. Of course, it was true that it was a little less difficult for Zhong Qi. With the amount of damage that Sayaka was currently doing, it was easy to get past these 3 levels. I just hope that this 4th level of difficulty brings some shocks. And as Zhong Qi and the others went deeper, it's true that there wasn't much sighting of regular monsters. Until, that is, it went to about the middle. The party just saw the first monster. Then there was a swarm of monsters. Only, this swarm of monsters, it wasn't so ordinary. 1, 2, 3, 30, 31, 32, 35. Li Shua counted them one by one. Then an incredulous look came over his eyes. 35. Bosses? That's right. These 35 monsters were all bosses. A whole cluster of bosses. The moment. Even the few third revolutionary priesthoods who were watching from outside the light screen looked at Ri Ming in unison. Zhou Bo was even more direct. This difficulty has been raised a bit too much, right? A full 35 bosses. How many teams can go over there? You're crushing them. Ri Ming, however, looked like he didn't care as he said, this level, it's supposed to be a watershed. If we don't make it more difficult, how can we screen out the real geniuses? When the time comes, it's to participate in the national war. And since we're going to the national war, naturally, we don't need trash. Ri Ming said in a cold voice. What's a punk doing up there? Going to lose face? That's too much of a boost at once, isn't it? Zhou Bo still said. Ri Ming grunted coldly. This secret realm, even though it was created for that Zhong Qi kid, since it was decided to use it to select the candidates for the national war, naturally it needs to be made more difficult. A national war is not something that anyone can participate in. Reming's attention to the national war was naturally not bad, and a few others felt the same way, that since it was a national war, it was important to be cautious. It's representing the face of the Dragon Kingdom. However, this 4th level secret realm suddenly increased the difficulty by so much. Fear. The teams that make it through are already going to be 80% scrubbed, and right now, what they wanted to see more than anything else was how the Harnessed Dragon Squad was going to pass this rank. Will it be brushed off? After all, the current Dragon Harnessing Squad was the only team that could reach this level of the secret realm. Several people had their full attention on the light screen, here at the Dragon Harness Squad. To be exact, the moment when Li Shuo counted the number of bosses, he fell into a moment of time silence. Then, the three of them coincidentally turned their eyes toward Zhongqi. Zhongqi waved his hand and said, "Small problem. It's just 35 bosses in the district. It's just a little challenging." Immediately, Zhongqi was casting the new skill he had learned, Battle Pet Inspiration Max. When used by the summoner, it can inspire pets to increase damage by 100%. A red glow appeared on Xiaoye's body, all of a sudden. And then, there was the aura of the diamond-grade equipment Inferno Dragon's blade itself. The damage increases again. There was also Li Muhan's damage increase skill. Go, Saya! Zhongqi was prepared for anything. He was also a bit curious as to what level of damage Sayaka could do when at full strength. Ow! With a roar, Little Knight was spreading his wings and flying into the sky. Spin! A mouthful of fiery dragon's breath was spewed out. Large swathes of dragon breath swept across the room, heading directly towards those boss monsters. The level of these bosses, all of them were level 26. Minus 312,569, minus 312,458, minus 309,682. A large swath of damage numbers appeared, while at the same time, the bosses fell one after another. At the same time, Zhongqi's rank jumped rapidly. From the original level of 25, it jumped to 26, then 27, and still hasn't stopped. All the way to the end, it grew to 29. It's level 29. Behind Zhongqi, Li Shuo's mouth opened wide and never closed. Far. It's too fierce. Brother-in-law. Chapter 43. Turn Divine Cleric clueless. Dragon Master so fierce? At this moment, the several third-turn priesthoods looking outside the light screen had fallen into a silence that was like death. Silence. Above the light screen, the damage numbers hadn't disappeared and were still appearing. Minus 312,569. Minus 312,458. Minus 309,682. And then, there's no more then, because the monsters are gone. It was emptied. 35 only. A full 35 bosses. It's still a level 26 boss. Just like that. It's been cleared? Not a single one left? How long has it been? 10 seconds? 8 seconds? That's a little too damn fast, isn't it? The moment. Bringing a complete shock to these few third-turn priesthood powerhouses, especially Lai Ming. By now, froze without saying a word. He remembered his earlier words, his earlier questioning, to the Dragon Harness Squad, to Zhongqi's comments. The face went red all of a sudden, swollen from the beating, reddish in color. The facepalm came a little too soon. He had only questioned. On the front foot, Zhongqi's strength, and the Dragon Harnessing Squad couldn't compare to the other teams. Results on the back foot. Zhongqi directly gave 35 bosses seconds. These were carefully selected by Ri Ming and placed in the middle of this level of secret realm. But as it turned out, people cleared it in seconds. Still cleared all. Old lie. This time, Zhou Bo walked over, patted Ri Ming's shoulder, and sighed. The latter was not said, but Rina didn't feel quite comfortable with it in any way. As for the tension, this time, once again, the hands were backed up. Not even a proper face for Ri Ming. A look that says, "I've got it all under control." Ryami looked away. There was always something not quite right about it. Yi Tingyun, on the other hand, after glancing at it, knew that this kid, Tenshin, had started pretending again. However, Zhongqi did greatly exceed his expectations. A full 35 level 26 bosses, all of which were killed in a time of but 5 seconds. The problem was that before, Zhongqi's rank was far below them. This kind of strength, this kind of talent. Yi Tingyun was once again shocked. At this moment, his eyes were all focused on Sayaka. Dragons. What a horror. Moreover, it was only one of those 3 dragon eggs. Still one of the weakest. Well, what if it's the last 2? What if we waited until Zhongqi's second transformation awakened and was able to contract a second dragon egg? How horrible would that be? At this moment, Yi Tingyun became even more expectant. Just wait until Zhongqi is level 50 and has undergone an awakening. Then, it would be enough to attempt to contract a second dragon egg. And, Yi Tingyun also knew that it wasn't just the terror of that dragon egg or Zhongqi's talent, because no one else, other than Zhongqi, had the possibility of this contract again. In other words, only Zhongqi can do that. So, that's Zhongqi's talent. Unique, Dragon Master. What a Dragon Master. At this moment, Yi Tingyun wanted to let out a loud laugh. He was too looking forward to Zhongqi's performance in the next national battle. When other countries, Sakura country, pretty country, they've painstakingly nurtured geniuses, only to realize that after running into a monster like Zhongqi, what a wonderful expression that should be. Yi Tingyun was already looking forward to the scene where Zhongqi would shine in the midst of the national war, suppressing the geniuses of other countries and leaving them breathless. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Tingyun was very happy in his heart. The moment. Riming looked at Tension and hesitated for a while before asking, "You already knew?" Zhongli still didn't turn his head, carrying his hands behind his back, his voice deep, said, "I am the one who takes care of him these days." Just this one sentence. It means, I've been taking care of him. How could I not know everything about him? Before that, why did I have faith in Zhongqi? Is that even a question? Ryami fell silent. After a long time, the road. You're right. He turned his head to look at the figure of Zhongqi above the light screen and said slowly, different indeed. Tension didn't continue talking anymore. The mind is taking a dark pleasure. It's cool. It was so good that he couldn't help but laugh when he was afraid he was talking. And just as Zhongqi had resolved the boss in the 4th level secret realm, in the middle of the 3rd level secret realm, Su Qing's face was incredibly gloomy. He stared at the Cyclops King, watching the blood bar that had managed to drop a tiny bit. It's already getting cranky. After sustaining his output for another long time and scraping off more than 1,000 blood, he couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Tramp! Is this boss a human being to fight? How in the world can we pass it? There's no way anyone could get past this for a short period of time. This damn secret realm. Damn it! Su Qing's voice resounded in the middle of this secret realm. The other 3 members of the Dragon District squad also had ugly faces, because they also felt great pressure. Under this pressure, there was nothing they could do, only able to vent so much. However, just as Su Qing was venting, that Cyclops King slammed his fist over, right to Su Qing's side, and just a little bit short of directly bombarding him. Sparely, it likewise pierced the ground he was stepping on. Then, Su Qing fell down. "Help me!" Su Qing shouted and was drowned in the smoke. Boring. Zhongqi shook his head, a little disappointed at the difficulty of this 4th level secret realm. He had thought that it could have lasted a little longer. As a result, a full 35 bosses actually only lasted 5 seconds? Can it be any shorter? I haven't even put up a fight yet. Why are you down? And behind Zhongqi, Chuiying was silent, not saying a word. It wasn't that she hadn't been shocked. Exactly. She had been shocked beyond words. 35 bosses. 5 seconds. All dead? She didn't even get a good look at what the boss looked like before she clunked upgrades herself. This experience. Cool. It's awesome. She wasn't the only one who had upgraded. Lei Shuo and Li Muhan had likewise upgraded, though the experience is, for the most part, with Zhongqi. But this was 35 bosses, and even if it was partial, it was enough for them to upgrade. This, there is no doubt about it. Once again, they were overwhelmed with gratitude that they had reported the right thing by hugging their thighs. If it wasn't for Zhongqi, how would they have experienced such a cool way of upgrading? And Zhongqi didn't think much about that. For him, it's just every day. Under several increases, the damage that Sayaka had dealt was already at a very terrifying level. At this moment, these 35 bosses had naturally exploded quite a few goodies after their deaths, and Zhongqi's eyes were drawn to one of them. It was a piece of equipment that gave off a golden glow. Legendary. Crossing the diamond level of equipment. Chapter 41 Secret World Changes. A dragon appears? In the midst of the 8th level secret realm, the originally noisy environment, at this moment, was suddenly quiet. There were quite a few monsters in the middle of each level of the secret realm, and as long as there are monsters, it's bound to be anything but quiet. They arrive in the midst of their new surroundings, inevitably hissing, restless, and disgruntled, just for now, but it was awfully quiet. Suddenly, there was a subtle ringing sound, and then, it was possible to see, in the middle of the 8th level of the secret realm, a body on the ground, full of blood. There are limbs everywhere, and in the deepest area, a huge golden tiger was glaring. It had long fangs, 3 meters long, but they were broken. At the position of its neck, an auger dragon was taking a bite there, then gurgling and drinking its blood. Its stomach kept undulating, and with every sip, the lines on its body were 1 point brighter. It only had a mere trace of dragon blood in it, but was relying on devouring these monsters to make its evolution a little purer. Even so, it still possessed an extremely terrifying power, and nowadays, all the monsters in the middle of this 8th level secret realm were eaten by it. It's a situation that no one knows about yet. After eating all the monsters in the middle of this 8th rank secret realm, it patted its stomach, feeling slightly full, but not quite full. Then, after pausing for a moment, it continued toward the middle of the 7th rank secret realm. By the looks of it, it wanted to eat all the monsters in the middle of this secret realm. At this very moment, it was in the middle of the 4th level of the secret realm. Zhongqi's gaze fell on that legendary great equipment. 35 bosses. After all of them died, naturally burst out a lot of good stuff, and that light golden glow was naturally the most dazzling. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Legendary. Legendary. This was naturally the equipment that traversed the diamond level, and when it was revealed, there was a chorus of astonished voices. Li Shua stared at the light, his eyes blazing. Zhongqi took it into his hands. Earrings of the Spirit of Light. Grade, Legendary. Wear requirements, Level 28. Attributes, 50% increase in 3D attributes. All skills are upgraded by 1 level. Resonance, you and your pet animal become more connected. When using the pet increase skill, the effect is enhanced by 100%. Flare, releases a flare force field in which all attributes are increased by 80%, and the releaser receives 200% blue recovery and 100% blood recovery, and their defense is increased by 150%. Blessing of the Spirit of Flare, summons a Spirit of Flare, which can transfer 80% of the damage received to the Spirit of Flare, which can enter the summoner's body and is immune to 1 death. Cooldown 5 hours. Hiss. After reading the attributes, Zhongqi's eyes immediately revealed joy. These earrings, it simply doesn't fit. Half the enhancements in 3 dimensions would be scary enough. There's also an increase in all class skills. Other than that, there are 3 skills. It's simply a perfect fit for Zhongqi's career. Both enhancements for Sayaka and the ability to provide yourself with life preservation. So at this moment, Zhongqi was naturally overjoyed. Worthy of being a legendary grade earring, this effect, it was ridiculously strong. Zhongqi directly chose to put it on, and his own attributes were, once again, strengthened. He's now level 29. The equipment has been enhanced over and over again. The same goes for rank and strength. And, it's only the 4th level. There are a total of 9 levels of secret areas. Once all 9 levels of these secret realms were brushed away, it was feared that he would be able to reach level 40 at the very least. That wouldn't be too far from level 50 turn 2. This will soon be able to attempt to contract a second dragon egg. Upon thinking of this, Zhongqi was naturally incredibly excited. He went on to check out the rest of the hall. But just then, the faces of the group of third-turn priesthoods looking at the light screen were extremely heavy. One might even say that the heaviness was terrible. What now? This little snake wants to evolve. He's already swallowed monsters of the 9th rank, as well as monsters in the middle of the 8th rank secret realm. His speed is too fast. If we follow this trend, it won't be long before it's able to become even more powerful. Jobo frowned. Actually, if you go by the math at the beginning, the snake wasn't a big deal. After all, they were counting on the 9th rank, being able to have teams to deal with it. Only, as things stand now, it keeps on devouring and getting stronger. The next words, I'm afraid, it would grow to a point where it would far exceed the limits they had originally set, and by then, there might not be a team that could get through it. It's not just that. This little snake, at the end of the day, is a big pain in the ass. For them, it's not a big deal, but not for the teams in the middle of the secret world. And, it's still not short of devouring and heading for the next level. After the secret realm was created, the first few levels, which were based on the number of teams, each team entered the secret realm with monsters, like a 3rd-level Cyclops King. There is a lot of it. This ensures that every team has the same monsters to fight. Includes 4th degree. The last 3 grades, however, are missing. That's unique. There are only these 3 secret areas. No matter which team, as long as they came in, then, it was these 3 secret realms. And as long as that team in front of them is faster and finishes this level secret, then the ones behind them are gone. It's also a way to ensure that this, too, can be parted out more quickly, and select people from it. That includes the little snake. There's only one. This kind of monster that contained dragon blood in itself was something that was truly hard to find. And now, something had obviously happened to the secret realm of the last 3 levels. Then, they'll have to choose. Will it affect the secret world, or will it be allowed to develop? If it was allowed to develop, all the teams in the secret realm should not be its opponent, and most likely, all of them would be annihilated inside. Lai Ning Dao. This is a special situation. We should immediately terminate the secret realm and then recapture that snake before considering the secret realm. This is the safest way. Otherwise, the secret realm won't continue at all. Only, after hearing this from him, Tenshin shook his head. No, why not? If we pick it up, there's no way any team could possibly beat it. They'd all die there. Tenshin looked at him. Now that you are able to help them and catch this little snake out, what about later? What about their future path? Will you still be able to help them? In the future, when they go to the front line to kill, to fight more monsters, and to participate in the national war, will you still be able to step in and help? Tenshin was serious. This is a battle that belongs to them, and we shouldn't go meddling with it casually. Instead, we should trust them and believe that they have the ability, and the means, to get through it. His words were still disapproved by Ryami. But this is an unexpected situation. We can't risk the lives of so many geniuses. This is the future of my Dragon Kingdom. Once they are all lost after that, my Dragon Kingdom will directly break the generation. Lai Ming was also very serious. We have the right, and the duty, to protect them, not to let them go into the midst of an adventure at will, with the pretense that we're exercising them. But Tenshin still disagrees. A great disagreement arose between the two men, and the reconciliation is not open. The others, too, had their own views, each standing on either side of the two. The atmosphere was stagnant. When he reached the back, Yi Tingyun sighed and said, "How about this then? Tell the teams in the middle of the secret realm about what happened. Don't force them to evacuate. Let them make their own choices. It's still an adventure." Ryami still doesn't quite agree. But there's no way out. This is the result of their deliberation. Next, they informed the teams in the secret realm of the truth of the matter, allowing them to choose whether to stay or go. The moment Zhongqi also heard the news after counting his harvest. Decide for yourself whether to quit or continue. Brother Zhong. Chuiying couldn't help but shrink her neck after hearing that news, and it was clear that she was a bit scared. After all, along with the third turning clerics had sent the message themselves. Just goes to show how horrible things can be. Why don't we retreat? That boss, it looks too terrifying. If we continue, we can't say we won't be able to beat it. Chuiying shivered. It wasn't that she didn't trust Zhongqi. It was just that the fact that even the third turning divine clerics had given them the option to withdraw already made things clear. If they had been able to cope, they wouldn't have said such things at all. And others. Li Shua also looked grave after hearing this, but he didn't say anything and instead looked at Zhongqi. He was now already making plans to listen to Zhongqi and everything, no matter what happened. Since it's a lapdog, you're ready for a lapdog. What the thighs say is what the thighs say. Li Muhan didn't say anything either. Her thoughts were the same. Listen to John K. Zhongqi took one look and was able to understand what the two were thinking. Looking to Chuiying, he smiled. The situation is not serious to that extent. If it were really serious, then Minister Zhang and the others would have just let us leave. Now, the fact that it's for us to choose means that it's not impossible to cope. This is an opportunity. He naturally didn't want to quit this secret realm, but it was a good place to upgrade. If he just left, wouldn't he lose a good place to upgrade? When the time comes, there's still a lot of slow painting to be done. Too slow. Now that there was such a place, Zhongqi was naturally unwilling to let it go. And after hearing the words of Zhongqi, Chuiying was silent for a moment, and finally also gritted her teeth to make a choice. She too. Brother Zhong, I'll listen to you. Zhongqi smiled. So, let's get on with it. After saying that, he led them into the next level of the secret realm, 5th level secret world, and in the meantime, the other teams that had been informed of this news were already blowing up. What? Letting us choose for ourselves whether to go on or quit? What a great danger has arisen up here. It's actually possible to exit. Oh my god, this is too terrifying, isn't it? In that case, it's better for us to leave. The fact that it's been allowed from above means that the situation is serious. Yes, that's what I thought. In that case, let's leave. Retreat? How can you retreat? This is for us to practice. How can we back out? That's right. Since we chose to participate in this secret realm, there's no reason to quit. No matter what, I am definitely not backing out. Among these teams, there are naturally those who know how to retreat and those who swim against the current. As for those very strong teams, without exception, none of them chose to withdraw. This is especially true of the Dragon Zone teams. Su Qing narrowed his eyes immediately after reading the message. No matter how difficult or dangerous the front is, it won't hold us back. Yeah, we, the Dragon District team, will never back down. Several people spoke together. But, right after impassionedly saying this, Su Qing's face steeply became quite ugly. A sharp curse was uttered. This damn Cyclops, how come Tramp's defense is so high? This king of Cyclops, they haven't passed. Still suffering. And another place, the team of the Jin Demon Army, likewise, chose to stay. After all, for them, there are too many dangers. And this danger, for them, is just a routine. And Budo University, too, had a few teams that stayed behind. When the news was given, the reactions of the third-turned priesthoods varied. Tension smiled. We should just choose to believe in them. Even though this little snake has indeed increased its strength a bit, it's not without the slightest possibility of defeating it. Reaming's face didn't look too good as he said, but this is a little too low. This snake was originally a level 40 monster, and now, after devouring so many, I'm afraid it's going to be level 45. What's the best way to face a level 45 monster? What Lai Ming said was true. It does get tougher for these teams. However, Tension wasn't very worried. He always felt that while other teams might not make it, the Jonqi here can't say. And right now, Zhongqi was already leading the four of them into the middle of the 5th-ranked secret realm. There is a great sense of urgency in his mind, because, from that message, he had already learned that in the higher-level secret realm, there was probably a stronger monster who had begun to metamorphose. And if a monster wants to metamorphose, it has to devour. So, what can be devoured in the middle of this secret realm? Naturally, they devour others of their kind, and as long as it devoured it afterward, then there was no doubt that one would be able to obtain much less. Wouldn't one be slow to upgrade then? That's not good. So at this time, there was a great sense of urgency in Zhongqi's heart. Got to go faster. At the very least, he has to be made to devour less. Chapter 42 Boss Sneak Attack. Zhongqi's true strength. We should trust them and their choices. Yi Tingyun suddenly spoke. We have given them the opportunity to choose. At this juncture, at such a dangerous time, whether to remain or choose to leave. At this point in time, they are fully empowered to choose. As for what happens in the end, it's up to them, and it's clear that they've made their choice, either to stay or to leave. At this point, we can say that they have courage or that they are too arrogant. But, since the choice has presented itself, now it can only be believed. Of course, there's no problem choosing out. Yi Tingyun looked at the others. However, since there are quite a few teams that have chosen to stay, we can't just watch. We still have to do some measures. Once these teams, all of them, fail, we have to immediately step in so that they can survive. After Yi Tingyun finished speaking, the others nodded their heads. Tension echoed the sentiment. It's a certain thing. However, since Yi Tingyun said that, it also meant that, from the bottom of his heart, he actually didn't really believe that anyone would be able to take down that snake. That's a snake with a hint of dragon blood in it. If Zhongqi's level and equipment were a bit better, it might have been possible. But, still, his teammates are, well, not too bad. Other than Li Muhan, the other two teammates were of no help to Zhongqi. Rina sighed at this moment. He sighed as he looked at the few teams left behind in the curtain of light. He felt that no team would be able to hold up that snake, evolving too fast. In the midst of the 5th-level secret realm, Zhongqi led the team and entered the secret territory of this level. Similar situation to the 4th level of the secret world. This level of secret realm was still devoid of ordinary monsters. Only the boss. And bosses are going to be much higher. Level 30. And, compared to the 35 in the 4th-ranked secret realm, this time it had increased to 60. A full 60 level 30 bosses. Hiss. Upon seeing it, Li Shuan naturally couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 60 of them. Fully 60 of them. 60 level 30 bosses. Even if they stood still and let Li Shua chop them up, he was afraid that it would tire him out. Moreover, Li Shua used the information to check the blood quantities of these bosses, and the lowest had 150,000. Scary as hell. And naturally, Zhongqi couldn't help but lick his lips after seeing this image. 60 bosses? No, it's a nice big wave of experience. Upon seeing these 60 bosses, Zhongqi naturally did not hesitate any longer. Immediately, he was the first to open the battle pad inspiration. Then, there was the aura on Sayaka's Inferno Dragon Blade. In addition to this, there is the enhancement skill on the Spirit of Flare earrings. After turning on all of the status skills, Zhongqi was looking towards Sayaka. Between Saya and Zhongqi, the tacit understanding was already sufficient. It was flying directly towards the bosses in that field. Immediately, a mouthful of dragon breath spewed out. Minus 358,963. Minus 358,964. Minus 356,987. Large damage numbers still appeared. However, the bosses were simply too numerous. Even a mouthful of Sayaka's dragon breath still wasn't able to clear all the bosses. And, once the bosses reach level 30, they have more spiritual intelligence. At this moment, right after Little Knight's mouthful of dragon breath spewed out, there were actually quite a few bosses that had begun to dodge. One of them, an earth python, actually burrowed directly into the ground. The ground shook at once. The direction of this tremor was towards Zhongqi. Zhong, watch out! Chueying hurriedly shouted out, trying to elevate Zhongqi. This was because that earth python was rapidly charging towards Zhongqi. The speed is just too fast. They are not low in spirit. Even as this earth python impacted to come, there was another boss that specialized in blocking others. A huge boulder was thrown over violently, blocking Zhongqi and the others away. In this way, even if he wanted to help Zhongqi, he would not be able to do so in the first place. Snapped. The ground python rushed out from within the ground, and Zhongqi's reaction wasn't slow either. That is, he took several steps backward and dodged this fatal blow. But, this earth python's true means of attack was not the head that rushed up, but the extremely long tail behind it. Boom! That huge tail came crashing down. The sky is covered with dust and sand. The attack, fast and furious, was still loud. The attack power of this level 30 boss is very high. Even if this tail was flung on a meat shield, it would have to lose most of its blood, or even directly empty, and dumping it on Zhongqi, he was afraid that he would be able to directly kill it in seconds. So in this moment, Li Shua, a few of them, were immediately anxious. Li Shua even wanted to rush over despite the boulder, but it was just still too late. This earth python's attack was too fast. But, in the face of this attack, Zhongqi did not look flustered. Spirit of Flare. His lips parted and he spat out those 4 words. Immediately, a ray of light flew out, and it was wrapped around Zhongqi's body. Then, Zhongqi's body was immediately exuded colorful light. Busy too. This light does not appear how dazzling, but from the inside out, will be Zhongqi set off. The temperament is not bad. Boo! This tail swings on Zhongqi. The ground all trembled instantly. Sand and dust flew up, and rocks hung in the air. Oddly enough, Zhongqi took this hard, but still nothing happened. It's, all at once, it gave the trio a dumbfounded look. Shelter of the Spirit of Flare. I didn't expect that this legendary great equipment would use this skill before I put it on. Dragon Claw. Immediately after that, Zhongqi used the skill. A dragon claw that directly slapped the earth python, sending it flying out. Minus 78,523. Then, after the dragon's claws passed, Zhongqi toned his staff. The word ice appeared in dragon script. Spin. Boo! The ice and snow that covered the sky instantly enveloped that ground python. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was frozen. That ground python couldn't move. And then its blood level directly emptied. Minus 95,216. Under 2 skills, this level 30 boss was seconded by Zhongqi. Didn't even use Sayaka. Asterisk. Brother Zhong is so fierce too? Chueying couldn't help but burst out. Li Shua's eyes also widened. No, big brother Zhong. How come his own damage is so high too? He was dumbfounded. After all, summoners are generally purely dependent on their pets and do little damage themselves. But Zhongqi is now. It's a little too strong, isn't it? This completely turned his perception upside down. Li Muhan was also confused. After getting along for so long, it was the first time he knew that Zhongqi, as it turned out, didn't just rely on pets. Self, too, is a fierce mess. Chapter 43, Sayaka's Evolutionary Conditions, True Dragon and False Dragon? It's Looking at the curtain of light that appeared in front of them, the several third revolutionary priesthoods all fell into a period of silence. Immediately, Riming suddenly looked at Tenshin and issued a soul torture question. Are you sure that this Zhongqi is just a dragon master, and not a mythical warrior type or mage type profession? Or is it actually a hidden dual cultivation profession? Fong. The shock brought about by Zhongqi's two skills was a bit too great. Dragon masters, as well as other summoning professions, although they were also considered to be combat professions, all of their combat power came from their favored beasts, and they themselves didn't have much combat power. But now, these two skills of Zhongqi had completely overturned their perceptions. Almost no one thought that a dragon master would actually be able to kill a level 30 boss in seconds by himself. This is horrible. It's also too over the top. So, even the powerhouses of the third-turned priesthood were silent at this moment. It is the Tenshin. He, who claimed to know Zhongqi very well, also fell into a daze for the first time. Didn't make the first round catch. Didn't fake it. Reacting. Tenshin couldn't help but feel some pity. However, judging from the overly shocking performance that Zhongqi had shown, it wouldn't hurt if he didn't actually catch it, because the others, all of them were in shock. Two skills to kill this level 30 boss in seconds. What did that mean? It showed that, in fact, Zhongqi's own strength was extremely terrifying. It's still not as good as Sayaka, but, at Zhongqi's level, at least 99% of the combat class professions didn't do as much damage as him. And he, a dragon master. It belongs to the summoning category. That's the scariest. A summoned class of dragon masters that actually did more damage on their own than the vast majority of direct damage class professions? It was enough to anticipate how much of a shock this news would cause if it got out. Riming at this moment, through Tenshin's reaction, was already judging. He was not completely aware of Zhongqi's strength. That's even scarier. With Tenshin's methods, either Zhongqi was hiding too deeply, but it wasn't too easy to hide in front of Tenshin. And the other point, which is, this was what Zhongqi had elevated during this recent period of time. In a short period of time, he was able to be so horrible himself? This is a little too surprising. That's just the way it is. With his strength, Zhongqi had second-guessed the level 30 boss. It was the few of them who thought to themselves that, at this level, there was no Zhongqi who could do it so dryly. This is even more terrifying. Zhengli looked at Riming and inquired. Now, was that little snake able to be handled? Riming thought very hard for some time before finally shaking his head. Difficult. It's still difficult. The difference in strength between the two is really big. I know that this Zhongqi is very talented and his strength is very good, but it's still difficult to face that snake. Tenshin smiled. In that case, that side is for us to wait and see. I do think that Zhongqi has hope. Rina shook her head, but didn't say anything. Then, several people looked into the middle of that light screen together. At this point, for Zhongqi to suddenly step in and solve a level 30 boss all by himself, it was enough to think of how much of a shock it had given the three men who had watched it from close range. Li Shua even asked immediately. Sis, big brother Zhong, are you really not a warrior? Or a mage? His eyes widened. Those two skills of Fong Zhongqi were too much like a top-tier warrior or mage profession. A close-range damage skill, and a large spell. The most damn shocking thing about that spell was that it didn't even need to be chanted. It's ing. If the other mages knew, wouldn't they die of envy? Such a powerful, awesome spell that does so much damage and doesn't need to be chanted. Who to talk to about this? If other mage-type professions knew about it, even top-tier hidden professions would have to cry with gluttony. I'm afraid, after resolving that earth python, Zhongqi patted the dust that had fallen on him. Then he looked at Li Suk and smiled. Naturally not. But, probably because I'm more versatile. Zhongqi pulled a random excuse. But the reasoning, naturally, could not convince the three. Chuiying gradually accepted the truth inside. Now that Zhong has told me that he's actually a third-turned divine cleric, I won't be surprised. Zhongqi brings too many surprises. During this period of time, their horizons as well as their perceptions were refreshed by Zhongqi again and again. Before that, they still thought they were at least a genius. Of course, there are gaps between geniuses. Now they recognize it. The perception between geniuses, or rather, this kind of top genius was, in fact, just the threshold for meeting Zhongqi. Saya, who was a fierce mess, and Zhongqi, who was able to take down the boss by himself in seconds. No matter which one it was a supreme genius, the kind that was enough to suppress everything. However, these two had converged, both on Zhongqi. How could this not surprise them? At this point, After the Earth Python's sneak attack failed, in an instant, many of the bosses that wanted to make a move, those that wanted to approach Zhongqi, were stunned. Previous preparations, naturally, were dispelled. At the first time, Sayaka didn't kill all the bosses in seconds, but most of them, still, were cleared. And now, it has been freed up. You can get rid of the rest. Soon, Sayaka went down with another mouthful of abyssal dragon breath. Minus 375,968. Minus 378,569. Minus 374,569. Damage numbers appeared above the monsters' heads. Soon, under this dragon's breath, large swaths of monsters were dissolved. Boss after boss fell. Then, naturally, there were quite a few experiences that began to pour into Zhongqi's body. Zhongqi watched his level, rubbing up. 30, 31, 33. It went all the way up to level 35. In such an intense group of bosses, it was really fast to level up. Sure, if this were any other team, it definitely wouldn't have improved as fast as Zhongqi did. The reason was simple. Other teams, usually 4 people, cooperated to brush the monsters. As for the experience, even if it wasn't shared equally, it wouldn't be like the dragon harnessing squad, where Zhongqi monopolized most of the experience. Even divided among the other 3, it's just 20%. This 20%, Li Muhan was sharing 10% by herself. The other ones, Li Suk and Cui Ying, would then split the remaining 10%, so they couldn't even catch up with Zhongqi's upgrading speed. Of course, that was the idea behind Zhongqi's formation of this team. Because, in his opinion, with Seo around, there was no need for any teammates at all. The 2 of them were already enough. And, of course, this is true. Zhongqi didn't need the help of his teammates at all. At this time, after brushing these bosses, Zhongqi's level had come to level 35. This secret realm is, indeed, a very good place to upgrade. Zhongqi's leveled up very quickly. This also made Zhongqi look forward to the 6th ranked secret realm even more. Wouldn't one be able to upgrade faster if this entered the 6th ranked secret realm? With the 6th and 7th ranked secret realm, 2 levels, one should be able to rush to level 40. This was Zhongqi's own speculation, and it was hard to say just how far it could go. And now at level 35, it was only 15 levels away from level 52nd turn awakening. Soon enough, the 2nd dragon egg. However, he remembered the change in the middle of the secret realm. He had to be faster otherwise, by the time the monsters up there were cleared, he would have lost a lot of experience. This, Zhongqi really couldn't take it. He had come to the secret realm originally to upgrade faster. He is not able to accept that the experience that should be his own is taken away from him by other reasons. So, at this moment, Zhongqi's fighting spirit was born among his eyes. In any case, he would have to be quicker, and snatch the experience that was rightfully his. At this very moment, right after Zhongqi finished solving all the bosses in the 5th level secret realm, right in the middle of the 7th secret realm, the snake suddenly looked towards the lower level of the secret realm. In the middle of this layer of the secret realm, it wasn't that fast. There was quite a bit of resistance. However, after all, it was the 7th ranked secret realm, and the difficulty wasn't as high as the 8th ranked. It just takes a little longer. But just at this time, it suddenly felt, just below the level of the secret realm in the middle, is a very powerful force. This force, in the constant destruction of the monster below, it was a power that could even pose a threat to it. Therefore, after sensing it, madness and viciousness surged out of its eyes. The power it could sense was constantly battling it, and once one slows down a bit, then, in all likelihood, the scramble won't work for the other side. Roar! Among the secret realm of the 7th rank, its furious cries resounded. It was a sign of displeasure at the provocateur and a venting of his anger. Next, it was bound to become even angrier, thus striking out and trying to finish off Zhongqi as well as Xiaoyang. At the same time, it again vaguely sensed that its own path to evolution lay in that unseen and powerful force. In that roar, ferocity and brutality were revealed in its eyes. After the boss was cleared this time, it didn't explode with too many goodies. There is very little equipment and a few other small items. There were a total of 13 skill books, and Zhongqi roughly flipped through them. There were none that he could use. There were also 5 treasure beads, of which the one that increased intelligence, which Zhongqi chose to use on his own. The rest, naturally, is ready to be taken out and sold. After packing up, it was time to prepare to enter the 6th level of the secret realm. However, Before entering this secret realm, the system had once again moved. Ding! Triggering temporary mission. The Battle of Authenticity. There are true and false dragons. How dare a false dragon provoke a true dragon? Please quickly enter the secret realm of the 7th level and defeat the false dragon. After defeating it, you can obtain the next evolutionary route of your divine pet. After reading this mission, Zhongqi's eyes immediately lit up. Evolutionary route? Doesn't this mean that Sayaka can evolve again? You know, the current Sayaka is still in her infancy. Infancy, juvenile, and the next evolution, if any, will be adulthood. The juvenile Sayaka was already so terrifying. If it evolves to adulthood, Zhongqi was already very much looking forward to it. Moreover, through this mission, Zhongqi also understood what exactly was happening in the secret realm. Pseudo-dragon. It turned out that there was actually a pseudo-dragon on it. However, said pseudo-dragon should be far worse than Sayaka, both in terms of bloodline and otherwise, but the grade should be higher, no matter what kind of creature. As long as it was tainted with a dragon, then there was no doubt that its strength, as well as its talent, would be so high that it would be terrifying. Now, since the system was able to give the pseudo-dragon label, it was proof that there was at least a trace of true dragon bloodline. Zhongqi immediately revealed a look of interest. That's the real struggle. That's what makes the fight more interesting. Interesting rivalry. Then, Zhongqi naturally stopped hesitating and was already itching to go up to the 7th rank secret realm right away and then go find that pseudo-dragon. Zhongqi led the three of them to cross the portal and enter the 6th level of the secret realm. In the meantime, just as Zhongqi's 4 entered the middle of the 6th rank secret realm, in the middle of the 3rd secret realm, there were still quite a few teams still struggling. One of them is the Dragon District Squad. Su Qing and the others huffed and puffed. This Cyclops King, having finally had the vast majority of his blood wiped out by them, was now down to his last sliver. It will be able to pass soon. At this time, Su Qing was naturally happy. Frowns were stretched. Ha 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 ha, this damn king of Cyclops is finally going to pass. Nowadays, with our strength, we should be able to rank in the top few. Top few? At least the top 3. How many other teams can surpass us? Yeah, this Cyclops King is so terrifying. And with such a strong defense, not many of them will be able to get through at all. That's right, we're still able to succeed with Brother Su's leadership. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible at all. It's still Brother Su who's powerful. Brother Su is mighty. Ha 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 ha. Su Qing laughed out loud. At this point in time, his earlier gloom had been swept away. And, remembering, the previous Dragon Harness Squad. A Dragon Harnessing Squad? I'm afraid that even that Cyclops King hasn't been seen at this time. Ha ha ha. It's really possible that without Brother Su's leadership and his formidable strength, they're afraid that in this lifetime, it's impossible for them to pass through this 3rd level secret realm. Let's get through faster and go to the 4th level of the secret realm. That's right. Let's go faster. They were soon in the midst of battle once again. And right now, there was already a small team that had entered the middle of the 4th ranked secret realm. It's the squad of the Demon Suppression Army. Looks like we should be number 1. The first to enter the middle of the 4th level of the secret realm. The difficulty of the secret realm this time is indeed very high. The 3rd level secret realm is so terrifying. I really don't know about this 4th level secret realm. Yeah, it seems that it's really hard to have a team that can clear the level in a short period of time. That's just the way it is. Keep up the good work. Chapter 44, deservedly number 1. Harnessing the Dragon Squad crushes everything. It's the 6th level of the secret realm. Jobo opened his mouth. That little snake is right in the middle of the 7th rank secret realm. It seems like it won't be long before they'll be able to bump into each other. When Jobo opened his mouth and said this, the atmosphere was slightly changed. This little snake could be considered the biggest change in the secret realm this time. And in order to protect these teams involved in the secret realm, they were even willing to let them come out early. That's how powerful that little snake is. Now, it wouldn't be long before the Dragon Harness Squad would be able to run into each other. In fact, they were looking forward to it. In curiosity, the Harness Dragon Squad's previous fight with it was, in the end, as far as it could go. Although, most people didn't think much of the Dragon Harness Squad. As the Dragon Harnessing Squad that was ranked number 1 in the rankings nowadays, it was indeed the toughest team out there. If, however, they couldn't succeed, then the other teams, even more so, would have no possibility of success. As for the result, we can only wait. How exactly? It's hard to say. Yeah, only able to wait. Hopefully, the Dragon Harnessing Squad will be able to hold out a little longer. They were already prepared to intervene in this battle. But if the dragon harnessing squad couldn't even hold out, then there was really no way out. However, as long as the dragon harnessing squad wasn't killed outright in seconds, they would definitely intervene and allow the dragon harnessing squad to survive. The leaderboards have been updated once again. One of the first few teams in line has changed. First of all, it is the first. It was still the dragon harnessing squad, but this time, it had gone from the 5th ranked secret realm to the 6th ranked. Hiss! Upon seeing this ranking, immediately, a voice sucking in cold air rang out. This is too fast, isn't it? It's already at the 6th level of the secret realm. Yeah, this speed, it's really great. A ride that no team can compare to. The second team, the squad from the Demon Suppressor Army, has only just entered the 4th ranked secret realm now. The difference between this Tama is also too big. This dragon harnessing squad, is it really a team that has only risen up recently? It would be surprising if it were true, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's amazing that a recently emerged team has managed to get this far. It's crazy. Even the Dragon Region team that had a conflict with the dragon harnessing squad before is, right now, still in the middle of the 3rd level of the secret realm. Wait, there's been a change in the Dragon Region team. They've also passed the 3rd level secret realm and entered the 4th level. But even if you've entered the 4th ranked secret realm, there's still a huge gap from the dragon harnessing squad. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dragon harnessing squad, what kind of god is it? It's too strong. I want to join this squad so badly. If I can join it, then, I'm afraid I'll be able to win for the rest of my life. Upstairs is dreaming. Right, a squad of this level is able to recruit you? You want to eat a fart. The news on the leaderboards was naturally seen by the Dragon District. Han Lin's face, once again, was as black as the bottom of a pot. He had originally thought that the team from the Dragon District should be able to catch up very quickly, and that it wouldn't be a simple matter to want to overtake this dragon harnessing squad and ruthlessly crush them. But now, and no, things weren't what he thought they would be. Instead of surpassing the Dragon District team and ruthlessly crushing them, the Dragon District team was, even, ruthlessly crushed. What the hell? A 6th ranked secret realm, and one that was only a measly 4th ranked. That's a little too much difference, isn't it? It's absolutely crushing. Therefore, Han Lin's face was ugly as hell. Now, the Dragon District is close to being a laughingstock, being pressed from end to end by the Harness Dragon Squad. Damn the Dragon Harness Squad. At this point, Han Lin had no recourse but to curse. After all, there was no way for him to enter the secret realm. The advantage of the Dragon Harness Squad was just too great. Even Han Lin now had to admit that there was nothing he could do about them. But, with the Dragon Zone being crushed time and time again, the forums in the Vice Zone have been less than stellar. Too fierce. The Dragon Harness Squad is also too fierce. Yeah, it suppressed the Dragon District team in a row. What's suppressing a Dragon Region team? Today's Dragon Harness Squad is already the team that has suppressed all the geniuses, coming in at number 1, and number 1 off a cliff. It's too strong. How did they possess such great strength? I've heard that. It's entirely up to the captain, John K. As for the others, they're pretty much just hangers-on. No matter how powerful you are, you can't rely on just one person, right? That you don't know. You should know that the previous Dragon Harnessing Squad was like that. The previous Dragon Harnessing Squad, but with 2 posers, useless teammates. By the way, those 2 posers, one of them even took the initiative to quit. Took the initiative to give up this chance to hug his thigh. There are still such dumbasses in the world? You don't think so, do you? How can you pass up a chance to get a leg up like this? Which dumbass is it anyway? I have to go taunt him. I heard it was called Lin Yuan. A small family got the Lin family. Then, not long after, underneath Lin Yuan's forum was a whole bunch of mocking ones. Yo, isn't this Lin Yuan, the one who had a discerning eye and gave up on the no 1 ranking Dragon Harnessing Squad? What a good eye. The Dragon Harness Squad was able to give up. Man, you're really good. Can you tell me how you got this impossibly wrong move wrong? It's still you, Lin Yuan. You don't want to get stronger at all. Ha. I was unbalanced, thinking that the Dragon Harness Squad was too fierce. But seeing you, man, I'm balanced. That's right, I'm balanced too. There are still such stupid assholes in the world. Not only Lin Yuan's forum, but also the Lin family's forum, was similarly exploded. For a moment, Lin Yuan and the Lin family quickly rushed onto the hot post, all mocking, though, Lin Yuan, at this moment, looking at the dragon harnessing squad that was number 1 on the leaderboard, was already ashen. He made the wrong move. Still the most wrong step in life. It's a step that's all over the map. The moment Zhongqi's 4 were already in the middle of the 6th ranked secret realm. And, quickly, the fight began. Zhongqi didn't want to waste a bit of time and couldn't wait to enter the 7th level of the secret realm. Chapter 45 Zhongqi's Anger. Damn it. Among the secret realms of the 6th rank, Zhongqi's 4 have entered here. There are 9 levels in the secret realm. I didn't expect that we'd reach the 6th level so quickly. It's so fast. Cui Ying lamented. To be honest, if it wasn't for Zhongqi bringing her along, she really couldn't imagine that she would actually be able to enter the middle of the 6th ranked secret realm. Thinking back on this journey, the first 2 levels of the secret realm were fine, but from the 3rd level onwards, that difficulty simply increased abruptly. That Cyclops King alone. Cui Ying felt that if he were to form his own team, even if it stood still and let these people of his own fight, he was afraid that he would have to fight for half a year. The defenses are too supermodel, not to mention the 4th rank, the 5th rank, that multitude of bosses. Really in Cui Ying's own place, he was afraid that it would be difficult to see it for the rest of his life. But now, under Zhongqi's leadership, the goal had been achieved. Even looking at Zhongqi, the ambition was not there. Thinking of this, Cui Ying's heart was on fire. Pity, cousin isn't competitive enough. If one could be as big as Li Muhan's sister, one would more or less have a little bit of confidence when talking to Zhong. But there's not enough milk. That cousin is 80% out of luck. Thinking of this, Cui Ying also subconsciously straightened her chest, then sighed. Forget it, you're not fighting for yourself. Chun here. Harder. But that's a great leg to hold, Cui Ying thought in his mind. Rather, I wonder, what is this 6th ranked secret realm like? Li Shuo muttered, and then he turned his head, looking around, curiously surveying the area. In the midst of the 6th level secret realm was a vast forest with many verdant trees that towered high into the clouds, and above the trunks of the trees, there were a number of vines that hung down. Just by looking at this scene, one can tell that this place is not simple, because Li Shuo had already sensed that there were quite a few powerful auras in the middle of the forest. Big brother Chung. Li Shuo then looked at Zhongqi, who was shivering a bit and didn't dare to walk in front. Zhongqi laughed and joked. Aren't you a meat shield profession? Not going to the front to attract hatred, but letting me go over. What are your intentions? Li Suk instantly became nervous and mouthed. These monsters, I can't carry them. I'm afraid that if I go over there, I won't be killed in seconds. If I were as strong as big brother Zhong, I'd definitely be in the front. He smiled sarcastically. In the end, it's still the big guy who's too strong, and I've gone to heights that, well, don't belong to me. Li Suk still knows what he's doing. Zhongqi, on the other hand, had already crossed over Li Shuo and walked ahead. There is no time to lose. There was no need to waste time here. Besides, Li Shuo had always been very knowledgeable, and Zhongqi naturally didn't care about that. Zhongqi took the lead and walked into the middle of the forest. Sure enough, there were quite a few hidden monsters in the middle of this forest, and well camouflaged. Even above the towering trees, a few were hidden above each one. Zhongqi roughly looked at it for a few moments, and then revealed a look of interest. Level 35 boss. And it's still a diamond level boss. Bosses are also divided into classes. That, and evolutionary divisions based primarily on bloodlines. Like earlier, the boss's rank was platinum, but what we are seeing now is a diamond level boss. Between the two, there was still a big gap in strength. Vine Demon, grade, 35. Level, diamond. Blood volume, 200,000. Attack power, 500. Skills, twisting, slapping, 1,000 leaf scattering. Boss technique, evocation, awakens the spirit of all things, infusing vitality into nearby plants and trees, causing them to revive briefly and follow commands. Such diamond-level bosses were found on almost every tree, and judging by the trees here, then the number of this boss, there's got to be hundreds of them. After roughly calculating the amount, Zhongqi couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. With so many bosses, leveling up is able to be done again. Saya! Immediately, Zhongqi then opened his mouth and called out to Xiaoyi. As usual, fill up all such status skills to maximize Sayaka's damage. Then a yelp of pleasure rang out from Sayaka at once. The moment this cry rang out, all the monsters in the middle of this forest, all of them sensed it. Then, Sasha, a tremor rang out, and the monsters, all of them, revealed themselves. Right in the middle of this forest, one pair of scarlet eyes after another opened at once. The densely packed eyes looked incomparably terrifying. Creepy. Shui Ying, who was in the back, was the one who was immediately frightened and then cried out shiveringly, "Brother Zhong, be careful." Li Shuo was also prepared to immediately go up and rescue Zhongqi once something really went wrong, even if, what he said earlier, he was afraid. But when it came to this time, Zhongqi was in trouble. He would never stand by and do nothing. Li Muhan is even more needless to say. At this point, Zhongqi had no timidity, no fear, but only excitement after looking at that pair of eyes after pair of eyes. It wasn't just another difficult monster for him. Rather, one experience after another. All of them. Roar. Sayaka's roar spread throughout the forest. The Dragon King is shocked. A terrifying sound wave was then resounding in the greater half of the forest. Half of them had scarlet eyes, and all of a sudden they showed a dull look. They are dazed. And then at that moment, a mouthful of dragon's breath spewed out from Sayaka, and the damage numbers surfaced. Minus 398,659. Minus 402,369. Minus 401,236. The dragon's breath was so terrifying that even the trees in the area were scorched clean together. In the dragon's breath, the breath of an inflamed dragon was attached to it, naturally with a fiery intent. Even if it was a diamond-level boss with 200,000 blood, it was still not enough to look at in front of this horrifying damage from Seo. Therefore, the bosses were rapidly melted away like ice and snow. And after, not only that, but even the forest here, a large part of the terrain, was corrupted by the dragon's breath. Experience began to pour into Zhongqi's body. Within a short time, he had risen to level 36. Go on, Zhongqi grinned, revealing his morose white teeth. In the eyes of those bosses, Zhongqi's smile was more or less terrifying. They had never imagined that there would be a human that wielded such a terrifying power. At this point, there were even quite a few bosses that, after thinking for a moment, decisively turned around and fled. The boss just ran away? Upon seeing this scene, Li Shuo was directly confused. It was the first time he had seen, in all the time he had been brushing copies, that a boss would flee? Moreover, it's not just one or two, it's more than a dozen. And even this number, it continues to increase upwards. Is your brother-in-law that brutal? Scared the boss so hard he fled. Is there anyone else besides my brother-in-law who can do this? The moment you see the boss fall away, the third turned priesthoods, too, revealed different expressions. Zhang Li swept his eyes at Li Ming and coughed softly, saying, "Old Li, you're not very good at collecting this monster. Why did you run away before the fight started?" Li Ming was also looking at the picture in the light screen, and his face was a bit unsettled. However, in order to save his face, he hummed lightly and said, "What's wrong with that? The perception of danger means that they are spiritually more intelligent and perceive something more dangerous. So, that's why they're behaving like this again. It's normal. They do this in recognition of Zhongqi's strength." Looking at Li Ming's already shameless appearance, even if it was tension now, he didn't know what to say. Eventually, he had to shake his head and laugh. It was an image that he really didn't expect either. Making dozens of level 35 diamond rank bosses flee. This kid, still underestimating him. But, if you look at it like that, that snake, maybe it can actually handle it. That's right. In fact, Tenshin didn't have much confidence in Zhongqi, and what he said earlier was just to give the crowd some confidence. If not, it would be too discouraging if no team could handle that snake. If this secret realm was terminated just like that, then this trip to the secret realm would be like a joke. And now, he saw hope. Let's hope it really can be dealt with. Zhang Li narrowed his eyes, staring unblinkingly into the middle of the light screen. "Saya, go on." With Zhongqi's command, Xiaoyang once again spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Another large damage number appeared, but there weren't many bosses left. More bosses that have escaped early. Catch up with them, none of them can be spared. Hardly a few people could imagine that Zhongqi was here, actually scaring dozens of bosses into fleeing, while being compelled to go after them and pocket the experience of those that fled. And while Zhongqi was chasing the boss, there were teams, too, running just as fast. Only, although they were also running, they weren't chasing the boss, they were being chased by the boss. That would be the team from the Dragon District. Su Qing's gray head, the blood bar was already not much left, and at this time, with 3 teammates, he was running one after another. As he ran, he cursed, "Tramp, what's going on here? So many bosses, who can fight them? It's too damn many. This is specifically for people to come and die, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk." It's simply impossible to beat it. This 4th ranked secret realm is too difficult. Run. If we run slow, we may all have to be accounted for here. These 4 people from the Dragon District team were all gray and chased by the boss. They ran as fast as they could, fearing that if they ran slower, they would be accounted for. And the same image appeared among the ranks of the Demon Suppression Army. However, they weren't quite that lame, and as they ran, they were still returning fire. But, again, it was felt that this level of the secret realm was very difficult. With too many bosses, it should be difficult for them to get past if they wanted to, but it wasn't hopeless. Just in time. It should take a long time. It can only be done slowly. And here in the harness squad, Saya, kill it, it's the last one. Ow. Sayaka responded and was pouncing on the last boss. Then, under a desperate dragon claw, the life of this last boss was extinguished. The experience surged into Zhongqi's body. Level 39. Looked at his rank. Soon enough, after this level of the secret world is over, it is already at level 39. So wait for the next level. And then there's more. I just don't know. That pseudo-dragon. To what? Hopefully it won't move too fast. If it's too fast, one can only slaughter it oneself. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhongqi's eyes. Brother Chung. Big Brother Chung. The 3 of them, Cui Ying, quickly followed. Zhongqi nodded and then said, simply pack up and let's go to the next level secret realm. Ha? That fast? No rest? Cui Ying asked without understanding. No need. Zhongqi shook his head. And, on the next level, there's something waiting for us. There was a sense of urgency in his mind. That pseudo-dragon. Its strength must not be weak. If he delayed a little more, the experience would be too much less. Under Zhongqi's insistence, the other 3, naturally, chose to listen to Zhongqi's opinion. Then, the 4 of them swiftly entered the 7th ranked secret realm. Right at the moment they entered, Zhongli and the others, all of them revealed a grave expression. It's about to start. It's up to them to stop it or not. I hope it works. It's a bit hard. That snake. It's starting to evolve now. Ugh. The reactions of a few people each had different, but the same point was that they were all looking at the light screen where the dragon harnessing squad was located. And at this moment, they were about to appear in the middle of the 7th level of the secret realm. Here, there is the snake that has begun to evolve. Or rather, pseudo-dragons. At least, that's what Zhongqi thought. The scene in front of him began to change. From being blurry at first, it became clearer and clearer. It's a world of gray and black. There were charcoal black rocks everywhere. And Zhongqi appeared on a passageway going up the mountain. In the distance, a powerful aura was erupting. After feeling it, Zhongqi immediately revealed a look of gravity. What's that? Cui Ying also felt it, and her eyes widened all of a sudden. She had never felt such a powerful aura before. Even those diamond-level bosses from earlier, stacked together, were not as powerful as this aura. And now, it appeared in the middle of the 7th level of the secret realm. Were there such powerful monsters at the 7th rank back then? And, the way the breath looked, it seemed to be fighting. Immediately, Zhongqi said, let's hurry or we'll be late. After saying that, he did not wait for the others and took the first step towards the mountain. The 3 hurried to catch up, not quite understanding why Zhongqi was in such a hurry. And just after Zhongqi had walked for a short while, he finally saw that a huge rhinoceros was collapsing on the ground, with blood all over the ground, and then its neck position is from time to time resounded with the sound of swallowing. If close to look, able to see the tail covered with scales, and all around, wreckage everywhere, not many monsters left. Immediately, Zhongqi's eyes went cold. Damn it, he's a little pissed off. This robbed him of the experience that should have been his. Chapter 46 Secret Realm Final Boss. Over 2 million blood? Damn it. At this moment, Zhongqi's voice resounded here. With anger mixed in his voice, Zhongqi was very angry at this time. The experience that should have been his has now been taken away from him. Being able to see that here, many of the original monsters had died. Death at the hands of that pseudo-dragon, or in the mouth. Originally, Zhongqi envisioned that if he passed all 9 levels of the secret realm, he had a great hope of getting close to level 50 and then going for the second turn awakening. At that time, it would be time to go and contract the second dragon egg. But now, this dam has messed it all up big time. It was now difficult for Zhongqi to go back to level 50 by virtue of the secret realm. Since this has appeared here, it has already proved that the secret realm of the later grades should have been eaten up by it. Anger filled the middle of Zhongqi's eyes, and after sensing Zhongqi's anger, Saya naturally roared in anger as well. The 3 of them, Cui Ying, who were on the side, looked at this scene, and although they didn't know exactly what the reason was, they knowingly didn't choose to open their mouths. At this point, that pseudo-dragon finally stopped swallowing after hearing the sound, and it came out from amongst the crevice. If you look closely, you will be able to realize that it actually has a very long body, roughly 6 meters or so. However, the body of that rhinoceros was just too big. Therefore, it was covering it up, makes it inconspicuous. But at the moment, when it was all revealed, the oppressive force was still great. After all, it had quite a few dragon characteristics on it. Therefore, after it was revealed at this moment, Li Shua still couldn't help but be shocked. This is, dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales, all of them. It just wasn't too perfect, like the dragon scales that only partially covered it. It's like half of it was forced on you, and it's ugly as hell. The dragon's horns are also very short, and as for the claws, it's as dry as a chicken's paw and a half. But even so, the characteristics of the dragon race on that body were still not bad. This was the reason why Li Suk was so shocked. However, immediately afterward, Li Shua was scanning Zhongqi's appearance, and then swept his eyes at Seo. Vaguely, it seemed to have some secret in it. He didn't say anything else, though the shock was still in his heart. In this secret realm, there was actually such a dragon. No wonder, earlier, there was an option for them to be able to quit. It turned out to have such a horrible existence. However, the look of this dragon, obviously, wasn't how pure the bloodline was, and it was about to go up against Sayaka. For a moment, Li Shua also became somewhat expectant. Cui Ying also looked at it, and in shock, her eyes lit up. Li Muhan, on the other hand, revealed a look of gravity. The bloodline of the dragon race was strong, and as long as it involved the bloodline of the dragon race, it must be powerful. But now, there is one here. The moment. Upon seeing Zhongqi and Xiaoyang, at once, that pseudo-dragon realized where the powerful aura that he had felt earlier had originated from. And its eyes, those grayish-white eyes, after looking around, they landed on Seo. A fierce as well as greedy intent was immediately born, and in the face of its prying eyes, Sayaka was even angrier. It couldn't imagine that this lowly bloodline actually dared to look at itself. At this moment, the information had appeared in front of Zhongqi. The Phantom Spirit Augur of Nisra Woodlands. Grade, 45. Level, Legendary. Blood Volume, 257-0000. Attack Power, 1100. Skills. Spirit Moon Roar, summons the moon of the Void Spirit, and the sound wave of the Phantom Spirit Augur deals 300% damage within the moon of the Void Spirit's shrouded area. Swallow the sun and eat the moon. The illusory Spirit Augur can swallow everything and use it to strengthen itself. Phantom Spirit's Rage. When the Phantom Spirit Augur is angry, its own damage is increased by 150%, but other attributes are reduced by 200%. Leaping Dragon Gate. Illusory Spirit Jiao can summon an illusory Dragon Gate, and after crossing the gate, it briefly makes one's dragon bloodline more powerful, increasing all attributes by 300%. Jiao Dragon Pool. Phantom Spirit Jiao can turn the area around itself into a Jiao Dragon Pool. Within the Jiao Dragon Pool, its own attributes will be enhanced by 100% and the local attributes will be decreased by 100%. Bloodline Suppression. Beings with a bloodline lower than that of the Phantom Spirit Sculptor will be suppressed by their bloodline, with their full attributes dropping by 300%, and vice versa, with their own attributes dropping by 100%. Boss Technique. Dragon Transformation. When blood level is below 30%, Dragon Bloodline is enhanced. Full attributes increased by 200%. After reading the attributes of this illusory Spirit Jiao, Li Shua and the others were already completely confused. Asterisk. 2,750,000 blood? That's too high, isn't it? Previously, all the bosses they had encountered had a maximum blood volume of only a few 100,000. Now, looking at it this way, it was less than a fraction of this illusory Spirit Augur. Moreover, it was still a legendary boss. Comparing these two, it appeared that this illusory Spirit Jiao was more and more powerful. Not only does it have more than 2 million blood, but it also has an attack power of breaking 1,000. As for those several skills, they are even more terrifying than one another. At this point in time, Li Shua was sort of convinced that any creature that was associated with a dragon was powerful and terrifying. This illusory Spirit Jiao is still only just evolved into a Jiao. It's not a Jiao dragon yet. It's already horrible as it is. How scary must a real dragon be? Just as Li Shua thought like this, he steeply remembered Xiao Yang. Isn't this a real dragon? Thinking of Xiao Yang's earlier terror, Li Shuo couldn't help but think, the dragon is really damn strong. So scary. Cui Ying couldn't help but be shocked after reading it. The attributes were too high. Several levels more powerful than all the monsters they had encountered earlier. Is such a boss really something they can beat? Gollum. Cui Ying couldn't help but swallow. There's too much pressure. Roar. However, at this moment, Little Knight was under a dragon's roar, and a terrifying wave of sound immediately shook the four directions. That illusory spirit Zhao, subconsciously, wanted to retreat. Whirling around, he remembered that this dragon race in front of him was only in its juvenile stage. Then the guts are much stronger, and the ferociousness in his eyes is even greater. For example, if he was able to eat this dragon race, then he could definitely evolve himself to perfection. Strength can be stronger. Eating Sao alone was 100 times stronger than eating all the monsters in the middle of this secret realm. This time, the greed in its eyes became even more intense. It immediately swung its body and quickly rushed over. Little Knight naturally did not avoid it, and even though it was still in its juvenile stage, at this moment, it similarly rushed forward. A desperate dragon claw was slapped up. Boo! It slapped on top of the illusory spirit Zhao's body. Minus 358,963. Over 300,000 damage. But, the illusory spirit Zhao's blood bar, however, was only partially reduced. The blood is too high. Chapter 47, The Dragon King's Might, The Terrifying Sayaka. It's, at this moment, when Zhou Bo saw Little Knight's damage, as well as the amount of blood dropped by that illusory spirit Zhao, his heart couldn't help but tighten. Long before this, they could see that this illusory spirit Zhao was about to evolve. It's kind of evolved once nowadays. The level has also reached 45. This is the most terrifying time. A level 45 legendary boss still possessed a dragon bloodline, and even though it was just a hint, its strength and terror was to the top. In the monster sequence, the bloodline is the only one. The bloodline is powerful, destined for this high talent and strength, and this illusory spirit Zhao is this monster with a powerful bloodline. Normally speaking, facing such a horrible and powerful monster, one would need to prepare for a long time and join up with multiple teams so that the fight would be convenient and more hopeful. But now, other than the dragon harnessing squad, the other teams, that is, the strongest demon suppressing army team, were still in the middle of the fourth level of the secret realm, and were simply too late. So it also led to the fact that only the dragon harnessing squad alone was able to be here against this illusory spirit Zhao. It's a bit of a long shot to win. Zhou Bo sighed. Unavoidably. Earlier, we should have let Zhongqi and the others wait for a while. At this time, if we have helpers in, it would be much easier to deal with this sinful beast. With the assistance of the other teams, Zhongqi could more or less relax. At the very least, not facing it alone. Mainly, the rest of his team, among the others, were a little too powerless. Li Muhan was fine. After all, she was an auxiliary profession that could give Zhongqi the maximum increase in strength. But the other two, Lei Shuo, although it is a meat shield profession, but the body plate is brittle. In the face of such a boss, I am afraid that this illusory spirit Zhao randomly hit, he cannot carry. As for Cui Ying, the archers, the little output they were able to put out, were afraid that it wasn't as much as a sneeze from Sayaka. Can't count on it at all. A team of 4 was already half useless. This is no wonder. Before everyone does not look favorably on the dragon team. Although Zhongqi is strong, but the teammates are too bad. This completely belongs to drag the hind legs off. And at this moment, if Zhongqi had the help of other teams, even if they weren't as powerful as him, it would be good to help share some of the pressure. But no, one could only rely on the dragon harness squad, or to put it simply, on Zhongqi himself. Harm. Zhou Bo sighed once again, and to be honest, he was somewhat helpless. In the beginning, it might have been better if Zhongqi and the others had been made to wait, but now that it had happened, there was no way, no possibility to make up for it. However, Yi Tingyun shook his head. There's no need to make them wait. It's a talent that belongs to them. They rushed up to a higher rank so quickly, yet they have to wait for others. Even if they wait, what good will that do? His brow furrowed deeper and deeper as his eyes grew deeper and deeper. Facing even more terrifying monsters, Zhongqi and the others have the qualifications to face them, while the others, they don't even have the qualifications to face them. They can't even see it. Sometimes weak strength is not a bad thing. At least, under this situation now, it can save your life. After Yi Tingyun's words, everyone else was silent. Yeah, when you're weak enough to rush to the front, It can't be you. You're not even qualified to die. That said, it's kind of funny, obviously. They were all geniuses, and they all boasted of being top geniuses, looking down on the others, looking down on those with weak talent. But when it came to actually facing a strong enemy, it was not even qualified to see the back of the strong enemy. That is, nowadays, the picture of the dragon harnessing squad against a strong enemy. Other people couldn't see it. Otherwise, they would like to see whether the other teams, the crowds of self-proclaimed geniuses, were shamed or not. Now it's just a matter of being able to watch them. Reming stared above that light screen, his eyes heavy. Hopefully, they'll be able to hold on for some more time. As long as they held out long enough, perhaps, they would still be able to hold out until the other teams came over. In which case, the pressure on the dragon harnessing squad would be much smaller. Anything less, and they would just be able to force their way out. If they were to make a move, this trip to the secret realm would be considered a complete end. However, no matter what, it was absolutely impossible to let anything happen to Zhongqi. That was the consensus among them. Zhongqi didn't realize that what he was doing here was able to be seen by the people outside. He was angry now. A great deal of experience that should have been his own is now gone. There's only one boss left. If it weren't for the fact that this illusory spirit scullion was still related to Little Knight's evolution and was finally able to make up for some of it, Zhongqi's anger would have been even more intense. And right now, Little Knight and the illusory spirit Zhao had already begun to exchange blows. Under Little Knight's attack, the illusory spirit Zhao suffered a wound and retreated. However, the output of more than 300,000 was only in the process of reducing its blood bar by a small amount. After all, it was with more than 2 million blood. Even if it was the current Sao, it would take a short period of time to kill it. However, this illusory spirit Zhao, naturally, won't just stand still for you to fight. Roar! With this roar, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Strangely enough, this bright moon, with its blood-red body, was actually a blood moon. And underneath that blood moon, the sound wave of the illusory spirit Zhao's roar spread in all directions. Boom! The huge stone blocks in all directions, after being swept by that sound wave, exploded with a loud bang. Rocks were flung in a flurry, thrown into the sky, and then fell back down. This time, upon discovering this moment, Li Shua's three faces changed instantly. Not good. Run! This sound wave attack, naturally, was indiscriminate. Even they are in range of the attack. Saya wasn't afraid, but they weren't. In an instant, they were running quickly towards the back. At this moment, Li Muhan's staff swung, and a group healing plus a shield enveloped the four of them. That's right, she added the skill as much to Zhongqi, although he didn't know if Zhongqi needed it or not, but at this kind of moment, it was impossible to forget Zhongqi no matter what. The three ran away quickly. Under this sound wave attack, all they could do was to do their best to protect themselves and not cause trouble for Zhongqi and Xiaoyi. And the rest was up to Zhongqi and Xiaoyi. The sound wave attack, likewise, went over towards Zhongqi, but Zhongqi wasn't too scared. His own attributes nowadays, also extremely horrifying, in front of a luxurious equipment. This sonic attack, for him, cannot be considered a fatal injury. However, despite this, Zhongqi had lost a lot of blood, but it's easy, just take a pill and top up your blood count. After the attack of the illusory spirit Zhao, Sayaka also dropped some of her blood, but again, not much. The phantom spirit Zhao's attacks, like on Sayomi's high attributes, couldn't create much damage. And, one more thing, the illusory spirit augur had a skill called bloodline suppression. This skill, in the face of beings whose bloodline was inferior to its own, was a huge increase in itself, but in the face of bloodlines that exceeded its own, it was the opposite of lowering itself. Little Knight's bloodline was naturally stronger than it, and still much stronger. This illusory spirit Zhao, transforming into a dragon, had a great distance to travel, while Little Knight was the king amongst the dragons. Granted, it's still only juvenile, but the majesty remains inviolable. Roar! Sayaka let out a dragon's roar. Terrifying waves of sound also shook the four directions. A dull look flashed across the illusory spirit Zhao's eyes right then and there. Stunned, the Dragon King is shocked. This time, it was real. The pressure from the bloodline. All the previous monsters, while there were also, were not as intuitive as this one, because this illusory spirit Zhao was indeed possessing a trace of dragon bloodline, and the dragon bloodline it possessed, even if its main body was here, it would have to be hardened and suppressed by Little Knight. Sayaka's bloodline was too noble. After the Dragon King's shock, A purple and black symbol appeared above the head of that illusory spirit Zhao. After this purple and black symbol appeared, Zhongqi narrowed his eyes. This meant that the illusory spirit augur had all of its own protection type skills, including equipment, dropped by at least 30%, in addition to being stunned after being held. Together with the bloodline suppression, its protection attribute dropped by a whopping 230%. It's tremendously debilitating. Good chance, Sayaka. Abyssal Dragon Breath. After Little Knight heard Zhongqi's words, he instantly opened his mouth, and then a mouthful of dragon's breath was spewed out. The black dragon's breath, with a destructive aura, swept towards the illusory spirit Zhao. In a flash, it landed on the illusory spirit Zhao. The illusory spirit Zhao's body, after touching that dragon's breath, actually began to burn. Roar! After the dragon's breath touched the illusory spirit Zhao, it began to hiss in pain, but even with the pain, they still couldn't get rid of Sayaka's Dragon King shock, because in addition to the dizziness, there was also an absolute suppression of the bloodline. Under this suppression, it was difficult to move its body, but the consciousness is awake. Zhongqi sensed fear in his eyes. Snicker! The dragon's breath rolled and burned on its body. Damage numbers surfaced. -863,964. Under a mouthful of dragon's breath, it had actually directly cleared a third of its blood. It was only after various enhancements, as well as the illusory spirit augur's own reduced attributes, that it arrived at this terrifying amount of blood, enough to anticipate how long this would have to be a fight. If it were anyone else, this illusory spirit Zhao, after evolving, had a very impressive defense. The defense of the dragon race were all very high, even for a guy like the illusory spirit Zhao, who only had a mere trace of dragon blood. At this moment, under Xiao Yang's mouthful of dragon breath, coupled with an earlier dragon claw, this illusory spirit Zhao was already dropping more than 1 million blood, with a blood volume of more than 2.7 million, in the blink of an eye. It was a small half. Roar! Finally, the illusory spirit Zhao got rid of the shock, and then, quickly drew away, moving a bit farther away from Little Knight. At the same time, there was a deep fear among its gray-white eyes. It stared at Sayaka for a long time. Eventually, the fear was suppressed. Then once again it turned to greed. Sayaka's bloodline was strong, but not strong enough, mainly because she was too young. But if Little Knight grew a little more, it would definitely turn its head and leave, not daring to give birth to any greed. But now it found a glimmer of opportunity. Roar! The illusory spirit Zhao roared again, and a blood moon reappeared. Sonic attacks swept in all directions. Sayaka spread her wings and dodged upwards. However, just in the moment of dodging, the illusory spirit Zhao's body moved and turned into nothingness in all directions. Spin! Wow! The surrounding area changed into a pool of water as much as possible. It's the augur pool. Cui Ying recognized the skill. Immediately, he shouted towards Zhongqi. Brother Zhong, this skill, it can make its own attributes increase, and at the same time, all enemy beings in the middle of the pool will have their attributes lowered. Quickly let Little Knight dodge it. But Cui Ying's reminder was too late. That illusory spirit Zhao first used the illusory spirit roar in order to attract attention, thus using this Zhao dragon pool. Nowadays, the augur pool is expanding rapidly. It directly swept the 4 directions. It was thousands of miles of land, and Little Knight was naturally among them. Although it was in the sky, under the blood moon in the air, the aura of the augur pool still wrapped around Sayaka. Spin! That illusory spirit Zhao actually let out a strange and weird laughing sound. The sound was extremely strange and harsh. This is trouble. Cui Ying frowned in disbelief. What should we do? What can we do to help Big Brother Zhong? Li Shua also revealed an anxious look, wanting to go and help Zhongqi, but their strength, the difference was too great to help Zhongqi with any python. Cunning. In front of the light screen, after seeing this scene, Zhou Bo also couldn't help but curse. He was not expecting that the spiritual intelligence of this illusory spirit Zhao had reached such a level, confused with other skills to unleash a critical skill. Now, under the influence of this descending class skill, Sayaka's attributes would be affected, so the already difficult situation would become even more passive. Zhongli also looked at the middle of the light screen at this moment, his brows furrowed. Could it be that? Is it really not working? Going to make a move? He couldn't help but clench his fists and let out a mental sigh. Among the secret realms of the 7th rank, the scent of the augur pool wrapped around Sayaka. After knowing the information about this augur pool skill, the 3 of them, Cui Ying, undoubtedly revealed a look of despair. It was Zhongqi, on the contrary, who didn't care much. At this point, the aura of that auger pool, after entangling, actually disappeared without a trace in the next moment. The descending effect on the illusory spirit auger's skill was of no use to Sayaka. What's going on? In an instant, Li Shuo was dumbfounded, looking at this scene incredulously before an ecstatic look appeared on his face. The corner of Zhongqi's mouth hooked up slightly. Little Knight is a Dragon King bloodline. This guy who only has a trace of dragon blood can affect Little Knight? Under the Dragon King's bloodline, he is directly immune to all negative effects. And, after this illusory spirit Zhao released this Zhao Dragon Pool, it was obvious that he thought he was going to win. This is a perfect opportunity to attack. Battle Pet Inspiration. Zhongqi instantly released his skill, and at the same time, a dragon script with the word ice appeared. Ice and snow. Roar. With a dragon roar, Little Knight once again shocked the illusory spirit Zhao, while a mouthful of dragon breath was spat out. This dragon's breath. It covers all. Chapter 48 Million Damage. Shocking third turn divine position. I didn't expect that. Zhongli was sort of relieved after seeing what happened in the middle of the light screen, before he let out a sigh of relief. He was really not expecting Zhongqi and Xiaoyang's response. This illusory spirit Zhao, that skill, actually had no effect on the dragon race's Xiaoyang. If not, this descending type of skill is really somewhat difficult in. Once Little Knight was affected, then the dragon harnessing squad could be said to be in complete trouble, and at that time, they would be forced to take action. It can't be helped. This secret realm, naturally, was built for Zhongqi. Then naturally, it must also strive to protect Zhongqi, and absolutely cannot allow Zhongqi to have the slightest problem. Now, it's a good thing that Zhongqi and Sayaka worked it out on their own, and it seems as if this illusory spirit Zhao is not impossible to defeat. Zhang Li's eyes instantly revealed a look of interest, and it was only at this moment that he was much more relaxed, and even a smile appeared on his face. Turning back to Ri Ming, he said, "What did I say? When the dust is still settling, anything is possible." Ri Ming didn't say anything, still staring at the middle of the light screen. At this point, under another mouthful of dragon breath from Little Knight, that illusory spirit Zhao's blood level was already down to only 30%. Now, that's the really hard part. Roar! The illusory spirit Zhao roared angrily, and immediately, the dragon horns on its head actually became 2 inches longer. There were more scales on his body, and the dragon's claws were more powerful. Transforming dragons. Its own boss skills. It can enhance its own dragon bloodline while increasing its own attributes by 200%. Right after this roar, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and it was no longer one round, but two. Under the 2 blood moons, it made the bottom red. The ground looked as if it had been half poured over with blood and gore. Some seepage. Immediately, above the sky, a shaky portal appeared, which took on a golden color and glowed under the blood moon. The moment it appeared, even the body of the illusory spirit Zhao became somewhat illusory. "It's the Dragon Gate," Li Shuo immediately exclaimed. Another skill of the illusory spirit augur. Leaping Dragon Gate. As long as it was able to successfully cross this Dragon Gate, then its own attributes would be able to be raised once again. Dragon transformation coupled with leaping the Dragon Gate was able to raise the attributes of the illusory spirit augur to an extremely terrifying level. It was naturally impossible for Zhongqi to let this illusory spirit Zhao succeed. It would be weirdly troublesome if it worked. So, he immediately made a move. The dragon claw was directly released, and it was heading towards that illusory spirit Zhao. Thumbs up. Zhongqi's dragon claw slapped on the illusory spirit Zhao, reducing not much blood, but immediately after, an icy sky and snow was released. The ice sky and snow didn't do much damage either. After all, the illusory spirit Zhao's defense was terrifying. However, this was a dragon language skill, and although the damage wasn't dealt, it caused a large slowdown effect on the illusory spirit Zhao, which made it more difficult for it to leap the Dragon Gate. Then, roar! Little Knight's dragon roar caused this illusory spirit Zhao to freeze, but after it transformed into a dragon, the effect of the Dragon King's shock was slightly reduced. But, there was enough time. Battle Pet Inspiration. Halo. Inferno Dragon's Blade. Abyssal Dragon Breath. All of the increased type skills, all of which were focused on Sayaka. The damage of this bite of Dragon's Breath was already at its highest. Then, boom! This Dragon's Breath directly covered the illusory spirit Zhao's body, causing its scales to rapidly burn. 1305968. A full 1.3 million damage appeared above the illusory spirit Zhao's head. This terrifying damage figure directly caused the people watching to freeze. The 3 of them, Li Muhan, stared at the 7-digit damage with wide eyes. not reacting for a long time. It is just beyond the curtain of light. The several third revolutionary divine priesthoods, who obviously hadn't expected all of this either, froze for some moments before directly exploding. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Over $1 million? The one who opened his mouth was Ri Ming, who was concerned about Zhongqi and was extremely concerned about the outcome of this time, but did not realize that he had been overestimating Zhongqi as much as possible. However, Zhongqi and Xiaoyi still brought him a deeper shock. With Zhongqi's level, he actually dealt over 1 million damage at once against a legendary boss with even stronger attributes and level 45 possessing dragon blood. This, not to say that there is no one in the future, but there is definitely no one in the past. Even the human race's #1 powerhouse, Dongfang Shuo, didn't have such a terrifying output ability at this level. No, it could even be said that Dongfang Shuo couldn't do it at level 45. Phew. At this time, in the middle of his mind, a sentence appeared. Genius. Absolute genius. And it wasn't even the first genius of the Dragon Kingdom. This was the first genius of mankind, of the whole world. The same words appeared in the minds of others. Then they came to reveal a look of ecstasy, because next, it's going to be a national war. In the past, among the national wars, the performance of the Dragon Kingdom was not satisfactory. Even, several times before, it was crushed by the even smaller country of Sakura. In the past few years, the Sakura nation had been arrogant because of its victories in the national wars, and it ruthlessly suppressed the Dragon Nation. But this time, they have unprecedented confidence in the national war, and it's all because of the Zhongqi, the true genius of the Dragon Kingdom, the candidate for the national war. Confirmed. Yi Tingyun immediately opened his mouth, and there was a hint of excitement mixed in his voice. A war of nations. It was a national, extremely important event. The Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, is about to play better in this national war. They were incredibly looking forward to what Zhongqi would do next in the middle of the national war. And at the moment, the three of them, Cui Ying, woke up as if in a dream. The scene of killing the illusory spirit Zhao in seconds was still lingering in the middle of their minds. 1 million damage. 1 million. Li Shuo was already frantic. He felt like he had witnessed history and the birth of a true big brother. It's right around the corner. Cui Ying was also so excited that her face was all red and incomparable. Brother Chung. Brother Chung. Brother Chung. Brother Zhong, you're so fierce. Even Li Muhan, who took several deep breaths, was never able to calm down, and her chest kept undulating, drawing graceful wavy lines. Zhongqi, on the other hand, had a much more subdued reaction. The phantom spirit augur is dead. He had gotten quite a bit of experience, but it was much, much worse than he had expected. 41. Up 2 levels. Only 2 levels up. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations, great host sir. You have obtained the Divine Pet Evolution card *1. The system's voice rang out, more or less causing Zhongqi's anger to diminish a bit. Sayaka was able to evolve again. Chapter 49, Sayaka's second evolution. Ding. Please note that since the Dragon Harnessing Squad has killed the final boss of the Secret Realm, this trip to the Secret Realm is coming to an end. Ding. Please note that since the Dragon Harnessing Squad has killed the final boss of the Secret Realm, this trip to the Secret Realm is coming to an end. Ding. Please note that since the Dragon Harnessing Squad has killed the final boss of the Secret Realm, this trip to the Secret Realm is coming to an end. The news appeared 3 times in a row, and all the teams that were still in the middle of the Secret Realm were directly dumbfounded after hearing this news. What? What's going on? How come the final bosses of the Secret Realm, they've all been taken out? This is too damn fast, isn't it? No way. This can't be. That's right, we've only entered the 3rd level Secret Realm, and we haven't even seen the boss in the 3rd level Secret Realm yet. How could they just kill the final boss already? And the Dragon Harnessing Squad, how could it be them? The Demon Suppressor Armies team, the Dragon Regions team, and the teams from the other martial arts universities? Yeah, a team with so many big powers and so many geniuses was actually crushed by a Dragon Harnessing Squad. They are not too fast. This time, upon hearing this news, quite a few professionals, all of them turned pale and looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Looking at the news, they were even wondering if they were dreaming. How long has it been? They were still struggling in a low-level Secret Realm, and someone had actually already beaten all of them. That's 9 levels of Secret Realm. 9 levels At this time, upon learning the news, they couldn't take it in. The same are all geniuses, can accept that there is a gap between themselves and others, but how can not accept? This gap is actually so big. Unavoidably, It's too big. We've only just entered the third level of the secret world. Even now, at this time, there were only so many teams that had entered the fourth rank secret realm. However, did they kill all the final bosses? Those who were similarly shocked were naturally the teams that had already entered the fourth rank secret realm. They were indeed aware of the difficulty of the secret realm. The Cyclops King in the third level, that terrifying defense, tormented them with pain, was really unable to find any solution, and they also wore down for a long time before they barely managed to grind that Cyclops King to death. Then, the party arrived in the middle of this fourth level of the secret realm. This fourth level of the secret realm, and encountering so many bosses, being chased in a hug. How did this run? Heard about the end of the secret world? With all of this, many of the professionals revealed a look of despair. It was everything that had held up. In their minds, that had collapsed. That won't be necessary. At this point, among the ranks of the Dragon District, after learning this news, Su Qing suspected that he had heard it wrong and stared at the other three people amongst the group with wide eyes, asking in disbelief, "Impossible? Do you guys say that what I heard just now is not a lie?" However, no one responded to him. The other three were also in a state of shock, and they couldn't believe that the dragon harnessing squad, which they had looked down on and thought might still have just entered the third level secret realm by now, was actually, even the final boss has been fought? How is that possible? Su Qing had already gone a little crazy. It's fake. It's absolutely fake. It can't be real. He immediately yelled. His voice was mournful. He had trouble accepting that, in the past teams, even though the Dragon Harness squad was strong, the gap wasn't as big as this. He was now, after leading the Dragon region's true elites, the true geniuses, into the secret realm, but he was ruthlessly crushed by the Dragon Harnessing squad. The moment. He couldn't even think about it. Even at the beginning, after learning that the Dragon Harnessing squad had also obtained a spot to enter the secret realm, he was extremely disdainful because he knew that with their talent as well as their strength, crushing this Dragon Harnessing squad would be easy, or even, not to put it in perspective at all, but reality gave him a head start. Su Qing was reluctant to come to his senses, but, that was the way it was supposed to be, and whether he wanted to come to his senses or not, it had happened. The other side. The ranks of the Demon Suppression Army were also surprisingly quiet after hearing this news. No one spoke for a long time. There were even those who maintained the same stance they had taken earlier, not moving a muscle. It was only after a long time that a bitter smile came. Is the gap actually that big? This Dragon Harnessing squad is too powerful. We've only entered the fourth level of the secret realm, and we've found a way to crack the fourth level of the secret realm, and they've already killed the final boss. Alas! Sure enough, the geniuses of this world are still awesome. This Dragon Harnessing squad, it can't be the team led by that Zhong Qi, as the Vice Military Lord said? It seems like, this Zhong Qi, no wonder the Vice Military Lord and the Military Lord appreciated him so much before. Now it seems that the strength is really powerful. More than powerful. This is simply terrifying. At this time, the four people from the Demon Suppression Army team were the ones who expressed their shock. What the Dragon Harnessing squad had done was too much to shock them. At the same time, there was someone else. Jesus, it's already over. We've only entered the fourth level of the secret realm. This is too soon. It's really awesome. This Dragon Harnessing squad, it really amazes everyone. Yeah, leaving everyone behind. We're already one of the top few teams. Yet it's only been a short while since we entered the fourth level of the secret realm. How did they kill the final boss? Who knows? One can only say that this Dragon Harnessing squad is with four absolute geniuses. Yeah, it must be the four topmost, most demonic geniuses. If not, how could it be so fast? They were all of the opinion that the Dragon Harnessing squad should have brought together the four most powerful geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom. If not, how could it be possible to kill the final boss in such a short period of time? Of course, that is, they don't know. In fact, the Dragon Harnessing squad, the real contributor, or the real main C, there is only one person, the other is a supporting class, and there are also two are playing on the sidelines. If not, I'm afraid I'd have to go crazy. And right now, it was in the middle of the forum in the replica area, a piece of news that was also quickly rushed to the hot search. Hardworking Ing, simply passed through the secret realm, and let's just say, easy. There are also pictures below. Cui Ying hadn't posted any news for a long time, and this one post directly caused the entire forum to explode. After all, the news of the end of the secret realm had only come out a short while ago. However, just read this, and then there was a rapid influx of people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Greetings to the big man. Little patty pie to the big man. It's too powerful. Even the secret realm has been cleared. It's really strong. Big brother. Can you tell no? How on earth did you guys manage to suppress a team of so many geniuses? This is a real bigot. The Dragon Harnessing Squad can be too powerful, previously crushing the Dragon Regions team in so many nightmare-level copies, and now in the middle of the secret realm. It's giving the Dragon Regions team the runaround again. Ha ha ha. Upstairs is right. Every time the Dragon Harness Squad is famous, there are injuries to the Dragon District team. That's right. Who made that Dragon District ungrateful and actually dared to mess with the Dragon Harnessing Squad? Competing with the Dragon Harness Squad is the most unwise thing the Dragon region has ever done in its life. Definitely. Long District is afraid that their intestines are now green with remorse. I don't know if the Dragon District's people's intestines were remorseful or not, but Lin Yuan, right now, must be remorseful in his intestines. The Lin family was now reduced to a laughingstock, making the already not-so-good life even worse. But there was no way around it. It was Lin Yuan's own choice after all. And now that you're an adult, you have to pay for the choices you've made, and pay for them. Dragon District. As usual, there were no crowds of people exuding dissatisfaction as well as disdain for the Dragon Harnessing Squad, because Zhongqi had already led the Dragon Harnessing Squad, time and time again, to knock the Dragon region down from above the altar. The Dragon Zone has also fallen off the pedestal time and time again. Before, they still had the confidence to give this honor back as back, but now, not anymore, because this time, the Dragon District's team was, literally, the strongest team through and through. However, still defeated, even losing badly, being crushed hard by the Dragon Harness Squad, they didn't have the slightest power to fight back. At this moment, suddenly, someone sighed softly. That means probably, in the beginning. How did you get him? If they had lowered their stance at the beginning and were willing to accept this Zhongqi, wouldn't it be the case that the one who would now receive this honor, pass through the secret realm, and be watched by 10,000 people, would be the team from their Dragon District? And it won't be like now, being mocked by the crowd? Long District. The title of number one in this three holy regions could not be saved after all. LOL. Once again, someone sighed. In the middle of the secret world, when the news of the end of the secret realm came after that illusory spirit Zhao died, Zhongqi still frowned slightly. Luckily, the things that were exploded after this illusory spirit Zhao died were not bad. A legendary staff. Mirage Spirit Augur Staff. Level, Legendary. Wear requirement, 40. Properties. Intelligence increased by 50%. Illusory Moon, summon a round of Illusory Moon. Under the Illusory Moon, the effective skill release is enhanced by 150%. Phantom, summons a phantom duplicate, which enjoys the same skills as the original, but with only 80% of all attributes and skill effects. Illusory Spirit Aura, can be freely turned on or off. When it is turned on, it consumes 100 magic power per second, but within range, the effective skill release is enhanced by 120%, and 200% for favored beasts. Dragon Gate, releasing a Dragon Gate that can't be broken within a specified time reduces the enemy's attributes by 80%. Very nice outfit. Right now, Zhongqi lacked a suitable staff. His previous staff, which was still of platinum rank, now came just in time for a legend-ranked staff. Zhongqi then quickly changed. Then, the equipment exploded by the illusory spirit Scullion was naturally more than these. But for Zhongqi, the one that fit the best was this staff. In addition to this, there were a few extraordinarily precious jewels. One of the water-attributed ones was actually able to increase the speed of magic recovery by an additional 80%. Zhongqi naturally did not hesitate to use it. The magic power recovery was strengthened, and coupled with the illusory spirit aura, it was possible to maximize the opening of the aura. In addition to that, there were also quite a few secret medicines that restored blood and magic power, as well as enhancing their three-dimensional attributes, and Zhongqi naturally kept quite a few of them. Of course, after this illusory spirit Zhao died, there were still some unique materials left behind. These materials are all very valuable. After all, they are left by the legendary boss. Find the right person to build the equipment, and perhaps, still be able to build some good equipment. Zhongqi also put it away. After checking the harvest, it was time for the last one. The Divine Pet Evolution card obtained after killing the illusory spirit Zhao. Sayaka was now, although she was level 41, still only in her juvenile stage. The juvenile little knight already had such a terrifying damage. If it evolved again and reached the growth stage, what kind of terrifying degree would it reach? This was something that Zhongqi did not know, but had a great desire to know. So, at this point in time, he barely hesitated much before he was ready to let Sayaka begin her evolution. Then, Zhongqi was crushing that Divine Pet Evolution card. As the Divine Pet Evolution card was crushed, a stream of power began to pour into Xiaoyang's body. Spin. Sayaka then felt the influx of power and came down from the sky above, then landed on the ground. It gets quiet, but it was able to feel that it had an extremely terrifying power within its body. The change in Seo naturally attracted the attention of the others quickly. Chueying asked, "Brother Zhong, what's going on with Sayaka? What's wrong? The power inside it is terrifying." Li Shuo also couldn't help but say, even if he was standing some distance away from Sayaka, he could still feel that extremely palpitating power. At this time, Li Shuo perceived it as if Sayaka was the ultimate big boss here. But how did Sayaka become like this? Zhongqi smiled and explained, "Sayaka is going to evolve. Evolution. Evolution?" All three of them showed their astonishment. Li Shuo was shocked. Is Sayaka even this strong and actually able to evolve? That's for sure. Sayaka is still just a juvenile now. Naturally she can evolve. Juvenile. He was utterly confused. Juveniles are strong like this. If they're adults, how terrifying would Seo have to be? That goes without saying. Sayaka is a dragon, Chueying said from the sidelines. The dragon race is naturally very terrifying. This is already a fact that needs no further explanation. Zhongqi listened to their words without saying much. In fact, what he wanted to say was that Little Knight was not only a dragon, but also the king amongst the dragons. It is the Dragon King, but that wasn't said because it was too shocking. Sayaka's evolution wasn't slow this time, and her body had already begun to change. Chapter 50, Terrifying Attributes. New Skills. The first thing that changed was the location of the dragon's horns. Originally, the horns on Seo's head were still relatively young, but in the present, the changes have been significant. It becomes thicker and longer. The texture on top of the dragon's horn was even more complex, and at this time, if there was one who was extremely proficient in dragon texts, they might be able to go ahead and copy one or two dragon texts based on the texture on Little Knight's dragon's horn. Of course, it's difficult. At least the current Zhongqi couldn't do it. Then the body. The change in her body was actually the most obvious, as Sayaka's body grew much longer all of a sudden after her evolution. From the original 1 meter or so, it directly grew several times, and at a rough glance, Zhongqi had to be 5 meters. A 5-meter long body is something that has a great sense of oppression. Especially at this moment, the dragon scales on Seo's body were even denser. It looks a bit hideous. The change wasn't slow, but Sayaka was undergoing an evolution after all, so it still took a short while. At this time, though, there really wasn't a single person who showed impatience. Chueying, a few of them, were even looking on with curious faces. They were all curious as to what Little Knight would evolve into. Zhongqi was also watching. And of course, there was a group of old things outside the light screen, also watching. They likewise were able to see the change in Sayaka. Boy, it's actually going to start evolving. Good news. This is absolutely great news. After all, there was going to be a national war soon, and this time, Zhongqi was already certain that he would be allowed to participate. Then, at this time, it was only natural that it would be the top thing for Sayaka to evolve, because this meant that Zhongqi's strength would have to increase a lot more. Hey, this kid, the national war is really going to give the other countries a hard surprise. Definitely. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about Zhongqi kid participating in the national war and then the reactions of the other countries. I can't help it. I want to see that moment faster. Me too. However, the strength of this little dragon is already terrifying right now. What degree does it get when it evolves again this time? That designation is even more amazing. However, this little dragon is still only the first dragon egg, and this is already so terrifying. What about the second one? What about the third? With someone saying something like this, there was a moment of silence. Then, it was suddenly someone who said, "This kid Zhongqi's upgrade speed is already fast, but I still feel that it's a bit slow after you said that." Yeah, the first dragon egg of the Tama is already this strong. What about the remaining two? What about the second? What about the third? A number of people had lit up when the subject was broached. Unfortunately, at the current rate of Zhongqi's upgrades, it would not be able to meet their expectations for a short while yet. Therefore, these two remaining dragon eggs were not able to successfully bring a deep shock to other countries as they wanted to. Ruthlessly. It does seem a bit of a shame. Treadmill. I'd love to see that scene soon. Jobo couldn't help but curse. Though this was a foul mouth, no one objected to him, and there were even a few who likewise nodded with a look of deep conviction. Indeed, would love to see that. At this very moment, Sayaka's evolution was, essentially, complete. It became more imposing, and the previous boyishness was basically no longer visible. However, its heart didn't change much, and it still liked to stick to Zhongqi. Even when it had finished evolving, Sayumi's first reaction was to want to jump into Zhongqi's arms for a hug. With a body as long as 5 meters, this if he really pounced into Zhongqi's arms, Zhongqi felt that he would definitely be crushed to death in an instant. There is no second result. So, he hurriedly stopped Sayaka. Sayaka instantly showed an aggravated look. Zhongqi was helpless and stroked its head. It really can't hold it now. At 5 meters long, the weight was staggering. Zhongqi was not willing to joke with his own little life. However, after taking a look at Sayaka's panel, he instantly revealed a surprised look. Because, it's so damn high. Black-winged demon dragon, mature. Master, Zhongqi. Level, mythic, common. Rare, legendary. Mythic, level, 41, 135, 0000 experience needed until next upgrade. Blood volume, 200,000. Magic, 91,000. Strength, 4,700. Intelligence, 3,400. Agility, 3,400. Skills, Abyssal Dragon's Breath. Desperate Dragon's Claw. Dragon King's Bloodline. Dragon King's Intimidation. Divine Dragon's Skyfall. Dragon God's Shocking Break. Pet Equipment, Inferno Dragon's Blade. It's almost scary how high you can step. 200,000 blood, 4,007 strength, and 3,004 intelligence as well as agility. It is that many Blood Bowl professionals after the second turn awakening may not be able to have a blood volume of 200,000. No, it was not even 150,000. Yet now, Sayaka owned it. And, the 3D attributes are ridiculously high. Even for many of Zhongqi's contemporaries, Seo's three-dimensional attributes were already higher than their blood quantities. It's an extremely scary thing. Of course, in addition to that, Sayaka has 2 more skills. Divine Dragon Skyfall, spreads its wings and falls from the sky. All within the huge range of the fall will receive huge damage, and in the center of the range, will also be stunned for 5 seconds. In a word, strong. Dragon God Shocking Skybreaking, relying on the pure and powerful bloodline power. The black-winged demon dragon learns a powerful move from the abyss, instantly releasing a super powerful shockwave. Those hit will lose a huge amount of blood and continue to be eroded by the abyssal aura, decreasing their status. Both skills, after looking at them, are unquestionably horrible. Divine Dragon Skyfall, a wide range of damage skills. The damage is horrible at the same time. In the center of the position will also be forced to stun for 5 seconds time. To know that the small knight now this size can be caused by the range is already not small. As for the Dragon God Shocking Heavenly Break, not only can it be instantaneous, but it can also cause the opponent to fall into a state of decline after hitting them. At the same time, the damage is so strong that it can make the opponent's attributes drop. So who can justify this? After reading the 2 new skills of Little Knight, Zhongqi naturally couldn't help but swallow his saliva. It's too damn strong, worthy of being a dragon, or a dragon king among dragons. This attribute, if Little Knight evolves and then touches that illusory spirit Jiao, I'm afraid that a divine dragon heavenly descent right now can give that illusory spirit Jiao a direct pressure death. Pity. Without a target to try, Zhongqi felt some pity. Just what he didn't know was that the next national war, Tenshin and the others, were already prepared. Chung Kai will lead the team in battle. Countries like Sakura and Southpaw have been arrogant for too long. Chapter 51, Opening of the National War. Time to get out of here. Since the secret realm was over, there was no need to stay here. After killing the illusory spirit Jiao, Zhongqi also knew that the monsters of the several levels above should have all been eaten up by the illusory spirit Jiao. It made him feel very sorry for him. There were so many less monsters, and he had a lot less experience. Otherwise, he might have the possibility of rising to level 50. But now it's all gone. Zhongqi sighed, and although he had cleared the secret realm, his excitement was not particularly high. When Li Shua and the others saw the scene, they were a bit puzzled. Big brother Zhong, aren't we the fastest to pass the secret realm, crushing all the other teams? I just looked at the forums and realized that the other teams, at most, have only reached the 4th level of the secret realm, and haven't even passed it yet. Why are you a little less happy? Yeah, Chung, we should be winning big. At this time, Several people were looking at Zhongqi, not understanding why Zhongqi looked so disinterested. Zhongqi confessed, originally thought, can in this secret realm in the middle of, rise quite a lot of level. As a result, by this to stir up the yellow, this will be above the level of the secret realm monsters all killed. Bias, kill this, experience and cannot catch up with so many monsters. After hearing this explanation from Zhongqi, all three of them froze, then looked at each other, actually not knowing what to say. In the end, it was only possible to lament. No wonder Zhong is so strong. Like us little plonkers, as long as we can pass, we're already rejoicing. And here Zhong is still thinking so much. Yeah, worthy of big brother Chung. Li Shua also couldn't help but open his mouth to praise. Okay, let's get out of here. As Zhongqi spoke, the other three nodded their heads, and then, the four of them left the place. This time, the rest of the team, long gone. The Dragon Harness Squad was considered the latest to leave. Outside, the reputation of the Dragon Harness Squad had spread early, a team that crushed all the talented teams, while the other teams were still at the 4th level, or even lower, of the secret realm. They had already cleared the entire secret realm, which had to be said, was sheer strength. Every team that came out could prove how difficult the secret realm was, how terrifying the monsters were. But on the contrary, out came a monster like the Dragon Harness Squad. Nowadays, there was no longer anyone who doubted whether the Dragon Harness Squad was cheating. After all, how could one cheat when they were able to clear the secret realm at such a fast pace? How do you have to cheat to do that? You have to get a third-turn cleric in there to help brush the monsters yourself to do it. But, again, the question arises, what a terrifying strength it must be to be able to do so fast. How in the world did that happen? That was too fast. Yes, I heard that there are 9 levels in this secret realm, and the fastest team only reached the 4th level of the secret realm, and they passed, which is more than twice as fast. That shouldn't be the case. Haven't you heard that something big has happened in the secret realm? Maybe that final boss came out from the last layer and killed all the monsters among the several levels of the secret realm above. In that case, it's possible to advance. Not to mention, this possibility is really not small. Then in that case, it's acceptable for the Dragon Harness Squad to be so fast. But the more this happens, the more it can illustrate the terror of the Dragon Harness Squad. Yes, if that final boss, which is really so terrifying, was still killed by the Dragon Harnessing Squad, how terrifying is that? These are the 4 people with the strongest talent. It must be, otherwise it wouldn't have set such a record. That was awesome. The talk outside, clear as day, felt that these 4 of the Dragon Harnessing Squad should be the ones with the strongest talent. But that is not the case. Li Muhan's talent was indeed extremely good, but there was only one true top, or absolute genius, Chung Kai. At this moment, after the Dragon Harnessing Squad came out, the 3rd Revolutionary Priesthoods naturally got the news in the first place, and then Tenshin sent someone, inviting the Dragon Harnessing Squad to go over. Not long after, under Chen Li's leadership, the 4 members of the Dragon Harnessing Squad arrived at the location where Tenshin and the others were, while Chen Li's eyes fell on Zhongqi. Her eyebrows were lowered and there was shock in her eyes. Honestly, she had sort of observed Zhongqi up close, the monsters amongst the 1st rank and 2nd rank secret realms, even the ones she had cleared. But when you reach the 3rd level of the secret realm, you are the one who chooses to leave. It is also for this reason that the scenes that follow are not observed at close range. Originally, she thought that Zhongqi should be like the other teams, stuck for a long time in front of such an elaborately laid out barrier, and then slogging through it. He'll be battling quite a few teams and then go through a good bit of time, maybe winning, but with a much higher probability of losing. It's just what Chen Li thinks. Able to, the end result pulled far away from the other teams. In such a short period of time, it was the secret realm that was cleared and the final boss was killed. Chen Li was clearly aware of this, the strength of the illusory spirit Jiao, but it was still killed, in short order. Therefore, there was astonishment in her eyes as she looked at Zhongqi, but it didn't last long, because the door opened. Chen Li turned to Zhongqi and the others. The minister is inside. Thanks for leading the way. Zhongqi smiled towards Chen Li, and he stepped inside, and at this moment, right in the room, quite a few 3rd-turn priesthoods were waiting. After Zhongqi's 4 people entered, they were the first to see Zhangli, and the others were also smiling. Aside from Zhongqi, the other 3, it was the first time they had seen so many 3rd-turn divine priesthoods, so at this moment, they were clearly nervous, especially Li Shua and Cui Ying, who were shrinking their heads at this time. simply like two quails. With a smile on his face, Zhang Li was the first to speak. Congratulations to all of you. Passing the secret realm in such a short period of time is already the most powerful team in our Dragon Kingdom at the moment. Moreover, this time, in the middle of the secret realm, there was an unexpected accident that wasn't well handled. Yet it was handled by you. Snap. Tension applauded. That's awesome. That's a statement that's kind of genuine. Others thought so too. However, it was clear that the other three were deserving of this comment. Especially Cui Ying and Li Shuo. After all, the two of them were standing on the sidelines and playing the game. Li Muhan still has a use for it. And they, only able to shout 666 from the sidelines. This could have been done by another person. So the two of them, after hearing this, naturally blushed a little. Of course, Tension and the others naturally knew this. And after seeing the reaction of the two, they understood. Naturally, he didn't say much. Their eyes were all on Zhongqi. The compliment, too, was to Zhongqi. Zhongqi reacted flatly as he opened his mouth at this moment. It's all because the minister taught me well. This sentence was what made Tension's back straighten up. This kind of pretentiousness, and Zhongqi was so powerful. In front of so many third-turn divinities, he was naturally doubly dignified. Zhang Li secretly gave Zhongqi a count on your kid's understanding. I didn't hurt you for nothing. He frowned and smiled. The few people in the back, naturally, looked helpless. At this time, they naturally saw clearly. This was just Zhongqi giving face to Tension. And they, naturally, didn't break it down. At this point in time, a heart-to-heart will suffice. Next, it was a compliment to them. Then, with a change of words, he was looking at Zhongqi and said, do you know that every year, several of our neighboring countries have to engage in a national war? War of nations? The moment these two words came out, it immediately caused Zhongqi to be stunned. He didn't really know much about the War of Nations. At this moment, he was looking at Tension, revealing an inquisitive intent. Tension began to explain. Nowadays, each of our countries has some strong people of the third-turn divine priesthood, and these strong people, once they really strike, it means that between the countries, there is a real big war. So, basically, the third-turn priesthoods, they won't go out easily. So what are they going to do if they encounter some new secret realm, or even resources? It is to let the younger generation fight for it. The winners and losers among the younger generation will determine the distribution of resources and the ownership of the secret realm. Such an engagement we call a national war. A national war like this happens once a year. So this year is about to begin. And our candidate for the Dragon Kingdom has not yet been completely confirmed. But, Zhang Li paused, then looked at Zhongqi and said seriously, you are already inducted. At such a time, Zhongqi naturally wouldn't drop his chain, so he nodded his head as well and solemnly said, I'm honored. All of a sudden, Zhang Li broke into a smile. Due to starting too late, we were ranked very low in the previous year's national wars, so we've always been at a disadvantage when it comes to the distribution of resources. And this time, with you kid, we'll definitely be able to give them a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Li's mood was, obviously, really good. It's not just the tension. So did everyone else. After all, Zhongqi's strength was so strong that it was natural for him to get a better ranking in this national war. Give a few other countries a hard shake, and Tension's words were understood by the three Cui Ying. At such an extremely important time as the national war, it was naturally impossible for them to go up and mix it up again. So, they should be out of the national war. Cui Ying and Li Suk are definitely not meant to be. Of course, both of them were relieved to know this. At such an important time, if they really let them go up there, they would really be under a lot of pressure. After all, the two of them is purely useless. Once the national war in the middle, really need the help of teammates. They cannot help much. Rather, it would be better if Zhongqi went to find a real genius to team up with. In that case, there would be much more hope for a national war. The two of them, Cui Ying and Li Shuo, were relieved, which was also seen in the eyes of Tension and the others. It was naturally excellent for the two to be so knowledgeable. The importance of the national war, but it is related to the resources behind the Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, it is not sloppy. In that case, you should prepare first. In 2 days, the national war will open. Tomorrow, your teammates will be chosen to come out. And then, again, you will be allowed to familiarize yourselves. Yes, Zhongqi nodded his head, and the next thing he knew, he left the place. Brother Zhong, cheer up for the national war. The face of our Dragon Kingdom depends on you. Give the Southern Rod Kingdom The Cherry Blossom Kingdom. A good beating. Big brother Chung. Everything depends on you. Go for it. Shui Ying and Li Shua, both of whom were full of fighting spirit, cheered on Zhong Qi. Zhong Qi smiled. He wasn't much of a stressor. After Sayaka evolved again at this time, then it was obvious that his strength had once again undergone an upgrade. In that case, this national war shouldn't be a problem. However, in the middle of this national war, you should be able to level up quite a bit, right? To this, Zhongqi was looking forward to it as well. Day 2. Zhongqi was then shouted to a special place by Tenshin. Here he saw 3 others. However, what made him a little surprised was that Li Muhan was actually here as well. She's currently the country's best auxiliary class occupation now, so naturally she's qualified to participate. When Zhang Li saw the doubt in Zhongqi's eyes, he spoke out to explain. Zhongqi nodded. It was naturally good to have someone familiar. As for the other 2, they were a man and a woman. Let me introduce you. This is Liang Jiai, a level 45 flame mage, currently the strongest law profession in the country. This is Yun Qing, a level 45 dragon shield warrior, the strongest shield combat profession in the country and the #1 ranked meat shield. Hello guys, I'm Zhongqi, a level 41 dragon master. Zhongqi also introduced himself. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing both looked at Zhongqi with a curious expression. After all, they hadn't heard much about the Dragon Harness Squad during this period of time. To be able to pass through the secret realm with such a crushing stance amongst a group of teams. And, still, when the other teams were, at the 4th level of the secret realm, had already passed through. Its absolute strength. Strong people, no matter what, are always respected. And as the captain of the Dragon Harness Squad, it was obvious that Zhongqi was the absolute strongest. Liang Jiai and Yun Qing, naturally, would not show any arrogance. After all, even if they were allowed to lead a team to the secret realm, they wouldn't be able to do what Zhongqi had accomplished. Hello? The 2 of them opened their mouths in unison, and they were still polite to Zhongqi. As for Li Muhan, they had already gotten to know each other before, and Zhongqi had familiarity with her, so naturally there was no need for a separate introduction. Hey! This time, the national war is all on you 4. There are a total of 13 countries participating this time, and among them, the most powerful, and the one that competes with us the most, is the Sakura country. Tenshin said. The Sakura country's martial arts started early, and has its own set of processes for cultivating domestic geniuses, and this time, they did produce a few notable geniuses, so this time, you're still under a lot of pressure, but I believe you guys can overcome all the difficulties and get a better ranking. A few times before, the Dragon Kingdom was ranked, but it was extremely far down the list. This is something that is hard to accept for a big country like the Dragon Kingdom, and this time, Tenshin had absolute confidence. Chapter 52. Why listen to the barking of a dog when you're in conflict with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? This time, your main attention will be on the people of the Sakura Kingdom, and in addition to that, there is also the South Rod Kingdom. Although the relationship between the Southern Rod Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom isn't good either, they still have the possibility of joining forces when facing us. Zhang Li's face became serious. There are even quite a few countries that may be targeting us specifically, so you guys need to be more careful. We got it. After hearing Tenshin's words, the 4 of them naturally understood that the situation in the Dragon Kingdom today was not good. After all, in the midst of a national war, it has always been a weak situation. This time, once the Dragon Kingdom wanted to rise, it was bound to move the cake of many countries, and they naturally would not agree. So on this occasion, the difficulty is still there. Well, the information of each country, next I will send to you. The news is before they are in this period of time, the strength is certain to have growth again. So, you can just do a reference. Zhang Li then gave each of the 4 people a piece of information. The information recorded the 13 countries participating in this national war, and the people among each country. Zhongqi also looked at it roughly. However, this information is from before, and many of them were already level 45 before. This was enough to show that when it came to the cultivation of geniuses, the Dragon Kingdom was really a bit behind. Alright, tomorrow we will start. You can each go back and have a good rest. Yes, the news of the national war was naturally more noticeable. All over the Dragon Kingdom, it was already a discussion. The national war is about to open. I wonder this time, what will be our national war results? Alas, I hope it's better than last time. The last national war was really humiliating. It can't be helped. We started much later after all. And although we were ranked 9th last time, we weren't last after all. You know, The few countries behind us are the ones that started much later. And it's more or less a disgrace for us to only outsmart them. Let's hope it's better this time. Who are the people involved this time? The two from the Dragon Harnessing Squad, along with the Flame Queen, who is known as the strongest fire profession, and Yun Chang, the strongest meat shield. A Dragon Harnessing Squad? Geez, is there someone in the Dragon Harness Squad too? With the Dragon Harness Squad participating, then this time must be a sure thing. Yeah, this Dragon Harnessing Squad, earlier in the middle of the secret realm, revealed its strength already. But, this time, it's a national war. The difficulty of the national war, compared to the secret realm, the difference is just too great. The people of the Dragon Harnessing Squad can be so powerful amongst the secret realm. Can they be the same amongst the national war? Who can say about that? But since the above elected them, it means they have the strength to match. We can only cheer them on. Yeah, I hope they have a good score. It was still being talked about within the Dragon Kingdom. But Zhongqi, the four of them, were already choosing to set off in a military helicopter. The place where the Battle of Nations was held was on the sea. This time, it was a new copy of the Abyss that appeared at sea. Therefore, it is used as a new national battlefield site. It didn't take long for Yi Tingyun to bring the four of them here. Among them, Yi Tingyun exhorted the four of them. I don't want to put too much pressure on you guys for this national war. As long as you do your best, you guys shouldn't be under a lot of pressure. After all, our results in the previous national battles were already poor. As long as you're stronger than last time, that's progress. In the face of Yi Tingyun asking for so little, they naturally knew that it was giving them a break. Don't want to be under too much pressure and cause them to play sporadically. In this regard, Zhongqi and the others were also aware of this. Zhongqi laughed. He wasn't under much pressure and was able to snicker at this time. This time, since we're here, we naturally want to get better results. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? And, it's just some minor characters, so as long as we make a move, it's naturally no problem. Looking at Zhongqi so relaxed, Yi Tingyun was much relieved. In that case, then, which one of you would like to be the captain of this team? Yi Tingyun looked at the four people. Li Muhan didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes looked at Zhongqi and Liang Jia. Both of them spoke up after a little contemplation. Zhongqi has been the captain of the Dragon Harness Squad and has led the team with good results, so let Zhongqi be the captain. Yun Chang, on the other hand, laughed nervously and said, I don't have a problem with that. Yi Tingyun nodded. In that case, it's confirmed. The captain this time is Zhongqi. Zhongqi was somewhat helpless, not realizing that when it came to the national war, he was actually still the captain. Alright, the replica will be opening soon. You guys can go over. Zhongqi led the trio as they walked over. It was able to hear the chatter from the sidelines. Isn't this the Dragon Kingdom's team? It seems that the Dragon Kingdom, this time, has a lot of confidence. What's the use? It's been several times in a row, and the grades have been bad. I guess it won't be any different this time. That's right. People from the Dragon Kingdom are a lot more powerful. Can the rest of us be worse? This time, make sure to give the Dragon Kingdom a hard time. Let the Dragon Kingdom see how powerful we are in the Southern Stick Kingdom. Mocking words naturally have a lot of them. Zhongqi's face didn't change, but the other three, it was going to be a bit worse. After they had walked for a few moments, they suddenly saw that there were four people standing in front of them. Introduce myself. My name is Yumegawa Ichiku, and these are my teammates, Dragon Country people. I can't imagine that you guys actually have the guts to participate in the national war. I think it's because last time, our Sakura country's hand was still light. But don't worry, this time in the national war, I will definitely make you remember me deeply. I'll give your Dragon Kingdom a very deep impression. Yumegawa Ichiku said with mockery. This time, I'll let you be at the bottom of the list, among the 13 countries, Dragon Nation. Mark my words. After saying this, Liang Jia and Yun Chang were furious. The people of Sakura Nation are indeed arrogant. Yun Chang was about to open his mouth at that moment, but was stopped by Zhongqi. Yumegawa Ichiku instantly snorted. It seems that this Dragon Nation man knows his way around. There's an old saying in your Dragon Kingdom. It's called the one who knows what's right is the one who knows what's right. So you know what's right. Don't worry. I'll beat you all painfully this time. Yun Chang looked at Zhongqi with anger, but Zhongqi smiled and said, why listen to the barking of the dogs when it's this time of year? And wouldn't it be beneath us to respond to them? Chapter 53, Teammates Clueless. Do you guys usually brush monsters so cool? Why listen to the barking of the dogs when it's this time of year? And wouldn't it be beneath us to respond to them? We're human beings. And as such, there's no need to pay attention to barking dogs. As Zhongqi opened his mouth in this manner, Liang Jie and Yun Shang were first stunned for a moment, and then, they burst into laughter. Both of them nodded their heads. The captain is right. In that case, there's no need for us to pay any more attention to these dogs. Then let's go. The two were in a much better mood. Naturally. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom was at a disadvantage, and the people from the Sakura Kingdom came over and specialized in humiliating them. And even though they were incomparably angry, they really didn't have too much to do in the face of the more powerful people from the Sakura Kingdom. But now, as Zhongqi opened his mouth with an attitude of absolute disregard, it made the two of them instantly understand that since the Sakura Kingdom had specifically come over to find things out, there was actually no need for them to take care of them. Zhongqi's words definitely made a lot of sense. Sure enough, right after the two of them listened to Zhongqi's words and treated what the few people from the Sakura country said as if they were barking dogs, these few professionals from the Sakura country began to get annoyed. Dragon Nation, do you know who you have angered? In this national war, we will never stay back, and we will make you lose ugly. Dragon Kingdom this time, the ranking is bound to be at the bottom. A few people from the Sakura country were furious and shouted out these words hysterically. But, Zhongqi was already walking away with a few people, ignoring them at all. A few people yelled after them. Obviously, there was anger beyond measure. At this moment, the few people who gradually walked away, Liang Jie immediately revealed a smile. Captain, thanks to you. Otherwise, if this time, we can't guarantee that we won't be humiliated. These Sakura Nation people, they're really abominable. Yes, Yun Chang also nodded. If it weren't for the captain, I can't say that we would have fallen for them. Yun Chang looked like she was having a heart attack. Obviously, a few people from Sakura Nation, who came forward to say something like this, were not on a whim or daily humiliation. Rather, they want to put the Dragon Kingdom on the opposite side of all nations, and provoke the ranks of other nations to humiliate the Dragon Kingdom as well. In that case, it would just be very hard for the Dragons team to get a good result. However, what they didn't expect was that the Dragon Kingdom pressed on and didn't pick up the fight. As long as they didn't take the move, then all their words and preparations would be useless. That's not a bad response. At this time, both Liang Jie and Yun Qing had a little more faith in Zhongqi. In the beginning, they only knew that Zhongqi was powerful and gifted, although he also agreed to be the captain. In reality, there were still doubts in his heart as to whether he could be a good captain. But now, that suspicion was washed away a bit. Other than that, watching a few professionals from Sakura Nation, that stifled look. Cool. Very cool. And right now, Zhongqi then took the three of them and waited on the side. Next, just take your time and bide your time and get into this new copy. Not much longer. The copy is opened. Yumegawa Ichiku specifically walked over, looked at Zhongqi, and said in a cold voice, Dragon Nation, I will make you regret your earlier behavior. This national war. Zhongqi directly waved his hand and said carelessly, got it. At that moment, Yumegawa Neku, it was like eating a fly in the raw, hard to do. Zhongqi looked like this, not putting him in his eyes at all. It makes any kind of harsh words he puts out there seem like a clown. The more he did, the more irritated he became. Wanted to give the dragon some color, but right now, there was no way. Soon, the secret realm was about to open. Yi Tingyun, on the other hand, was watching from the sidelines, quite satisfied with Zhongqi's performance. This kid, he's calm enough. With him leading the team, there must be nothing wrong. The secret door opens. Yumegawa Ichiku grunted coldly and took the lead. On the way out, he even made a special move to cut his neck. The provocation was quite obvious now. Zhongqi, on the other hand, didn't even look at him. He looked to the other three teammates and said, well, let's go in too. Yes, the four of them entered the secret realm. As the scene in front of him blurred, soon, the scene changed, and then, a large burning flame appeared in all directions. That flame was everywhere, and even, it had already caused the rocks in those four places to burn and change color. There was magma coming out of the ground, and a lot of stones became charcoal black, just like coal. It's hot. Yun Chang was unable to resist fanning himself twice with his palms after coming in. The temperature here was indeed very high, especially for shield warrior professions like Yun Chang, whose equipment was to be thicker than other professions. Therefore, it also led to the fact that when in this hot environment, the temperature he felt would be higher than others. Of course, If you're in cold temperatures, the gear will be warmer. It does get a little hot. Zhongqi also nodded. And then he was looking around. The environment here is obviously harsher. Ahead, there is a long mountain road, the end of which is covered by rocks, behind which there may be monsters hiding. We have to be careful. Liang Jia also saw it and was reminded. Aha! Zhongqi nodded. Let's go slower. There's no need to rush. He knew that nowadays, with Sakura Nation in, these three people, in their hearts, were very anxious, and very much wanted to quickly play in this copy, and then, let the Dragon Nation's ranking go up a level. And at this point, what they didn't know was that the progress of their teams, in the middle of the copies, would also be turned into data for the people outside to see. Yi Tingyun was sitting outside at the moment, while next to him was the person leading the team from each country. Among them, the leader of the Sakura country was Yumegawa Uchiko's own uncle, called Yumegawa Ifu. Yumegawa Ifu smirked at this point. Our team from Sakura Nation has killed 5 monsters now, which is not much, but it's also at the top of the list for the time being, unlike a certain team that, up to now, still has 0. Today, there aren't many teams that haven't killed the monster yet. There are only 4 of them, and the Dragon Kingdom is one of them. If it was before, Yi Tingyun would have started to get anxious by this time. After all, that one step behind is one step behind. At a time like this, when you are being led by others, it is more or less difficult to catch up if you want to do so later. But this time, he was well aware of Zhongqi's strength, so he wasn't in much of a hurry at all this time. After Yumegawa Ifu finished speaking, the smile was still on his face. It seemed as if what Yumegawa Ifu was talking about wasn't the Dragon Kingdom at all. Yi Tingyun had a great certainty that Zhongqi with these few people, even if he didn't get the front, it wouldn't be too bad. After all, the strength is there. Only, what Yi Tingyun didn't know was that what he knew about Zhongqi's strength was before Little Knight had evolved. But now, Sayaka is already evolving through. The evolved Sayaka's strength had once again increased a lot compared to before. Therefore, in fact, Yi Tingyun wasn't even sure how terrifying Zhongqi's strength was. And right now, right in the middle of the secret world, Zhongqi, the 4 of them, finally encountered the first wave of monsters. 2 in total. Flaming Fire Demon. Grade, 45. Blood, 110. 000. Attack power, 420. Skills, Burning. Self-destruct. Not a powerful little demon. It could be said to be very weak. Comparing it to the copies Zhongqi had swiped in the past few days, it was already very weak. However, at this time, Zhongqi didn't choose to directly strike. He wasn't clear about the strength of these 2 teammates, so he planned to let them make the first move and take a look. You guys go first and let Muhan assist you. Yes, the 2 naturally had no objections. It is to do it directly. Yunqing shouted and immediately raised his shield and rushed forward. All of that blazing fire demon's attacks were blocked. With Yunqing blocking the front, basically no attack could come over. Moreover, under the successive attacks of the 2 flaming fire demons, the amount of blood dropped by Yunqing was not much at all, just 1/10. This amount of blood, Li Muhan was able to milk it back. Zhongqi was in the back, nodding, worthy of being the #1 meat shield profession in the country. This Tanoi, it is indeed very strong. Zhongqi estimated that even if there were 10 such flaming fire demons, Yunqing would be able to resist them. While Yunqing was resisting the damage, Liang Jia swung the staff in her hand. Fire hell! She let out a chirp, and it was a fire dragon that flew out all of a sudden. This fire dragon, at that moment, was wrapping around the feet of the 2 flaming fire demons, and then completely blocked them off. -1203, -1223, -1236, continuously deducting blood. The 2 flame fire demons' blood levels continued to decrease. Zhongqi nodded. That'll work too. The monsters here were all fire attributed, the same as Liang Jia's professional attribute, in which case the damage would be much lower. The skill, moreover, was not absolutely offensive. It's biased in favor of confinement. Immediately after that, Liang Jia waved her staff once again, and immediately, a fiery tiger directly appeared. Fire tiger, roar! After the flaming tiger appeared, it was directly directed towards charging over. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and immediately, it was a tremor in every direction. -7236, -7356. The 2 flaming fire demons, coincidentally, were attacked and, in addition, inflicted notable damage. Now, Zhongqi showed a surprised look. That's a lot of damage for a skill. These two, worthy of being the strongest mage professions as well as meat shield professions in the country, were indeed very strong. If the two of them were allowed to take action alone, these two flaming fire demons would be able to be killed in less than 3 minutes. Presumably. That's a pretty good speed. After Zhongqi looked at it for a moment, he casually went out with a dragon claw. Above his arm, a layer of densely packed scales instantly covered it. Immediately, the fingertips became incredibly sharp at the tips. The arm suddenly lengthened, and it was a gigantic and incomparable dragon claw, which then directly grabbed towards the two flaming fire demons. Boom! A violent rattling sound came. -123,698. -126,983. Yun Cheng, as well as Liang Jia, were still killing monsters with great dedication, when suddenly, a dragon claw appeared, directly giving the two monsters seconds. This caused the two to directly freeze on the spot. Clueless. The two looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Fong. What was that? Yunqing couldn't help but voice out a question. He remembered that Zhongqi's occupation was a dragon master. Li Muhan was again a support class occupation. Liang Jia, on the other hand, was a fire mage. So Fong, what was that skill? Who did this? Could it be? Was some mechanism triggered, under which the two little monsters just died? Yunqing touched his nose and muttered, "We're pretty lucky." Pust. Ha 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 ha. Zhongqi and Li Muhan both laughed in unison. This smile, to Yunqing and Liang Jia too, directly laughed and froze. Because, even Liang Jia was also thinking that the one who made a move just now should also be the mechanism here. They triggered the mechanism. That was why the two fiery flames were allowed to die directly. And yet, I didn't realize that it wasn't a mechanism at all. Rather, it was just Zhongqi who made the move. Li Muhan covered her mouth and explained. The party wasn't a mechanism, it was the captain who struck. Team. Liang Jia froze for a moment and blinked twice, not quite believing it. After all, they were aware of the fact that Zhongqi's profession was a dragon master. They hadn't even seen the dragon's pet, so how could it have been Zhongqi's hand? Seeing that the two didn't quite believe it, Zhongqi just smiled and didn't explain too much. There's still time. There's still more monsters. There's more opportunities to explain. And there's more than enough to go around. There's no need to rush this. Besides, it's a lot of trouble trying to convince people simply by saying things with your mouth like that. Might as well just go for it. It's a lot easier that way. Zhongqi was the first to walk towards the top. Yunqing and Liang Jia, on the other hand, looked at each other in disbelief, still somewhat unconvinced, but followed after Zhongqi, wanting to see how strong Zhongqi was. Not much time passed. A few people walked to the end of this trail. Then, there was the sight of an extraordinarily large rock at the end. Under that rock, there were more than a dozen monsters. All of a sudden, the faces of both Yunqing and Liang Jia were grave. Because a dozen or so, it's not easy. Moreover, the national war is still very important and can never go wrong. So, they have to be very serious about it. Just as Yunqing held up his shield and prepared to go forward to carry the damage, Zhongqi was the one who patted his shoulder and shook his head, saying, "No need." Ha! Yunqing directly froze. How are we going to get through all these monsters without me having to carry them? He was a little confused. Liang Jia did the same, looking directly at Zhongqi without understanding. On the contrary, it was Li Muhan who made light of the situation and silently stood towards the back of Zhongqi. Then, it filled up Zhongqi's status. Saya! Next moment, in the midst of Yunqing and Liang Jia's shocked eyes, a 5-meter-long giant dragon roared out. Roar! Under the dragon's roar, a terrifying dragon's breath was spat out. -2103695, -2169836, -2236589. Looking at the damage numbers, the two were instantly petrified. No, is this how you guys usually brush up on monsters? That good? Chapter 50 for the Battle of Nations roast. Easy and cozy. No, is this how you guys usually do it? This is too good to be true. Over $2 million in damage. These 10 or so monsters didn't even last a single breath. They were directly gone. Watch this scene. Yunqing and Liang Jia were directly petrified. Yunqing was a bit better. After all, he was a meat shield profession and usually didn't need to deal much damage. So in this moment, although it was also shocking beyond belief, at least it was accepted a little faster. But, Liang Kaiyi is a different story. She was a solid output profession. And, on weekdays in the country, in the piece of output, but one of the best. able to be higher than her damage. Basically not a few. This time, though, it has the same attributes and reduced damage. But even normally, his damage was just over 10,000. That's as strong as it gets. However now, Zhongqi's a straight up $2 million shot? It's ing. Give her seconds straight. No crumbs left. This time, Liang Jia had a deep sense of frustration in her heart. Mostly, the gap, too, is big. Well, we can keep going. Zhongqi turned back and smiled as he opened his mouth to the two. At this time, the two of them were incomparably convinced that it was Zhongqi who had struck the party. It's horrible. Who can compete with that? They were previously wondering how the Dragon Harness Squad was so swift, directly crushing the other teams by double, if not more. Even in the middle of the secret realm, there was a special situation that was so easily resolved by the Dragon Harnessing Squad. Now, they get it. No wonder it's like that. Which monster can stand up to this 2 million damage? At the same time, after thinking about this, the two men's breath caught in their throat. Since Zhongqi is so fierce, then, wouldn't this War of Nations be? Outside, the leaderboards took a sudden jump. The Dragon team, which was originally ranked in the top few of the countdown, suddenly, the number of monsters killed, directly changed from 2 to 17. This huge change directly caused the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom to jump to third. This was something that had never been seen before in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's national war. Not even temporarily, ever. After seeing this scene, Yi Tingyun instantly narrowed his eyes and revealed a smile. Cool. Sure enough, I wasn't wrong about Zhongqi. This kid, he's a real force to be reckoned with. On the other hand, Yumeko wa Ifu, after seeing it, coldly grunted and said, "What a stroke of luck. It looks like I found some kind of monster pile where the monster happened to be bloodied. Hit the jackpot really. But this kind of luck, it must not last. This is just a flash in the pan. This national war. In the end, what we have to look at is still strength. Real strength." Hearing Yumeko wa Ifu's words, Yi Tingyun was still smiling and didn't answer. Just let him speak. He wore a smile, favoring it, but it made Yumeko wa Ifu more and more annoyed. He couldn't wait to point at Yi Tingyun's nose and curse him. That thought, however, was quickly suppressed by him. It's still cool. And right now, Yun Chang and Liang Jia still hadn't come to their senses from that $2 million of damage. Li Muhan, on the other hand, followed silently. She knew that Zhongqi's strength was not yet this strong. After all, Zhongqi still had a few increased skills for pets. Available are useless. Yet even with that, Sayaka's damage, it was already 2 million. It's hard to imagine what kind of damage this would do if it was used. And as the four continued onward, finally, the first boss was encountered. A rhinoceros bathed in lava. This rhinoceros, however, had 2 heads. Two-headed rhinoceros. Grade, 50. Grade, Diamond. Blood, 860. 000. Attack power, 800. Skills, Charge. Flame Trample. Fire Horn Horizontal Pressure. Flame Burning Sky. Boss Technique, Fire Bathing. A level 50 Diamond boss. Yun Xing glanced at it and marveled a bit. Professionals will have a second awakening at level 50. And the bosses will also have an enhancement after level 50. It could be said that after leveling up to level 50, the strength of the boss, too, would be much stronger. This two-headed fire rhinoceros, it could be said that the attributes were incomparably powerful. Looks like a tough opponent. Just after Yun Qing gave birth to this thought, he saw that, above the sky, a huge dragon spread its wings and then swooped down violently and directly. Boom! The divine dragon descends from the sky. There was a loud roar. The entire ground trembled. Yun Shang almost didn't even stand still. Then there was smoke and dust. The two-headed fire rhinoceros that was standing in the square was directly smashed into the ground viciously. He didn't even look at that double-headed fire rhinoceros for a few moments before he saw the white light of the experience, which didn't enter the Zhongqi experience. Chung Kai. Upgraded. Yun Cheng. Liang Kai. Liang Jia really couldn't help herself and looked at Li Muhan, asking, "Was that how you guys upgraded before?" Li Muhan nodded. Liang Jia said silently, "No wonder it's so fast." She thought of something else and said, "Then the other two people from before, their strength." She didn't finish her words, because it occurred to her at once that under such strength as Zhongqi's, the other two people, how strong they were, no longer mattered. Because, her strength with Yun Chang was already number 1 in the country. Yet even so, still not just able to stand around and watch the show. Therefore, the other two, even if they were two pigs, were able to clunk and upgrade under Zhongqi's leadership. It's ing. It's so cool. There were bosses appearing in the back, and it was clear that this boss wasn't just one. Liang Jie and Yun Qing at this moment were somewhat at a loss, were unsure if they should stand here and watch the show, or if they should rush forward to share the pressure. The main thing is that they can't really do much to help when they rush up, but if they don't go up, they're just standing here, like, quite embarrassed. Li Muhan sighed after seeing the duo. It was decided to help the two men and quickly integrate them into the team atmosphere. Then, taking out the grill with the meat skewers from among the backpack, he asked, "You guys, who knows how to bake?" The two of them twisted their heads around and looked at Li Muhan in disbelief. Li Muhan had a helpless look on her face. She didn't want it to be like this, but mostly, she really couldn't use them. Immediately, Liang Jie opened her mouth. "I will. I smell good on the grill." Yun Qing also reacted. Said, I eat fast." Li Muhan glanced at him at once. Eating even faster. Can it compare to Xiaoyi? The three of them quickly began to move. And grilling meat in the middle of this national war was something else. The other teams, on the other hand, were in the midst of a hard-fought battle. Not the slightest idea that there were actually teams that were able to be so laid back in the middle of a national war. I'm afraid my nose would be out of joint if I knew. Chapter 55 Dragon Kingdom Disadvantage. Zhongqi's terrifying thoughts. Liang Jie and Yun Qing, both of them, had never thought that this time, the national war would actually be like this. Originally, in their imagination, this national war should be very tough. The four men will need to work very hard to hold on to Dragonland. And it takes more effort if you want a better ranking. But now, reality tells them that what ideals they have. They are still thinking too simply. Yun Qing tasted a bite of the freshly grilled meat skewer, and her eyes lit up at once. Fragrant. He gave a thumbs up towards Liang Jie and praised him. Worthy of being the strongest fire mage, this level of fire control is just awesome. After being praised by Yun Qing, Liang Jie didn't look much happier, and her face was even a little dark. After all, as a combat profession, but is here to specialize in grilling meat. How does it sound? How awkward. The compliments at this time were naturally not wanted by Liang Jie, but there's really no way around it. Zhongqi is too fierce. This led to the fact that the two of them, the top geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom, had nothing to do but roast meat here to help them. Li Muhan looked at Liang Jie's lack of interest and said that she understood very well. After all, at first, it took her a while to get used to the role. Letting a top genius, who was still in the combat profession, grill meat here would be uncomfortable for anyone. Yo, the meat is done. A voice suddenly came. Twisting his head to look, he realized it was Zhongqi approaching. With a smile on his face, Zhongqi looked at the meat skewers in their hands. Yun Qing was instantly confused. Asked in disbelief, "Aren't the monsters still cleaned up?" He was trying to ask, "Why did you come over here when it was obvious that the monster was still there?" Zhongqi instantly smiled and said, "It's not like I'm needed. Saya is enough on her own. Besides, it won't take long, so I'll come over here first and taste it for it. How does the roast taste?" When he finished, he picked up a string. Not bad. That's a nice touch. The outside is charred and the inside is tender and the meat is delicious. Looking at Zhongqi so relaxed, even, straight over, Liang Jie and Yun Qing, both of them, were once again shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a fighting summoning profession. The favored beasts were still fighting in front of them, and Cell fell right back and ran away. Your beast can handle it. Yun Qing looked back at Seo, just in time to see the scene of Seo spraying all the remaining monsters with a mouthful of dragon's breath and flying over with a whoosh. Okay, the cope's over. It's still easy. Whoosh. Sayaka flew over as well. Seeing the roasted meat, it had long been craving for it. Zhongqi laughed twice, and then handed the meat skewer in his hand to Xiaoyi, who swallowed it directly. Sayaka had gotten much bigger nowadays, and along with it, her appetite. So, it also leads to the fact that the kebabs are simply not enough to eat. However, Zhongqi hadn't originally thought of letting Xiaoyu eat her fill on this. Relieving her cravings was all. If they really let Sayaka loose with her food, then the others would have to be exhausted. And in the meantime, the rankings out there. Sakura Nation led the way in first place with 31 monsters, and second was South Rod Nation with 28. Dragon Nation fell behind to 6th. But yet, at this moment, those 20 monsters in the 6th Dragon Kingdom suddenly jumped to 67. And it was a direct jump to first place. When the ranking of the Dragon Kingdom went straight to number 1, the reaction that was caused, naturally, was tremendous. What? How did it change so much? Dragon Kingdom is directly ranked number 1. How is this possible? The Dragon Nation's previous few national wars were ranked in the last few. How come this time? Cheating. The Dragon Nation must have cheated. The Dragon Kingdom cheated. There were quite a few countries that were hostile to the Dragon Kingdom that blew up right away. After all, in the previous few national wars, the Dragon Kingdom's record was poor, which led to the distribution of most of the resources that fell on them. But this time, Rokoku gets to his feet. It even crushed the rest of the country at a very fast pace. This includes the Sakura country, which was the most powerful before, and the South Rod country. The main reason is that Dragonland is just too fast. Amazingly fast. With this crushing of everyone, he went straight to number 1. It makes them hate it. Of course, there are also some countries that have a good impression of the Dragon country. This time is to praise. That's awesome. It seems that the few people from the Dragon Kingdom who participated this time are true geniuses. It's been so long, and the Dragon Kingdom is cultivated. It's so awesome. It's in first place so soon, or with such a huge advantage. Yes, the advantage is so great that other countries can't even catch up. It seems that this time, Dragon Country is really expected to be in the top 3. Awesome. Hiding a big trick this time. Of course, being the original first and second, after being overtaken by the despised Dragon Nation, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom and the Southern Rod Kingdom, naturally, had ugly faces. The South Rod Kingdom's Park Bashien then spoke in a cold voice. What dog luck! It's designated as encountering the mechanism and then getting lucky to be able to kill so many monsters at once. That's right, if it wasn't for luck, how could this kill so many at once? That's right, killing that many monsters at once is the only mechanism that can do it. Dog luck doesn't last that long. When this mechanism is gone, the Dragon Kingdom will surely show its true colors. Despicable Dragon Nation. What a disgrace! As the South Korean nation spoke, naturally, many countries that supported them echoed one after another. Yumegawa Ifu also said in a cold voice, Dragon Kingdom, don't be too happy. It's just that we happen to run into the mechanism. After a while, you will know the terror of our Sakura Kingdom. And listening to these harsh words, Yi Tingyun just laughed and then returned. Ah yes, yes, yes. He was already too lazy to refute such words. Why don't you just do what Chung Kai did and let the dog bark? The facts will always slap them in the face anyway. At this time, Yi Tingyun's heart that was incomparably more comfortable. The bell boy is so powerful. It's just too powerful. With so many monsters dying outright, allowing the Dragon Kingdom's ranking to rise so much, Yi Tingyun had already guessed that it must be Zhongqi's hand. Other than Sayaka, who else could have such terrifying damage? Therefore, this time, after the rankings changed all of a sudden and so many monster kills appeared, Yi Tingyun understood. It must be Saya. It was Zhongqi who struck. And as long as Zhongqi made a move, it was absolutely stable this time. Top 3 for sure. There is, even, the possibility of a run at first place. As for why it's not a solid first, naturally, it's about humility. This national war, so to speak, should be the first step in the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, Yi Tingyun was naturally very happy. This time around, it's the right person for the job. And right now, it was in the middle of the copy. A few people from the Sakura country, looking at the large pile of monsters in front of them, burst into smiles. After all this time, it's finally done. All the monsters, all together. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, this time, we got this special prop, the monster bomb. Then this first place must belong to us. This time, for the sake of the national war, they specifically went to brush up their copies and then got a special prop. It has special damage to monsters and will explode when used. Then, blow up large swaths of monsters. Before that, they had been gathering monsters in various ways. This time, the gathering is finally complete. There were hundreds of them. Yumegawa Ichiku was laughing at that moment. Ha 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 ha. This time, the first place is definitely ours. No surprises. Yeah, we've gathered over 100 monsters this time. Who else can beat us? It's simply impossible. Over 100 monsters? Ha ha ha. I'm afraid those old men out there will just be scared silly when they see them. It's going to be dumbfounded for sure. Next thing you know, we'll explode. Ha 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 ha. These 4 people from Sakura Nation were naturally excited. In their opinion, the first place in the national war this time was already secure. Apart from them, there will be no one else who has the strength to compete for this first place. Not only would they be able to get first place, but even the remaining teams, no one would have the strength to compete with them. That's their bottom line. At this very moment, after they were ready, Yumegawa Ichiku was revealed with a smile. Then the word. In that case, let's get started. Immediately, monster bombs appeared in his hands, and then he threw them towards the most densely populated areas of the monsters. Not only did it appear in his hands, but in the hands of the other three, it was likewise there. And there is not just one of these monster bombs. Instead, it's three each. Boom, boom, boom. As they threw the monster bombs out, there was a series of explosions. The sound of this explosion caused tremors in all directions, enough to see the power of the bomb. Hundreds of monsters, under the monster bomb. In an instant, most of them died directly, and even the ones that are left are empty of blood. Yumegawa Ichiku and the others, naturally, harvested these empty bloods with great speed. Then, it's reflected in the charts out there. The second position of the Sakura country jumped up, and all of a sudden it was 157. This jumping speed can be even more terrifying. And the pace doesn't stop there. It's still going up. It was hardly long before it reached 234. Now that gave everyone a good look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did it happen so fast? This is too fierce for Sakura Nation, isn't it? It actually killed over 100 monsters at once. Really fierce. This first place is proper over 200 in one go. Who else can compete with them? Perhaps. There is hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Kingdom? Are you not kidding? The Dragon Kingdom is just relying on mechanisms to barely get to this level. This is more than 200 monsters at once. How do you expect the Dragon Kingdom to chase after them? That's true. The Dragon Kingdom that was just relying on the mechanism to be able to kill so many monsters. And now that the mechanism is gone, the Dragon Kingdom is definitely not going to be able to catch up. But it'll do. Even if it's by mechanism, the Dragon Kingdom is ranked far higher than last time. It's really enviable. How come we haven't come across such a mechanism? Indeed. Harm. This luck of the Dragon Kingdom. After seeing his country grow dramatically on the leaderboard and take the #1 spot, Yumegawa Ifu then broke into a smile. From this moment on, it is the time to truly show our strength. Our Sakura country will take the first place and no one will be able to surpass it. When he finished speaking, he swept a glance at Yi Tingyun. Then the taunt came to light. There are some people who, no matter what means they use again, will never be able to surpass us. This is destiny. Yi Tingyun gradually narrowed his eyes even as he listened to these words. He was certain that Sakura Nation must have used some means, because the location of this national war was chosen by the Sakura Kingdom. That's right, this national war is hosted by several countries, taking turns, and this time, it was the turn of the Sakura country. Then right now the Sakura country is growing so fast that it is already abnormal. It's proof enough that they're hiding something. Yi Tingyun couldn't help but ponder. Is it like Zhongqi, a powerful genius? Or is it? What special props did they bring in with them? And thus but what exactly is it? At this point in time, Yi Tingyun thought hard but could not get an answer. However, no matter what, he still believed that Zhongqi was not weak and could face it. At this very moment, it was in the middle of the copy. After eating the roasted meat, Zhongqi decided to continue the journey with his team. This is a war of nations, after all, and there's still some respect to be had. Zhongqi frowned. It was indeed a bit slow if it was simply like this. There's also a bit of a monster hunt. So, if only we could gather together and kill the monsters outright. You want someone to lure the monsters? Zhongqi mused. Spinning around, he looked at the other three. Li Muhan specified that it would not work. The auxiliary class occupation, not to mention attracting monsters. Once chased by monsters, even the ability to defend themselves is not enough. As for Liang Kaiyi, it is the same. The legal profession. The body plate is also very wrong. Once something happens, naturally, it is directly killed. The only one who could lead the monsters was Yun Chang, the meat shield profession. But simply relying on him alone was still too slow. So, at times like these, something special has to be used. Zhongqi was deep in thought, pondering what exactly to do. And after a little bit of time passed, he finally came up with something. Since there's no way to lure the monsters over, why don't we just destroy the whole place? Zhongqi instantly looked at the three people and said, let's go down. Ha! As Zhongqi said this, the other three were all stunned. Not understanding, he looked at Zhongqi. Aren't we going to participate in the national war? If we go down the mountain now, what then? Yeah, we're going to be a long way behind the others if we go down at this hour. Zhongqi said, I have another way. Do you trust me? Li Muhan was the first to nod. Yun Chang and Liang Jia on the other hand, nodded their heads after a slight hesitation. Believe. Well, let's go down. Since we're going to destroy this place, naturally, we have to go down the mountain first. Otherwise it's not good if we hurt ourselves. Chapter 56 Zhongqi's Madness. No one in the Dragon Kingdom. This time, probably no one could have imagined the decision-making in Dragonland. Zhongqi's idea was a bit too crazy. That is, he didn't tell the others directly. Otherwise, even Li Muhan, who was familiar with Zhongqi, would have thought that Zhongqi must be crazy. The mountain they were on had a height of several hundred meters, and belonged to the kind that could not be seen at a glance. I don't know how many monsters lurk on this mountain, and Zhongqi, wanting to do something, actually, destroy all this mountain. As long as the places that the monsters relied on for survival were all destroyed, then the monsters, naturally, would have no place to hide. In that case, naturally, it is possible to kill all the monsters. This was Zhongqi's idea. Simple and brutal. Spare me from having to go through them one by one. And Zhongqi naturally had this idea. So he started to do it. Not for long. As they went down the hill afterward, Liang Jie and Yun Qing, the two of them, then looked at Zhongqi in puzzlement and asked, Captain, what are we doing down here? Are there actually more monsters at the bottom of the mountain? You'll see. Later. The corner of Zhongqi's mouth hooked up in a smile. Saya! He shouted. Immediately, Little Knight was flying over. Then, Zhongqi was the one who started releasing skills to fill up Seo's status. Li Muhan naturally understood it very well, and immediately, also re-added to Little Knight's status skill, the skills on that legendary grade staff. Zhongqi also used them all together. In a nutshell, pull it straight full. Saya! Strike! There was no hesitation in staying on, and if you continue to stay on, then it was clear that the time was dragging on too long. This time, after Zhongqi opened his mouth, Little Knight spread her wings and immediately flew towards the sky. What's the captain up to? Yun Qing revealed a puzzled look, and then he looked at Li Muhan. Li Muhan also shook her head, signaling that she didn't really know either. Then, Yun Qing was even more puzzled, only to see that at this time, Little Knight flew directly into the sky above, so fast that she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, just as Yun Qing was puzzled, it was instantly seen, a dragon's breath descending from the sky, breaking through the clouds and landing on top of the entire mountain range. The dragon's breath was extremely huge, covering the sky and the sun, and almost in an instant, it enveloped the entire mountain peak. Spin. Phew! A gale is blowing and the wind is strengthening the fire. Soon, it was the entire mountain peak that was ablaze with the flames brought about by the dragon's breath. Seeing this scene, Yun Qing was completely dumbfounded. At this time, he would be a cutie if he didn't understand what Zhongqi was trying to do. It's a little cute. Zhongqi is actually trying to destroy the whole mountain. What a crazy idea. He looked at Zhongqi in disbelief. Boom click. Under that horrifying damage, the blazing flames that spread across the sky, the mountain peaks actually did start to shatter. I can't believe it can actually be done. And in the very next moment, a white light of experience had surged into Zhongqi's body. Experience actually grew. Boom click. There was another cracking sound, and the entire mountain peak actually started to crack from the center. Then, countless rays of light began to pour into Zhongqi's body. Not long after, Zhongqi was upgraded again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Still able to do this? Liang Jie was already completely dumbfounded as she watched the scene. She was never expecting to be able to do this. It's horrible. It's crazy. Is this something that Zhongqi can do? Is this something a human being can do? It was amazing that someone would think of killing all the monsters by destroying the entire mountain. Oh, my god. Liang Jie's perception was turned upside down. This is the first time I've seen anything like this. And in the meantime, just outside, on the leaderboard, Yumeko Waifu was gloating and being smug over the fact that Sakura Nation was in first place. Steeply, it is seen, the number behind the Dragon Country is at a very fast speed, began to grow, just like riding a rocket. It rubbed off and surpassed the Sakura Country. He even suspected his eyes were blurry. Then he rubbed his eyes, but even after opening them again, he still realized. Likewise, the Dragon Kingdom actually surpassed the Sakura Kingdom. 300. Someone else saw it too. He could not help but speak out. To actually be able to reach 300. How terrifying. How did the Dragon Kingdom do this? It seems like the ones from the Dragon Kingdom who came this time are all true geniuses. How could one do such a thing if not a true genius? Oh my god. What a shock! Is this the Dragon Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom is going to take off. However, there are some that aren't convinced. It can't be. It's impossible. How could the Dragon Kingdom be so fast? They must have used some means. That must be it. If it hadn't utilized some means, then it could never have been so fast. Vile Dragon Kingdom. But, no matter what they say, the numbers behind Dragonland are still growing. 300, 400, 500, 800, until the back, 1,000. When the 4 numbers appeared behind the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Tingyun directly froze. His mind had a small moment of blankness and he even stopped thinking. First, a proper first, 1,000, completely crushing the rest of the country. It's even more than 5 times as much as the second place Sakura **********. With such a good score, such a horrible number of monster kills, it was impossible for other countries combined to surpass them. This time, Yi Tingyun took a deep breath and reluctantly accepted this. A light of joy came from among his eyes. This time, pick the right one. As expected, allowing Zhongqi to participate in the national war was the most correct choice. He didn't suspect anyone else. After all, Zhongqi was the only person to do this. Others, Yi Tingyun was quite convinced, couldn't do it. There's only Cheng Kai. It can only be Cheng Kai, the Dragon Kingdom, to be number 1. Compared to Yi Tingyun's ecstasy, Maikoa Ifu of the Sakura country's face was unsightly, because the Dragon Kingdom is just too fast. Ravaging the Sakura country in a crushing manner was absolutely unacceptable to him. He was shouting at once, impossible! The Dragon Kingdom cheated. You must have brought something in with you, otherwise it would never have been possible to do all this. You can't be this strong. However, Yi Tingyun just looked at him coldly, with mockery. Chapter 57, Brush the monsters of other countries as well? Click. Within the secret realm, the mountain peak directly cracked in half. Even if one stood farther away, one could still see that among the cracks, there were monsters falling in. Then, it was burned to ashes by a handful of flames that arose among the cracks. This scene is really like a natural disaster. It cannot be created except by the wrath of the gods. However, only the few people at the scene clearly knew that this was not a divine wrath at all. It's dragon's breath. The terrifying dragon's breath, burning in all directions, caused the flames. The flame of the burning sky. Mountain peaks are hard to burn open, from which the split. As for the monsters on top of the mountain peaks, but also in the midst of the flames, one after another cannot stand the fire of the monsters. As if under the dumplings, flopping fall into the gap. It eventually turned into a white light and surged into Zhongqi's body, right in the middle of the trio's shocked eyes. Zhongqi upgraded. It's not the first time. In a short moment, Zhongqi had already risen 2 levels in a row. Of course, this was much less impactful than the scene in front of him that resembled a natural disaster. But to think about it in detail after this fast upgrade speed, the impact of the latter is even more powerful. It was just that Zhongqi had his hands behind his back at this time, looking at the broken mountain peak, and did not say anything. The 3 faces in the back were stifled and red, frozen, not daring to say a word first. Fear of disturbing Zhongqi at this point and affecting this plan. The 3 of them hadn't put in much effort after all, and Zhongqi had struck out alone, and had even, as a result, been favored. The 2 of them, Liang Jiai and Yun Qing, were obviously not very useful, but they also relied on the experience that the team had shared to move up a level. Of course, this was the fact that they were nearing the next level themselves and didn't need much experience, but this would take a while if they were on their own, and it's never that easy. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to upgrade, and those like Zhongqi, who upgraded faster the higher the level, were the outliers. At this point, above the mountain peak, many monsters let out wails of pain. Can't afford to be under that flame. Roar! The roars were so continuous that even if they listened from a distance, they could hear their despair. There were even some bosses that were on top of that mountain peak. Already from the top of that mountain peak, he stood at the very top, across a piece of sky, his eyes falling on Sayaka. Their eyes were filled with anger amongst them. Ow! A furious shout rang out. Immediately, a huge strange bird was seen, instantly spreading its wings and hovering above the sea of fire, and then rushing towards Little Knight. Look out! Yun Qing subconsciously shouted, but the next moment he saw, the little knight that resided high in the sky, was violently turned around, then the huge body turned together, and then a dragon tail ruthlessly pumped over. The huge monster bird was just approaching when it was directly hit by Xiao Yang's dragon tail. Spin! Boo! A hard blast hit its body. The strange bird then screamed in pain. and was actually directly drawn back, falling into that gap. It was soon entangled by the flames in all directions and burned out. Gollum. Seeing this scene, Yunqing could not help but swallow his saliva. Fierce. It's too vicious. That weird bird. He saw the message. It was a level 50 diamond boss. Even if a team with extremely good talent and strength was allowed to come, it would still take some time before they could succeed. However, now, it is under the lobster like a natural disaster. Only a moment, it is directly miserable death. And a boss of the same level as that strange bird. There's a lot more. All of them were standing on top of that mountain peak at the moment, shivering. The dragon tail that Xiao Yang had struck just now had already severed their thoughts of survival. After all, living high above the ground and with the power of the dragon, there was already an abyss behind him, and there was no longer any possibility of survival. At the moment, it was only able to stand on top of that mountain peak, barely surviving. They are actually at a loss for a moment. And the next moment, roar! A sound of a beast roaring came. The voice was a mixture of anger and majesty. Right after the sound of this beast's roar, in an instant, all the monsters standing on top of the mountain peaks were coincidentally moving backward at the same time. And instantly, they made a passageway over. Then, right in the middle of that passageway, it was possible to see that a hideous monster with a huge head and 3 horns growing on its head walked out step by step. Every step this monster took would cause the bosses that had to be around to tremble. Obviously, it's high on the list. After it appeared, Liang Jia glanced at it and instantly exclaimed in shock. It is! The others craned their heads to look over. Liang Ka-yi explained. Monsters that contain the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts usually only exist in the abyssal copies where the subterranean dragon abyss's breath is deep, brutal and murderous. Ferocious as hell. My great uncle once told me that once you encounter monsters with this kind of bloodline, you have to run farther away. The farther the better not to confront them. These monsters, under the ancient beast bloodline enhancement, have extremely terrifying damage as well as defense. The most crucial thing is that it's ancient ferocious beasts. When they were the most powerful, even the dragons dared to clamor for one or two. No wonder the other monsters were all cowering after seeing Little Knight. And even that strange bird from earlier only dared to charge towards Little Knight after being forced to do so. Even as it approached, a look of fear immediately appeared. And this ferocious creature dared to scream twice towards Sayaka. Good guts. But only adult ancient fierce beasts dared to clamor towards the dragon clan. And this was merely having a trace of ancient fierce beast bloodline. Sayaka was again the king amongst the dragons. Between the two, it can be said that there is a world of difference. And it is no longer at a level at all. However, Zhongqi took a look at the ferocious creature, and it actually had more than 3 million blood. The attack power is also very high, with 1007. No wonder, dare to have this kind of rampage. Some capitalization indeed. But at this point, with a monster actually clamoring towards him, Sayaka naturally wouldn't be spoiled. Being able to burn down an entire mountain peak, Little Knight's strength was naturally terrifying to the extreme. After that ferocious creature screamed twice, it made a violent leap on top of that mountain peak. Boo! At that instant, the large area that it stepped on directly shattered, and along with it, several monsters that stood stronger, directly fell down and turned into experience. Seeing a companion die, the few that hadn't been affected actually revealed a gloating look. However, before he could gloat for long, he suddenly saw that a black shadow, with a faster speed, ruthlessly smashed. It's that foul thing. It rushed up but in an instant, it was directly slapped back by Little Knight with a dragon claw, and it came back faster and harder. Those few gloating bosses were directly hit by the figure and fell down, also dying in the fire. The ferocious creature stood firm, and the ferocity in its eyes increased. Only, just as it wanted to launch an attack towards Sayaka again, a huge and incomparable shockwave directly pierced through it. Dragon God shocking skybreaker. Its chest was directly cracked, and blood dripped out of the huge opening. Terrifying damage numbers materialized as well. 2789632. A blood bar of more than 3 million. 2 attacks, directly to the bottom. And then, that's not all. Under the Dragon God's shocking heavenly break, the ferocious creature itself was eroded by the abyssal aura and began to continuously drop blood. Soon, the bloodstain fell straight through. Its eyes lost their life for a moment. And then, with a loud thud, he fell to the ground, completely dead. A white light swept by, and Zhongqi was upgraded once again. It's level 45. The further you go, the more experience value you need to upgrade. Like Zhongqi now, the experience value needed to move up a level would require tens of millions. It takes a lot of monsters to hold up, and obviously, at this point there are not quite enough monsters here. The sea of fire caused by the dragon's breath continued, but now, that most powerful boss, was already dead. At this very moment, the Sakura Nation's professionals were still in a smug situation after using the monster bomb. From their point of view, having killed hundreds of monsters at once, Sakura Nation was in an absolutely undefeated position. May I ask who else could kill so many monsters at once besides them? Like in the past, it only took 70 or 80 monsters to be in first place. They now have to be on the order of hundreds. Totally just broke all the previous records. It made them smug. Even the killing of the monsters in the back was not so much of a concern. Yumegawa Uchiko laughed out loud. This time, Sakura country is bound to be number one by no means. We will crush all the other countries and rule the national war once again. Ha 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 ha. Who else deserves this first place besides our Sakura kingdom? None. Nikokuan is right. We are the only ones who can. And all those who want to compete with us for first place are dead and dying. Yumegawa Uchikudo. We must be number one. As for number two, it should be the Southern Rod Kingdom. As for that Dragon Kingdom, coldness came into his eyes. Only able to count down. Just a bunch of shameful things. Almost at the bottom of several national wars. And they actually have the guts to come over and participate. It's really laughable. That is, these people from the Dragon Kingdom, they've come to disgrace themselves. It's just a clown. The Dragon Kingdom is all a bunch of clowns. I'm afraid that at this time, they haven't even killed enough 10 monsters. 10? Overestimating them. This time, the secret realm, but we sought it out. The difficulty is not low. If they can kill enough for 5, it will already be considered a success. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The 4 men burst out laughing. The words were full of disgrace and ridicule for the Dragon Kingdom. Only, compared to their reassurance, Yumegawa Ifu, the head of Sakura Nation who was guarding the outside, looked at the leaderboards, the number of dragon nations still increasing. His face became more and more ugly. Especially, Yi Tingyun's reaction. It made him even more irritated. Because of Yi Tingyun's disregard for him, he was unable to vent his anger. Especially, now that the Dragon Kingdom was in such a crushing position. It was almost as if the other countries put together could not catch up with the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Tingyun actually didn't even give an explanation. Are you looking down on him, Sakura Nation? Looking down on the last national war first place? At once, Yumegawa Ifu was greatly annoyed. Immediately, they gathered a few other countries that stood on the side, ready to strike. I think that there is something fishy going on in this national war. Yumegawa Ifu was the first to open his voice. The number of monsters killed in the Dragon Kingdom. There exists a koan. This time the copy, which was chosen by my Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Its difficulty is not small. And the monsters among the secret realm are no more than that. The Dragon Kingdom has such a high number today. It's hard to believe that it's not possible to kill all the monsters in the middle of the replica. He grunted coldly. Everyone should know that this is never going to happen. So there's only one truth to the matter. That is, Dragon Nation, cheating. At this very moment, as Yumegawa Ifu's words came out, in an instant, the Dragon Kingdom became a target, with the Sakura country leading the way. Many of the countries whose interests had been touched also cast their eyes over. It's scary. After all, it touches on the allocation of resources. Quite a few have lost out on benefits as a result. Some people didn't dare to open their mouths. But now that Yumegawa Ifu had opened his mouth, there was a movement in his heart. Yi Tingyun's heart was also heavy for a few moments. After all, it's still a problem when so many people are applying pressure together. He then narrowed his eyes, but did not show any cowardice on his face and sneered. What? This copy is what you guys are looking for. We have never touched it before, and we don't know the news. To say it's cheating, it should also be your Sakura country cheating. How come now that you can't beat it? You're biting back and saying it's us? I'd also like to ask, how did you manage to grow a large number of monsters so quickly in Sakura country earlier? Naturally, Yumegawa Ifu wouldn't respond, but just said coldly, that's our secret. No comment. But you Dragon Nation people were already weak. But now you've killed so many monsters. There must be this cat in the bag. That's for sure. Yi Tingyun, if you don't give a statement today, then this national war, it seems that we'll have to pause it for a while, so that we can all take a look at what your Dragon Kingdom is relying on. Yi Tingyun was furious. The massive increase in the number of monsters killed in Sakura Nation is just no comment. And when it comes to them, it's cheating. This is pure double standard. How can you not be angry? And at this point, than it is within the copy. The monsters on top of the mountain peak were already completely clean. Even the mountains are gone. Zhongqi had reached more than half of his experience at level 45, and there was no way to continue growing. To this, Zhongqi still felt a little disappointed. I had thought that it was possible to level up to 50 this time. As a result, it's still going to be worse. With all this experience, it seems that we have to go back to the country and brush a few more nightmare level copies. Still, it's quite a bit short, so I guess a nightmare level copy won't be enough. Thinking about this, Zhongqi had more or less a headache. But, just at this time, Yunqing suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Look, guys, what's this? A few people suddenly looked, and they saw that after the mountain peak was completely destroyed, an opening had actually appeared. The gaping hole, it seems, burned out the intervals among the copies. Zhongqi froze for a moment. It seems like a barrier between us and other countries. Among the duplicates, what they are carrying out is separated, and what separates them is the blocking. If they were able to get through these barriers, it would mean that they would be able to enter the copy worlds of other countries. Yunqing and the three of them immediately looked at Zhongqi. Contemplation appeared in Zhongqi's eyes. So, what country's copy world is within this opening? Go! Let's go check it out. Was worried there were no monsters to paint. Chapter 58, The Miserable Land of the Southern Baton. We've actually encountered a natural disaster. This time, in the middle of the replica world where the South Rod Kingdom is located. The few people they had come this time were also very strong. In the last national war, the Southern Rod Kingdom was in third place, and this time, their goal was naturally second. As for the number one position, they could hardly compete with Sakura Nation. However, they are convinced that the first place will be the South China's sooner or later. As for the Dragon State, their ancestors had once ruled the Dragon Kingdom, so naturally they were able to suppress it. Sure, they were even more convinced that the entire planet, he was their Southern Stick Empire. Only now, the South Bard Nation hibernates for a while, and still wants to reign supreme in the future. Nishihachi, this monster is really scary. How can it be that easy to kill? This damn Sakura Nation looking for a copy. Why don't they know to find something easy? It's simply making things difficult for us. Ha, that's right. When we've recovered our ancestral glory, we'll rule the Dragon Kingdom first, then Sakura. And just as they were still indulging in their fantasies, without noticing in the slightest, an opening had been opened in another part of the mountain peak. Then, in the midst of that opening, 4 people came out of it. What country's copy world is this? Yuncheng looked around and after searching for some time, he realized that he actually didn't see anyone. It doesn't seem like the monsters are diminishing much. Is it hard to be empty and unowned? Yuncheng said with some uncertainty. Liang Jiai was looking at it and wasn't too sure. Wondering. Seems like it. This looks like the monsters aren't decreasing much at all. If a country got here, it shouldn't be like this, right? Li Muhan, on the other hand, frowned. She didn't quite approve of the two men's ideas, because quite simply, there were a lot of monsters on top of this mountain peak. Even if they had brushed clean the monsters among the previous copies, they didn't know just how many there were, and if a normal team went to brush it, it would take a long time to brush it all. How can it be like Zhongqi, just clearing it out? That's simply not possible. Even if it was a team that came after the second turning awakening, that couldn't be done. In the end, it was still Zhongqi who was too scary, so much so, that it caused both Yunqing and Liang Jiai to misjudge. There is a good chance, here, that there are other national teams brushing up. But, Li Muhan thought again immediately afterward. Anyway, the others couldn't be as fast as they were, so since they were over here, why not help out? And Zhongqi had the same idea. The two of them thought straight into one piece. It had to be said that Li Muhan's thoughts were now becoming more and more synchronized with Zhongqi's. If Li Suk knew about this, he would have applauded and praised it. What a husband and wife. Sister. It's not a sure thing for brother-in-law. Zhongqi's approach, on the other hand, was naturally a bit more dry, as he had already begun to prepare to make his move. It's still a general no-nonsense tactic. Saya, with the experience of the first time, this second time around, Sayo was naturally a breeze. Immediately, it flew up into the sky, and then a mouthful of dragon's breath was viciously spat out. After Zhongqi upgraded, Xiao Yang naturally upgraded along with him, and at the same time, her attributes were improved again. Naturally, it's much simpler. Soon, the blazing flames that spread across the sky burned. Even the sky above was tainted by the flames, turning a reddish color. And the 4 people from the southern Rod Kingdom at the foot of that mountain immediately revealed a strange expression. It's hot. How can it be so hot? Yeah, what's happening here? Is it hard to believe that the copy is closing? It shouldn't be. We haven't been in here for a long time. We can't say. It's some kind of boss that we've attracted. That must be an extremely terrifying boss. We have to be more careful. With the strength of this boss, we can't beat it 80% of the time. We have to find a way to run away quickly. It's gotta run. You guys, look. Park does not become. Hand a finger on the mountain. Is instantly seen. A large area of flame. Raging, engulfing all around. Like a tsunami general shot around. Run. Immediately, he shouted, directly leaving his 3 teammates behind, and ran extremely quickly towards a place far away. Yet even so, it was ultimately a slow run. This mountain peak directly cracked with a boom click, and the 4 of them nearly fell directly into the middle of the crack. But luckily, he reacted faster and was only burned by the flames. The terrifying flames, burning on their bodies, directly caused the equipment worn on their bodies to click and emit sparks. Their blood levels kept dropping again too, at an alarming rate. Quick! Strip! Take your gear off! Eventually, the 4 men took off their gear before the fire was stopped. But, the 4 of them were fine. But on the contrary, the equipment they wore was all burned and melted. Park didn't turn into a weepy face. My extremely valuable equipment. It's gone just like that. Apocalypse. What kind of crappy copy is Sakura Nation looking for here? There's actually a natural disaster out there. This goddamn thing. This is a big loss for me. He cried out. And the other 3 weren't much better. Dusty, blood-stained, and with all his gear still gone. At this time, even if a random monster appeared, it would be enough to kill them in seconds. And the other side. Zhongqi looked at the burning flames and smiled with satisfaction. Since it is unclaimed, naturally there is no pressure to put it away. In a short time, the monsters were all dead. Then the light of escalation enveloped him once more. Another level up. Beautiful. And it was at this time that they once again discovered an opening. In an instant, the eyes of the 4 men lit up again. What does that mean? Imply they can, once again, move on to the next copy world. And upgrades? Not only did Zhongqi think so, but the other 3 did as well. They've had a taste of it. Now that there was an opening into other copy worlds, how could one endure? Even before Zhongqi opened his mouth, Yunchang immediately said, Captain, shall we enter the next world? Liang Jie and Li Muhan, too, had an expectant look on their faces. Zhongqi instantly smiled and nodded. Then let's go. After saying that, the 4 of them passed through that opening and entered the next world. And after they're gone, the 4 people from the South Rod Kingdom, wanting to cry, looked at the sky. Heavens ah! How did we get so miserable? It's only been so long that we were able to come across a natural disaster. But, as it didn't take long for them to discover the opening as well, the 4 of them immediately looked at each other. The atmosphere froze.